Chapter 1. Arrival at the Muri Detective Agency. At a Tokyo airport, an aircraft was docked. Awaiting the disembarkation of its passengers, among them was a young man clad in a suit, adorned with a tie and black trousers, who descended the steps. Clutching his identification and luggage, this young individual noticed numerous gazes fixated upon him, including several lecherous older men, prompting him to hastily don a mask and sunglasses as he made his way toward the taxi, eager to reach Mahanko and locate the inebriated uncle. Upon entering the taxi, he instructed the driver to Mahanko, Block 5, and then settled into a contemplative silence. Chen Yilong felt it would be prudent to reclaim his mother's surname, Fujiwara, especially since he had arrived in the land of the rising sun. Thus, he decided to introduce himself as Fujiwara Ryuichi. While in the vehicle, Ryuichi engaged in communication with the system, hoping to sign in for some beneficial items. Yet he had been met with disappointment over the past few years. Suddenly, the system announced, sign-in successful, granting him a dolly pill. This newfound fortune lifted Fujiwara Ryuichi's spirits. He mused that Mahanko, often overshadowed by misfortune, would indeed be an ideal location for signing in. With that thought, he resolved to seek out Uncle Muri and request assistance in securing his admission notice from Mihon University. Ryuichi believed that Uncle Muri would surely find him suitable accommodation. Given the amicable relationship between his parents and the detective, he reflected, Ran, do you still remember me? Even though you were born merely a day before me. Meanwhile, Muri Kaguro was seething in his office, infuriated by a newspaper article featuring Kudo Shinichi, as this impudent youth had stolen the limelight, leaving him without any cases for half a year. Just then, the phone in the Muri Detective Agency rang, and Kaguro hurriedly rushed to answer, hoping for a new case. Upon picking up the receiver, a familiar voice emerged, one he had not heard in nearly a decade. It was Fujiwara Yuko, a classmate from high school. Despite their long absence of communication, Kaguro recognized her voice. Immediately, she informed him that her son was arriving in Japan and requested his assistance in looking after him. Reluctantly, Kaguro agreed before hanging up. In China, Chen Yilong's father chuckled, that boy isn't interested in studying abroad. He's simply enamored with someone's daughter. We can't state it outright, so we must rely on you, old friend, to keep an eye on him. Yuko shot her husband a knowing glance. I'm aware, which is why I kept my comments brief before ending the call. However, I must visit Japan soon to discuss this with my close friend. Chun Dalong nodded in agreement. Your friend is not easy to deal with. Let's hope our son truly wins the heart of the beauty. It would make things easier for you when you reach out later. Yuko nodded, and the couple set off on their travels, forgetting to inform Muri Kaguro that their son had departed and to request his assistance with the enrollment application at Titan University. The taxi arrived at Mahanko, Block 5, number 39. Fujiwara Ryuichi felt time had flown by. With evening fast approaching, and he was uncertain where to spend the night, he decided to visit Uncle Muri first. After purchasing a cup of coffee downstairs, he ascended to the attic with his suitcase to greet Muri Kaguro. Ryuichi arrived at the office on the second floor and knocked on the door. Muri Kaguro, hearing the knock, assumed it was his daughter who had forgotten her keys, and hurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing the dashing young man, Kaguro was suddenly reminded of the call he had received that morning. His old friend's son had indeed arrived. At that moment, the phone rang again, and Kaguro had no choice but to invite Ryuichi in to sit. While he answered the call, Ryuichi found a seat, sipping his coffee while awaiting Uncle Muri to finish his conversation, intending to discuss his transfer to Titan University and seek nearby accommodation. Ryuichi knew that most cases appearing near the Muri Detective Agency were typically mundane kidnapping incidents, with very few homicides occurring, save for the singular instance involving Jin's sniper attack. Although he had forgotten much of the plot from the Detective Conan anime, certain pivotal events remained etched in his memory. Once Kaguro completed his call, he trudged over to the sofa to engage in a meaningful conversation with his old friend's son. Noticing Kaguro's demeanor, Ryuichi inquired, Uncle Muri, what seems to be troubling you? Kaguro, with a forlorn expression, replied, Chin, we have no dinner tonight. I had hoped you could taste your sister Ran's culinary skills, but she's preoccupied with training afterward. She'll be at the Yoko family's, meaning she won't return tonight. You'll have to forego that opportunity. Inwardly, Ryuichi thought, so, you were worried about dinner? I assumed it was a case you couldn't handle, but there wouldn't be any cases considering that insufferable brat is around. He wouldn't leave any work for Uncle Muri. Ryuichi then offered This is self-heating rice from the Riadatoat Food Company, founded by my parents. Although it may not suit our taste buds, it's passable. He produced several boxes of self-heating rice from his suitcase, along with 2 bags of alcohol, handing them to Kagoro. Though Kagoro felt a bit embarrassed, he sensed that this young man was attempting to ingratiate himself, so he accepted the offerings, awaiting Ryuichi's next words. Ryuichi continued, "I'm here to live, so you can call me Fujiwara Ryuichi. I've come to attend university, but have yet to find a place to stay. May I stay with you for one night, while I search for accommodation tomorrow? As for the university admission, I would appreciate your help." Kagoro understood that these bottles of alcohol were not easy to refuse, but having accepted them and resolved the dinner issue, he decided to allow the boy to stay for a night. As for his university matters, a simple phone call would suffice. Kagoro opened a bottle of alcohol and began to eat the self-heating rice while waiting. He made a call to sort out Chin's admission into school. Ryuichi felt that bringing along the alcohol and self-heating rice was the best gift. He no longer had to worry about school and could focus on finding a place to live. Chapter 2. Attending school. The following day, Muri Kaguro awoke from slumber. Resolved to escort his old friend's son to school, he promptly dressed and roused Fujiwara Ryuichi. Accompanying him on their journey to the university, en route, Kaguro took the opportunity to introduce Ryuichi to his future homeroom teacher. After sharing details about the homeroom teacher, Kaguro added, "If you're truly seeking a place to move into immediately, I believe I can contact the landlord across the street. Their property has been vacant for quite some time, and I'll inquire about it for you." Ryuichi grasped Kagoro's hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Uncle, thank you so much. I promise to secretly bring you some fine wine." Kagoro chuckled heartily, patting Ryuichi's shoulder. "I look forward to your good news. However, if my daughter is present, it would be best not to bring any wine." Ryuichi suddenly comprehended and nodded. "I understand, Uncle," he thought to himself. "It seems Ran has become quite adept at martial arts. She might indeed be capable of smashing a telephone pole. So I should heed her advice at most. During those moments, they'll showcase my masculinity to her." Kagoro advised Ryuichi, "Tonight, you'll return with Ran. Let her accompany you, as continuing to take taxis may deplete your living expenses." "Understood. Thank you, Uncle Muri," Ryuichi replied. Kagoro brought Ryuichi to the entrance of Titan University. Allowing him to enter on his own, Ryuichi bid farewell to his uncle and proceeded to the office of the homeroom teacher for Class 2B to report in. Upon arriving at the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher asked some standard questions and then prepared Ryuichi for his entry into Class 2B, instructing him to wait for the bell to ring, at which point he would escort him to the classroom. Soon, the bell rang, and the homeroom teacher led Ryuichi into Class 2B. Inside, a group of students surrounded Kudo Shinichi, extolling his remarkable deductive abilities. On the other side, 2 young girls were quietly engaged in a conversation about topics of interest to their gender. One of the girls, with spiky hair, appeared exceptionally adorable, while the other, though not as striking, possessed a charm that grew on you over time. The homeroom teacher of Class 2B tapped the blackboard and declared, "Please quiet down." Upon noticing the early arrival of their teacher, the students instinctively returned to their seats, as the lively ones suddenly fell silent, resembling individuals who had been administered a tranquilizer, too intimidated to act out. The teacher inscribed a name on the blackboard, inviting the other students to welcome a new classmate. Kudo Shinichi glanced at the name and, resting his chin on his hand, expressed his disbelief. At this time, someone is transferring in, even though the school year has just begun. The teacher then signaled for Fujiwara Ryuichi, who had been waiting outside, to enter the classroom and introduce himself, thus handing the podium and blackboard over to him. As Fujiwara Ryuichi stepped into the classroom, he spotted his long-cherished idol, Mori Ran, and prepared to announce his name. However, at that moment, his classmate Sonoko beside Ran suddenly exclaimed, "This handsome guy is so charming." The teacher, standing nearby, turned visibly annoyed and sharply rapped the blackboard with a ruler. Only then did Sonoko realize her faux pas and hurriedly lower her head. When Mori Ran first laid eyes on Fujiwara Ryuichi, she felt an odd sense of familiarity, though she could not quite place it. Fujiwara Ryuichi's gaze fell upon Mori Ran, and utilizing some rudimentary magic tricks provided by the system, he transformed a few items into doves, proclaiming from the podium, My hobbies include solving mysteries and performing small magic tricks. Mori Ran felt a sense of déjà vu upon hearing this statement. Yet the source eluded her memory. She could only helplessly rein in her friend to prevent her from making a scene. Sonoko, noticing the handsome boy's unwavering attention on her best friend, teased Ran. Do you think he might be here to steal Kudo Shinichi's girlfriend? What do you say, Mrs. Kudo? She shot a mischievous glance at Ran. Mori Ran suddenly pinched Sonoko, asserting, Kudo Shinichi is merely my friend, and I already have someone I like. Please refrain from making such jokes. Sonoko was aware of whom she referred to, but that person had been away from Japan for nearly a decade, and she doubted he would even remember her friend. Their whispered conversation, however, did not escape the ears of Kudo Shinichi, who let out a sigh but still wished to invite Mori Ran to the amusement park. Fujihara Ryuichi chose a seat close to his beloved sister figure. Sonoko seemed to catch on to something, but chose to remain silent. After the teacher's introduction of a new student, she promptly exited the classroom, allowing him time to mingle with the others before classes resumed. Once the teacher left, Sonoko's curiosity piqued as to why the newly arrived handsome boy was so fixated on Mori Ran while she was accustomed to male attention lingering longer on her friend. It was unusual for them to stare so intently. Sonoko boldly approached the handsome boy and remarked, Excuse me, your magic trick was delightful, but please do not fixate on my friend Mori Ran. It is rather impolite. Kudo Shinichi, overhearing Sonoko's comment, felt a strong urge to retort, but he too was curious about why this newcomer was so captivated by the girl he admired. Fujihara Uechi sheepishly apologized to Mori Ran, saying, It is my first time encountering such a beautiful girl, and there is something particularly intriguing about you, which compelled me to gaze a little longer. Sonoko, with her characteristic bluntness, banged on the table and questioned, What do you mean by that? Are you some kind of weirdo? Realizing there might be a misunderstanding, Fujihara Ryuichi regarded Sonoko with a genuinely innocent expression. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Sonoko began to question whether she had misjudged him. Mori Ran suddenly felt her friend should not speak so harshly to the boy and, grappling with an inexplicable feeling, quickly inquired, Fujihara-kun, is there something about me that intrigues you? And regarding my friend's earlier outburst, please disregard it. Fujihara Ryuichi ran his fingers through his hair, stating, I have always been curious about why your hair has a slight curl at the ends. He mused inwardly. I remember helping her with her hair when we were younger, always meticulously ensuring it was flat. How could it still have that curl? But perhaps it is for the best, as it would help me recognize her if I ever encountered someone who resembled Mori Ran. Upon hearing this explanation, Kudo Shinichi felt a wave of relief wash over him, having feared that the boy might be vying for his crush, even though she was not technically his girlfriend yet. The two girls, upon hearing the new student's explanation, exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide with embarrassment. Yet they quickly regained their composure and returned to their seats, dismissing Fujihara's comments. Detective Conan, I have successfully diminished the business turnover of the Grim Reaper. The moment commenced with a startled exclamation from a young man with tousled black hair, who was abruptly roused from his desk. A piece of chalk had struck his head with remarkable precision, indicating a frequent practice of such aim. Wang Li, how many times has it been this week? Step outside, bellowed the teacher at the podium, snapping the chalk in his grasp. Rubbing the bump on his head, the young man resignedly exited the classroom and leaned against the corridor wall. Gazing at the tranquil campus before him, Wang Li sighed. Having originated from another world, he was acutely aware that the timeline was about to spiral into chaos, solely due to the presence of a classmate named Shinichi Kudo, the high school detective, as they had now advanced to the second year. Oh dear. Wang Li crouched down, covering his eyes, perplexed about how to navigate a world filled with extraordinary beings. Wang Li, are you feeling unwell? A pair of familiar, graceful legs came to a halt before him. I wondered who it was. It's Senior Shumei. While it was challenging to articulate, it wasn't the discomfort he felt. Rather, it was the fact that this particular class was history. Wang Li lowered his head, tracing circles on the floor. You, always the same. Why do you so detest history class? Shumei had indeed heard the rumors about this junior's pronounced aversion to a single subject. Wang Li turned his body towards the wall, straightened up, and then pivoted back, only to behold a senior with a trim haircut clad in the uniform of Tien High School. Senior, regarding this matter, I can only say that it is not a lack of interest. Rather, though I reside here, the blood that courses through my veins and the essence of my soul do not belong to this place. Shumi gazed at the brilliance ignited in Wang Li's eyes. Momentarily taken aback, Could this truly be the same junior I have known for 2 years, who always wore an indifferent expression? Suddenly, the corridor fell into an eerie silence. Wang Li gently tapped his cheek, breaking the silence. Senior, is there something you need? Shumi, regaining her focus, remembered her purpose. Well, I would like to invite you to participate in the inter-school karate competition. I refuse. Wang Li replied decisively. All right, I have the sign-up sheet here. Stopping her motion. Shumi's large eyes revealed her disbelief. Yes, I refuse. Wang Li reiterated each word clearly. Why not? This could earn you points. You are quite skilled. Shumi's imagination had not entertained the notion of refusal at all. Because I fear the trouble. Wang Li pulled open the classroom door. Those who had been eavesdropping resumed their lessons. Senior, please go. I can already imagine this group, particularly a certain young lady, will undoubtedly ask me some strange questions afterward. Closing the door, Wang Li dismissed Shumi. She wanted to say more, but realized Wang Li had already closed his eyes, biting his lip in frustration as he departed. After class, Wang Li walked alongside 3 others. Yuanzi, wearing a headband, eagerly bombarded Wang Li with questions, while he wearily repeated the same phrase. Their expressions exchanged knowing smiles with Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran, who followed behind. By the way, Ran, Yuanzi turned around, wrapping her arms around Ran's. I know a fantastic restaurant. Let us go together this weekend. We might even encounter some handsome fellows. Yuanzi's expression was one of infatuation. Sorry, Yuanzi, I have plans this weekend. Ran declined apologetically. Oh, plans? It can't be that you're going with this detective, can it? Yuanzi teased, pointing at Kudo Shinichi, who was conversing with Wang Li ahead. Ran blushed and nodded, and Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with mischief. At the Tropic Amusement Park, Wang Li, wearing sunglasses, apathetically accompanied Yuanzi from the shadows, trailing Shinichi and Ran. I say, Yuanzi, why are we following them on a date? Wang Li shot a displeased glance at Ran. Knowing Kudo must be discussing Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, the strongest third wheel in the world of Conan. Yuanzi asserted confidently, of course, we are here to protect Ran. Observing Shinichi and Ran heading towards the roller coaster, Wang Li hesitated but then pulled Yuanzi away. We came to the amusement park, so let's enjoy ourselves instead of gossiping. Come on, let us go have some fun. Wait. Yuanzi wanted to linger, but noticing Wang Li's heavy expression, she decided to accompany him. As night fell, the Ferris wheel appeared exceptionally beautiful, and in one of the cabins, a young lady excitedly leaned against the window. Wang Li, quick, look. The view is stunning. Yuanzi beckoned Wang Li to admire the scenery. Wang Li gazed at the garden and smiled knowingly. I say, garden, are you not the young lady of the Suzuki family? This scenery must be trivial for you, right? Yet, it truly is captivating. Observing Wang Li motionless in his seat, Garden decisively pulled him up, exclaiming, look, countless neon lights illuminate the amusement park. The nocturnal glow always stirs the imagination. Wang Li, let me tell you, I have seen these sights many times and am familiar with the ensuing events, but each personal experience is uniquely different. Garden's profile appeared stunning amidst the abruptly ignited fireworks. Ha ha ha. Wang Li seemed to grasp something profound, laughing heartily. Indeed, this world is filled with hints. Garden stared at Wang Li, bewildered, before sitting down. After disembarking from the Ferris wheel, Wang Li reunited with Garden, who was waiting for the new arrival, Xiao Lan. Lan, how long have you been waiting here? How could that fellow Shinichi keep you waiting for so long? Garden expressed her indignation on behalf of her friend. Oh, it's fine. He will surely come. Xiao Lan gently reassured Garden, while frequently glancing in the direction Shinichi had departed. He must have awakened by now, realized he has shrunk, and hurried off to find Dr. Agasa, she mused. Wang Li glanced at his watch. By your account, he has been gone for half an hour and mentioned you should return first. Shall we head back? Wang Li felt they could not afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, they would miss the iconic moment. Well, all right. Xiao Lan hesitated but eventually acquiesced to their urgency. Ding dong. Xiao Lan persistently pressed the doorbell. Xiao Lan, step aside, I shall take charge. Garden rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge forward. Don't be foolish. Wang Li swiftly restrained her. Xiao Lan, I recall you possess the key to the Kudu residence, right? Just unlock the door. Having lived at Dr. Agasa's for 6 or 7 years, Wang Li was well aware of certain matters concerning the neighbors. Oh, Lan, you have. Garden ceased her struggle, her face filled with curiosity. No, it's not what you think, Garden. Xiao Lan blushed and waved her hands dismissively. All right, we can indulge in gossip later. Let us first check if Shinichi is home. Wang Li interjected. How can I advance the plot without the leading lady? Shinichi, are you back? Xiao Lan called out loudly as she entered the Kudu household. Bang. Wang Li heard a commotion from the study and smiled as he guided Xiao Lan and Garden toward the source of the sound. Ah, it's Xiao Lan, Garden. And Wang Li, what brings you here? Huffed Dr. Agasa, drenched in sweat. We're looking for Shinichi. Have you seen him, Doctor? Xiao Lan failed to notice Dr. Agasa's unusual demeanor. Shinichi? He mentioned he had matters to attend to, Doctor. Agasa was struck with terror as he realized that Wang Li had deftly retrieved the shrunken Shinichi from behind the desk. Doctor, I have been residing in your home for such a long time. And I never knew you had this trick up your sleeve. Wang Li chuckled, fixating on the bespectacled Shinichi, whose eyes resembled those of a dead fish. This guy, could he possibly recognize me? Shinichi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Wang Li gently released Kudo, affectionately ruffling his hair, exclaiming, "What a relief. That doctor, is this child your illegitimate son?" asked Yuanzi, her curiosity piqued. The three individuals present, privy to the truth, were caught off guard by her words. How could that be? Dr. Agasa shook his head. He is the son of a distant relative visiting me. Oh, little friend, what is your name? Asked Ran, squatting down and inquiring with gentle warmth. Kudo, startled by Ran's sudden proximity, took several steps back. Alas, I was careless. There are no books by Adagawa Rampo over there. Wang Li noticed the discrepancy behind Kudo and, wishing to prevent any future complications, suppressed his inclination to observe further and spoke up to rescue Kudo. Conan, Adagawa Conan. Is that so? Conan, hello. I am Muri Ran, she said with a soft smile. Wait a moment, Wang Li, weren't you just struggling to recognize him? Yuanzi pointed out the inconsistency. You talk too much. Wang Li hurriedly tousled Conan's hair, saying, I was merely jesting earlier, right, Conan? You know my name, don't you? Indeed, you recognized me. Conan thought to himself, bemused by the explanation yet maintaining a smile. Yes. Yes, Wang Leoniakin was just joking with me. Dr. Agasa stepped in to ease the tension, allowing the matter to pass. By the way, Ran, Dr. Agasa recalled something. Could Conan stay at your house for a while? My home is already full. He gestured towards a whistling figure surveying the surroundings. That would be fine. But my father, before Ran could finish, Wang Li took Conan by the hand and led her out the door, winking at the doctor behind them. That works for me. I will explain to Uncle Muri, Wang Li said nonchalantly. As he walked behind Conan and Ran, observing the two holding hands, he smiled softly. Since we are here, let us partake in this scenery and perhaps mend some lingering regrets of the past. The second kidnapping case of the air. Wang, Li, and Si, in jovial spirits, descended upon the premises of the Mori Detective Agency. Say, Conan, do you have someone you hold dear? A sudden query from Ran pierced the air. A crimson hue crept upon Conan's cheeks as he stammered, no, not at all. What about you, Ran? Oh, but of course, she replied with a beaming smile. Pray tell. Who might that be? Yoko inquired as she edged closer to Ran. Could it possibly be the Shinichi you were searching for earlier? A smile blossomed on Conan's face. Who said it was him? Ran retorted, her tone laced with playful defiance. Wang Li stood behind the three, observing their playful scuffle, a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs was interrupted by the thud of a man falling to the ground. Dad, Uncle. The four hurried to assist Xiaolan's father. Mori Kagoro. I'm fine. After 6 months, we finally have a case. The daughter of a wealthy family has been kidnapped by men in black. Mori Kagoro exclaimed excitedly as he rose, hailing a taxi. Men in black. Are they those two? Conan quickly caught up with Mori, followed closely by Xiaolan and Sonoko. 6 months without income and still taking a taxi? Truly the life of a landlord. Wang Li remarked as he stepped back. Listen closely. The money is to be placed on the bench at Beijing Park. Inside a high school, after the kidnappers had their fill, one dialed the phone again, threatening. If you dare to call the police, I will kill your daughter on the spot. Is Akiko safe? The voice on the other end gasped, pleading desperately, please. Let me hear Akiko's voice one more time. The kidnapper interrupted, once I have the money, I will release her immediately. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone and, staring at Akiko with a blank expression, said, the deal is settled. Your task is complete. As he approached Akiko, the kidnapper pulled a knife from his pocket. The cold glint of the blade flashed before Akiko's nose as he said, I'm sorry. I cannot allow you to live, for you have seen my face. Gagged and terrified, Akiko struggled, tears streaming down her face. The ominous aura of death loomed closer as the kidnapper approached. Hey, isn't it wrong to intimidate a child? Wang Li leaned against the door, munching on an apple, the moonlight casting a long shadow behind him. You kid. Being a hero comes with a price. The kidnapper stood, pointing the knife at Wang Li. With a swift motion, Wang Li ducked beneath the kidnapper, inserting the apple into the blade, and with a powerful strike, the kidnapper was knocked unconscious. Here's a lesson. Don't hold the knife so far from your body. Wang Li said, brushing off his hands and kicking the knife aside. After carrying Akiko out, Conan arrived at school with his dog. Wang Li, what are you doing here? Conan asked as he took the now asleep Akiko from Wang Li. Care to deduce? Wang Li teased as he ruffled Conan's hair. What a delightful texture. Kudo, oh no. I mean little brother Conan. You recognized me, didn't you? Conan replied, somewhat annoyed. We've known each other for 6 or 7 years. And I bear some responsibility for your transformation, Wang Li said, hands tucked into his pockets. You. Conan gasped in surprise at this statement. Relax, I'm on your side. You really need to work on your trust issues, Wang Li remarked, turning to leave. Wang Li, Conan called as he attempted to chase after him. But the sound of police sirens drew near. Glancing at Akiko in his arms, Conan reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. Wang Li, you're back? Doctor. Agasa paused his work to greet Wang Li as he entered. Yes, doctor, Didn't I mention that today's meal is already sufficient? Wang Li said, moving aside the pot of stew the doctor was tending to. The doctor sheepishly scratched his head, his cleverness shining through. Once everything was in order, Wang Li poured himself a cup of tea and turned on the television. Kagoro, have you solved this case? The doctor asked, sitting down with a cup of coffee. Wang Li compassionately replaced his cup of water and remarked, well, Uncle Maori is, after all, an elite police officer. He can certainly handle such minor cases. The troubled doctor drank the water and lamented, what about Shinichi? Let's inform his parents first, and then we shall see. Wang Li observed Conan, tightly embraced by Ran, with a playful glint in his eyes. Doctor, don't you think he seems rather pleased? On the television, Conan's nosebleed had become quite profuse, leading the doctor to question whether the figure he had idolized since childhood was truly a detective or something else entirely. Never mind that. How is the completion status of your invention? Wang Li inquired, shutting off the interview video. Wang Li, although we have amassed considerable wealth, perhaps we should refrain from selling this item? The doctor and Wang Li entered the laboratory together. Of course, this invention should only be utilized by our internal team. Wang Li understood the potential peril of such a creation. 2 wristbands lay silently on the table, awaiting activation. They were fully completed, yet their power was expected to fluctuate by 10%. What inspired this brilliant concept? The doctor expressed his admiration for Wang Li's creativity. Rubbing his nose, Wang Li chuckled. I can't exactly say it was derived from the theatrical version, can I? As he donned the wristbands and felt the enhancement coursing through him, Wang Li deeply bowed to the doctor. Wang Li, you. The doctor was taken aback by Wang Li's sudden gesture of respect. Doctor, thank you for your care over the years, Wang Li expressed sincerely. One meal's kindness deserves a life-s repayment. How can one repay a life-s debt? Not at all. You have also rendered me considerable assistance over these years. The doctor helped Wang Li to his feet. So, does this mean you are planning to leave? Yes, previously I lacked the means, but the dividends from these years have afforded me some capital. I truly cannot burden you any longer, Wang Li stated, revealing his decision. You told me something similar when you first moved in with me, though I did not expect it to happen so soon. The doctor remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Have you already decided where you will reside? Wang Li candidly remarked. Not yet. Tomorrow is a holiday, and I shall take the opportunity to search. Hee, no rush, take your time. The doctor ambled toward the door, feeling weary with age. I shall retire for the night. Wang Li clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Over the years, it was only by staying close to the doctor that he managed to survive in the unfamiliar and perilous Mihua town. A woman with chestnut hair accepted the list of experiments handed to her by the staff. Returning indoors, she wearily settled before the computer and typed in the name Kudo Shinichi. That high school detective? She sipped her coffee, intrigued as she perused the experimental reports. He is indeed quite astute, hailing from a distinguished family. Perhaps in a few days, I shall visit his home to ascertain whether he is alive or not. Exhausted, she lay down on the bed in her white coat, unclasped her necklace, and quietly gazed at the photograph within. A gentle smile gracing her lips as she slowly drifted off to sleep. In the photograph, the main subject was with her sister. Yet a boy gazing at the sky lingered in the background. Thirdly, I merely stepped out to purchase a house. Wang Li, having completed his morning ablutions, exchanged pleasantries with the doctor before stepping outside. The doctor, observing him as he closed the door behind him, picked up the phone to make a call. Exhausted. Wang Li yawned as he exited a real estate agency. Nothing here either. He marked an X on the map. Wang Li. A voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Yuanzi. Oh, what brings you here? Wang Li inquired, noticing the crowd and several police cars in the vicinity. Don't you know? Yuanzi recalled that Wang Li had approached with his head down, and thus explained directly. I heard that Yoko Okino has committed murder. Oh, is that so? Wang Li, preoccupied with thoughts of housing, was momentarily slow to grasp the situation. What is going on? I'm not entirely sure. Kagoro and Ran are inside. Yuanzi indicated towards the old-fashioned apartment ahead. You, don't spread rumors without understanding the facts. It's easy to slander, but arduous to retract. Familiar with Yuanzi's personality, Wang Li shook his head in resignation and walked towards the apartment. Understood, wait for me. Yuanzi hurried to catch up with him. Inside the apartment, chaos reigned. A sharp knife was deeply embedded in the back of a man's vest. The corpse lay sprawled on the floor, limbs askew, as though it had been attacked from behind. Succumbing before it could utter a sound, a large gaping wound bled profusely, forming a crimson stream across the floor, resembling a small red brook. The lifeless head turned to one side, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Officer, 2 individuals claimed to be witnesses to this incident. I have brought them in. A young officer announced, leading Wang Li and Yuanzi to the open doorway. What? There are witnesses? Officer Megure emerged, only to find Wang Li and the second daughter of the Suzuki family, who had previously solved cases alongside Shinichi. Wang Li, you witnessed the crime? Officer Megure ushered the two into the crime scene. Not exactly, but I came up here, Wang Li interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Yuanzi. Casting a cursory glance at the scene. Very well, please share your insights. Officer Megure recalled the instances of this youth reasoning alongside Shinichi and acquiesced to his involvement. Before that, I would like to consult Uncle Kagoro and his young assistant. Since there is a tool at hand, I shall refrain from intervening. Young assistant? Only then did Kagoro notice Conan wandering about the scene. You little rascal. Kagoro seized Conan and handed him to Ran, instructing, no moving around at a crime scene. Take him outside. Wang Li and Conan exchanged glances, both filled with exasperation. Wait a moment, Xiaolan, Wang Li called out, instilling a glimmer of hope in Conan. However, to his surprise, Wang Li pushed Yuanzi and Xiaolan outside, cheerfully stating, Yuanzi is not suited to remain here. I would appreciate your care for her. Me. Yuanzi and Conan simultaneously rolled their eyes. I understand now, the murderer is you. Yamagi Aichi. Yamagi was seized by Maori, as he exclaimed. You must have been rejected by Miss Yoko, harboring resentment, which led you to devise this heinous crime. At this moment, the composed Magyar leisurely inquired, Hey, Maori, on what grounds do you assert Yoko's innocence? This house belongs to her, and her fingerprints are on the knife. Uncle Maori, if you claim this Mr. Yamagi is the murderer, what evidence do you possess? Wang Li highlighted the crucial question. Maori dismissed Yamagi Aichi, confidently approaching Yoko, and remarked, of course, Miss Yoko is so beautiful and endearing. How could she possibly be a criminal? Whereas this Yamagi fellow is exceedingly lewd. He clearly resembles a pervert and a killer. Wang Li merely scratched his head and pointed at the puddle on the ground, inquiring, what is that pool? The forensic personnel responded, it is merely ordinary water. Wang Li could not help but loosen his tie, turning to Yang Zi and inquiring, is it always this unbearably hot in this house? Is the heating usually set this high? Yang Zi paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, and replied, no, I distinctly remember turning off the power before leaving. Uncle, may I ask how you would proceed if you were to insert from behind? Wang Li pointed out the final clue. Of course, it would be at a slant downwards. Mao Li impatiently gestured, only to suddenly freeze, straight insertion, water, hot air conditioning. I understand now. Mao Li exclaimed, a realization dawning upon him as he commenced his deduction. Wang Li felt a sense of relief as Mao Li spoke the correct answer. Indeed, Uncle Mao had merely been unable to gather all the clues. Once he did, he proved capable after all. By the time everything came to a conclusion, the sun had already begun its descent beyond the western hills. Wang Li emerged, praising the cheerful Mori, only to find Conan standing by the roadside. Where are Conan, Ran, and Sonoko? Wang Li vigorously ruffled Conan's hair. Conan rolled his eyes once more and swatted his hand away. They went shopping, uncle. My sister said we're having dinner at the doctor's house tonight. What delights await at the doctor's abode? Mori exclaimed, turning to seek out an izakaya for a drink. Wang Li grasped Mao Li's arm and said, Uncle, let us visit the doctor today. I shall prepare a meal to celebrate your prosperous new venture. Aware of Wang Li's culinary skills, Mao Li promptly dismissed thoughts of the izakaya. On the way, Conan discreetly inquired of Wang Li, are you accompanying us today? How could that be? Wang Li replied, admiring Conan's imaginative thinking. He handed Conan the map, exclaiming somewhat irritably, I merely ventured out to search for a residence. And who would have known that in Mihua town, trouble lurks at every corner? Accustomed to Wang Li's banter, Conan seized upon the crux of the conversation, searching for a house. Are you planning to move away from the doctor's place? Indeed, uncle understands, right? Having one's own home carries its advantages, Wang Li responded, glancing at Mao Li ahead. Oh, certainly, quite well, Mao Li replied, sharing a knowing smile with Wang Li. These two, filled with desire yet lacking the courage. Conan was drenched in sweat. As the three of them noisily returned to the doctor's home, Conan beckoned Mao Li to let Wang Li enter first. Puzzled, Wang Li pushed open the door, and the previously dark room was suddenly illuminated, with small firecrackers showering him with colorful streamers. Welcome home, exclaimed the doctor, along with Ran and Sonoko. Wang Li and Mao Li were left in a state of confusion, while Conan wore a knowing expression. Doctor, what is this? Wang Li began to sense something, his nose tingling. Weren't you planning to leave? I asked Ran and Sonoko to join us. Be careful. The doctor found himself enveloped in Wang Li's tight embrace. Thank you. Wang Li's tears flowed freely. It's all right. The child has grown up. It is time for independence, the doctor comforted, gently patting Wang Li's back as he felt the tremors of emotion. Wang Li simply wept, tears streaming down as he held the doctor tightly. I apologize. The narrative has commenced, and to prevent you from being ensnared in this dark game, I can only act thus. Forgive me for shattering the accustomed life of two into fragments. I am truly sorry. Justice should not be concealed beneath armor. After placing the last item carefully, Wang Li wiped the sweat from his brow and expressed his gratitude to those behind him, saying, thank you all for your immense help. Indeed. Someone wouldn't even offer me a bottle of water. Yuanzi lay sprawled on the table, while Miss Suzuki rarely utilized the opportunity to exercise her skills in moving houses. Yuanzi. Xiaolan lamented her friend's lack of decorum, feeling quite exasperated. Yes, brother, we've assisted you greatly. Now treat us to some eel rice. The petite doctor. Round Tai also rested on the table. Round Tai. Goro and Ayumi simultaneously nudged him. Rest assured, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. Retrieving water from the refrigerator, I instructed Conan to distribute it, then glanced at the vegetables within, saying, "I will cook for you all as a means to celebrate the resolution of that cipher incident." "Wow, brother, you are quite aware of our affairs," the three youngsters exclaimed with excitement. "With your remarkable talents, how could I not be informed?" Wang Li gathered the ingredients and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the meal. "Hee, our junior detective team is destined for fame." The trio began to fantasize about their future notoriety. "Hee, such unrealistic daydreams from children," Yuanzi chuckled, playfully dampening their enthusiasm. Listening to the commotion in the living room, Wang Li hummed a tune. After a hearty meal, the trio loudly conspired about how to next visit his home for a meal, leaving joyfully upon receiving an affirmative response. "Unexpectedly, you've garnered quite a reputation in elementary school, making several good friends." After pouring tea for Xiaolan and Yuanzi, Wang Li pulled Conan to help with the dishes. "Oh, there are always some unpleasant memories." Conan found the trio's fearlessness juxtaposed with their apprehension quite bothersome. "By the way, where's the doctor? He has gone to attend a scientific symposium and may not return for several days." Wang Li swiftly washed the dishes. "By the way, Wang Li, there's a medieval exhibition at the art museum tomorrow. Will you attend?" Yuanzi leaned back on the sofa. "A medieval exhibition, you say?" Wang Li pondered for a moment, then replied, "That sounds intriguing. I would love to go." "All right, the four of us shall meet there without fail," Yuanzi decisively stated, pulling Xiaolan and Conan into the plan. "No problem, Yuanzi. Thank you for helping me find this house." Wang Li surveyed his new abode with satisfaction. "It's a minor issue. But why do you prefer a quiet house when everyone else desires the vibrancy of an apartment?" Yuanzi inquired with curiosity. Wang Li merely ruffled her hair, smiling in silence. Meanwhile, the brown-clad woman, accompanied by several men in dark attire, stealthily infiltrated the Kudo residence. Evidence of recent cleaning was apparent, but it was confined to the living room and hallway. The brown-clad woman ascended to the second floor, entering Shinichi Kudo's room. She closed the door and meticulously surveyed the interior. Dust lay thickly. It had evidently been some time since anyone had resided there. With a small flashlight in hand, she illuminated the surroundings. As the beam swept across the wardrobe, her pupils constricted. The garments from his elementary school days were missing. Recalling instances during the experiment where lab mice reverted to their juvenile forms, the woman instantly concluded that Shinichi was not dead. Quite remarkable indeed. She had stumbled upon the least likely outcome. Wang Li sat elegantly by the window, casually swirling his wine glass. A testament to his prowess as the creator of a TX 4869, wouldn't you agree? Shirley swiftly directed her flashlight towards the window, only to find Wang Li, clad in sunglasses, sipping wine nonchalantly in the dead of night. "I advise you, do not summon your companions. Learn to leave yourself an escape route," Wang Li remarked lightly as he twirled his glass. "Who are you?" Shirley pondered the pros and cons before cautiously advancing towards the door. Wang Li disregarded Sherry's movements and calmly stated, "Mark Kudo Shinichi as deceased. After all, given Jin's character, he is unlikely to remember the names of those he has killed." "Why should I assist you?" Sherry inquired as she approached the door, her gloved hand gripping the doorknob. "Because my name is Wang Li, and yours is my Shio." With that, she leapt out the window. "Wang Li." Sherry hurriedly stepped forward, yet outside the window, there was no sign of anyone. Biting her lip, she turned and opened the door, declaring that there were no anomalies, and instructed the team to return to the organization. Wang Li clutched the camouflage suit, crouched beside the boundary wall separating the homes of the doctor and the new family, and only released a sigh of relief when he sensed that several individuals had departed. "Conan, your father has a share in this," he murmured. At the medieval exhibition, Maori was pulled over by his daughter, forming the most formidable bond among the three members of the Death God family. "Is it too late for me to return now?" Wang Li inquired. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up," Yoko urged, dragging Wang Li into the exhibition hall. "With Conan present, there may be fatalities, but Uncle Maori is here as well. Do you think that Xiaolan's angelic attributes can counteract that? What a joke. You must be dead to meet an angel." Wang Li could not help but express his surprise, suddenly noticing that Yuanzi was dressed exceptionally beautifully today. "Yuanzi, what has caused such a splendid attire?" he inquired directly. Of course. It's because I hope to encounter a handsome gentleman with both charm and artistic flair here," Yuanzi replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "But I heard there's an armored suit that can move on its own." Xiaolan recalled a news report, fear gripping her as she clutched Mori's shirt. "Ha. Little girl, do not be afraid. That suit of armor is a symbol of justice," came a hearty laugh from an elderly man behind them. "Grandpa, who are you?" Conan exclaimed, employing his wide-eyed gaze. I suppose I am the curator of this art museum," the old man said kindly, ruffling Conan's hair. "Indeed. I am merely the curator for now, for tomorrow this museum will belong to me." A rotund man behind him chuckled ominously. "What are you all doing, playing around?" Wang Li critiqued the peculiar behavior of those appearing one after another behind him. Though the old man maintained his smile, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. As they strolled through the exhibition hall, everyone felt their souls being enriched. Were people in the Middle Ages truly so romantic? Xiaolan mused enviously, only to notice a handsome man beside Yuanzi. "Where's Conan? Wasn't he with Yuanzi?" she pondered. "Conan, lacking any artistic inclination. Yawned. He went off to admire the exhibits alone after Yuanzi found someone. Where exactly, I do not know. But he has always had a knack for disappearing suddenly. There's no need to worry about him. Xiaolan recalled moments since meeting Wang Li. That does seem to be the case. But Conan, how do you know about his childhood? Upon seeing Xiaolan's lovely face approach, Conan waved his hands in a fluster. Of course, it was Dr. Agasa and Big Brother Shinichi who told me. How would a little child know about Big Brother Wang Li? Is that so? Xiaolan mused, momentarily convinced. Then began to complain, Shinichi really should not be sharing other stories with children. Indeed, Big Brother Shinichi is quite inconsiderate. Conan scolded himself, feeling utterly helpless. Ran. These are all things I know myself. Deep within the exhibition hall, a room marked with a warning line and a sign stating no entry stood. In front of the painting titled Divine Punishment, the rotund man was struck unconscious from behind. The armored elder looked bewilderedly at Wang Li, curator. Shouldn't you hurry and take off that armor? An elderly person like you should just dance, sip tea, and chat. Why indulge in cosplay? Isn't that armor heavy? Wang Li seized the sword from the curator's hand and plunged it fiercely into the rotund man. Trembling, the curator questioned, Who are you? Why must you go to such lengths? Wang Li completed the arrangement of the scene and, satisfied, clapped his hands. Who am I? Merely a naive soul yearning to safeguard your righteousness. Justice should never don armor or wield a sword. Wang Li gazed intently at the curator and declared, Justice is never confined to the path of bloodshed. The armored figure retrieved a stack of papers from within his cloak and handed them to Wang Li before turning to depart. As Wang Li returned to the side of Conan and his companions, the curator was engaged in an explanation, a relaxed smile illuminating his face. Wang Li pondered for a moment before smiling and inquiring, Director, earlier Xiaolan mentioned the armor that roams at midnight. Why haven't we seen it here? The director instantly grasped Wang Li's implication and chuckled heartily. The tales surrounding that armor have become so fantastical that we have placed it in another hall. Not available for public viewing. However, since we have shared such a wonderful rapport, I shall take the liberty to show you. Really? Thank you, Director. Xiaolan exclaimed, eager to include Yuanzi, but was surprised to find Yuanzi mesmerized by a handsome gentleman and unable to move. Never mind her, let us proceed, Wang Li declared, leading the way behind the director. Xiaolan glanced around, but ultimately decided to follow the group. Crossing the caution line, they entered a room enveloped in darkness. It's so dark, we can't see anything. Xiaolan, feeling frightened, clutched Conan tightly. Ah, my oversight. Allow me to turn on the lights, the director said, fumbling for the switch, and suddenly the exhibition hall was illuminated. Ah! Xiaolan's scream reverberated throughout the museum. Xiaolan, what happened? Yuanzi rushed over, grabbing Wang Li's arm, creating a classic duet with Xiaolan. A portly man sat slumped before a painting depicting a knight impaling a demon on a cliff. A sword lodged in front of him, alongside a thick stack of papers on the floor. Muri immediately approached to assess the man's condition, while Conan began examining the papers scattered about. TSK, Kudo is still not doing well. Conan's actions caused Wang Li to furrow his brow. He merely fainted. But that sword nearly roused him from his stupor, Muri remarked, instinctively stepping back a few inches. These papers contain evidence of his illicit dealings and art trafficking, along with details concerning several others. Conan quickly reviewed the contents. Then we should contact the authorities, Wang Li said resignedly as he pulled Yuanzi toward the armor. Now devoid of its sword. Although it may have lost its sword, it can still defeat demons. That truly embodies the knight's spirit, does it not, Director? The director, coming back to himself, found this statement amusing and erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, in the research institute, Shiweli emerged from her dormitory bathroom, towel drying her hair. After dressing and blow-drying her hair, she settled in front of her computer with a cup of coffee. Kudo Shinichi, the status of the experiment, Shiweli rapped on the table, pulling out a necklace and gazing intently at the photograph of a boy looking up at the sky. Wang Li, where are you now? Why must you protect Kudo Shinichi? Sherry lay her head on the table. Jibo, I will safeguard you, I promise, with all that I have. The boy's determined visage softened Sherry's icy demeanor. You will protect me? Very well then, my knight. Her delicate fingers danced across the keyboard as she succumbed to slumber atop the table. Kudo Shinichi is dead. Under the fifth moonlight, a solitary figure stood on the deck, gazing at the approaching island, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Father, I shall avenge you. Tears cascaded into the sea, the fiery essence within each droplet seemingly intent on incinerating the distant isle. Excuse me, sir, but we have no record of anyone named Keiichi Masao registered here, a staff member on Moonshadow Island stated, lifting his gaze to Mori. No, please check again, Mori implored, producing the intricately cut paper that formed the entrusted letter and presenting it to the staff member. See, he indeed sent this letter to me from here. However, the staff member seemed flustered, scratching his head. I'm sorry, but I was only transferred here last month and am not yet familiar with the island's residents. Is there a problem? At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, evidently the young man's superior. This gentleman mentioned that a resident of the island wrote to entrust him with a task. The staff member respectfully replied. Entrusted someone? The man appeared perplexed. Yes. A person by the name of Keiichi Masao, the staff member stated the name of the individual who had made the request. Keiichi Masao? The middle-aged man gasped, momentarily losing control of his voice. The older villagers present exchanged glances, their expression shifting as they murmured amongst themselves. No, this cannot be. The middle-aged man shook his head, insisting it is impossible for a deceased person to send a letter. He died over a decade ago. What? Mori and Rand gasped in astonishment. That tragic night 12 years prior, a peculiar blend of sorrow and panic crept across the man's face. Keiichi Masao, a renowned pianist, had, for reasons unknown, locked his family inside their home after performing at a homecoming concert, then set the house ablaze. Eyewitness accounts from rescuers described how he first took a knife to tragically slay his wife and daughter before seemingly helplessly playing the same haunting melody amid the raging flames. That melody was none other than Beethoven's famed Moonlight Sonata. Mori and Rand shivered at the chilling revelation. At that moment, a pair of dark, piercing eyes fixated on Mori through the office door. It belonged to a tall, gaunt man who gulped down the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Oh dear. There's a commotion over there. Wang Li adjusted his hat slightly. It's just a matter of getting used to it. But the shadow of that letter's content disappearing still weighs heavily on my mind. Conan pondered, reflecting on the contents Mori had received. Wang Li cast a glance at Conan, vigorously ruffling his hair. Do not be too pleased with yourself. Be wary of exposing your true identity. Remember, you are still a child. Conan turned his head repeatedly. And once Wang Li ceased his playful assault, he spoke in a somber tone. Wang Li, is it truly impossible to confide in Rand? Firstly, the influence of that black-clad organization surpasses your imagination. Wang Li pondered the extent to which they had infiltrated even the upper echelons of political and law enforcement institutions, finding the situation rather daunting. Secondly, if you believe that Rand would not unleash her wrath upon you, you might want to reconsider. Upon witnessing Wang Li's mischievous grin, Conan recalled the awkward experience of bathing with Rand under her insistence just a few days prior, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. What is your take on the death of Keiji Aso? Conan inquired, eager to hear Wang Li's perspective. Ah, death indeed. It seems we share a common understanding. Wang Li replied with a casual chuckle. The power of rumor is formidable. Having witnessed it firsthand, it is quite absurd. I am at a loss whether to commend his audacity or to condemn his utter coldness. Hey, where are you headed? Conan attempted to pull him toward the hall, only to realize that Wang Li was making his way outside. Wang Li merely waved his hand, and Conan, with a resigned shake of his head, chose to ignore him. The Moonlit Island Clinic. Upon arriving at the only medical facility on the island, Wang Li observed a woman in a white coat escorting a child out. Hello. May I inquire what brings you here? Dr. Chengshi noticed Wang Li standing aside. I have a few minor concerns I'd like to consult with you about. Wang Li responded, returning the doctor's smile. Shall we step inside and discuss it further? Dr. Chengshi invited Wang Li into the clinic, to which he readily acquiesced. Would you like to drink? Dr. Chengshi asked. Oolong tea, thank you, Wang Li replied, as he preferred tea over any other beverage. You must be a high school student then. What draws you to tea? Dr. Chengshi inquired, placing the cup of oolong tea before Wang Li and taking a seat. After savoring a sip of the tea, which was exquisitely pure, Wang Li remarked, has anyone ever claimed that high school students cannot drink tea? That's a fair point. So, what concerns do you have, young man from Tokyo? Dr. Chengshi glanced at her watch. How do you know I'm from Tokyo? Wang Li's smile held an air of mystery. I have grown up on this island, and naturally, I am aware of the number of people living here, Dr. Chengshi explained. A reasonable explanation, accompanied by an impressive memory, Wang Li thought as he set down his teacup, his hands clasped together. You are more perceptive than I had anticipated. What are you talking about? Is this not our first meeting? The questions in Dr. Chengshi's eyes and demeanor were evident. Her inquisitive nature was quite endearing. Wang Li's lips curled into a slight smirk. I have a friend whose father has passed away, and he seeks vengeance against certain individuals, one of whom is. At that moment, a vehicle passing by shouted for support for Kuroiwa Chikushi, and Wang Li noted the slight dilation of Dr. Chengshi's pupils. Thus, my dilemma lies in how to safeguard the justice that resides within his heart. He? The distinction between he and she in Japanese struck Dr. Chengshi with a pang of realization, followed by an overwhelming silence. Wang Li held the tea, savoring the fluctuating murderous intent reflected in Dr. Chengshi's eyes. After a prolonged silence, Dr. Cheng let out a sigh and hoarsely spoke. Do I still possess a sense of justice? To me, as long as the truth remains unestablished, there can be discourse. Wang Li felt a sense of relief as Dr. Cheng's hostility began to dissipate. Is that so? But what discourse can there be? They are, after all, stained with blood. Dr. Cheng smiled wryly. I believe you can trust me just this once. Wang Li took a sip of tea, a confident smile gracing his face. That night, within the piano room of the ritual house, a shadow stealthily closed the door, approaching the piano without hesitation and crouching down to probe the hidden compartment. Upon discovering its contents, a smile crept across the shadow's face. Well, Officer Momo, what do you think this village chief candidate is smiling about? Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, freezing the grin on the face of the village chief candidate, Kawaii Hideo. Wang Li, he is likely delighted at having killed a Sukeji while still acquiring drugs, Officer Mumu chimed in, revealing his badge. You. Kawaii Hideo could hardly believe the presence of the group. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? Happy? Wang Li revealed the accomplice bound behind him, who had already confessed. Kawaii Hideo's face turned ashen as he knelt on the ground. Haha, Wang Li, I initially thought you were jesting. I took a vacation, expecting to relax. Never imagining you were serious. Officer Mumu's tone carried a hint of regret, yet his demeanor was distinctly cheerful. You flatter me, officer. Have you seen Dr. Chengshi? Once everything had settled, Wang Li scanned the crowd for Dr. Cheng. Officer Mumu shrugged, indicating ignorance. How is it that even Conan and the others are missing? Could it be? Wang Li dashed out of the ritual house towards the old site of the Isu family. As he drew nearer, the fierce flames came into view. Catching Conan, who had been thrown from the fire clutching a music score, Wang Li helplessly watched as Chengshi was engulfed in flames. Smiling. Chengshi, they've been arrested, and the police confirmed that your father did not commit suicide. Why? Why do you choose to face death? In a fit of rage, Wang Li pounded the ground. If I cannot change your death, then what am I guarding? Conan placed his hand on Wang Li's shoulder. His palm stained with blood, for he had killed the former village chief. Even if I deciphered the meaning of the music score, I still could not prevent him. In the end, he uttered, "Thank you for your protection." Tears streamed down the faces of the two young men as the merciless flames consumed the last of the timber. Chapter 6. The disappearing corpse. Wang Li opened the door. Dr. Agasa continued to knock on Wang Li's door, yet no sound emerged from within. What should we do, Shinichi? The doctor anxiously inquired of Conan beside him. I don't know. Ever since the incident on Moonshadow Island, he has remained confined to his home. It seems he needs to recover on his own, Conan replied, casting a worried glance towards the second floor. At that moment, Wang Li lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, surrounded by notes from the past few days, pieced together from his memory regarding Conan's main storyline and certain familiar subplots. It was initially agreed to tackle the cases one by one, but there were several instances where Conan encountered none, perhaps due to my influence? It doesn't seem so. I refrained from intervening with Jin to avoid disrupting the timeline. Does that imply my actions were permissible? Yet. It is peculiar that Chengshi's home should have long been reduced to ashes. When, then, was his house rebuilt? Does this suggest that I can preemptively incarcerate individuals, yet cannot save those destined for death? Does this mean I cannot protect Mei Mei either? Wang Li lay on the bed, engulfed in a profound self-doubt. Rather than indulging in meaningless skepticism, why not contemplate what he could achieve? A voice filled with pride echoed in his mind, prompting Wang Li to lightly tap his head. Who is guarding whom in this scenario? He rose, stretched lazily, and a smile crept onto his lips once again. The detective badge, crafted ahead of time by Dr. Agasa, began to beep incessantly on the table due to Wang Li's actions. What is happening? The commotion made him swiftly distance the badge from his ear. Amidst the excited chatter of the three little ones, Wang Li finally grasped the situation. So, you mean the body we saw has vanished? He summarized succinctly. Indeed. The trio responded in unison. Then you all stay put. Do not venture elsewhere, and absolutely do not enter that room. Wang Li tidied himself up and hurried towards the location of the three little ones. What should we do? Ayumi glanced at her two companions. Whereas Conan, Hiroshi, scanning the surroundings, voiced his concern upon failing to spot Conan. He hasn't gone in there, has he? Jinna directed his gaze towards the ominous-looking house. At this moment, the trio remained obedient children, refraining from reckless actions. Unbeknownst to them, the diminutive Conan, employing his detective skills, had stealthily climbed through a window into the bathroom, stashed his shoes, and commenced his search for clues on the first floor. With an absence of leads, where could he possibly be? At the staircase. Conan meticulously reflected on everything, when suddenly, an illuminating thought struck him as he glanced incredulously at the second floor. Beside his older brother on the second floor. Observing the drooping arm, Conan pieced everything together. Little brother, what are you doing here? A man appeared suddenly behind him, wearing a benevolent smile. I got lost. Would you believe me? Just as Conan was about to flash his charming smile, the man lunged at him, using his physical agility. Conan evaded the attack and dashed toward the bathroom on the first floor. Putting on his shoes, he slipped beneath the man's legs and fled into the living room. Little brother, do you understand the helplessness of adults? The man sauntered into the living room, retrieving a golf club from beside the sofa. With the club in hand, he continued, you're quite clever, appearing as if you know everything. Well, since you brought this up, I want to be escaping. Pressed against the wardrobe. Conan articulated his deduction. After killing your brother, you dressed him in a bathrobe, then posed as him when we called the police. Once back upstairs, you shed your disguise. Leaped from the second floor to the tree, then to the wall, presenting yourself as the brother before us. Excellent reasoning. The club swung down, shattering the cupboard S-panels as Conan dove aside. The brother abruptly turned, now resembling his older sibling. He discovered my illicit stock dealings and threatened me, becoming a parasite. The brother, who had once been his idol, now loomed as a monstrous figure. He swung the broken club down with force, splintering the floor even as the club shattered. In the moment of Conan's astonishment, the brother swiftly seized his neck, pinning him against the wall. Do you know? My brother was once my aspiration, my goal. Yet he fell from grace, turning into a parasite. So, I shattered his skull, let him bleed, and then I would become him. The brother, in a fit of hysteria, tightened his grip around Conan's throat. This is it. I can't breathe. Conan felt his limbs growing weak. Ha. The brother's veins bulged, bloodshot eyes glaring. A fist collided with his abdomen, forcefully propelling him away. Wang Li gently caught Conan as he was set down, patting his back softly. Wang Li, run. Conan exclaimed urgently upon recognizing his savior. No rush. Before Officer Muri arrives, I intend to give him a good thrashing. Wang Li replied, ruffling Conan's hair. Hey, you mentioned your brother is your idol, right? How could you bring yourself to harm him? Wang Li inquired, not hastily pursuing the matter. I told you, he is a vampire. The younger brother exclaimed, brandishing a broken cue stick as if possessed by a demon's dance. So, you resorted to violence? How ironic. A family of ghosts. Wang Li remarked lightly, executing a swift kick that struck the brother's wrist, causing the cue stick to clatter to the ground. As a family member, instead of rescuing your brother, you engage in unlawful acts. How absurd. Wang Li turned and delivered a kick that sent the brother sprawling to the ground. As sirens wailed in the distance, Wang Li addressed his unconscious sibling. You dare blame your family for your failures while neglecting to correct them? And you still call your brother your idol? What a joke. With that, he tore away the brother's disguise, hoisted Conan onto his back, and made his way toward the exit. After ensuring their safety and completing their statements, Wang Li and Conan walked slowly along the road. Wang Li, do you know about gin and vodka? Conan asked, his gaze fixed on the ground, recalling the code names he had overheard on the Shinkansen. Yes, I know them. One is a fool who only utters sherry, and the other is merely a driver. What's the matter? Wang Li's tone prompted Conan to suddenly lift his head. So you are aware of them? You must know about the drug I took. Conan's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Yes, ATX 4869, Wang Li replied indifferently, seemingly unfazed by Conan's fury. Then you also know what gin did to me that day. Anger surged through Conan, compelling him to confront Wang Li physically. Apologies, Kudo. Wang Li intercepted Conan. I have matters to attend to that require you to become Conan. You, because of your issues. I've ended up like this, and now you want my help? Conan laughed in frustration. Wang Li strode forward, proclaiming, you will undoubtedly succeed. For the only way to restore normalcy is to resolve the organization, as you are an astute individual. Indeed, you are Kudo Shinichi. Sherry concluded her day of work and inexplicably turned on the television, which had long remained untouched. Sipping her coffee, she aimlessly flipped through the channels until a shocking news report about a murder caught her attention. Alas, a brother has slain his own sibling. Such tragedy, Sherry lamented. A fleeting shadow in the background caused her to lose grip on her coffee cup. Wang Li? The Bride of June, Part 1. Wang Li yawned as he tidied his backpack, preparing to head home. Shumi hastily entered the classroom, her aura emanating an unmistakable tension that prompted fellow students to hastily vacate the premises. Shumi, is something amiss? Lon, a fellow member of the karate club, found Shumi's demeanor rather peculiar. Shumi merely nodded, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a hawk, spotting Wang Li attempting to stealthily slip out through the back door. Lon, seize Wang Li, Shumi declared, propelling herself forward with long strides, executing a swift kick to thwart Wang Li's childish escape attempt. Haha, I thought it was someone else. It's merely you, senior. Your kicks have certainly improved. Wang Li chuckled, gently lowering Shumi's leg. Enough of your banter. This is the registration form. Today, I expect you to sign it. Shumi asserted, slapping the form onto the desk. Haha, senior, you jest. My frail frame would be no match. Wang Li slowly inched towards the door. Senior, if Wang Li does not wish to participate, let it be, Lon kindly interjected. Lon, you are too naive. The national competition is teeming with experts. With you in the women's division, my worries are somewhat alleviated. However, our school lacks anyone in the men's group who can withstand even 3 moves against Kyaga Kamisashi. Shumi delivered another swift kick, dousing Wang Li's escape hopes once more. But Wang Li cannot even best me. Lan's remark struck a nerve. Shumi glanced at Lon with amusement. Only those who are entirely inept or of superior skill lose consistently. As she executed a sidekick, Wang Li managed to parry it with one hand, using the momentum to propel himself out of the classroom, only to find all members of the men's karate team assembled there. Hello, everyone. What brings you all here? A gathering for barbecued meat? Sweat trickled down Wang Li's forehead. Splendid idea. Listen well, whoever can defeat him, I shall treat to a barbecue this weekend. Shumi proclaimed loudly at the classroom entrance. Oh, the boys present erupted in excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, charging towards Wang Li. Goodness, am I being overwhelmed by sheer beauty? Wang Li braced himself, executing a spinning move to create distance, then leaping to the edge of the outer window. I shan't play with you any longer. Farewell. With a retreating step, he descended amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Wang Li. Shumi lunged toward the window, only to witness the familiar figure vanish from sight on the second floor. As Wang Li emerged from the classroom, he heard the furious shouts of the students and shrugged his shoulders, slipping away. Teacher, congratulations on your marriage. Wang Li, Conan, Xiaolan, and Yuanzi extended their heartfelt wishes to their former music teacher, now the bride, Yuriko. Thank you, but why is Kodakuin not here? Yuriko responded with a smile. He has some matters to attend to, Xiaolan awkwardly replied, holding a camcorder. Oh, I see. Is this little one your and Kudu-kuin's son? Yuriko playfully crouched down. No. He is a relative of Dr. Agasa, temporarily staying at my house. His name is Conan, Xiaolan said, blushing and waving her hands. Conan. Have I seen you somewhere before? Yuriko remarked, her memory vividly recalling a certain tone-deaf individual, as Kudu was notoriously tone-deaf despite his exceptional musical sense. Conan shook his head. Not possible. This is the first time I've met you, teacher. But your voice is just as dreadful as Kudu-kuin's. Yuriko laughed as she stood up. Teacher. Could it be that you have a rather deep memory of Kudu's voice? This child is still going through a voice change. Wang Li ruffled Conan's hair. These two are deliberately teasing me. Conan's eyes twitched. Xiaoyuri, here's your lemon tea. Ichimiai, dressed in casual attire, entered the preparation room carrying 2 bottles of lemon tea. Teacher, you still favor lemon tea? Wang Li was quite familiar with this teacher's habit. She drank it all day long. Of course, it was my first love. Yuriko pulled the tab, intending to drink it all at once, but reluctantly accepted Ichimiai's suggestion and inserted a straw. Ichimiai, drinking from a bottle in one go lack soul. Yuriko playfully pouted. I know, but today is a special day. Don't smudge your lipstick, Ichimiai replied, exasperated by her friend's boldness. All right, thank you, Ichimiai, and I apologize. Yuriko's sudden apology left everyone momentarily stunned. Ichimiai was the first to react, playfully swatting Yuriko on a day of great joy. What are you saying, Xiaoyuri? MHM. Yuriko beamed with a radiant smile. Well then, I'll take my leave for now. See you later, Ichimiai said with a flourish as she turned to depart. Teacher, you and she share such a wonderful bond. Yuanzi and Staolan expressed their envy of their friendship. Really? Ichimiai and I have been friends since childhood. Yuriko pointed at the two, and your friendship is quite lovely as well. The 3 girls exchanged smiles. Observing the lively discussion among the 3, Conan, with his hands in his pockets, interjected, what organization requires me to shrink in order to assist you? To be precise, only by ingesting a TX-4869 can I see a glimmer of hope, Wang Li replied. Considering that he couldn't simply state that only by shrinking could one unlock the world line. What is the purpose of that organization? Conan inquired. Intrigued by the intentions behind the drug, Wang Li revealed a faint smile. We can embody both God and the devil. For we endeavor to resurrect the dead against the relentless current of time. In that moment, Conan's mind swiftly translated the words. His pupils dilated as he turned to face Wang Li. Their connection spanned both political and business realms, leaving him with no choice but to rely on cunning. Wang Li crouched down, meeting Conan's gaze directly. As the saying goes, if you cannot defeat them, join them. So, are you proposing I join you? Conan's lips twitched. Why don't you take the initiative? I know them well, and as the old adage states, working in the light and the shadows alleviates the burden, Wang Li casually quipped. You, with your lackluster combat skills, should I truly shrink in stature, it will be up to your intellect to save the world. In a bright CAF in downtown Tokyo, the arrival of the Miyano sisters invigorated the listless waiter. Sister, is there something urgent that necessitated my presence? Shiho, alias Shiratori, lifted her coffee cup. I saw Wang Li on television that day. Akemi, now known as Hirota Masami, revealed her discovery. Shiho calmly sipped her coffee. I see. And then? Akemi gazed at her sister, concerned, for she was the one most worried about Wang Li. I've already met him, Shiho explained as she set down her cup. That's good. As long as he is alive, Akemi sighed in relief and shifted to more serious matters. We will soon be free from the organization. Eh? Shiho was puzzled by her sister's sudden declaration. Akemi unveiled her agreement with Jin, and by the end, Shiho expressed her dissent. Sister, Jin. She gazed into her sister's resolute eyes and sighed deeply. In another corner, Yuriko, feeling parched, opened a bag left by Akemi and exclaimed, Oh my. Akemi bought so many drinks. Here, you all take some. I want lemon tea. Yoko, eyeing the selection, unceremoniously chose the same flavor as Yuriko. Miss. You should stick with coffee. Lemon tea is mine. Wang Li approached, forcibly exchanging a black can with Yoko. Ran chose to ignore the playful banter and grabbed 2 bottles. Conan, and I will have orange juice. She handed one to Conan. Thank you, Sister Ran. Conan cheerfully began to show off. This fellow really gets into character, doesn't he? Wang Li thought to himself, casting a side glance at Conan. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. A tall, middle-aged man clad in a black suit entered. His piercing eyes radiating authority. He cast a cold glance at Ran and the others, his scarred gaze particularly intimidating. Instantly, the lounge fell into silence. You. Why did you barge in here? What do you want? Ran, sensing the man's unfriendly demeanor, stepped protectively in front of her friends. Ran, Wang Li. Show him what you're made of. Yoko pushed the listless Wang Li forward, who was sipping on a cola. Is that not Ran and Wang Li? A head poked out from behind the man, revealing the all-black-clad Magyar. Officer Magyar, what brings you here? Ran asked, her stance relaxing in surprise. When the daughter of a superior is marrying, how could a subordinate refrain from attending, right, officer? Wang Li pointed out Magyar's purpose with a hint of exasperation. Magyar, scratching his head, wore a cheerful expression that starkly contrasted with his usual serious demeanor while on duty. Superior? Ran, Yoko, and even Conan were taken aback. Indeed. This is the Metropolitan Police's Matsumoto, the father of our teacher. Wang Li greeted Matsumoto with a smile. This is the teacher's father? The three from Titan were momentarily speechless. Ahem. The police chief pretended to clear his throat. Wang Li, it's been a while. Now, Magyar, if you have no further business, you may take your leave. His words carried an air of command, prompting Magyar and the officers to exit. My sincerest apologies for the disturbance. Ran and Yoko hurriedly expressed their regrets. Oh, Murikuan, you two needn't dwell on it. Otherwise, my father would feel quite uncomfortable. Yuriko chuckled lightly. Father, do you know Wang Li? Matsumoto hesitated slightly, recalling a case involving him. And then focused on Ran. Could it be that you are the daughter of the slumbering Murikagaro? Yes, indeed, Ran replied, somewhat flustered by the situation. Every time your father solves a significant case, I feel increasingly embarrassed. I've already admonished Chief Muri for allowing such a talented individual to leave our investigation unit, making him submit a lengthy report. You are far too kind, Ran humbly responded. Wang Li gazed at the smug Conan beside him, inwardly scoffing. Are you really so pleased to be trailing behind? Aren't you afraid that Xiaolan will discover you? After all, you've already bathed together. Yahiro, have you truly made your decision? Matsumoto's gaze fell upon his daughter. Are you certain you wish to be with this man? Yahiroko looked resolutely at her father. There's still time to reconsider. You don't have to marry that wealthy young master. There are plenty of young men with integrity at our police station. Matsumoto's tone softened as he attempted to persuade her with paternal love, hoping to alter her choice. Dad, didn't you say that as long as I chose him, you wouldn't object? Yahiroko's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Is that so? Matsumoto sighed, realizing he was at an impasse. Yahiroko retorted defiantly. You always treat me like a child. In my eyes, you've always been a child, Matsumoto replied, casually reaching for a can of lemonade tea on the table. You're still drinking this beverage? I simply enjoy it, and it's none of your concern, Yahiroko retorted, snatching the can back with a pout. Matsumoto turned to open the door, pausing briefly to smile at his daughter. You look beautiful today, he said, before closing the door behind him. The four onlookers, having witnessed quite a spectacle, expressed their amusement. This is bad, Xiaolan exclaimed loudly. The camera battery is nearly dead. What should we do? Yuanzi crouched down to assist in checking the camera. I believe there's an electronics store nearby, Wang Li suggested. Xiaolan immediately set down the camera and grabbed Yuanzi, tugging her towards the exit. Teacher, we're going out to buy batteries. We'll be back shortly. Watching the two rush out, Conan couldn't help but complain. They didn't even check before leaving. How careless. Yahiroko, disregarding her wedding dress, suddenly crouched down and snatched Conan's glasses. Conan was taken aback, and Wang Li was momentarily stunned. Hiki, Conan, are you really not the son of Kudo? You look just like Kudo Shinichi. Yahiroko teased, standing up and biting on a soda straw while playfully tugging at his cheek. Conan wore an expression of helplessness, while Wang Li stifled a chuckle. This is what you get for not paying attention in class. It's not that I didn't warn you. The time just wasn't right. Do you know, Wang Li, Conan, that Kudo Shinichi resembles my first love? Yahiroko shared with a smile, her eyes sparkling with nostalgia. He was a boy who lived near my home. Whenever I was bullied, he would step in to protect me. And he often sneakily brought me warm lemonade tea from his family shop. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. What are you embarrassed about, groom-to-be? Hey, don't push me. With a loud bang, the door swung open, and a dashing young man clad in a white suit was shoved inside. Perhaps due to the force behind him, he stumbled and fell to the ground in a dramatic display. Junichi, Yahiroko rushed forward to help him up. Yahiro, Takasuji Junichi blushed, brushing off the dust from his attire, unable to take his eyes off Matsumoto. You look stunning today. Am I only beautiful today? So, I was unattractive before? Yahiroko replied, tilting her head away in mock indignation. No, you were beautiful before as well. Junichi quickly clarified, his nervousness eliciting laughter from Xiaolan and Yuanzi, who had just returned. While you all are enjoying the spectacle, I'm the one feeling sorry for the door. Twice in a day, even iron would wear out. Wang Li interjected, his focus clearly elsewhere. Having reassured Yahiroko, Junichi picked up the lemonade tea set aside and paused. You're still drinking this humble beverage? Yes, Yahiroko replied, momentarily taken aback, her head drooping in disappointment. Yuanzi leaned towards Xiaolan and whispered, I never imagined that the teacher's fiancé would be him. Is he not good? Xiaolan asked, puzzled. Everyone in our circle says he is indecisive and untrustworthy. One day, the Takasuji group will surely crumble under his management. Yuanzi expressed the upper echelon sentiments regarding Junichi. Wang Li gently tapped her on the head and said, let us refrain from spreading those idle rumors. Yuanzi, there is nothing to worry about. A teacher is by his side, Xiaolan whispered to Yuanzi. The door creaked as someone knocked, and a staff member approached to inform them. It is nearly time. Please prepare yourselves. Yuriko took the jar from Junyun's hands and said, Junyun, you may go out first. Well, all right. Junyun replied hesitantly as he stepped outside alongside Xiaolan. As Wang Li passed by Baihizi, he inadvertently collided with her. With swift reflexes, He caught the jar before it could hit the ground and returned it to her with a smile. After closing the door, once Junyan had dealt with his friends, Wang Li pulled him into a corner and recounted Bai Heezi's story. Why would you share this with me? Junyan stammered. Dropping the jar from his hands, he replied, Perhaps it is because the arrival of death has made me vigilant. I am unaware of your past, but I do know that the teacher genuinely loves you and has never forgotten you, her first love. This is why, after 20 years, she still enjoys drinking lemon tea. Wang Li then made his way to the hall, remarking, Your intentions are likely understood by the teacher, so do respond to her. Junyan, panting heavily, forcefully pushed open the door, finding Bai Heezi standing in the sunlight, cradling flowers, like a princess awaiting the arrival of her prince. Wang Li entered the grand hall, raised his champagne glass with a smile, and proclaimed, How can deaths ever love? May all lovers ultimately unite. As the sun dipped slowly towards the horizon, the orange flames engulfed the ocean, and the shimmering waves transformed the sky into a golden canvas. A glance backward revealed that he too had been bathed in this golden hue. With a resounding blast of a horn, a luxurious cruise ship glided upon the waters, adorned in golden light. The vessel cleaved the tranquil sea, sending frothy waves surging across the vast expanse. Wow, what a stunning sunset! Little Lon exclaimed joyfully from the bow of the ship. The fading sunlight cast a golden glow upon her face as her gaze intently focused on the distance. How fortunate we are to be aboard such a magnificent cruise liner. Indeed, this is all thanks to your father's mix-up regarding the return ship's schedule, which has afforded us this splendid opportunity, Wang Li remarked, sitting beside Conan as they observed the now slumbering Maori. Dad. Little Lon felt helpless regarding her father's temperament. I apologize, Wang Li and Conan, for inviting you both to join us. If not for the ship, we might have been stranded on the island for 3 or 4 days. She continued to express her apologies. Not at all, not at all. As long as there are no mishaps, I am truly delighted. I can hardly believe I am able to enjoy a few peaceful days, Wang Li responded. Conan, have you diminished in power with your transformation? You should take a lesson from the neighboring Kindaichi, who has gone completely wild and shows no regard for kin. Suddenly, Wang Li, who had been quietly critiquing, noticed a young lady standing nearby, her long hair dancing in the wind. She wore a strikingly expensive blue gown, elegantly leaning against the white railing. The slanting rays of the sun enveloped her, resembling a golden statue crafted by a master artist. A beauty so soft that it was breathtaking. Yet, tears fell from her eyes like pearls, scattered by the wind. Miss, are you all right? Little Lon approached with concern, wishing to comfort her. I'm fine, thank you. Xia Jiang quickly wiped her tears and turned with a gentle smile, her demeanor delicate. I was merely reminded of my parents, who tragically passed away in a car accident last year. I truly wish they could see me in my wedding dress today. Wedding dress? Little Lon and the arriving Conan were momentarily taken aback. Hi, Xia Jiang. A handsome young man emerged from the cabin. Xia Jiang, wanting to explain to Little Lon, turned at the sound, smiled softly, and linked her arm with his. Xiaowu. She blushed and said to Little Lon, Actually, today is our momentous day. Ah, the sea, the grand ship, the affluent family, and the wedding dress. Everything is in place. Wang Li lamented, covering his face in despair. Conan, I take back my earlier words. Your prowess remains undiminished. Wang Li began to regret his involvement in this affair. What the hell is going on? A voice of anger erupted from the ship, interrupting their conversation. Following the sound, they saw a fierce old man loudly reprimanding a balding middle-aged man. Isn't this ship chartered by our Kibben family? How could you allow outsiders on board? Ah, the dead have appeared. Are you so brazen in front of these three? Wang Li cast a glance around and noticed a diminutive man gazing intently at the enchanting Xia Jiang, seemingly unable to divert his eyes. His long bangs obscured his left eye, and his pointed visage was adorned with a profusion of freckles. He stole a fleeting glance at the easel positioned before him, only to swiftly return his focus to Xia Jiang, delicately sketching her likeness onto the paper with his pencil. Wang Li, filled with curiosity, approached for a closer inspection. The lad exhibits remarkable courage. Amidst the tumultuous waves aboard this vessel, he has captured the essence of summer on the river with such finesse. As the old man passed by, he cast a disdainful glance at the painting and scoffed, You spend your days merely daubing colors. What a pitiful endeavor. Abandon this unattainable dream sooner rather than later. Wang Li observed the diminutive man cracking his knuckles, and after a moment of contemplation, he inquired. You and Xia Jiang both share the surname Chiban, do you not? The man, recovering from his reverie, silently nodded. How adept these Japanese are at this game. Wang Li expressed his gratitude, pondered briefly, and after a brief exchange with Conan, followed Xiaowu into the cabin. As the vessel glided through the water, time slipped away quietly. A dark curtain hung high in the sky, with a solitary crescent moon serving as the only backdrop, suspended in the void. A crisp knocking echoed through the air. Xiaowu? Come in. The elderly Chiban Haozong, seated by the window gazing at the moonlit night, regained his focus. As the door swung open, Xiaowu bowed gently. I beg your pardon for the intrusion. Indeed, how courteous. Xia Jiang has chosen a fine husband, Haozong remarked, devoid of any discernible emotion. Xiaowu's face flushed, and he chuckled softly while scratching his cheek. You flatter me. Haozong responded with a cold smirk, his eyes gleaming with intensity. as they bore down on Xiao Wu. Your bashful gesture of scratching your face is strikingly similar to someone I recall, your father, Kai Ching Yongfu. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Did you think you could deceive my keen eyes by tampering with your household registration? Not a chance. Hao Zong sat upright, his tightly clenched hands resting on his knees. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu. You joined the company to avenge your father and sought to get close to Xia Jiang, did you not? I have known this all along. Speak. What is your true aim? Xiao Wu's face contorted as he bit his lip and lowered his gaze. Money? Hao Zong's small eyes remained fixed beneath his white brows. Or is it my life you desire? After Xiao Wu departed, a figure entered Hao Zong's cabin. I wondered who it could be. So it is you, the worthless one. Speak. What is it you want? Hao Zong turned away disdainfully upon recognizing the visitor. The slender man knelt on the ground, clutching an album. Grandfather. Please allow Xia Jiang to marry me. You are the only one who can change this. Hao Zong spun around in fury. What nonsense is this? I will never let Xia Jiang wed a good-for-nothing like you dream on. His voice trailed off as he stared in disbelief at the man, who suddenly lunged forward with a knife. Then I shall trouble Xiao Wu to kill grandfather. The man collided with Hao Zong, who fell to the ground with a knife embedded in his chest, gasping for breath. Very well, now all that remains is to leave. However, as he pulled open the door, he was taken aback to find Wang Li, Mori, and the others gathered outside. Grandfather. Xiao Wu shielded Xia Jiang as he rushed past the man to Hao Zong's side. Ikaru, how could you? Ikaru's parents, though harboring resentment towards Hao Zong, felt a deeper disappointment in their son. I entered after hearing Xiao Wu and grandfather arguing, and when it fell silent, I came in. It was Xiao Wu who killed grandfather. The man explained, his pallor betraying his own disbelief in his words. Wang Li remained silent as he entered the cabin, picked up the voice recorder resting on the table, switched it to playback, and flawlessly broadcasted the conversation between Ichiro and Kozo. What further excuses do you wish to make? Old man, the ground is cold. Take care not to catch a cold. Wang Li noticed Ichiro's eager lips and directly declared his impending doom. Ichiro, kneeling on the ground, looked despairingly at the knife lodged in Kozo's chest as he was slowly helped up by Xia Jiang and Xiao Wu. In the deep of night, Wang Li stood on the deck, feeling the cool breeze, when footsteps approached from behind. Is there something you require, esteemed detective? Wang Li casually inquired. Ichiro's faction is forever barred from entering the Kitamoto group. Conan, with his hands in his pockets, stood alongside Wang Li. Isn't that rather advantageous? Wang Li expressed his indifference towards such familial matters. Kozo Kitamoto remarked, in the future, we can always speak up about our concerns. Conan, understanding Wang Li's temperament, questioned, how did you foresee Ichiro's actions? Many prior cases were averted thanks to your early insights. Ichiro harbored an affection for Xia Jiang, while Japan's penchant for consanguinity would naturally breed animosity towards Kozo Kitamoto and Xiao Wu, which could easily morph into murderous intent. The isolated vessel served as the perfect setting for his sinister plans. Should he miss this opportunity and reach the shore, he would have no chance to execute his scheme. A timid nature could only muster courage at certain moments, Wang Li mused idly. As for the past, Kudu, my sensitivity to murderous intent surpasses your imagination. Wang Li leaned against the railing, closing his eyes, savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Parting ways in a villa on the outskirts, a flicker of flame ignited, releasing a wisp of smoke. Brother, will he truly come? Asked a burly man wearing sunglasses, lifting his head. Ah, he will indeed. His favorite wine is in my possession. The silver-haired man toyed with a bottle of sherry. Ah, sherry. TSK, Jin, you do not disappoint. Your infatuated persona remains unshaken. The lights illuminated as Wang Li tossed an envelope towards Jin, who lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed. Maotai. Vodka stood up nervously, trembling hands pointing a gun at Wang Li. Oh, I've already been declared dead on the organization S list. Please call me by my new name, Wu Yangye. Wang Li chuckled at Vodka. Belmont, can't you disguise yourself as someone else? Vodka paused, shook his head, and tore off his human mask, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Still as sharp as ever, how did you discover me this time? Wang Li raised 3 fingers, 3 points. First, although the video of Sherry's abduction was sent to my email, the protagonist clearly is not her, yet she bears an uncanny resemblance. This undoubtedly involves you. The master of disguise. Retracting 1 finger, he gestured an AP sign. Second, while Vodka is indeed anxious and frightened of me, he would not act without hearing Jin's orders, let alone point a gun at me, an overt act of aggression. Retracting another finger, he made an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill towards Jin. Lastly, Jin, could you kindly rein in that aura of menace? Suddenly, Jin sprang to his feet, his silenced pistol already loaded, only to find Wang Li had vanished. Reacting swiftly, he thrust his elbow back, but lost his balance, barely stabilizing himself with the table to avoid embarrassment. Oh, Jin, is your waist giving you trouble now? Wang Li inquired curiously, picking up an envelope that had not flown far due to his overestimation of his strength. Here is your letter. Do we really need to resort to letters for our communication? Just say the word, and I would rush over to see you. Bermude observed Jin's rare moment of embarrassment and chuckled. truly worthy of being the nemesis of fine spirits within the organization, the Prince of Maotai. Humph, spare me. Would you have come if it weren't for that woman? Jin holstered his gun and returned to the sofa. Listen, old Jin, let me tell you. There are 3 things men should do together: bear arms, wash each other's feet, and share a bed. We haven't done any of those, so why shouldn't I come? Wang Li paused beside Bermude. Bermude, how do you manage it? Despite being a single woman of a certain age, you still exude a maidenly fragrance. A cold glint flashed in Bermude's eyes. ISNT it all thanks to that glass of sherry you offered? Don't say such things. What is mine is mine. As long as I remain within the organization, it belongs to the distillery. Wang Li firmly disagreed with Bermude's perspective of not considering the distillery as her own. Your mindset should align with mine. Even if I am no longer with the distillery, it will always hold a place in my heart. Bang. Unable to endure any longer, Jin finally drew his gun. I have no time for your nonsense. Jin's profile was striking behind the cover of gun smoke. The order was given. Return or die. Jin. I think you. Before Wang Li could finish, he ducked to evade a second shot. Then I shall assume you are dead. Jin's eyes revealed no hint of emotion. Truly dead. In a flash, as Bermude and Jin were caught off guard, Wang Li severed Jin's gun barrel, his twin swords poised mere millimeters from their throats. Now, don't make any sudden moves, or I might just assume you're both dead. Wang Li echoed Jin's earlier words. Truly remarkable, the most promising assassination star in the organization. Swiftly turning the tide with such skill has truly opened my eyes, Bermude complimented nonchalantly. That's because you spent most of your time in America. Hence your ignorance of my capabilities. Wang Li sheathed his swords, glancing into the darkness across from him. Aren't you going to say something, Commander? A man with blue eyes stepped into the light, clapping. Maotai, no, I suppose I should now call you Wuliangya. The commander has sent me to take you home. Actually, I was hoping to decline. Wang Li twirled his sword. Maotai, you know, if you were truly dead, that would be the end of it. But you are alive and have made an appearance on television. The commander expressed his regret. Therefore, you should be grateful I'm not dead. Wang Li stood tall. I am a cultivator of flowers. Since your plans against my homeland began, we have gone our separate ways. Raising his gaze to the rotating surveillance camera, Wang Li snorted coldly. Sir, I could kill my way out. Perhaps you ought to test it with 3 bottles of liquor? The tip of his sword swiftly grazed Bermude's hand, sending her gun crashing to the ground, the dust swirling rhythmically with Wang Li's breath. The battle was about to erupt. Grandfather's father is called Grandpa. The sudden ringing of the commander's phone shattered the tense atmosphere. Ahem, my apologies. I've been busy with my granddaughter and forgot to change the ringtone. The commander cleared his throat, casting a satisfied glance at Jin, who was whistling, and Bermude, who was tapping her foot on the floor. Maotai, do you mind if I take this call? Wang Li polished his twin swords, as if he had just heard the commander's voice. Oh, the commander has a call. No rush, you take it first. I can wait a little longer. My matters are not of great importance. The commander, feeling reassured, retreated into the shadows, with continuous affirmations echoing back. The 3 individuals remaining in the hall wore varied expressions. Wang Li looked at the shadows with amusement. Belmod gazed at Wang Li with contemplation, while Jin, with his back to the 2 on the sofa, wore a bitter expression. Commander, the organization's style has vanished. Ahem. Apologies for the wait. Wuliangya, the commander re-entered the hall, offering an apology to Wang Li. It's nothing. What does the gentleman say? Wang Li, regaining his focus, responded with a smile. The gentleman's intention is that you may leave. The organization will not pursue you or the Shiratori sisters. The commander gently conveyed the directive from the gentleman. Jin lit a cigarette. Belmont shifted to make space. And Wang Li, reversing his grip on the sword, departed. I will not take action against the organization. Before exiting, Wang Li reassured the commander, relaxing his muscles. He pulled out an old pocket watch from his pocket. May our friendship endure forever. With a wave, he closed the door and stepped into the night. The organization will not act, and I will not act against the organization. Though these 2 statements seem distinct, the outcome will ultimately be the same. May our friendship endure? As long as you act against the Mayano sisters, our friendship will certainly endure. I assure you. The aura of the sword lingered around Wang Li. Well then, I shall take my leave. With all pretenses shed, Belmont showcased her stunning figure, casually adjusting her hair before gracefully departing. Commander, this woman is becoming increasingly outrageous, Jin remarked, unconcerned that Belmont might overhear. Jin, having more unique personalities in the organization is not a problem. It cannot be entirely dull. The commander, familiar with both their temperaments, attempted to mediate. As Belmont closed the door, she caught a glimpse of the pocket watch hanging on it, and faint sounds reached her ears, a song drifting from the darkness. Initially, I defied fate to affirm my own aspirations. Later, I listened to destiny, seeking only to fulfill human endeavors. Yet, after countless journeys, I remain steadfast. This figure is simply exquisite. I'm so tired. Every day at school involves intense debates with my senior, Wang Li declared as he slumped over the desk. Attempting to escape the clutches of his senior, I will never work. It is impossible in this lifetime. Then hurry up and sign that registration form. My senior mentioned wanting to compete with you. Xiaolan, caught between the 2, expressed her frustration. Hey, Xiaolan, What outrageous words did you just say? Besides, it's clear that we are a boy and a girl. How can there be a competition? Wang Li found the senior's insistence quite bothersome. You all should not concern yourselves with these matters, Yuanzi interjected, wrapping her arms around Xiaolan from behind. Let's go to my family's villa for a vacation tomorrow. A vacation? We've only had 2 days of class. Wang Li was filled with questions. What a days of class? We've been attending for a week. Yuanzi mirrored his confusion. TSK, I never imagined my childhood dream of having vacations whenever I wanted would come true so easily. There's no sense of accomplishment. Wang Li momentarily forgot he was in the world of Kudo. I'm fine with it. Wang Li readily accepted the invitation. I should be able to as well. After considering recent matters, Xiaolan agreed. Great. We shall meet then, declared Yuanzi decisively. In a tranquil forest, the three, exhausted, trudged along. Strange. I remember that villa being around here, Xiaolan remarked, studying the map. Xiaolan, are we three perhaps lost? Conan said helplessly. Impossible. I merely took a different route. Xiaolan laughed, determined not to admit her lack of direction. Most likely we are lost, Conan said with resignation. Regardless of being lost, Xiaolan, why did you bring Conan along? Wang Li expressed his desire to simply rest. Because my father went to the horse races, so I brought Conan with me. Xiaolan replied matter-of-factly. You seem rather unwelcome toward me. Conan remarked, resting his head on his arm, rolling his eyes. Of course. I merely want a vacation. Wang Li echoed the sentiment with a roll of his eyes. Observing the squabbling duo, Xiaolan was reminded of Kudo and Wang Li's childhood bickering. Xiaolan. Wang Li broke her reverie. What are you thinking? Let us hurry. Oh, coming. Xiaolan shook her thoughts from her mind and quickly followed. How could it be? Conan is not Shinichi. After wandering a bit longer, they finally arrived at a suspension bridge that led to the villa. Look, Xiaolan exclaimed joyfully. We're here. Look. Conan, Wang Li, it's just over there. There seems to be someone on the bridge ahead. I wonder if they're also heading to the villa? The trio halted, staring at a cloaked figure on the bridge, taken aback. Wait. Wang Li stepped forward, shielding Xiaolan and Conan behind him. The figure abruptly turned, revealing a bandaged face and a fierce intent in their eyes. Xiaolan gasped, while Conan and Wang Li exchanged worried glances. Just as the figure darted toward the villa and disappeared into the woods behind it. Is that person also going to the villa? Xiaolan trembled. Probably not. They ran toward the back of the house, Conan observed, his glasses glinting with an unusual light. The three cautiously crossed the bridge, with Wang Li noting some frayed ropes. Is this a forced passage through the blizzard manor? Arriving at the villa, they knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing the lovely Yuanzi, who, upon seeing Wang Li and the others, sighed with exasperation. Why are you so slow? Where did you wander off to? I'm sorry. Xiaolan interjected hastily, cutting off Wang Li before he could speak, leaving him regretfully silent. It took so long to invite you to our family's villa, and yet you're still late. Really? Wang Li suddenly felt invigorated. How could one build a villa in such a perilous mountain forest, and then blame us for taking a wrong turn? Miss Yuan. One must understand the struggles of the impoverished. As Wang Li and Yuanzi bickered, Conan and Xiaolan stood by, utterly speechless. Why don't these two just get married instead of flaunting their affection here? Amidst their noisy entrance into the villa, the trio found it eerily empty. Where is everyone? Surely, they didn't just invite the three of us? Are you planning a midnight ambush? Wang Li wrapped his arms around himself. Huh? What are you talking about? My sister invited some people over. They are all resting in the dormitory upstairs. And with your physique, I wouldn't dare to ambush you. 2 days of white radish. Yuanzi retorted with annoyance. By the way, is there anyone among them with a bandage on their head? Xiaolan timely interrupted Wang Li's incantation. No, Yuanzi recalled carefully. Among today's guests, no one appeared to be injured. But perhaps I could have thought of someone living nearby. Xiaolan mused as she sought an excuse. All right, Wang Li, you can bring your luggage up later. For now, please head to the kitchen and help my sister with the cooking. Yuanzi had long been salivating over Wang Li's culinary skills, pushing him towards the kitchen. Xiaolan, shall we go upstairs to drop off our luggage first? Conan had grown accustomed to this carefree young lady. Well, all right then. Xiaolan picked up Wang Li's small bag and led Conan upstairs. In the kitchen, the esteemed Suzuki Ayako was busily engaged when she saw her sister ushering Wang Li in. Ah, Wang Li, you've arrived. I appreciate your help. Ayako naturally relinquished the position of head chef to Wang Li. Ayako, it's no trouble at all, but why is it all Chinese cuisine? Wang Li adjusted the stove and began to operate with effortless fluidity. Ever since I tasted your cooking, I've been studying it. Your culinary skills are remarkable. Even several Chinese chefs my family hired could not replicate your flavors. Ayako blushed, feeling somewhat guilty for what could be perceived as culinary theft. Wow, how extravagant. A flower chef does not come cheap. Wang Li mused about the terrifying power of wealth, his hands deftly flipping the spatula. No worries, Ayako. The essence of flower cuisine lies in its transmission. My mother once told me, flower cuisine is about heritage and reunion, and each household can create utterly distinct dishes. With a graceful flick of the spoon, he plated his creation. Ayako, if you wish to learn, I can write down my techniques for you when I return. Though I cannot guarantee the taste will be identical, however, you can certainly create your own version of flower cuisine. Ayako expressed her gratitude with delight. All right. Enough of the mutual flattery. Yuanzi exclaimed as she served the dishes. It's time to eat. So it turns out they are all part of the same club? After a hearty meal, Xiaolon learned of everyone's connections around the table. Indeed, these individuals are all members of my sister's university film club. And they share a strong bond, Yuanzi explained. Thus they gather every 2 years. Starting from beside Lon, this is Oda, who handles primary responsibilities. Next to him is Kakutani, the photographer, and then there's Takahashi, who is in charge of props. Hello, the chubby Takahashi greeted with a warm smile. My apologies for the earlier rudeness. Xiaolon stood up to apologize to the young men. No problem at all. It's a minor matter, the 3 young men replied in unison. What happened? Yuanzi inquired curiously. Just a trivial incident. It's nothing. Xiaolon waved her hand with a smile. Well then. Next we have the one responsible for actor makeup and costumes, and currently searching for a marriage partner. Everyone knows my sister. Yuanzi pointed at the blushing Ayako. Finally. This is Ikeda Chikako, the director and screenwriter, who is also the president of their film club. Yuanzi concluded the introductions. Pleased to meet you, Chikako smiled. You wouldn't happen to be the screenwriter of the currently airing Emerald Kingdom, would you? Xiaolon gasped in surprise. Indeed. That was a work Chikako created during her student days, and now it has finally been unveiled to the world. Ayako genuinely rejoiced for her friend. Chikako, let us not dwell on the past, shall we? She said with a hint of embarrassment. I heard you're about to write another film? Oda pointed at himself, hoping to be considered. Please, don't tease me. Oda, Chikako chuckled. Kakutani, have you given up on your photography hobby? Oda turned to Kakutani, who was adjusting his camera. Not at all. I still haven't given it up, Kakutani replied. By the way, Takahashi, have you gained more weight recently? Upon hearing this, Takahashi patted his belly and laughed. I must be nearing 100 kilograms. The camera can barely capture you. Kakutani jested. Indeed. Takahashi laughed heartily. Wang Li, familiar with the unfolding drama, observed the so-called chubby one, his expression growing increasingly unnatural. Damn. The ones who once frightened me into sleeping with the lights on were you and that old woman who collected masks. I'd love to give you a good punch. Ayako chuckled. I never expected to gather with everyone. It brings back memories. Suddenly, Ayako's expression darkened. It's a pity that Atsuko is missing. Had that incident not occurred, she would be here with us today. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, and Wang Li glanced at Takahashi, sensing a fleeting surge of murderous intent before it vanished. Such technique is not easily acquired alone, especially from this obviously nonviolent chubby fellow. Wang Li found Takahashi's demeanor intriguing. Can we please refrain from mentioning Atsuko? Chikako slammed her hand on the table, standing up and exclaiming. Chikako? Ayako and the others shifted uneasily. I've taken the time out of my busy schedule to come here for some relaxation. I do not wish to discuss a person who has been dead for 2 years. Chikako realized her outburst and angrily stormed outside. I'm going for a walk. As she exited, Kakutani hurried after her. Outside, Kakutani called out. Wait, Chikako. It's going to rain this evening. Seeing she didn't, he turned back. He gritted his teeth and followed her into the woods. If it's going to rain, I'll go make some repairs. Takahashi rose, preparing his tools. Then let us play cards while we wait. Oda pulled out a deck of cards, inviting Xiaolon to join. TSK Kudo. What do you have that can keep an angel like Xiaolon around? Wang Li looked at Conan, who remained deep in thought. Holmes won't let you touch her. And certainly not share a bed with her. By the way, if that were the case. Wang Li shook his head vigorously, casting a subtle glance at Conan, who appeared perplexed. Takahashi continued hammering nails, memories of Atsuko's smiling face flashing through his mind. Atsuko, just wait a little longer. I will avenge you. I advise you not to make a move. Wang Li leaned against the railing, munching on an apple. Do you intend to smash the wooden boards? You. Takahashi stared incredulously at Wang Li, who had approached him from behind. How is that possible? I felt nothing at all. Wang Li whistled softly, observing. It seems that the earlier surge of murderous intent was no mere coincidence. Might I trouble you to reveal who imparted such lessons upon you? Takahashi, smiling, rose to his feet, ready to unleash violence with a hammer. As he felt the cold steel of the blade pressed against his throat, a primal instinct warned him, resist, and face death. I concede. The hammer slipped from his grasp as Takahashi fell weakly to his knees, divulging everything. Have you finished? Wang Li kicked the hammer towards Takahashi and remarked, then continue your training. You won't expose me? Takahashi was taken aback. Have you taken any action? Wang Li chuckled. Best to abandon that thought. Why? Takahashi struggled to comprehend Wang Li's motives. Wang Li let out a cold chuckle. You must be the type to cloak your animosity in the guise of righteousness, am I correct? However, should you truly take action, it won't merely be Kijako who meets her demise. Noting Takahashi's attempts at evasion, Wang Li blocked his path outright. Once Kijako is dead, can the unsuspecting Xiaolon, who has glimpsed your true form, possibly escape unscathed? Drawing closer to Takahashi, he brushed his hand against his abdomen, revealing the concealed padding that fell away. Pray tell, how did you train to attain such a physique? Your cherubic face atop a slender frame. Ignoring the visibly shaken Takahashi, Wang Li turned to depart. A friendly reminder. Should you lay a hand on Shaolin, you will come to know the exhilarating thrill of a survival game. With a vigorous bite into an apple, Wang Li snorted through his nose. Tianjia, I knew it was you. Chapter 12. The Death of Conan in the Dead of Night. A man received a photograph and scrutinized it carefully, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. No worries. But what are your plans? The individual who handed over the photograph settled onto the couch. What do you think? The man passed the image to someone behind him. The gentle moonlight outlined her flawless figure as she parted her lips. Let us kill him. I believe it's a viable option. After a moment of contemplation, the man concurred with her sentiment. Hey, the three of you. You do realize that playing mahjong requires one more player, right? Wang Li stood at the doorway, sword in hand, a smile gracing his lips. So, would you like to join us? The man recognized Wang Li and extended an invitation to form a team. Wang Li graciously accepted the team invitation. Do I even need to say it? I, Wu Yangya, shall arrive punctually. Suddenly, a thunderclap illuminated the photograph held by the woman, revealing Conan's carefree and radiant smile. As Conan slowly regained consciousness from his stupor, he discovered that his hands were bound. That plump woman. He recalled the hefty figure who had unexpectedly appeared at Rant's home, claiming to be her mother. Idago Avanya. Conan remembered her words spoken in the vehicle, a wave of tension washing over him. The doctor had Wang Li keeping watch, but what about Ran? Surveying his surroundings, Conan spotted a glass bottle by the sink. Perfect. I shall use this. As Conan struggled to extricate himself, Wang Li approached the exterior of the dwelling, knocking on the door. Come in. Upon receiving permission, Wang Li entered the room. Oh, I wonder what brings you here, remarked the man, his face obscured by a mask. Wang Li brandished his sword, pointing it at the man. Surrender, Conan, and we may still remain friends. What if I refuse? The man chuckled softly. Then do not blame me, Wang Li declared sternly. Wang Li, a true brother, splendid indeed. Just as Conan was about to rush out, a cold sweat enveloped him, halting his momentum. Boss, when will you ever cease to indulge in such games? Wang Li lamentably sheathed his sword. How can you even say that? Gin and vodka have failed multiple missions. The man, in a fit of rage, shattered the glass before him. All right. It was not intentional with the Wulianya. It's quite normal for the youth to engage in such activities. Look, he has submitted the intel on Shinichi Kudo and even drafted this battle plan. A woman, masquerading as Adagawa Ran, stepped in to mediate. Humph, had it not been for the recent surge in Kagoro Mori's performance, which I personally inquired about, this brat would likely have forgotten entirely. The man's lips twitched as he observed Wang Li nonchalantly whistling. Humph, Ramos Janfizi, go fetch that brat. The man called out using the code name of the woman. All right, Ramos Janfizi shot the man a glance, which sparked a clever idea in him. Ramos Janfizi entered the compartment where Conan was located and exclaimed, not good. This brat has vanished. Wang Li and the man hurried to the compartment, only to find the floor strewn with shards of glass and severed ropes. The man scrutinized the scene, exchanged a glance with Wang Li, and with a sly smile remarked, though the window is open, there are no traces in the snow outside, which means he must still be here. Here, Ramos Jean Fei was perplexed. There seemed to be no hiding spots. Initially eager to show off, the man, under Ramos Jean Fei's gaze, changed his tone, ahem, with an adult's physique. It would be impossible to hide, but he is just a child. There is, however, one and only one place where he could conceal himself. He drew his handgun and flung open the refrigerator. Little brother, where do you think you're escaping to? Both Ramos Jean Fei and Wang Li whistled in unison, celebrating the man's blunder. Humph. The man slammed the refrigerator door shut, grinning as he pointed to the ground. Wang Li and Wendai understood immediately and stifled their laughter. Boss, what should we do next? That adult needs Conan's body for research, and the deal is today. Wang Li felt that Aunt Tang Yuyu's words were indeed accurate. It was something he had snatched away. What now? The man fired a shot, having originally intended to engage in a shady deal. He decided to bring it to the forefront. Wendai and Wang Li chuckled. Meanwhile, Conan, having emerged from the underground space, arrived at the Mihua Hotel, following clues gathered from the house. However, there was no 30th floor in this hotel, only 19. Conan, having donned a slight disguise, stood at the center of the hotel. The floor number was not it, nor was the storage box number. What could it be? Conan pondered all imaginable possibilities, only to find them all negated. Ah, how frustrating. I forgot my keys. Where did you park the car? 42. Hand over the car keys. Some casual banter dispelled Conan's confusion. Oddly, there was no other information available. After being scolded by the owner of the car parked at spot 30, Conan still found no leads. At that moment, an unusually tall man in sunglasses approached, and Conan quickly hid, observing him from the shadows. The man approached parking spot 30, glanced down, and then left. What had he seen? Conan scrutinized the ground and finally noticed a small, but clear number 1 following the 30. 301. Conan excitedly rushed up the stairs, hiding in a corner. Conan watched as the masked man opened the door, welcoming the tall man into the room. Ice cream. I found you. Before Conan could revel in his discovery, he was seized by Wang Li and dragged into the room. As the door closed, A slap from a blade struck Conan's cheek. Kudo, how brave of you to venture into enemy territory alone. Wang Li, how could you deceive me? Conan yelled at Wang Li. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. I told you, you need to change your personality. Wang Li stood up, addressing the masked man. Boss, how do we handle this? The masked man turned to the tall man and inquired. That gentleman didn't specify he wanted him alive, did he? The tall man nodded. Then this will be straightforward. The masked man drew his handgun. Little one, sometimes death is far more comfortable than living with the burden of secrets. As Conan stared down the barrel of the gun, despair washed over him, and he closed his eyes. Bang! A soft bullet struck Conan's forehead. Sensing something amiss, Conan opened his eyes to find 4 cold gazes fixed upon him. Suddenly, Ramos Jean Fei burst into laughter, and his mirth was contagious, leaving Conan bewildered. Oomph. Sitting on the bed, Conan tilted his face away, refusing to look at Wang Li's apologetic smile. All right, Shinichi. Yukiko Kudo affectionately embraced Conan. Oh, how you've become so adorable. Conan struggled free from Yukiko's playful grasp and shouted at Yusaku Kudo, who stood by the window. Why are you back? Enjoy yourself in America. Shinichi. If it weren't for Dr. Agasa and Wang Li informing us about this, how long would you have kept this from us? The sunset reflected wisdom in Yusaku's glasses. Conan, momentarily speechless, could only lower his head. Shinichi, I know you are unhappy about us letting you live alone, but you shouldn't hide things from your mother, Yukiko said, heartbroken as she embraced her son, continuing to playfully tease him. Shinichi, although I promised to keep it a secret, that doesn't include Yusaku, right? Dr. Agasa said, feeling a bit awkward. Well, that's my idea. Why are you looking at me? No need to thank me. What kind of friend keeps their parents in the dark about their child's well-being? Wang Li waved his hand dismissively. Yusaku spoke again. Shinichi, come back to America with us. Shinichi Kudo broke free from Yukiko's embrace. I refuse. I still want to help Wang Li here. Well, even though having you around makes things easier. Your reckless actions are too much for me to bear. Wang Li retorted with a sharp tongue. Under his father's watchful gaze, Shinichi stubbornly declared, I don't care. I will not leave. If I go, I want to get to see Ran. Although Shinichi's last words were barely audible, the 4 present understood his sentiment. Shinichi. Tears shimmered in Yukiko's eyes as she looked at her husband. Yusaku's gaze flickered as he observed the downcast Shinichi, reminiscent of his own youth. With a heavy sigh, he turned to Wang Li and Dr. Agasa, saying, I entrust Shinichi to your care. Conan looked up in surprise, as the family of 3 embraced tightly. Certainly. Wang Li silently vowed in his heart. Chapter 13. I feel helpless to save the madman in the dead of night, at a delicious ramen shop. The owner, after sending off the female staff, began tidying up the restaurant alone. The sliding door of the ramen shop whooshed open, and the newcomer quietly closed it behind him. I'm sorry, but we have already closed for the day, the owner said without turning around. Boss, you won't have any customers like this. Mix me a drink of usu with snake venom. The newcomer boldly pulled out a chair and sat down. This is a noodle shop, not a bar. The owner sighed, hearing the familiar voice. I know, snake venom brother. But it seems your perception has declined quite a bit. Wang Li laughed, recalling the owner's nickname. It's been a long time since I heard that nickname. It brings back memories. But like you, I've been out of the bar scene for too long. Life has become quite poetic, the owner reminisced. Wang Li tapped the table, still wearing a cheerful smile. What shall I call you then? Tianjia? Tianjia bent down to retrieve a bottle of Maotai and 2 glasses from the cabinet. He sat across from Wang Li, pouring wine for both of them. Call me what you will. In old age, one tends to be less particular. The 2 glasses reflected the faces of the seated companions. Without a hint of hesitation, Wang Li downed his drink. Truly, nothing compares to the pleasures of my homeland's liquor. Tianjia, in contrast, sipped slowly, a glimmer of admiration for Wang Li flickering in his eyes. Well, without peanuts and edamame to accompany the white wine, it lacks soul. Let us cease here. Wang Li inverted his glass on the table, transitioning to the main topic. How many people have you taught the breathing technique? Wang Li asked bluntly. Oh, why phrase it that way? Tianjia meticulously secured the cap of the Maotai bottle. Takahashi. Wang Li merely uttered a name, knowing that despite Tianjia's age, such matters would not be forgotten. That well-built man of vengeance. A flicker of bloodlust crossed Tianjia's eyes. Indeed, the teachings of our ancestors hold true. While circumstances may change, one's nature remains steadfast. A subtle aura of sword intent emanated from Wang Li. Cease your perilous thoughts, or I shall be compelled to reveal his name. Tianjia simply gazed at Wang Li, locking his eyes onto his with unwavering intensity. Wang Li remained undaunted, his eyes brimming with a sharp, sword-like intent. After a prolonged moment, both individuals simultaneously closed their eyes to rub them, muttering softly in frustration. Following a round of amicable yet intimate conversation, they found common ground on several issues. Recently, you have been quite active, making appearances in numerous cases, Tianjia remarked. Shifting the topic. I still cannot compare to you, my esteemed elder brother, living a leisurely life as a farmer and protagonist, Wang Li replied as he rose. Preparing to depart, having concluded their business, they naturally began to regard each other with a sense of mutual disdain. I do not have it easy either. I have taught several children, yet none are a source of comfort. Tiansha's languid words made Wang Li pause. For instance, that child who has stolen a considerable amount of explosives in recent days, I suspect there is something amiss with his mind. Tiansha stood up to tidy the table. I shall put a stop to him, Wang Li declared as he pulled open the door and stepped outside. Do you intend to prevent even a lunatic? Such naivety remains unchanged. Tiansha whistled a mellifluous tune in response. In a lavish courtyard, the illustrious Moria T2 strolled through his collection room, scrutinizing each architectural piece. Suddenly, a palpable aura of menace surged forth, compelling Moria to regulate his breaths to avert succumbing to madness. These structures possess not a shred of aesthetic value. Their existence is a desecration, and even if I were the architect, they ought to vanish. Moria asserted vehemently. An abrupt voice interjected. Should I be grateful that you have no son? Moria T2 whirled around, and upon seeing the newcomer, felt an itch of irritation. Draped in a cloak composed of mismatched fabrics and adorned in extraordinarily flamboyant attire, the figure wore a mask that bore an unsettling grin. What drove Moria to distraction was the utter asymmetry of the ensemble. The masked individual expressed profound admiration for all of Moria's architectural designs. Recognizing that these structures possessed a unique vitality and, more crucially, had transformed into bustling hubs of activity. Why wish to destroy such splendid edifices? Although aware of the underlying motives, the importance of ritual could not be overlooked. Moria T2 twirled his cane, narrowing his eyes. Do you comprehend the essence of architectural beauty? Symmetry is the very standard of architecture. Skillfully maneuvering his cane, he exhibited considerable precaution, indicating that Tiansha had indeed invested much effort. In Wang Li's eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered. So, are you suggesting that all architecture, art, and indeed all objects must possess symmetry? Naturally. Why are you grappling with such an apparent issue? Suddenly, the cane thrust forward. Wang Li deftly sidestepped the attack. Huh. And where would you place Picasso? With a flourish of his cloak, the mirror concealed within dazzled Senguchi Tianai, causing his eyes to squint. Once his vision returned, he found Wang Li had vanished, prompting him to leap backward with a spinning kick. Demacia, feel my lethal blow. Wang Li crouched to evade the kick, delivering a rising dragon punch that struck true. Observing Senguchi Tianai clutching his manly sorrow, Wang Li nonchalantly blew on his fist. Why do you seek to hinder me? Senguchi Tianai gasped repeatedly, struggling to comprehend the familiar tone that Wang Li often heard. Why? Perhaps it is because you frequently associate with Tianjia and have become somewhat bewitched. Wang Li, priding himself as an exorcist, declared, It is our duty to vanquish demons. I am not bewitched. Senguchi Tianai exclaimed, rising with excitement. No, you are, albeit just a tad. Wang Li's tone was dismissive. How could you not be bewitched while with that old ghost Tianjia? Do you think you are the supreme lucky one? Your age doesn't even match. Damn it. Senguchi Tianai raised his cane once more, only for Wang Li to reposition himself behind him and render him unconscious with a swift chop. Now, you shall proceed to the prison to follow the standard protocol. Wang Li crouched down to disable Senguchi Tianai's energy points, straining to hear the sound of sirens. With a flourish of his cloak, he vanished from the room, leaving behind a disguise. The stolen explosives have been discovered at the residence of renowned architect Senguchi Tianai. What do you have to say regarding this matter, Mr. Senguchi Tianai? The host directed the microphone towards the apprehended man. No comment. Despite his disheveled state, Senguchi Tianai maintained an air of arrogance, as if he had emerged victorious. Then, with your peculiar attire discovered alongside you, do you have any unspeakable secrets? The camera panned to the Picasso-style garments that the police had failed to confiscate. Once the smiling Senguchi Tianai heard the question, he suddenly knelt, concealing his face in tears as he confessed to his motives for stealing the explosives. This scene was broadcast live on television. Doctor, do you believe this matter is related to him? Conan, munching on bread, pointed at Wang Li, who was asleep on the sofa at the doctor's home. The doctor merely shrugged and gently covered Wang Li with a blanket. In a ramen shop, Tianjia raised his glass to Wang Li, casting a mournful glance as the waitress callously removed the cup. Maotai, though a family brew, you are alone. You can prevent criminal actions, yet cannot quell the murderous intent within one's heart. In the 14th year, Osaka was not so dark. Huh. Once again evading the clutches of the aesthetic senior. Wang Li yawned in exasperation. You ought to. What harm is there in agreeing to the senior? What is the point of parkour every day? Unz nudged Wang Li playfully. Am I to blame? You dare to ask Shumi to give up? I am the man she can never have. Wang Li rubbed his belly. Conceded. Unz expertly jabbed at Wang Li. Wang Li, just agree to the senior. There are only 2 months left. Xiaolon urged. Wang Li rolled his eyes, exclaiming. If my memory serves me correctly, you uttered those words a month ago. The passage of time in this world of detective fiction is utterly perplexing. He then inquired, well, Xiaolon, may I join you for a meal at your home today? Suddenly reminded of the empty state of his refrigerator, he eagerly awaited her response. Certainly. Today. I shall allow you, the esteemed chef, to savor my culinary skills. Xiaolon replied after a moment of contemplation, her enthusiasm palpable. Upon arriving at the Muri Detective Agency, Xiaolon busied herself in the kitchen, while the ailing Conan, having forgotten his true identity as a high school student, was engrossed in a book on the sofa. Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro sat at the table, idly perusing the newspaper. It truly was a splendid day. Even the Grim Reaper deserved a respite. Wang Li merrily whistled in the restroom. Suddenly, he heard the name Kudo Shinichi, causing him to shudder. He promptly organized his attire, washed his hands, and dashed out of the restroom. I assure you, I am not a villain. I merely heard that the detective Kudo Shinichi from Kanto was in the vicinity, stated the man in the hat coolly. Hattori Heiji? Wang Li initially failed to recognize him, but the accent and complexion soon led him to identify the visitor. Upon realizing he had been recognized, Heiji removed his hat and reciprocated the recognition. Wang Li? What brings you here? Wang Li gently tapped his face and remarked, I came here to dine. What brings you here? Wait a moment, Wang Li, do you know each other? Asked Xiaolan, wielding a spatula. Did he just mention that Shinichi is here? Oh, ha ha ha. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hattori Heiji from Kansai, a high school detective renowned alongside Kudo. Wang Li quickly embraced Heiji, laughing heartily. Hey. I am not merely a detective of equal renown. I am a far more formidable force. Heiji disregarded the Grim Reaper moniker. As he had initially introduced himself to Wang Li as the head of the Kansai branch of the Grim Reaper, he presented a gift, wrapped in white cloth, to Conan, who was puffing up indignantly, and then inquired of Xiaolan, where's your man? Everyone present was taken aback. Heiji turned to Wang Li and pointed at Xiaolan, asking, did you not say that if you could not find Kudo Shinichi at his home, you would come to Muri Detective Agency to seek his woman? Noticing Xiaolan's cheeks flush with anger, Conan giving him a thumbs up, and Muri contemplating his own demise, Wang Li wearily covered his face and nodded. Heiji, maintaining a serious expression, looked at Xiaolan and urged, then that's settled. Hurry and call him. Before he could finish his sentence, Muri could no longer contain himself and shouted at Heiji, have you said enough? My Xiaolan will never marry that little brat. Dad! Xiaolan exclaimed as she attempted to restrain Muri, but a burnt odor wafted from the kitchen where Yuanzi was left alone. Wang Li pressed his temples, gazing at the protagonist of this affair, utterly astonished as he snatched the welcome gift from Conan's hands, took a whiff, and swiftly distanced himself. Heiji, you brought a bottle of liquor as a greeting? Wang Li wiped the white cloth, revealing the conspicuous characters for Lao by Gon on the bottle. Indeed, what of it? Oh dear. This child has already indulged. Heiji, with his collar grasped by Muri, could only turn his head slightly. Conan, how do you feel? What number is this? Wang Li steadied Conan with one hand, waving his index finger before his eyes. I feel splendid. Burp. I'm fine, I can still drink. Burp. Don't pose in front of me. Conan swatted Wang Li's finger away. Goodness, without even having pig ears mixed with the herb, you're already tipsy. How would you fare with a bottle of wusu? Wang Li had no choice but to firmly restrain the rambunctious Conan. Excuse me, is this the Muri Detective Agency? A demure woman stood at the doorway, her expression a complex tapestry as she surveyed the chaotic scene within. Oh, my lifelong reputation. Wang Li vigorously rubbed Conan's back. Yes, please come in. May I ask what tea you prefer? Once tranquility was restored, the woman recounted her request. Ah, yet another case of infidelity. I must say, when you all come to deliver heads, can't you at least change the pretext? This time it pertains to the two Grim Reapers operating together. I suspect your husband has long since passed, yet here you are investigating? Hurry back and inherit your fortune. It must be far more delightful. Upon receiving the commission, Wang Li discerned the brilliance reflected in the eyes of Heiji Hattori and a somewhat lucid Conan, prompting a sense of helpless sarcasm. The subsequent 3 hours would prove to be the most arduous Wang Li had ever endured, as vigilantly monitoring Conan's physical condition was an exceedingly challenging task. One could never predict when he might dash off to disseminate some fanciful decree. Kudo, should you ever again utilize my name to concoct some nonsensical scheme, I shall inform Xiaolan that the Conan she bathes with is, in fact, capable of growing larger. Wang Li tossed his garments behind the curtain. It felt as though he were driving, yet the evidence was insufficient to revert Conan back to Shinichi Kudo. Upon donning his clothes and stepping out, he felt somewhat oversized. Were it or not, this is the only one. Wang Li sensed he had misallocated the garments, for at that moment, Shinichi Kudo's jacket resembled a deep V style, exposing his collarbone and chest, rendering it exceedingly indulgent. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, then handed his coat to Xine, saying, here, cover yourself with this, otherwise, it might lead to some unpleasantness. Thank you, Xine replied as he donned the coat and made his way outside. Wang Li intercepted him, inquiring, what do you intend to do? Shinichi replied with remarkable ease, I am going out to deduce that black-clad Osaka detective has overlooked a crucial clue, leading the reasoning astray. How shall I explain your unexpected presence here, having seemingly returned from the dead? Wang Li gazed into Shinichi's eyes. Isn't it simple for you? Surely you can concoct a plausible excuse? The corners of both their mouths curved upward in a subtle smile. Wang Li, although you label me as the harbinger of death, even the Grim Reaper must adhere to evidence. I cannot allow those who masquerade as the Reaper to evade justice. With that, he flung open the door, proclaiming to the world that high school detective Kudo Shinichi had returned, declaring to Ran that Kudo Shinichi had always been present. and reminding Hattori Heiji that fair skin remains preferable. Wang Li followed behind Kudo Shinichi with a smile, remarking, "Your brilliance truly shines." This time, the perpetrator astonished Wang Li, as she did not adhere to the conventional procedure, kneeling, weeping, and confessing. Instead, she calmly walked away. "Shinichi, I concede this round." Although Heiji was tenacious, he understood that winning and losing are absolute. "Hattori, in deduction, there is no victory or defeat. We merely seek to uncover the genuine truth amidst countless realities, bringing clarity to the case and ensuring the culprit receives their due punishment." Shinichi leaned against the cabinet, gasping for breath and clutching his chest. Shinichi ran, concerned, intended to approach him for an inquiry about his health, but Wang Li discreetly obstructed her. Pretending to check Shinichi's pulse, she remarked, "Kudo, you are severely depleted. Ran, could you please check my bag in the car? There should be a set of silver needles inside." "Oh, all right." The concern for Shinichi prompted Ran to dash out swiftly. Wang Li supported Shinichi as they made their way toward the room where he had just changed clothes. Passing by Officer Mugir, Wang Li whispered, "Officer, please do not disclose to the media that the case was solved by Kudo." "Huh, why not?" Mugir responded, taken aback. "Are you really planning to make a high school student the savior of the Japanese police?" Wang Li rolled his eyes and exited the room. Amidst a pained cry, Shinichi vanished, leaving behind the adorable Idagawa Conan. "Huh." Conan stared blankly at his small hands. "How could you drink alcohol while having a cold, and so much at that? Are you truly unafraid of death?" Wang Li tossed the neatly folded clothing to Conan, saying, "You think that just because it's a cephalosporin, you can drink more? I thought I could turn back." Conan, filled with indignation, contemplated, "Perhaps if I drink a bit more, I might completely revert?" A voice echoed his thoughts. "How is that even possible?" Wang Li and Conan turned to see Heiji Hattori behind them. "Hattori, how did you get here?" Wang Li exclaimed in disbelief, as he had suppressed the area with his sword intent. "I followed you in and kindly closed the door behind us." Hattori pointed to the firmly shut door. "So this kid is Kudo? You look so dark. Are you not a lucky one? How come you are so fortunate on your first try?" Wang Li's mind raced, realizing there was no way to gloss over the situation. What to do? Nei group special? Wang Li and Conan exchanged glances and reached a silent agreement. "Kudo, could you please put on your clothes? My eyes are hurting." While Conan blushed and dressed, Wang Li relayed all the information he could to Hattori. "Well, that's the situation. So, young man, will you join me in uniting within the actor group centered around Conan?" Wang Li brandished his sword, extending an olive branch to Hattori. What a chaotic proposal. Your actions are quite intimidating," Hattori remarked, his expression twitching as he decided to join this purely output-driven drinking team. "Good. You will soon discover the benefits of joining us. Now, the organization has assigned you your first task." Wang Li turned Hattori around. "Assess whether you have mastered the essential skills needed to deal with Ran." With a forceful push, Wang Li sent Hattori crashing into the door. "Hey, Hattori, have you seen Shinichi?" Upon meeting Ran's gentle gaze, Hattori finally understood why it was deemed an essential skill. "Wang Li, you adorable little creature, devoid of wit. May you forever find yourself in the restroom without toilet paper." In the 15th, concealing this trinket, he has always had his own set of rules. The Mihua Library, with a Porsche 356A parked at the entrance. The silver-haired Jin, igniting a cigarette, coolly opened the car door, preparing to alight. Vodka executed a standard reverse maneuver, parking the vehicle perfectly. "Vodka, provide me with an explanation. Why the sudden urge to drive?" Jin gripped the car door tightly, gritting his teeth. "Brother, have you forgotten? Last time we carelessly parked at the entrance, we were pursued by a female traffic officer who slapped us with a fine." Vodka replied, filled with trepidation. "Oomph." Jin exited the car, slammed the door shut, adjusted his attire, maintained his composure, and strode purposefully toward the library. "Ah, Jin, you've arrived. How does it feel? My sincerity submitted to the organization?" The library director, Tsukuwa Shuji, rose to greet him, a pristine, unopened foreign book resting on the table. "Sir, it's acceptable, but not sufficient," Jin said, biting on his cigarette, intending to take a seat on the opposite side of the table. "Hey, Jin, don't." Tsukuwa Shuji exclaimed loudly, but alas, he was a moment too late. Thud. Jin plopped down on the floor, utterly bewildered. "These chairs are already broken and are due for replacement," Tsukuwa Shuji said weakly. "Then why wouldn't you keep them together?" Jin adjusted his hat, rising to shout. "Who knew you would sit on it?" Tsukuwa Shuji deflected responsibility. "What a joke. If this breaks, I'll be in trouble." Jin paused, his breath caught. "You certainly make a compelling argument." His gaze suddenly shifted. Drawing a gun and calling out to the bookshelf, "Come out. Hiding is rather dull." "Jin, what on earth are you talking about?" Tsukuwa Shuji was utterly confused by Jin's actions. TSK, Jin, is it not true that the requirements for entering the factory have become so low?" Wang Li emerged from behind the bookshelf. "Maotai, since when do you require assistance?" Jin, upon seeing the newcomer, relaxed and pointed his gun in another direction. "Is there anyone else? Come out." TSK, your perception, Jin, is commendable." Tianjia yawned as he stepped out. "Let us wrap this up quickly. I'm old and cannot endure sleepless nights." "You are too humble. You can teach so many," your prowess remains undiminished. Wang Li retorted calmly. These two? Not sharing the same purpose? Not even allied? Jin felt a flicker of hope. The present situation suggested that it appeared to be a standoff between Maotai and Snake Venom against him, but it was very likely that only Maotai sought trouble, while Snake Venom was probably just a bystander, unwilling to engage. Our combat strength consisted of myself, Vodka, and Tsukawa. No, just Vodka and I, but he was in the car, preventing that traffic officer named Yumi from issuing a ticket, leaving me to confront Maotai alone. What a joke. Last time at the villa, I had the support of Belmode, the commander, and sir, I could afford to act recklessly, but in a real fight, I wouldn't stand a chance. Sweat trickled down my throat, soaking my clothes as Jin adjusted his hat. I ask you, Maotai, what brings you here? Jin felt the need to stabilize the situation. Life is sweet when dealing with traitors, but he himself had not betrayed. Wang Li was startled by the raspy voice of Qinjiao. What has happened? My dear Qinjiao? Your deep, torn yet alluring tone resembles the sound of a steel wool scraping against porcelain in a restroom. The sudden cold sweat only serves to confirm the severity of your kidney deficiency. You ought to commence your traditional Chinese medicine regimen soon. Ah, hee, cough, cough. Thank you for the reminder. I feel much better now. Qinjiao cleared his throat, affirming his well-being. Oh, that is a relief. I am here to execute justice. And you? A long sword appeared in Wang Li's hand. Indeed, the solidity of this sword. Has he already mastered the essence of the breathing technique? A knife slowly manifested in Tianjia's hand, yet its solidity and speed of materialization could not compare to that of Wang Li. Executing justice? Maotai, have you perhaps misunderstood something? Qinjiao, having taken another drag of his cigarette, regained his composure. Isn't that what we are doing? We are doing it. Not quite. For the actions of this director Tsukawa have indeed provoked considerable ire. Wang Li flourished his sword. I'm uncertain what you, Maotai, are implying. Qinjiao feigned ignorance, fully aware of why the gentleman had summoned him. Wang Li sighed lightly. Qinjiao, this has become rather dull, hasn't it? I would never directly proclaim you to be exceptionally clever. Maotai, this is what the gentleman desires. Qinjiao invoked that gentleman not as a threat, but rather to request Wang Li to extend a courtesy to him. Qinjiao, you are aware of how the gentleman and I parted ways. The reason I have refrained from resorting to violence is not merely to spare his dignity, but because of the camaraderie we share. I am extending you a favor. With that, Wang Li unleashed a sword intent that pressed down upon Sakagawa Hidate Hoshi, rendering him completely unconscious. Hiss, such terrifying sword intent. While Qinjiao might only perceive its might, Tianjia, who has immersed himself in the art of breath control for many years, grasped the intricacies of this technique. Maotai, you must understand, everything must be secured before we proceed. Qinjiao issued a challenge to Wang Li, a tacit understanding existing solely between the two of them. Once their encounter concluded, they would each return to their own domains. Old Qin, it seems you remain oblivious to the fact that this is a world dominated by the Ku school. I seek the hammer. How could I possibly disappoint you? Wang Li forcefully kicked over the bookshelf and retrieved a neatly packaged translation book, carefully unwrapping it. As he gently opened the book, he discovered a hollowed-out space in the middle, where a bag of white powder lay intact. This is Xiao Qinjiao. I need not explain further, right? Tianjia lifted the bag and shook it towards Qinjiao. Snake venom. Was that your intention as well? Qinjiao suddenly realized. Today's encounter was never just one-on-one. It has always been 2 against 1. You must have heard about the altercation between Wu Wan and me. It was precisely because of such substances. Tianjia tossed the bag to the ground, his eyes filled with anguish. I joined the organization because of the promises Wu Wan made, yet he has repeatedly disappointed me. It seems the organization is rotten to its core. Qinjiao felt a pang of guilt but instinctively retreated just in time to evade Tianjia's descending blade. Tianjia's gaze was fixed on Wang Li, who stood protectively in front of Qinjiao, his anger surging uncontrollably. Qinjiao, leave. Tell the master to read more history books. Our homeland will not and cannot allow the cultivation of opium poppies ever again. Never. Wang Li narrowed his eyes, the essence of a sword concealed within him, as he clashed blades with Tianjia. Qinjiao bit her lip, suppressing her emotions, and descended the stairs. Wang Li, why are you stopping me? Wouldn't it be more effective to make an example out of someone? Seeing the deadlock and realizing he might lose, Tianjia decisively abandoned his offensive to spare the pride of the younger generation. That's enough, Tianjia. If you truly kill Qinjiao, it will only escalate our conflict with the master. We both know how the master has changed. Despite our differences, our primary opposition has always been directed at him, which is why we can gather here today. Wang Li's sword dissipated, and he straightened his attire. Listen, Officer Mu is about to commence his duty. Tianjia turned decisively, departing. Wang Li, do not tread the path we have walked. Strive never to take that step. Rest assured, dying a natural death is indeed a wonderful thing. Wang Li's laughter echoed from the shadows. Chapter 16. That thief, he stole my heart, doctor. I've made old duck soup. Do give it a taste. Wang Li entered Dr. Agasa's house holding a clay pot. Wow, it smells delightful. The 3 little ones, engrossed in a game with Conan, quickly gathered around the open pot. TSK, Wang Li, your culinary skills have not waned at all. Conan approached with his signature deadpan expression. It's decent, at least I won't end up rambling like you, Shinichi Kudo, during a date. Here, be careful, Ayumi. It's hot. Wang Li delivered sharp retorts while ladling soup for the trio. What are you saying? Holmes is the greatest detective in the world. Conan would not permit anyone to tarnish Holmes' reputation. Indeed, Holmes once proclaimed, I can help you raise monkeys. Wang Li handed the soup to Conan with a hint of annoyance. Wang Li, let me tell you, if you don't apologize, I will not. Ooh, it smells so good. Unable to bear it any longer. Wang Li pressed the bowl against Conan's lips. Are you Wang Zhe? That's my fellow townsman. Dr. Agasa emerged holding a newspaper. Wang Li. Phantom Thief 1412 has made another appearance. Wang Li received the newspaper, which contained a peculiar announcement from the Phantom Thief. On April Fool's Day, when the moon separates two, under the name of the Dark Star, you are invited to the waves, and I shall arrive. The time, location, and characters were clearly outlined, rendering it a satisfactory piece of discourse, though its brevity warranted only a score of 40. I hope that the esteemed Phantom Thief kid will enhance his literary prowess. Wang Li, with utmost professionalism, graded the thief's announcement. But Wang Li, you seem to have overlooked a crucial detail. He has indeed woven into the text what he intends to steal, though the word count does not mirror that of a certain mediocre author filled with fluff. It is sufficiently concise, suggesting an increase in score. Passing seems quite feasible, remarked Dr. Agasa, savoring a sip of duck soup with satisfaction. You are all mistaken. This seemingly simple announcement encapsulates everything and merits an additional 5 points, declared teacher Kagoro, asserting a score of 65. Even Newton's wisdom would prove ineffective. The trio of children stared in bewilderment at the three adults embroiled in a heated debate over the score. Hey, Hikaru, do you understand what they are arguing about? Bume nudged Hikaru beside her. I have no idea. What do you think, Yunta? Hikaru redirected the question to Yunta. Yunta, with a spoon in his mouth, shook his head honestly. I don't know, but this soup is delicious. Then shall we simply enjoy our soup in peace? Bume proposed, and her suggestion received approval from her two companions. Thus, while the adults debated scores, the three children sat contentedly sipping soup, a scene of perfect harmony unfolding in Dr. Agasa's home. After Conan and the trio departed with satisfaction, Wang Li diligently washed the pot and brewed a pot of tea to share with the doctor. Wang Li, has not the thief already gone missing? Why does another phantom thief emerge? The doctor's words were laced with concern. The sudden disappearance of an old friend, coupled with the appearance of someone donning his guise, troubled the doctor, fearing this figure might bring trouble to his friend. Fear not, doctor, if I am not mistaken. You have encountered this phantom thief before. He shall not cause Uncle Kuroba any distress, Wang Li reassured him. Observing the doctor's lingering anxiety, Wang Li insisted, Doctor, I shall personally investigate, rest assured. On April Fool's Day, at the Dark Star Museum, amidst the cheers of the audience, helicopters hovered overhead, and numerous powerful searchlights transformed the night into day, all in anticipation of the magician's arrival under the moonlight. Ha ha, old man, look over there, it's dazzling, Kaido Kuroba exclaimed, pointing towards the museum from a concealed spot near Tokyo Tower. The butler, Mr. T, simply smiled as he busied himself. Young Master Kaido, perhaps you should prepare a bit more. If Officer Nakamori discovers our ulterior motives, he might lay a trap. Oh, fine, old man, Kaido replied reluctantly, squatting down to help T organize their props. Dato, you ought to heed Mr. T's advice. Your father-in-law surely knows your intentions. He is not foolish, Wang Li said, seated with his back to them on an exposed steel beam, his feet swinging restlessly. Who? Kaido brandished a magic gun, aiming at Wang Li. That voice. You are Master Wang Li? T's memory proved to be sharper. Wang Li merely waved his hand. Humph, just the same as before. Kaido retracted his magic gun and rolled his eyes. Well, the doctor is concerned that your son might tarnish Uncle Kuroba's reputation, which is why I am here. Wang Li rose to his feet and gazed intently at Kaido. Damn it, do you truly have no connection to Kudo? Not only do you bear a striking resemblance, but I recall that Nakamori Aoko and Ran look remarkably alike, don't they? Kaido shrugged nonchalantly. How could the phantom thief kid possibly tarnish his own name? Wang Li let out a deep sigh. It appears you have made your decision. As he lifted his garments, under the moonlight, a gentleman adorned in a white tuxedo and a top hat, with a monocle, stood poised in the center of the scene. Oh dear, my youthful heart. Wang Li exaggeratedly clutched his chest, exclaiming, how is it possible that despite sharing the same visage as Kudo, the impression is so utterly different? Wang Li, it has been 5 long years since we last parted. Do you have any inkling of how I have spent these years? Kaido's profile appeared particularly sorrowful under the moon's glow. I don't know, nor do I wish to know. Wang Li moved to Kaido's side, and before either he or Terui could react, he executed a playful maneuver that brought Kaido's face into an intimate encounter with the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Kaido shouted in anger, rubbing his face as Terui assisted him. Nothing much, just feeling that life requires a sense of ceremony. Wang Li claimed the spot Kaido had just vacated, with the moonlight serving as a backdrop, enveloping him in an inexplicable aura of mystery, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Goodness, this fellow is even more of a rogue than I am. Oh my youthful heart. Kaido mused, contemplating whether his title as the magician in the moonlight truly suited him, for the individual before him surpassed him to such a degree that even men would concede defeat. I shall dub you the enchanting demon beneath the moonlight. With a casual tousle of his hair, Wang Li leaped down from his position, causing Kaido's thoughts, which had been drifting further away, to vanish in an instant. Wang Li gazed at the moonlit sky, exclaiming, indeed, this moon possesses an insidious allure. What had transpired moments ago? How could Kaido possibly admit that he had nearly succumbed to Wang Li's enchanting charm? It is nothing but a testament to the source of your wretched allure. Wang Li casually dismissed the matter. The blind box trio's Kaido, with his unparalleled intellect soaring to 400, the pinnacle of deductive reasoning, found himself utterly perplexed by Wang Li's words. Do you truly consider yourself the epitome of brilliance? There are 3 of them, after all. Wang Li ceased to speak, ensuring that Kaido had securely stowed away the glider before dragging him to the edge of the tower. Hey, Wang Li, what are you planning? Kaido swallowed hard. Despite his cleverness, he fully grasped the situation yet remained unable to accept it. After all, the distinction between being in a position of power and being subjected to it was monumental. What shall we do? Let us fly, phantom thief kid. Wang Li grinned widely, and, with a swift kick, sent Kaido tumbling out. Young Master Kaido. Teruchi rushed to the edge, exhaling in relief upon seeing the glider unfold. Young Master Wang Li, what is the meaning of this? Teruchi was bewildered by Wang Li's actions. The respectful Wang Li candidly replied, I was irked by Kaido. He unexpectedly stirred my youthful heart. After enduring a series of chaotic events, Wang Li delivered Kaido to Teruchi, who awaited at the shore, exchanged a brief greeting, and then returned home. After a refreshing bath, he retrieved a bottle of oolong tea from the refrigerator and perused through the letters that had been unwittingly delivered to his home. Storing the letters in a box, a smile danced in his eyes as he mused, Little girl, how did you discover my address? Truly, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. The people from the flower-growing family are quite particular. Chapter 17. Sherry, a cleaner collapsed into the shadows, their pearly white teeth glimmering in the darkness. A rustling sound echoed as the cleaner lowered their hat and stepped out. Approaching the laboratory, they observed the bustling figures within, letting out a quiet chuckle. Skillfully maneuvering past surveillance, the cleaner deftly evaded the watchful eyes of security personnel, leading those who might notice into concealed corners to incapacitate them. Ultimately gaining access to the monitoring room. Adjacent was the power distribution room. Expertly erasing the surveillance footage, the cleaner redirected the cameras, contemplating briefly as a sinister chuckle escaped from beneath the hat. Ah ho ho. Ah ho ho ah ho ho ho. I am a boundary thief. Seeking treasures across the seas. I am a boundary thief, yearning for freedom, traversing the world, and I shall seize it all. As Wang Li, having set up a rudimentary time device, exited the power distribution room, this catchy tune suddenly surfaced in his mind. Shaking his head, he banished the thought, my dear little one, I am merely here to meet others. There is no question of thievery. How could I possibly be a thief? Wang Li waited at the corner of the laboratory, and with a swift motion of his fingers, the brilliance of the light faded away. Ah, Shelley, we meet again. Wang Li swiftly infiltrated the laboratory, yet he sensed no presence of anyone within. How could this be? I distinctly saw her before. Could it be that she returned to her dormitory while I was distracted? Wang Li approached the table adorned with sherry, observing, indeed, these items belong to her. And the lingering essence is unmistakably hers, still not dissipated. Suddenly, the lights blazed forth, revealing several searchlights that had mysteriously been erected around him, prompting Wang Li to shield his eyes with his hand. As expected of Maotai, even in the absence of the organization, one's skills remain intact. A voice, aged yet vigorous, accompanied by applause, resonated through the air. Wang Li swiftly deduced the identity of the speaker. Drawing forth 2 swords, he extended his perception, enveloping the entire laboratory. Damn, still no one. Wang Li regarded the impatient old fox, with newfound esteem. After a brief contemplation, he concentrated his awareness within a radius of 5 feet around himself and chuckled. What is this, Has your courage diminished since the departure of Tianjia? Are you afraid to engage in face-to-face dialogue with me? Responded with laughter. Tianjia? Are you referring to that snake venom now enjoying retirement at the noodle shop? I wouldn't say my courage has waned. Rather, I have simply matured and learned to be more prudent. Then, what do you propose to discuss? Wang Li flicked his swords, causing all the searchlights to shatter. Now we are both shrouded in darkness. Ha ha ha, what a clever tactic. Instantly equalizing our surroundings, complimented insincerely. What message do you bring, sir? Wang Li, disinterested in small talk with the old man, directly addressed Rum's purpose for being there. Ha ha ha, certainly. The sir has matters to confer with you, replied, his tone laced with envy. Only with a certain degree of rapport with the sir could one confidently utter such a statement. With a clap of his hands, a computer belonging to Sherry activated before Wang Li, revealing the image of an elderly man. TSK, sir, do we really need to encrypt our conversation? Wang Li remarked with sarcasm. The sir remained silent, allowing a few lines of text to appear on the screen. I have departed from the watered-down wine factory and now stand opposed to you. Yet, the sir remains calm, dispatching tasks to me as if there has been no misunderstanding. Wang Li narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the text on the screen. Another line of text materialized. Wang Li gently tapped his hair, inquiring, "Do you still not comprehend? Sir, while time can be preserved, it cannot flow in reverse." The words on the screen remained unchanged. "Very well, I concede that your proposition is quite tempting. I accept." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li acquiesced to the assignment. The shadow nodded, and the screen dimmed. Wang Li let out a sigh. Having searched for quite some time in Shirley's spot before finally leaving the laboratory with a sense of satisfaction. Well, is that not rum? It has been ages. You seem quite the trendsetter now, Wang Li remarked as he spotted a familiar vehicle parked outside the biopharmaceutical factory and boldly approached to provoke. You little darling. Still as infuriating as ever, Rum retorted, rolling down the car window. Wang Li's interest was piqued. You old man. Even the commander and Jin have been thoroughly subdued by me, yet you still dare to retort? It's time for you to experience the exquisite art of flowery speech. Drive on. With that, Lan Mu swiftly raised the car windows and instructed the driver to depart from the location. Humph, young one. Do you really think I am unaware of the tragic fates of the commander and Jin? The moment you raised your rear, I knew whether you feasted on corn or rice. Dare to challenge me? Youthful naivety. Stupid. Wang Li, engulfed in exhaust fumes, felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword. Yet he restrained himself. Old bones, let us see who will have the last laugh. Casting a glance at the sky, he whistled as he headed towards Dr. Agasa's residence. It's time to add something to Kudo's skateboard. Humph, I will sooner or later make you witness the power of deduction. Shinichi, surely you must have ingested some concoction from Dr. Agasa to revert to your childhood. Wang Li concealed himself behind a utility pole, observing as Hybra crossed her arms and questioned Conan, who had his back turned to her. What a splendid performance. Kudo, call for your father. After all, Uncle Yusaku will be burdened with several titles soon enough, so my presence here is of little consequence. Upon his arrival, Wang Li witnessed Hybra dragging Conan to the Kudo household and marveled at Hybra's formidable sixth sense as a woman. Sister Hybra, what on earth are you talking about? How is it even possible for someone to shrink? Conan gestured futilely in resistance. Suddenly, Hybra's expression shifted, her eyes brimming with tears as she gently inquired, Shinichi, how much longer will you deceive me? Oh no. Wang Li recognized the terrifying potency of Hybra's delicate demeanor as an angel, and he quickly leaped forward before Conan could concede. Ah, what are you all doing here? Wang Li unabashedly borrowed Conan's famous line, scratching his head as he stepped out. Wang Li? Hybra turned tearfully, her pitiful appearance evoking a sense of reluctance in Wang Li to deceive her, even considering the idea of directly offering Conan. You and Shinichi are the closest of friends. Tell me, is Conan really Shinichi? Hybra hoisted Conan into her arms. What remarkable strength you possess. Wang Li stammered. As for whether he is or isn't, I can't say, but keep your distance from him, especially since you are already doubting Kudo. Wang Li was momentarily at a loss for words due to Hybra's sudden assault, while Wang Li, drenched in sweat from his futile attempt to contend with the angel, was at a loss. A princess appeared to reverse the situation. Hey, Hybra, Wang Li, Conan, what are you all doing in my house at this hour? Salvation. Long live Princess Titan. Wang Li and Conan exclaimed in delight at the sight of their visitor. Shinichi's mother? How do you recognize Conan? It truly must be Shinichi. Hybra, seizing upon the inconsistency in Yukiko's words, pushed Conan toward her. Hybra, what are you talking about? Conan is the son of my distant aunt's brother's daughter's neighbor. Yukiko maintained her composure, showcasing her professionalism as a globally renowned actress. Conan nodded vigorously, attempting to affirm that this lady was merely an aunt. Is that so? Hybra released Conan, her skepticism palpable. Indeed. The three present nodded in agreement. I feel as though you are all deceiving me. Hybra's declaration caused the trio to freeze momentarily. With her hands on her hips, she asserted loudly, no matter how one thinks about it, something feels amiss. How could there be someone who resembles him so closely? Wang Li was the first to react, chuckling as he said, Xiaolon. It seems you are simply longing for Kudo. Tell me, if what you say is true, and Conan is indeed Shinichi Kudo, how many times have you bathed together? At his words, both Conan and Xiaolon instantly flushed with embarrassment. You rascal. Yukiko cast a sidelong glance at her son and added with a smile, Xiaolon. Should you wish to see Shinichi, I could certainly teach him a lesson someday, but one must not mistake identities. Do you truly believe Shinichi would engage in such behavior? Xiaolon gazed at Conan, who was cowering by Yukiko's side, and with a wry smile said, Perhaps I have genuinely mistaken him, rubbing her cheeks. A smile once again graced Xiaolon's delicate face. I'm sorry, Conan, I misjudged you. Let us head back. Oh, Xiaolon. I need Conan's help to adjust the skateboard with the professor. He will be resting at the professor's house today. Wang Li vigorously ruffled Conan's hair, exclaiming, That feels good. I also require him to accompany me to a place tomorrow, Yukiko stated, indicating that she too needed to schedule time with her son. Well, all right. But Conan, you mustn't cause them any trouble. Xiaolon began to leave. Sure. Conan's sweet smile vanished the moment Xiaolon turned the corner, and and he expertly rolled his eyes. What brings you here? Is it appropriate to converse so casually with one's savior? Wang Li intensified his ruffling of Conan's hair. Come now. My mother is quarreling with my father. Why are you not at home, but here at the professor's? Conan swatted Wang Li's hand away. Didn't I mention? I'm here to modify your skateboard. It's quite disheartening that you don't even trust me. Kudo. Wang Li waved his hand as he made his way toward the professor's house. Hey, I say. Suddenly, Conan found himself scooped up by Yukiko. Shinichi, it's been a while since we slept together. Today, I'll read you a story. Yukiko laughed as she entered the house. Ugh. This mother-son duo is quite something. I really don't understand Japan. Wang Li shook his body and turned to head home, feeling nauseated. He thought to himself, I shall return and concoct a glass of Fino to ease my troubles. Ah, sherry at last, it had arrived. Wang Li, having attended classes a mere 3 days in the past week, arrived at Jianggudian High School to set his plans in motion. Director Ku, I wonder how things would unfold if you were at the helm? Wang Li mused as he watched countless peers streaming out of the school. Oh, indeed. It's just a corner away from Shaolin. Mizuno Aoko. Wang Li chuckled softly, weaving through the crowd to give Kaido a light pat on the shoulder. Who? Kaido instinctively turned, brandishing his cane. Kaido, have you truly forgotten me after all this time? Is there no welcome for me? Wang Li deftly deflected the attack and embraced Kaido with familiarity. Hey, it's you. Kaido relaxed his guard but inwardly scoffed. We just saw each other a few days ago. How is that a long time? Wang Li, it's been ages. Aoko greeted him with delight. Indeed, it has been a while. Wang Li responded with a smile before teasing Kaido. Captain, it's me, don't shoot. What nonsense is this? Kaido wriggled free from Wang Li's grasp. Aoko, I'll borrow this man for a moment. Wang Li quickly whisked Kaido away. All right, sure. Aoko managed to say before watching them vanish in a flash. In the building, a woman opened the cards in her hand, her gaze narrowing. Death. Waiter, a cup of oolong tea, please. Wang Li and Kaido settled down. Sorry, sir. We don't serve oolong tea here. The waiter replied with a smile. Then I'll have a cup of jasmine tea. Wang Li waved his hand casually. Sorry. We don't have that either. The waiter's smile froze. Then just bring me any tea. Wang Li shot a sidelong glance at the table. Apologies. We don't offer tea services here, the waiter stammered. What kind of establishment runs without offering anything? Wang Li lamented, feeling disheartened by the state of affairs. I must say, this is a made CAF. Why are you ordering tea? Kaido took the menu from the now relaxed waiter. TSK, young man, moderation in tea consumption is wise. Gotta flicks the old. Wang Li lamented, resting his chin on the table. I'll have an omelette rice and the signature coffee. Care to join me? My treat. Kaido's intellect was not to be underestimated. Ha ha, do I need your invitation? Wang Li retorted. Waitress, bring him a cappuccino. And say once more, X-Ben Wei is formidable. Wang Li remained quite fond of the maid CAF. After the commotion subsided, the exhausted maid handed the menu to the kitchen, resolving to return to her family business rather than pursue any entrepreneurial ventures. Soon, the coffee arrived. Kaido took a sip, exuding ease and sophistication. This fellow has remarkable composure. Wang Li thought, oh well, I have a request of him. Wang Li sighed and took a sip of his cappuccino. Dozy, are you familiar with the Egg of Memories? You mean the one that is about to be exhibited? I indeed know of it. He set down his cup, and with a smile, Kaido stirred his coffee. Fully aware of Wang Li's intentions. I need that item. I truly require it. Wang Li produced a piece of paper. This is the information I have, which may pertain to the Pandora gem. Kaido glanced at the paper. 3 pieces of potential intelligence for 1 accurate item. Is this trade fair? His words suggested that he regarded the Egg of Memories as already his, while treating the potential presence of law enforcement as mere family. The Egg of Memories isn't even complete. I know where another one is. Wang Li divulged the information he possessed, proposing that their incomplete knowledge balanced out. How could it possibly balance out? A feminine voice interrupted their discussion. Here are your omuras. Ah, it's the witch, Hongzi. Wang Li recognized the person as Koizumi Hongzi. She placed the death card on the table and said to Kaido, this is what I uncovered after your meeting with him. The death card? How intriguing. Wang Li glanced at the card and chuckled, eyeing Kaido. Kaido understood the potency of Koizumi Hongzi's divination and fell into deep thought. Surprisingly, Kaido made such a decision. Is it true that individuals grow through constant struggle? Wang Li pondered on the train ride back. Have you heard? A bank in Tokyo has been robbed. Really? How much was taken? I heard it was $1 billion, and one of the robbers was killed by an accomplice. The casual mention made Wang Li's pupils constrict. Sister Mingmei, have they begun their actions so soon? That boy, the disguised Mingmei missed the anxious Conan. Aware of his intentions yet unwavering in her pursuit. He resembles that little boy named Conan, quite similar to Wang Li. Mingmei mused while seated in a taxi. Huh, miss. You must be mistaken. I think Wang Li is far more reliable than that fellow. The driver lifted his head, a flash of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. You. The driver's resolve to confront Mingmei wavered significantly. He revealed a broad smile. Mingmei arrived at the warehouse where she had arranged to meet Jin. Jin. Come out. He. It seems you have completed your part of the deal, Jin replied, clad in a black trench coat, a bottle of vodka in hand. his silver hair billowing in the evening breeze. Brother, we need to hurry. The parking spot is a no parking zone, and that female traffic officer patrols nearby, Vodka whispered. TSK. Jin adjusted his hat. Mingmei, you have not brought the billion. I have placed it somewhere. Once you fulfill your promise, I shall naturally hand it over. Mingmei intended to negotiate with the billion as her leverage. I do not accept threats. Jin swiftly drew his gun and fired. Mingmei collapsed, blood flowing from her head. With no containers around, the only hiding place left was the hotel's storage room. Jin lit a cigarette, confidently stating, "We will seize that money when your sister breathes her last." Sister Mingmei. Just as Jin prepared to deliver a fatal shot, Wang Li burst through the warehouse wall. Sword drawn. Maotai. Jin instantly assessed the situation. Wang Li has surrounded us. We must execute a strategic retreat. Maotai, rather than engage in a futile struggle with us, we should check on Mingmei's injuries. Jin retreated from the warehouse under Vodka's cover. Madman, how dare you create such a commotion? A powerful sword intent demolished the warehouse. The residual force shooting toward Jin. The inhalation technique activated, bullets erupted, shattering the sword intent. Fortunately, it was just the aftermath. Spitting blood. Jin climbed into the car and commanded Vodka, drive. Amidst the ruins shrouded in smoke, Wang Li beheld the departure of the Porsche, then turned his gaze towards Mingmei. A simmering hatred barely concealed within him. He scooped up Mingmei and made his way towards the vehicle he had parked on the opposite side. By the time Conan and Officer Magyar arrived at the scene, only the remnants of the warehouse and the fading light of the setting sun remained. Chapter 19. The Cocoon of Memories. Unzi. I have heard that your family possesses the other half of the recently exhibited Egg of Memories? Wang Li inquired, reclining in his chair after the rare examination. Oh, are you referring to that large marble I used to play with in my childhood? Unzi bit her pen, only recollecting it when Xiao Lan placed a promotional poster before her. Large marble? Wang Li exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. I played with it for a while, but soon discarded it as it failed to amuse me. Unzi replied nonchalantly. Goodness, it is no wonder that the Suzuki Group, the wealthiest in the scientific realm and untouched by any homicides, is entirely entwined with the narrative of Kid. Wang Li withdrew his thoughts and conferred with Unzi, saying, let us make a bargain. I require that egg, so what is it that you need? Or how may I assist you? I would even sell myself for the sake of obtaining the memory egg. Well, let me ponder it and search at home, Unzi replied, her finger playfully tapping her cheek, adding a delightful charm to her demeanor. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a force by Shumi. Wang Li, you cannot escape today. Senior, you employ this tactic every day. I am weary of hearing it, Wang Li exclaimed, collapsing onto the table. It matters not. I feel inclined to surrender. Indeed, Senior, I am quite tired of this routine. Unzi chimed in. Then she suddenly struck her palm with her fist, saying, Wang Li, what is it? Wang Li rolled his eyes. You must sign the registration form for Senior. Unzi insisted, you have indeed led her astray. Sign it. And tomorrow you will come to my house to retrieve that memory egg. What? Wang Li instantly regained his composure. Miss, can we not negotiate this? Absolutely not. Unzi shook her head resolutely. With Senior chasing after you daily, I feel pity for her. You must sign. Miss. Wang Li looked at Unzi with an exasperated expression. But she turned her head aside. Fine. Senior, bring me some paper and a pen. Wang Li reluctantly accepted the registration form that Shumi cheerfully handed over. And with a few swift strokes, the elegant characters of Wang Li emerged upon the page. Are you satisfied now, miss? Wang Li inquired, shaking the form at Unzi. Who said that? You must secure the championship. Otherwise, it doesn't count. Unzi continued with unwavering determination. All right. I shall return with the first prize, Wang Li declared, sharing a high five with Unzi as a vow. Then, miss, what about the memory egg? Wang Li rubbed his hands together. After I find it tomorrow, I shall let you show it to Xiaomei, who will be exhibiting the memory egg, Unzi replied, delaying Wang Li's turn once more. All right then. Wang Li's face displayed a profound conflict. You have the funds, you are the elder sister, your word is final. Wang Li, weary from fatigue, returned home. The enticing aroma of food enveloping him. In that instant, he recalled the intricate sword formation he had etched, and certain memory surfaced, causing the corners of his mouth to lift in a smile. As night fell, a white glider unfurled, and Kaido, with the ease of a thief, soared through the skies, clutching his prize, the memory egg, while evading the pursuit of the police and Conan. It wasn't all that difficult, was it? The Grim Reaper card of Hongzi failed to keep up with me. As Kaido glided, he suddenly found himself drifting, gazing down at Conan, who was skillfully maneuvering on a truly anti-gravity skateboard, a creation of Wang Li and Professor Agasa. A grin broke across Kaido's face, revealing a set of pearly whites. I think I can afford to have a little fun. He contemplated lowering his altitude to approach Conan, intending to engage in friendly dialogue while maintaining a safe distance. Meanwhile, on top of a towering building, a shadow with a single eye equipped with a scope also displayed a brilliant smile. Shinichi, Kaido Kuroba, daring to steal my belongings? Let me show you the prowess of the world's #1 mercenary. Conan chasing Kaido and Kaido seeking to tease Conan. What a perfect loop it could have been. Had you not interfered, forcing me to be here, caught in this convoluted web. Wang Li sat at the top of the stairwell, propped up on his chin, gazing helplessly at the three figures ahead. I have ultimately become the very person I despised. Perhaps this is what growth entails. Come closer, just a bit closer. Splendid. Perish. Kaido Kid. The bewildered kid, momentarily distracted by Conan's reminder, glanced upwards at the towering building, unaware that this motion was precisely what the shadowy figure had anticipated. Bang. As the finger pressed down, the silent sniper rifle emitted a puff of gunpowder dust, and the shadowy figure eagerly awaited the sight of Kid's demise, only to witness Kid and Conan continuing their banter. Ah, Scoban, what are you searching for? As for the shell casings, I suggest you look downstairs. Wang Li instructed with his sword in hand. I must say, didn't Tianjia teach you that tossing objects from a height is strictly forbidden? Scoban turned in. Upon seeing the sword-wielding youth, recalled the photograph of the top 10 most formidable individuals his mentor had shown him, prompting him to lower his gaze. Scoban had indeed encountered Lord Maotai before. It seems Tianjia has mentioned my name to you. Wang Li effortlessly leaped down from the top of the building. Yes, my teacher has advised me to show you great respect upon our meeting. Scoban was sweating profusely. Even before any engagement, the aura of that sword was already sending shivers through my skin. This young Lord Maotai possesses a terrifying level of power. Tianjia must hold me in high regard. Wang Li split his sword into two, playing with the blade's elegance, remarking, I always envisioned that someone named Scoban would be a burly giant, yet here stands a shapely beauty that tempts one to sin at first glance. My lord, you flatter me. My teacher has said that one must conceal danger behind beauty to achieve their goals. Scoban felt overwhelmed by Wang Li's compliment. What I say is the truth. If you doubt it, just ask your teacher, right, Tianjia? Wang Li swung a sword towards the stairway behind him. Heh, you lad. Whatever you say to a beauty is both true and false. Tianjia blocked the sword's energy, chuckling as he ascended to the rooftop. Teacher. Scoban was exceedingly delighted by Tianjia's presence. Tianjia simply raised a hand to signal Scoban to remain calm. Maotai, is something the matter? Is my disciple's behavior obstructing your actions? Oh, is this a protective instinct? Wang Li swung his sword again, declaring, I intend to safeguard Kaido Kid as well, without accepting any conditions or rebuttals. What madness has possessed you? Very well, but Scoban's presence here is a task I assigned her. What do you propose we do? Tianjia slightly exerted force on his blade to deflect this strike. This individual has indeed improved. Isn't it simple? Watch this. While Scoban was still in shock, Wang Li turned and swiftly slashed down with his sword, the contained intent sending a chill through the air. In that critical moment, Scoban broke free from fear, channeling his energy and executing a swift sidestep to evade the attack, instantly aiming his weapon as the bullet, accompanied by a piercing wind, shot forth. Wang Li scoffed, slicing through the air with a bullet and stepping forward, his sword tip piercing ahead. Just as scythe-wielding intended to rise and dash sideways, Wang Li flicked his wrist, unleashing a myriad of radiant sparks from his sword, obstructing the path ahead. A tree of pear blossoms burdening the crabapple? No. At this moment it should be called a myriad of cold glimmers, akin to 1,000 dragons. Tianjia observed the explosive swordplay with astonishment, fully aware that Wang Li was not holding back, but rather exerting a modicum of strength. Scythe-wielding stomped his foot with determination, propelling himself backward to evade the brilliance, refraining from firing a shot. Truly, the esteemed Maotai, whom even the teachers regarded with caution, rendered ordinary firearms ineffective. Contemplating his thoughts, he steeled his resolve, halting his retreat and charging forward once more. Oh, how intriguing. Wang Li maintained his sword momentum and technique, eager to see how Scythe-wielding would navigate this predicament. Drawing the backup gun from his waist, Scythe-wielding unleashed a barrage of shots, compelling Wang Li to temper his force. At that moment, Scythe-wielding surged into the sword's trajectory, his hand swirling incessantly, successfully locking the blade with his gun. It was over. At such a close distance. How could one react in time? Scythe-wielding aimed his gun at Wang Li's head. Bang! The gunfire echoed, and amidst the smoke, Wang Li deftly severed the gun with another sword, then deflected the bullet with a swift counter. Instinctively, Scythe-wielding seized Wang Li's wrists, drawing him closer while his knee, reinforced with iron, thrust toward Wang Li's abdomen. Wang Li remained unperturbed, using a deft maneuver to grasp Scythe-wielding's wrist, leading her into a leap. Take this, Earth. Wang Li executed a swift turn, forcefully throwing Scythe-wielding away. Tianjia, like a wraith, caught Scythe-wielding and dissipated the force upon her, then swung his blade down towards Wang Li with great ferocity. Elder, lacking in martial virtue, ambushing me. Wang Li chuckled, countering with a dual sword cross slash. I advise you to retreat promptly. Mice make for poor broth. What a cacophony of nonsense. Although Tianjia had known Wang Li for quite some time, he struggled to keep pace with his absurdity. Scythe-wielding, your mission has concluded. What, teacher? A look of incredulity flashed in Scythe-wielding's beautiful eyes. Teacher, I can still fight. Tianjia felt a headache coming on from his disciple's stubbornness and overconfidence. How is it that your mind is usually so sharp, yet today you falter? Huh. Scythe-wielding paused. Then her face lit up with delight. Are you saying? Indeed, you have successfully passed the assessment. Tianjia smiled, ruffling Shikabing's hair. To withstand 3 of my strikes, albeit the most fundamental ones, is sufficient proof of your excellence. The most fundamental 3 strikes? Shikabing swallowed hard. Master Maotai, your strength is unfathomable. Very well, you may return now. I shall reminisce with Maotai. Tianjia instructed Shikabing with a smile. Understood. Shikabing trembled as she stood and hurriedly departed the rooftop. Once he confirmed their solitude, Tianjia produced a wine pouch from behind and took a sip. Wang Li, why do you choose to protect this phantom thief kid? Who is he in the grand scheme? Wang Li approached the edge of the rooftop. Casting a backward smile, there he is, the second phantom thief kid. The white glider ascended alongside the building's wall, illuminated by the moonlight. The thief gentleman, clad in white with his monocle, resembled a magician under the moon's glow. The phantom thief kid gently descended upon the wall's edge. Here you go, Kid exclaimed, tossing a bundle to Wang Li, lowering his hat. Remember to pass it on once you're done. Wang Li nodded with a smile, observing Kid glide away once more. With a swift stroke of his sword intent, he dismantled the tracker and listening device concealed within the package. Turning to Tianjia, Wang Li inquired, what do you think of this elusive phantom thief, Kid? Tianjia cast a fleeting glance at the package and sighed. He is somewhat lacking compared to his former self. Who could argue with that? A gust of wind swept by as Conan, panting heavily, ascended to the rooftop, only to find it utterly deserted. Chapter 20. The words of Xiao Si. Wang Li arrived at the agreed-upon building, carrying 2 packages as he ascended the stairs slowly. Ah, Wulianya, it has been a while. The commander greeted him with practiced ease, while behind him, the silver-haired Jin, deep in thought, lit a cigarette. The packages were hurled forward, like 2 swords aimed at Jin, only to be intercepted by the commander. Wulianya, could you show me or the gentleman a modicum of respect? The commander's smile remained unwavering. Belmod, hold on to the packages. Wang Li coldly instructed Belmod, who caught the packages behind him. Respect? I already bestowed that upon the gentleman when I left. As for your respect, I granted that to you last time at the villa. But what about you? Jin, who gave you the audacity to touch my sister Mingmei? The intent to kill surged from Wang Li, his voice a sinister whisper. Jin, prepare to pay with your life. The commander gathered his energy to block Wang Li's murderous intent, internally convinced that Mingmei was dead, yet he kept speaking. Maotai, you said before that you wouldn't target the organization. The moment those words were uttered, Wang Li's killing intent intensified. How dare you bring that up? Who first promised me that the organization would not act against the 2 sisters? You breached the agreement first. Why should I not annihilate the organization in return? We only stated that the organization would not take action, but this time, Jin acted independently, and the organization has already punished him. The commander quickly countered, struggling to withstand Wang Li's sword intent. You still have the audacity to play word games with me. Wang Li, infuriated, took a step forward, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Clang. The descending rum, along with the commander and the unmasked Bourbon, blocked Wang Li's attack. Huh, Jin isn't even here. And you dare to say that? Wang Li sheathed his sword intent, speaking curtly, long time no see. Bourbon. Ah, it has indeed been a while, Maotai. You have grown quite formidable. Bourbon grimaced, shaking his hand. And you, with that dark complexion, nearly matching that of an Osaka black chicken. Though you do shine a bit more, Wang Li quipped, pursing his lips. Not at all. You seem to be doing quite well yourself. Rum interjected. Maotai, the gentleman has requested that you go up alone. He will provide you with an explanation. TCH, just summon Jin. Why complicate matters? We could settle this one-on-one behind the school, Wang Li remarked nonchalantly as he took the 2 packages from Belmod and continued upward. Rum. Are you really leaving Maotai alone with the boss? Belmod inquired, adjusting her hair. Belmod, remember, the gentleman's trust in Maotai and Snake Venom, despite being adversaries, surpasses the trust he holds for you. And me, Rum replied, casually sitting on the stairs. But why is his breathing technique so remarkable? Bourbon clenched his hand, still unable to form a fist. There is a reason we elders refer to him as the gentleman. The commander whistled. Our goals are intricately linked to the breathing techniques passed down by him. Rum continued, the breathing technique was collaboratively created and refined by the gentleman, Snake Venom, and Maotai. Bourbon's eyes widened in shock, while Belmod quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that it originated from that flower-growing family? The commander and Rum fell silent, seemingly tacitly acknowledging Belmod's assertion. The flower-growing family. Bourbon exclaimed, astonished. How is it that you all have your legends, yet none of you are in the organization? Wang Li opened the door and beheld Mr. Zhu Ji, seated in a wheelchair, alongside the distillery's boss, Yuan Lianyi. With a sigh, he remarked, Sir, I have brought what you requested, yet you are truly straying further from reality. Yuan remained silent, but Wang Li, familiar with his demeanor, discerned a yearning in his gaze. Sir, I must inform you that the object of your anticipation is absent from the sake of memories. With pursed lips, Wang Li reassembled the memory egg, inserting his portable flashlight into the base. Sitting on the floor, he lifted his gaze to Yuan, declaring, Sir, observe closely. Your impractical and delusional fantasies simply do not exist. As he switched on the flashlight, the memory egg illuminated, revealing two small figures perusing an album alongside their parents, casting images of the daily life of the Russian family of Tsar Nicholas II all around them. Despite Yuan's fervent attempts to suppress his tremors, he could not escape the watchful eyes of Wang Li. Wang Li rose to his feet and addressed the gentleman. Although I harbor conflicts with Tian Jia, we can still share a drink together. However, he was resolutely unwilling to meet you before his demise. My decision to engage in conversation with you stems solely from my desire to protect the Gonya sisters. Are you not aware of these circumstances? You are merely deceiving yourself. As Karasuma maneuvered his wheelchair to turn away, Wang Li did not press further. Sir, please respond. What was the purpose of our collective endeavor to restore the breathing technique? Do you truly believe that you bear no responsibility for Tian's passing? The blood on your hands contains a portion of hers. Do you think she, no matter how innocent, would willingly become entangled in such matters? Wang Li turned away, not wishing to encounter Wuquan. Cao Cao once proclaimed, I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. However, my dear sir, we now advocate for a harmonious world, which implies that once separated, it is nearly impossible to reunite. Embracing the memories like fragile eggs, Wang Li articulated. The infamous plagiarist and mediocre director Guo once said something profound. Love without material is like a pile of loose sand. Similarly, time resembles love, perhaps even more fragile. Akin to sand slipping through one's fingers. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed, unless one is willing to perish in the desert of time. Closing the door, the room was left with only the sound of Wuquan's wheelchair. Aren't you afraid of the chill sitting there? Wang Li chuckled as he stood on the staircase, observing the four individuals. Goodness, are you a group seeking eternal bliss? Rum stood up, dusting off his trousers, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Li. What's this? Finished your discussion with Maotai already? My exchanges with him are always swift. We engaged in a cordial and candid dialogue, Wang Li responded while descending the staircase, cradling the memories carefully. What's the verdict? Bourbon inquired, curiosity piqued. Well, we thoroughly exchanged opinions, enhancing mutual understanding. Overall, our conversation was beneficial. But I maintain a reserved stance regarding its outcome, Wang Li declared at the staircase's edge, informing Jin that he reserved the right to respond further regarding his actions. As for the organization, if those beneath cannot be managed properly, I shall reconsider our positions. Let us wait and see. Do not say I did not warn you, dear. Wang Li laughed as he stepped into the night. I've been listening for ages and still don't understand. Commander, what do you say? Bourbon's handsome face was now filled with question marks. What can I say? I'm unsure if Jin likes golden silk Nanmu. The commander replied casually. I believe sandalwood would suffice. Rum asserted, suggesting Jin should exit with dignity after a lifetime in the factory. Achio. Jin coughed after taking a puff of his cigarette. Brother, have you caught a cold? The diligent vodka asked, concerned. No, it must be someone complimenting my looks. Jin glanced at the rearview mirror, his forehead creased with annoyance. Is that traffic officer Yumi still pursuing us? Indeed, brother. She mentioned that we have unpaid fines and intends to impound the car. Vodka replied innocently. What? Unpaid? Oh, my dear God. Those adorable little creatures at the treasury. I must take the time to show them some care. Jin exhaled a cloud of smoke and instructed Vodka. Pull over. Though Vodka did not entirely grasp Jin's intentions, he obediently complied, safely pulling over. After Yumi conducted a traffic safety lesson for Jin and Vodka, she arranged for a tow truck to take away Jin's beloved Porsche 356A, and then drove off. Brother, what's next? Vodka inquired of Jin. Vodka, remember, from now on, if there are any fines, pay them before driving. Jin's long hair flowed gracefully in the night breeze. As for what to do next, call a cab. A cab? Late at night, brother, that cost is an issue. Vodka wished to remind his brother that taxis in Japan are exorbitantly priced. I know. So let us go directly to the nearest outpost of the treasury. You stay in the car while I go show them some appreciation. There's no time like the present, and I'll ask them to come down and settle their dues. Jin crushed out his cigarette with determination. At the Moriarty Hospital, Kagoro Muri sprinted down the corridor, heedless of others' glances. Father, slow down. Uncle, watch your step. Ran, Conan, Wang Li, and Professor Agasa trailed behind, continually apologizing to the hospital patients. Mori, Kagoro exerted himself to open a certain patient room. Husband and Ran, you all came? The surprised Mayingri on the hospital bed looked towards the door. Ran, could you explain what it means to be severely injured and then admitted to intensive care? Kagoro, upon confirming May's well-being, turned to Ran with a changed expression. Dad, since you're already at the hospital, you might as well sit for a while. Ran insisted, pressing her father into a chair meant for medical staff. Let me be clear, I am not here out of concern for you, Kagoro said, propping his face up with annoyance. Mayingri similarly waved her head, mutual sentiments. I merely notified Ran, not expecting the famous detective to come. What did you say? Ran quickly intervened, attempting to prevent her parents from bickering. This bickering couple is truly sweet. Why separate? Wang Li rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ran had previously mentioned that because her uncle was a police officer, the enemies captured her aunt, leading to her uncle shooting at her aunt, ultimately causing him to resign from his position and their subsequent separation. Conan exchanged knowing glances, rolling his eyes in agreement. Shot at a hostage? Could it be due to that situation? Uncle Muri truly is decisive. Wang Li's assessment of Kogoro Muri elevated even further, given his familiarity with firearms and police protocols concerning kidnapping cases. All right, you all stay here. I'll go check on Officer Magyar next door, Wang Li concluded, preferring action over merely spectating. Officer Magyar, I've come to visit. Wang Li opened the door to the adjacent room and greeted without a ripple of emotion. Oh, it's Wang Li. Thank you for visiting. Among those gathered in Magyar's room were his wife, Magyar Midori, and 3 familiar colleagues from the police department. Mawako, Takagi, and Shiratori. Have you 3 been tied up? Wang Li was particularly close to the trio. Long time no see, Wang Li. The 3 greeted him warmly. Shiratori approached directly, well aware that Wang Li had long confided in him that Yato-sensei was his long-cherished first love. All right, enough pleasantries. How is Officer Magyar feeling? Wang Li politely shook hands with Shiratori. Nothing serious. The doctor said I only have superficial injuries. Magyar reflected, grateful that Midori had been feeding him well, bolstering his constitution. Oh dear, husband, how could you? Magyar Midori playfully covered her mouth, chiding him. One can find love anywhere. Today feels strange. Wang Li promptly decided to set aside health inquiries and delve into the case. Shiratori, how exactly did Officer Magyar get injured? Wang Li was keen to avoid ending up as a mere admirer. Regarding this, I cannot divulge too many details. Shiratori spoke earnestly about work. We suspect this attack is linked to the criminal involved with Lawyer May. Is that so? What leads you to that conclusion? Wang Li felt that at this stage, the police were still quite competent, unlike later instances when everything hinged on the elementary school student, death god. This. Shiratori handed Wang Li the photographs from the scene. K. Q. Wang Li took the photo, which prominently displayed the spade K and spade A from a deck of cards. Sequential killings? Is the next victim the spade J? Wang Li, drawing upon his 3 years of experience with Conan Doyle and 5 years with Agatha Christie, made a swift deduction. Indeed, it appears so. Shiratori confirmed Wang Li's hypothesis. Do Lawyer May and Officer Magyar share commonalities? Wang Li inquired. At present, there seem to be numerous connections. Shiratori remarked, expressing the police's current frustrations. This plot feels vaguely familiar. I can't quite place it. Is the murderer connected to alcohol? Did it not culminate in an explosion that destroyed a building? Wang Li's head throbbed intensely. After all, when had Conan not caused a building to explode? Save for that so-called intellectual battle at sea, the sight of Wang Li in pain reassured the officers present. For the assistance of students represented the collaboration of well-meaning citizens and the police, while a meddlesome detective would be a source of embarrassment to the force. Well then, I shall take my leave with the doctor. Officer Magyar, take care and recover well. Wang Li expressed his heartfelt wishes. Thank you for taking the time to visit me amidst your busy schedule. Officer Magyar replied cheerfully, waving his hand. Doctor, I shall accompany you only as far as here. Wang Li said with a smile as he bid farewell to the doctor. Yes, indeed. Do take care on your way home and travel safely. The doctor replied with a jovial demeanor as he turned to open the door. Clang. Wang Li swiftly deflected a concealed arrow shot from the bushes with his sword. How fortunate that I suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the 14th target of that lunatic? Sweat beaded on Wang Li's forehead as he coldly regarded the jack of spades set on the crossbow. If I recall correctly, it's either the 8 or the 7. Isn't it? He helped the startled Dr. Agasa to his feet, a murderous intent lurking behind his smile. After handing the crossbow and the jack of spades to the arriving Shiratori and Takagi, Wang Li gingerly rubbed his head. I believe I have a lead on the case. Would you kindly escort me back to the hospital? What? So soon? Takagi exclaimed in surprise. Although Wang Li, this well-meaning citizen, had been of great assistance, such swift progress was unprecedented. Shiratori quickly grasped the situation and promptly opened the police car door, inviting Wang Li and Dr. Agasa to take their seats as they sped towards the hospital. Once everyone had entered Eri Kisaki's hospital room, Wang Li presented his deductions. The King of Spades is 13, Officer Magyar's full name. You know that, right, Uncle Muri? Wang Li inquired of Kogoro Muri. Ah, yes, Magyar 13, Muri replied, quick to grasp the connection. Eri is the queen, which makes her 12. And Dr. Agasa, you're the jack, 11. Wang Li toyed with the spade jack and nodded. So, it all stems from me. Mori pounded the wall in self-recrimination. Darling. Fang Li rose to comfort Mori. Uncle, you should reflect on whether any of the people you've recently met have numbers associated with them. The coldness in Wang Li's eyes was deeply concealed. Let me think. Mori realized that blaming himself at this moment was less important than protecting others. 10. Suji Hiroki. 9. Unknown. 8. Somuki Kohei. 7. Koyanagi Nana. 6. Anato Nagaki. 5. Myself. 4. Can't recall. 3. Unknown. 2. Nishiko Toru. 1. Can't think of anyone. Shinichi. Mori Ran suddenly reacted. and Wang Li swiftly kicked Conan to prevent his impulsive outburst. As for 3, it should be me, Shiratori Ninsuburo, Shiratori said politely, his tone brimming with fighting spirit. I accept the challenge to defend my beloved cherry blossoms. So what are they up to now? Wang Li continued to entice. Hiroki is performing a helicopter act. Sawamuki Kohei is playing bartender, while Mori engages in casual conversation, yet Wang Li had already lost interest in the ensuing details. Sawamuki Kohei. I found you. Wang Li beamed. Hey, Wang Li, what are you laughing about? Conan noticed something amiss with Wang Li. Oh, I was contemplating how the culprit seems to attack in sequence. If we protect the next individuals, we should be fine. Wang Li patted Conan's head. Still feels delightful. Indeed. The officers present grasped the situation. Damn it. I must catch you. Officer, allow me to personally follow this case. Mori Kagoro's anger was palpable. Well, all right. You are directly involved in this matter. Officer Magyar lowered his hat, providing a reason for Mori. Conan gazed at Wang Li's smile, feeling an unsettling chill. Kudo, have you ever experienced sudden demise? Doctor, where's Wang Li? Wasn't he with you? After reducing his performance in the helicopter act, Conan looked around but could not find Wang Li. Dr. Agasa also searched anxiously, asking. He was here initially, but now he has gone. Shinichi. He wouldn't have gone after the culprit, would he? The culprit. It must be. Conan bit his thumb. The issue is, where is the culprit? Damn it. There are too few clues. How does Wang Li know? It feels as if he always anticipates. They say it's instinct. But this time, even the suspect? No. He only asked 2 questions, so the suspect must be among those with numbered names. Who could it be? 13. Officer Magyar. 12. Lawyer Fei. 11. Dr. Agasa. 10. Suji Hiroki, followed by Mori Uncle's unknown 9. He likely doesn't know either. Next is 8. Bartender Sawamuki Kohei. Bartender? Could it be Jin? A flash of realization struck Conan as he was jolted by his own analysis, and he hurriedly dashed out of the performance area. Shinichi, where are you going? Doctor. Agasa feared for Conan's safety. It's fine. Doctor, wait for me here. I will bring Wang Li back safely. Conan sped away on his anti-gravity skateboard. Dr. Agasa stood there, dazed, watching Conan leave. Doctor, you just called him Shinichi? Rant's voice broke Dr. Agasa's reverie, prompting him to slowly turn around. What should I do? I don't have any skill points for interacting with Ran. Dr. Agasa trembled as he greeted Ran. Oh no, this is bad. Wang Li adeptly leaped over the villa's fence, his sword intent extending within 3 feet, pouting as he observed the residents. What a rich aroma of wine. After a moment's contemplation, he inhaled deeply and stepped forward, shattering the grand door in an instant. Oh dear, an uninvited guest indeed. Yamamori Keihei stood with his back to Wang Li, leisurely polishing a high-stemmed wine glass in front of the cabinet. Wang Li, unhurried, surveyed the opulent decor surrounding him. My, what a lavish establishment. He mused. Raising his glass slightly, the light filtered through the glass, illuminating the forehead of Zhe Mu Gongping. With a satisfied nod, he set his glass upon the bar, selected a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, and gracefully uncorked it, pouring a third of the glass full. If you don't mind, let us first indulge in this 1999 Sierra Leonean Leone's Inn, he suggested. Zhe Mu Gongping calmly tidied the tabletop. Wang Li shrugged, glanced around, shook his head, sniffed the air, savored another sip, and after relishing the taste, set down his glass. It boasts a gentle blend of mocha, black cherry, and currant, with a remarkably full-bodied flavor. Much like your code name, Li Peng, Wang Li remarked with a smile. Zhe Mu Gongping was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze to meet Wang Li's eyes, and found himself unable to look away. Instructor? You remember me? I can hardly believe it, considering I only taught you for a year, Wang Li replied. Taking another satisfying sip of Luin, Zhe Mu Gongping lowered his head slightly in respect, saying, though it was but a year, your guidance has been immensely beneficial. Ah, you are indeed a direct assassin under my former instructor, Tianjia. If he were to hear you say that, would he not challenge me to a duel once more? Wang Li teased, shaking his head while nodding at Zhe Mu Gongping. Well, instructor, your words are exaggerated. Perhaps Lord Shidu could have matched you in his youth, but as of now, he ought to content himself with being a retired professor. Zhe Mu Gongping sincerely assessed. The two exchanged glances, burst into hearty laughter, and then fell into a profound silence. I wonder what brings the instructor to seek me? Zhe Mu Gongping pondered as Wang Li finished his drink, his hand brushing against the concealed katana beneath the cabinet. I recall that you joined the organization and the direct assassination unit due to the loss of your taste following that accident. Wang Li relaxed, his face lighting up with a smile. Instructor, your memory serves you well. You even remember the affairs of a mere nobody like me, Zhe Mu Gongping chuckled. Come now, you, ranked 3rd in the assassination unit, are hardly a nobody, Wang Li retorted, gazing up at the resplendent lights, his tone slightly exasperated. Your plan has already commenced, has it not? Indeed, Zhe Mu Gongping quickly grasped Wang Li's intent. Is there someone you wish to protect? Noticing Wang Li's silence and relaxed posture, Zhe Mu Gongping continued to provoke. Let me take a guess, then. Who could it be? Mumu Shirsan, Meng Li, Dr. Agasa? It couldn't possibly be Suji Hiroki, could it? Wang Li remained unresponsive, while Zhe Mugongping incredulously exclaimed, could it be that it is Mori Kagoro? The tremendous force propelled Zhe Mugongping through the wine cabinet, cleaving the bar in two with precision. Wang Li stood resolutely, sword in hand, and remarked, shall I commend your intelligence or bemoan your folly? Is provoking me truly so entertaining? Zhe Mugongping, his white suit now stained a deep crimson, surged from the wreckage of the wine cabinet. He leaped into the air, wielding his blade with fervor, declaring, it has indeed been a while since I have experienced the prowess of my instructor. In Wang Li's eyes, a surge of murderous intent erupted. Do you wish to die? Then I shall escort you on your final journey. The air before the katana whirled violently, preventing any forward movement. Takamoto Keihei swiftly released the hilt of his sword, channeling his energy with fervor, creating a vortex in his hand, and unleashed a powerful strike. Wang Li immediately grasped the katana and struck downward, arriving before the anticipated moment. Zhe Mugongping, with no other choice, raised his hand and deflected the katana away. Wang Li executed a straight-legged kick, which was predictably intercepted by Takeuchi Kohei's other hand. As he leapt on one leg, he struck Takeuchi's chin while simultaneously propelling the katana backwards, supporting himself against the ground. As Takeuchi steadied his stance and assumed a direct punching posture, Wang Li spun his body, creating distance with a windmill motion, then forcefully propelled himself into the air. In an instant, Takeuchi Kohei appeared before Wang Li, delivering a powerful straight punch. Wang Li simply smiled, casually seizing Zhe Mugongping's fist, executing a grand spin. Zhe Mugongping desperately strove to dissipate the force before hitting the ground. As he raised his head, Wang Li, wielding a heavy sword, struck down in fury. The formidable sword energy cleaved the house, garden, and gate in two. Zhe Mugongping trembled, slumping beside the scar left by the sword. This power. Am I to perish? Perhaps threatened by death, Zhe Mugongping regained his composure and retrieved another concealed large knife. The 9-section blade? A commendable choice. But the question remains, can you wield it? With the heavy sword divided, Wang Li ceased to toy with him, vowing to deliver a lethal blow. Zhe Mugongping held the knife with both hands, exhaling a deep breath, and with all his might, he slashed upward, unleashing the dragon ascending strike. Suddenly, a true dragon appeared in his eyes, descending from the clouds to engulf him. The ancient martial art of flower planting, reality illusion, cloud dragon. When Conan arrived at the villa, Wang Li had been waiting for quite some time. Wang Li, is that you? Conan gazed at the gaping door, bewildered. Ah, you're here? Let us go. Everything here has concluded. Wang Li stretched lazily. Conan hesitated. All right, but why are you so furious? As they walked slowly, Wang Li remarked, Kudo. Everyone has their forbidden zones within their hearts. As the saying goes in the Zonghua family, touch the dragon's reverse scale, and one is doomed. He patted Conan's head. Uncle Muri truly loves lawyer Hayuri. Their divorce stemmed from his guilt over scaring her with the gun. Additionally, because of this incident, he could no longer wield a gun, which led him to resign from being a detective to become a private investigator. Noticing that Conan still did not comprehend, Wang Li directly asked, if Xiaolan were kidnapped, what would you do? Of course, I'd go after him. Conan paused, lowering his head. Right? Xiaolan is your reverse scale. Wang Li rested his hands behind his head, whistling. Wang Li Shinichi. As they approached the main road, they heard Dr. Agasa's voice. Doctor. Wang Li raised his hand in greeting. Hattori, what brings you here? Hattori grinned proudly. Of course, I'm here to bail out Kudo. What nonsense is this? Wang Li and Conan were instantly bewildered. Wait, did Mom know the reason behind Dad's gunshot back then? Then why did she leave? Xiaolan reflected in the hospital room, listening to Hayuri recount the past. That man said the food I cooked was terrible, so he didn't eat. My foot hurt so much, and to show my gratitude, I endured the pain to cook. Yet he showed no appreciation. Moreover, that man insisted that I shouldn't cook such dreadful food and should just rest. That is the real reason for our separation. Thinking about it makes me furious. Hayuri grew increasingly agitated, striking the sofa. Oh, so that is how it is. Xiaolan chuckled, comforting Hayuri. Chapter 23. Detectives, do not sleep. Rise and rejoice. I say, Hattori, Conan, can't you sit in Uncle Murray's car? Must you squeeze into mine? Wang Li, driving a Maybach, helplessly glanced at the playful duo in the rearview mirror. Oh, don't say that. Your car is far more comfortable than his rental. Although Hattori was a second-generation police officer from Kansai, this car was quite luxurious. The air conditioning is fantastic. By the way, who is this little sister in the passenger seat? Conan inquired, voicing the question that had been on his mind since they got in. Of course, you must believe in the magical modifications by me and the doctor. Wang Li replied, the impressive gear you sport is indeed our creation. As for her, she is a distant relative, Miami. Hello, Miami said, her hat pulled low. Ah, a little sister. Wang Li, you've even taken in a maiden. Hattori, emboldened by his camaraderie with Wang Li, teased without fear of reprisal. Wang Li skillfully rolled her eyes, exclaiming, what do you know? It took me an immense effort to get her to my house. How could it not be challenging? Including the ATX 4869 I received from Shirley. I exhausted my energy twice. Otherwise, even with a blood pack as a cushion, she would still suffer after effects. Kyoko? That name sounds familiar, Conan pondered. An immense effort? Could it be smuggling? As the son of a police officer, Heiji possessed a certain sensitivity towards such matters. Yes, hurry up and arrest me. Wang Li sighed with fatigue. Kyoko seldom witnessed Wang Li in a predicament, realizing that the rising star of their organization, Maotai, was indeed just a young lad. Amidst their playful banter, they crossed a suspension bridge and arrived at their destination, a magnificent villa nestled deep within the forest. Wow, this villa is enormous. The haughty Osaka black chicken was taken aback by the grandeur of the estate. I say, can you not stick your head out? Conan, pinned beneath Heiji, struggled to restrain him. Oh, come on, what could possibly happen? Suddenly, an explosion erupted, causing Wang Li to slam on the brakes. The four of them lurched forward, with Heiji colliding against the car's edge, covering his head and shrinking behind the vehicle. I told you not to recklessly plant flags. See, retribution has arrived. Wang Li grimaced at the sight of the burning luxury car and the detectives rushing out of the villa. Who are you? Magi Harushi furiously seized Wang Li by the collar as he stepped out of the car. Hey, first let go. Wang Li brushed off Magi's hand and continued. I'm here with this gentleman behind me. Who is this gentleman? Heiji retorted, pulling out an invitation with black lettering on a white background. I am the invited Kansai detective. Hattori Heiji. Wang Li, Hattori, Conan. You all came too. Ran, who had been comforting Muri, noticed the commotion. Hey, Ran. Wang Li greeted her and followed her gaze to introduce Kyoko. This is Kyoko, a relative of mine from the flower planting clan. Nice to meet you. After greeting in Chinese, Kyoko quickly switched to Japanese. All right, enough with your trivial greetings. The pressing issue at hand is that a major incident has occurred, and our car along with the suspension bridge has been destroyed. Gunma Ikumi pointed towards the path they had taken, and only then did Wang Li notice that the bridge had been severed. Was it destroyed simultaneously with the explosion? Wang Li was not accustomed to being aware of such occurrences. Meanwhile, Conan and Hattori were focused on the murder case. They exchanged knowing glances as Conan acted cute while Heiji made a jest, redirecting everyone's attention back to the matter at hand. These two are quite amusing. Aren't they, Wang Li? The suave blonde youth inquired. Well, isn't this our most dashing police officer, Hakuba? Have you become so stylish in just a few days? Wang Li adeptly patted his shoulder, while her gaze caught the furrowed brow of Muri Kagoro, who was conversing with Magi Harushi, a cigarette in hand. Young Kaido, are you dropping your golden axe or your silver axe? Wang Li expressed her confusion at Kaido's behavior of pretending to smoke without actually doing so. Of course, wherever there is the phantom thief kid, there I shall be. Hakuba declared, producing a similarly styled invitation from his pocket and gesturing towards Muri Kagoro, who had his back turned. Oh dear, Kaido, you see. Those who know you best and wish to capture you are not merely your fans or Nakamori Aoko, but Hakuba and your father-in-law. Wang Li, with a sarcastic tone, entered the villa alongside the others, politely declining the peculiar offer to study the corpses. Accompanied by Gong Mei, he surveyed the surroundings. Look. There are the marks of a sword, and over there, the essence of a blade. Wang Li spoke with intimate familiarity regarding the bloodstains within the villa. Wang Li, why are you so well acquainted with this place? Have you perhaps engaged in some clandestine activities here? Although Gong Mei possessed a delicate demeanor, she had been nurtured within the organization and was rather unperturbed by life and death. Well, the last deed I undertook before parting ways with my mentor was to come here several years ago to eliminate a group of individuals, Wang Li replied nonchalantly, resting his arms behind his head. What happened? Gong Mei inquired, puzzled. My mentor was, in fact, feigning death. 40 years ago, prior to the announcement of his demise, he summoned a group of individuals to this location in search of the family treasure. Wang Li reminisced about the time spent alongside He Tian near the towering stacks of hay, listening to Kurumuru recount past incidents. Family treasure? Gong Mei was hearing of such matters for the first time. Indeed, treasure. However, they failed to find it. My mentor, ever reasonable, allowed them to search for it for eternity, Wang Li said, seated on the staircase. Ah, such profound reasoning. Gong Mei thought of the masterful training of gin and vermouth by that esteemed figure. Several years ago, perhaps around 5 or 6 years back. After my last meeting with Shiho, I arrived here, accompanied by Tian Jia. I was here to repay a debt of gratitude. While he sought to ensure his winery career was free of regrets, Wang Li's eyes reflected the scenes from 5 or 6 years prior. I had him take the lead. After all, it was his youth racing under the sunset. I never expected such a turn of events. Gong Mei mused. But where is that treasure? Indeed, all you women seem to know about treasures. Wang Li observed the detectives and a thief exiting the dining room, stretching lazily. Look at this group of slumbering souls. I cannot bear to witness your morning grumpiness. Allow me to alleviate your suffering. What did you say? Moki Harushi lit a cigarette, his pinky subtly raised, exuding an air of nonchalance. I said, a bunch of detectives sleeping like the dead, rise and shine. Wang Li extracted a lollipop from Gong Mei's pocket, gesturing grandly as if to command the tides of fate. Yumi Kanda gracefully leaned against the dining room entrance, remarking, Oh, so it seems, young brother, that you possess quite the courage. Wang Li chuckled, uttering a startling remark. Is the little brother brave? The big sister can certainly give it a try. The crowd gazed in silence at Wang Li, who was dramatically rolling on the ground, clutching his lower regions after being struck by Gong Mei. Chapter 24. Are you all right? The early arrivals in the restaurant took their seats, while the quartet that arrived later stood by the severed head of the camera robot. Wang Li cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. First and foremost, we must delve into the history of this villa. Let us applaud Detective Qianjian Jiangdai for his introduction. The crowd instinctively began to clap, only to cast irritated glares at Wang Li, who had whistled. Well then, I shall start with the introduction, beginning with this invitation. Qianjian Jiangdai cheerfully produced an invitation identical to those held by the others. Who could be so despicable? Exclaimed Kogoro Muri, indignant. Who is impersonating me to engage in such petty antics? Isn't it clearly stated here? The phantom abandoned by God, replied Magi Harushi, addressing Muri's inquiry. The term phantom refers to HANT0M, signifying something elusive and without substance. Hattori turned his hat backward. As for abandoned, it denotes the offspring of beasts, a term typically used for juvenile animals. Qianjian Jiangdai smiled slightly. There is another interpretation. I'm disappointed in you, my dear. Wang Li whistled a melodious tune towards the astonished Kaido. The phrase the phantom abandoned by God originates from the New Testament, referring to the goat that is forsaken by the divine, hence implying the young of a goat. Ganeda Ikumi paused before adding. The word for goat in English is goat, but it can often be substituted with other terms like kid. Hakuba Suguru clasped his hands confidently before him. His targeted prey would not escape. His flamboyant criminal methods were akin to a sorcerer's fantastical illusions. Qianjian Jiangdai maintained a composed tone, with a visage and voice as inscrutable as the stars. He toyed with the police at will, embodying the archetype of a genius criminal. Ganeda Ikumi languidly stretched towards Kogoro Muri, her tone laced with anticipation. A feast that all of us detectives covet. Conan licked his lips, and his glasses flickered with an eerie glimmer. He was the only one thus far capable of unsettling my thoughts. Hakuba's sharp gaze fixed on Kogoro Muri, his hands unconsciously intertwining. Why is everyone staring at me? Have I revealed something? Kaido made the most accurate deduction in disbelief. Brother, save such confessions for when you've captured him, and whisper them daily in his ear. Wang Li's remark sent shivers down the spines of both men. After a brief silence, Qianjian Jiangdai approached the body of Ogasawara Yashiharu. From our earlier discussion, we have confirmed 2 points. First, the murderer intended to kill Mr. Ogasawara from the outset. And second, the culprit may very well be among us. Qianjian Jiangdai spoke slowly. In that case, our predicament here is untenable. Miss Aki, is your car not that Bentley? Wang Li gestured to indicate his understanding and then turned to the maid Aki. No, I believe that belongs to the villa's owner, as it was already parked here before I arrived this morning. Aki pondered before responding. Conan immediately grasped the significance of her answer. Then where is your car parked? At the back door, she replied. With this, the assembly comprehended Wang Li's intentions. Then, Detective Qianjian Jiangdai, could you please provide us with a coin? We shall draw lots. Wang Li cheerfully extended his hand towards Qianjian Jiangdai. Observing the slender, calloused hand before him, Qianjian Jiangdai sighed. How did you, or rather, how did you all come to know? I don't know about them, Wang Li suddenly interjected. His words laced with a flower-like accent in his Japanese English. I am simply sensitive to the aura of murder. Huh. I cannot believe I lost to such an esoteric rationale. Qianjian Jiangdai shook his head in resignation. Esoteric? You shall weep when you encounter the realm of Conan. Wang Li pouted. Very well, Miss Qianjian. Could you now reveal the means of our departure? Kaido spoke nervously. This gang of detectives is eyeing me like wolves. It terrifies me. That was a ruse. I had intended to end my life here. Qianjian Jiangdai's eyes sparkled with amusement. Are you reluctant to leave without finding treasure? Oh dear, Miss Qianjian, what are you saying? Kaido feigned laughter with little sincerity. After inquiring about certain matters from Conan and Hattori, and comparing them to my findings from years ago, Wang Li's smile blossomed, filled with confidence. The astonishment on the faces of those who had been observing Wang Li's demeanor was unceasing. Lo and behold, this smile. Have you unraveled the secret of the cipher? Qianjian Jiangdai inquired in astonishment. Indeed, have you not found it curious? In such an opulent villa, why is there only one clock located in the dining room? Wang Li gazed at the solitary clock. Sir, are you a member of the Mo family? This villa has utterly overturned my understanding. The first line of the cipher speaks of hurried travelers gazing skyward, which refers to the hour and minute hands of the clock pointing to 0. By turning the hands to the 0 position, the next step to decode the cipher hinges upon the ultimate trump card, Joker Cyclone. Oh dear, I digress. Wang Li spat out in exasperation. An amateurish tough guy? Quite fitting for them. Collecting his thoughts, Wang Li continued. In English, trump card refers to playing cards, and the cipher's king, queen, and jack correspond to K, Q, and J respectively. From those phrases, we deduce that the treasure is represented by diamonds, the holy grail by hearts, and so forth. Thus, the final instruction is to turn the hands from the 0 position leftward by 13 ticks, then continue leftward by 12 ticks, and finally return rightward by 11 ticks. Wang Li articulated as he deftly manipulated the clock's hands. As Wang Li Gong completed the rotation of the pointer, the clock suddenly plummeted from the wall, rolling across the floor and shedding a small fragment. Hifu waited in his hand, gazing at its golden hue, and a spontaneous exclamation escaped his lips. "Oh my friends, it's pure gold." Conan leaned closer, expressing his astonishment with a casual impressive. "How is it possible? My father and the others lost their lives over this trivial object? It truly seems unwarranted." Qianjian Jiangdai felt an overwhelming sense of futility, realizing that his father had perished merely for a small piece of gold, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. Wang Li chuckled, sensing a faint buzzing sound that he deduced was from a helicopter. Bai Ma is quite clever. Has he released that old hawk of Huasheng? Wang Li noted that Bai Ma's ever-present pet was conspicuously absent. "Now, Qianjian and all detectives, let us proceed." Wang Li boldly strode out of the dining hall. "Wang Li, where are we headed?" Xiaolan inquired, glancing back. "I believe this villa is called the Golden Pavilion," Wang Li remarked, tapping his temple. "Wow, Wang Li. The Golden Pavilion is indeed gilded in gold." Ming Mei expressed her astonishment at the final sight. Indeed, the gentleman intended to use it as startup capital, but ultimately miscalculated. Wang Li said, dismissing the gentleman's intellect lightly. Had it not been for gin and rum, he might have been in far worse straits. "Will the police really return our vehicle?" "I have my doubts about the efficiency of the Japanese police," Ming Mei voiced her concern. "No worries, if it isn't returned. I shall pay them a visit, allowing them to experience the transformation of an automobile." Wang Li twirled the keys in his hand. In the helicopter, covertly assisting kids escape and bidding farewell to Conan and Hattori, Wang Li and Ming Mei walked the path home. "Why did you assist the phantom thief kid?" Ming Mei questioned, puzzled. "Because he is a friend," Wang Li replied, opening the gate to his home, only to be momentarily taken aback. "Why not enter?" Ming Mei asked, blocked from seeing inside. Suddenly, Wang Li dashed forward and embraced a brown-haired girl tightly. "At last, I hold you in my arms. How is Wang Li? Is Shiho all right?" The unmasked Ming Mei incessantly inquired as Wang Li checked Shiho's pulse. With a sigh of relief, he placed Shiho's hand under the covers, reassuring Ming Mei, "It's fine. Sister Ming Mei, Shiho's pulse is normal. She just has a slight fever. I will prepare some medicine. Please look after her for a moment." Upon saying this, Wang Li stood to leave but felt a grip on his hand. Turning back, he saw Shiho had awakened, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at him and Ming Mei. "All right, I understand. The herbal medicine shouldn't be bitter. Add more rock sugar," Wang Li said with a gentle smile, affectionately stroking her head. "Shiho, why is it that at your age you still dislike herbal remedies?" After Wang Li exited, Ming Mei tenderly felt her sister's forehead. "Sister, I'm fine," Shiho weakly reassured her. "Then how did you end up like this? And how did you know Wang Li's address?" Ming Mei stood to replace her sister's cold towel. "After I received the news of your demise, I refused to continue my research for the organization. Jin locked me in the underground gas chamber, and I consumed the ATX 4869 I carried with me, taking a desperate gamble. Once I shrank, I crawled out through the garbage passage," Shiho explained, pausing. "As for how I knew, sister, you know my research habits." "Oh, is that what you meant?" Ming Mei seemed to grasp the situation. "I had a hidden box on my desk containing the latest version of a TX 4869. After a power outage, I discovered the medicine was missing, but it left behind this address, and that crooked handwriting could only belong to him." A sweet smile graced Shiho's face. "My dear silly sister, it seems Wang Li has you utterly enchanted. I must keep a closer watch lest you truly be consumed." Ming Mei silently resolved. In the basement, Wang Li was preparing the medicine when he suddenly shivered, pulling out a modified phone. "Hello? Hello, Wang Li, it's the professor. Doctor." Agasa's hearty laughter emanated from the other end. "Professor, have you finished your product launch?" Wang Li recalled the professor had attended a new product unveiling. "Yes, just returned home." "Do you have time this weekend?" The sounds of sizzling meat accompanied Dr. Agasa's voice. "Yes, Professor, but I can only eat up to 200 grams of beef," Wang Li noted, understanding that a balanced diet is essential for healthy weight management. "Ha, I know. This weekend, we will go on a trip with Shinichi and Ran." Dr. Agasa concurred with Wang Li's dietary philosophy. "All right, I shall drive that Lincoln Navigator." Wang Li readily agreed, adding, "Driving is delightful, but we must avoid overload." Seizing the opportunity, he thought to find a few friends for Shiho. Wang Li carried the prepared medicine upstairs. As the evening breeze brushed against the high-rise buildings, the hair of a graceful woman was gently tousled. Gin, cigarette in hand and vodka in tow, ascended to the rooftop, taunting the woman. "You arrived quite early, KKO. Or should I call you Lafite?" The woman, unfazed, elegantly turned. She was KKO, the diplomat's wife and the murderer in the diplomatic case. Lafite lit a cigarette in turn, exhaling smoke rings. "Jin, you truly resemble what the Maotai instructor described, acting like a pretentious fool. And your team is filled with reckless troublemakers." Unexpectedly, Qian Jian, who should have been at the police station, appeared behind Jin. "Even Makoto has come." Jin gritted his teeth. Concealing his hand beneath his coat, Let us consider the Maotai instructor's words as a compliment. Makoto merely tapped his cane, causing fractures to form on the rooftop. Jin drew his gun, firing at Lafite, who swiftly dodged while advancing. Vodka launched himself at Makoto, erasing the cracks behind him, leaving the ground smooth as new. Oh, how warmly you greet us. Jin blocked Lafite's swordplay, biting down on his cigarette. Just as the instructor said, the winery's #1 fantasy enthusiast. Has being a traitor to the organization worn you out? Lafite swiftly disengaged his sword, locking Jin's hands and executing a spinning kick. The more traitors we eliminate for the organization, the greater our year-end bonuses. Jin countered by tripping Lafite's supporting leg. With Lafite's balance disrupted, he fell into a split, pressing on the sword hilt, causing the tip to protrude, and retaliated by slicing. Jin's gun was cleaved as he damaged the ground, propelling himself backward and breaking free from Lafite's grasp. Though it appeared Jin was at a disadvantage, Lafite's attire lay tattered, blood trickling from his hands. Oh. The direct assassination unit trained by Mr. with Snake Venom and Maotai. Each member is skilled and agile. Jin retrieved another cigarette, relighting it. Lafite casually brushed off the blood, complimenting, "You're too kind. Our battlefield experience has made our movements instinctive." Huh. Before Jin could respond, Vodka was sent flying into the safety net by Makoto's cane. Can this combat prowess truly be called strategic? Do you possess a knightly spirit? Jin was taken aback by Makoto's strength, even dropping his cigarette without realizing. Oh, I've grown old. It has been a while since I've stretched my limbs, Makoto lamented, rubbing his back. Lafite laughed, explaining, Makoto is not merely our strategist. He ranks among the top 3 in intelligence, first in planning, and initially among the top 5 in strength. A hero does not speak of past glories. Makoto waved his hand dismissively. I'm simply old. This strike only sent Vodka flying. If I were younger, he wouldn't have escaped unscathed. That gentleman stated to capture Shirley at all costs. Jin picked up a cigarette and took a deep drag. Shirley? Wasn't she confined for refusing to continue working overtime? Lafite questioned, perplexed. Such an outrageous rumor. Who told you that? Jin adjusted her hat, her words laced with an overwhelming weariness. She had recently been designated as a defector by the organization due to certain circumstances. Defector? Isn't that your specialty? Muto yawned. I'm exhausted. I've taken annual leave to rest. Jin sighed, slowly descending the stairs. How many counterfeit wines has Jin dealt with? Lafite's remark made it evident that this individual must have been taught by Wang Li. I don't know, but he was right. Not only have our year-end bonuses increased, but our activity funds have also grown. Muto thought of that golden villa, instantly relieved of back pain. This could lead to a raise in retirement benefits. Brother, I'm sorry Vodka and Jin stared blankly at the fine affixed to the Porsche just released from the traffic police, the name of May fluttering in the wind. Wang Li's sister, what is this attire? A somewhat revitalized Shiho was engrossed in a game of Miracle Nikki with Wang Li and Ming Mei, where the protagonist, Nikki, was her. Observing Wang Li, who, claiming to be a disciple of the infamous Kuroba Toichi, was passionately debating clothing and hairstyles with her sister, Shiho resolved never to go shopping with him again. When a boy cares more about clothing than a girl and is picky, shopping becomes a burdensome task. By the way, Shiho, you and Ming Mei share the same identity. You are my distant relative from the flower planting clan. Gongbao? Wang Li suddenly exclaimed. You haven't forgotten the Chinese I taught you, have you? Of course not. But can you give me a more normal name? Am I unaware that gong bao is a famous dish? A glimmer of danger flickered in Shiho's eyes. After Wang Li refused and stated that the identity information had already been prepared, Shiho lunged at him, with Ming Mei laughing and mediating from the side. I cannot allow you to be sorrowful, so let Hybrid AI remain a matter of another dimension. In the 26th outdoor villa, I refuse to believe that nothing will happen. Wow, this car is so cool. Yuan-Tai marveled at the impressive appearance of Wang Li's Lincoln Navigator, intending to reach out and touch it. Yuan-Tai no. Kei-Goro quickly intercepted him. This is a Lincoln Navigator series, estimated to be worth over $1 million. Yuan-Tai was utterly taken aback by Kei-Goro's words. $1 million? How many eel rice bowls could that buy? Miyu and the Gongbao sisters, who had transferred to the same class and experienced the counterfeit money kidnapping case together, were quite friendly. That Wang Li brother, who is he to you? Miyu, with her starry black hair, gently inquired, my beloved. Gongbao, who had been forced to dye her hair alongside her sister, donned gradient glasses and added, this way. I can hold him in the palm of my hand. The trio was left bewildered by their cryptic exchange. Conan, hands in his pockets and rolling his eyes, interjected. Where did you get the money for that car? In the pursuit of thwarting the Grim Reaper's harvest while reaping benefits, Wang Li, relying on his height, playfully ruffled Conan's hair. What nonsense is this? Conan shook his head. Relax, it's legitimate income. I come up with ideas, the doctor designs, and we manufacture and debug together. I merely insist that the doctor is the sole author, Wang Li asserted, clarifying that he had not engaged in any unlawful activities. I mean, how did the doctor suddenly have useful inventions? Conan recalled the disastrous outcomes from previously testing the doctor's creations. Hey, speaking like that will make the doctor cry. Wang Li exclaimed, covering Conan's mouth. Shinichi, Wang Li, are you ready? We can set off. Dr. Agasa secured the camping gear onto his golden beetle. All right, let us embark. Wang Li replied. Okay, I want to ride in Wang Li's car. Maotai immediately declared his desire. Hey, how can you do that? I want as well. Goro pointed to himself. I also want to be friends with the Gong sisters. Bume justified her wish to befriend the Gong sisters. Observing the three young detectives vying for a spot, the Gong sisters couldn't help but chuckle softly. I say, before you make requests, shouldn't you ask the owner's opinion first? Wang Li, though accustomed to the trio's impolite behavior, still felt displeased. Huh, so, Wang Li, who do you want to sit in your car? Goro finally caught on. Shyly inquiring. If you let me sit, I'll treat you to eel rice. Maotai pulled out what he considered the most delicious food, attempting to entice Wang Li. Bume remained silent, merely batting her eyes at Wang Li, emanating an aura of cuteness. Wang Li was driving a navigator, trailing behind the golden beetle. The winding paths of the forest caused him visible distress. Is the doctor lost? He pondered. Zhihui, seated in the passenger seat, continuously wiped the sweat from Wang Li's forehead. It seemed likely, yet Wang Li's motion sickness had persisted longer than expected. Mingmei observed that his condition had worsened compared to before. Sister, he was fine on flat roads. It must be the rough terrain that triggered his symptoms again, Zhihui said sympathetically. Ugh, I'm fine. We should be arriving soon. I just need to rest for a moment. Wang Li retched, yet he reassured Zhihui. Look, there's a villa up ahead. Someone must be living there. Mingmei pointed at the blue-walled villa that appeared before the two vehicles. Thank goodness, I can hardly hold on. Wang Li's stomach churned violently, the motion sickness he had barely managed to control now erupting all at once. Oh, thank you so much. Dr. Agasa expressed his gratitude to the villa's owner as he led the children. Not at all. It has been ages since anyone visited. Your arrival is quite a surprise, the man replied cheerfully. But what seems to be the matter with this young man? He inquired. Oh, it's probably due to the bumpy road that he's feeling so unwell, the doctor chuckled. Could you kindly provide a room for him to rest? Gong Bao gently patted Wang Li's back, who was squatting with a pale complexion, while Mingmei made the request to the host. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Please, follow me upstairs. The man replied, leading them to the second floor. Squeaking wheels announced the arrival of an elderly woman in a wheelchair, pushed forward by a maid. Mother, why have you come out? The man gently asked the elderly woman. I heard someone was coming and wanted to see if it was another treasure seeker. She chuckled. Oh, why do you always say that? The man felt a pang of sympathy for his mother, who had lost her memory except for her fixation on treasures. Treasures? The three children echoed, voicing their curiosity. I remember this house has a secret treasure, the elderly woman declared, but then her expression shifted as she angrily waved her cane. Are you here to steal my treasure? Mother. The man quickly took the cane from her and reassured. It's all right. Mother, they are just staying over at our home. Humph. Then they should hurry and make the arrangements. The elderly woman calmed down, insisting on hospitality. The man nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Please, follow me. As Wang Li was supported by the Mayano sisters, he passed the elderly woman and suddenly asked, Grandma, it seems like your leg has been injured for quite some time? The elderly woman gazed at her husband's portrait, nostalgia washing over her. Indeed, it has been many years, long enough that even the images on passports and currency have changed. The passage of time is truly frightening, yet one becomes accustomed to it, she replied. Oh, dear lady, please do take care regarding the passage of time. Yet I must commend you for keeping up with the times, knowing about the new passport policies and currency changes from 5 years ago while living in these deep woods. Wang Li remarked pointedly. The elderly woman paused, then slowly added, I heard about those things from conversations with the household servants. You know, living in these woods. Any bit of news becomes widely known. Wang Li scoffed inwardly, thinking, if it weren't for that fleeting aura of malice, I might have believed her. Haha, with this frail body of mine, I can't even get up to dance. The elderly woman teased, probing Wang Li further. My leg is, as it stands, indeed injured. Haha, quite right. Well, dear lady, I shall leave you to your treasure hunting. I will head upstairs now. Wang Li concluded this tedious exchange. Take care on the stairs. The elderly woman smiled as she waved them off, though a glint of sharpness flickered in her bright eyes. Wang Li, what did you mean by what you just said to her? The Mayano sisters inquired eagerly as they ushered him into a room. Zhihui could hardly contain her curiosity about the cryptic dialogue. What do you mean? Wang Li laughed. When she waved her cane, it was clear she wanted to rise. This elderly woman, living in the depths of the forest with a broken leg, was aware of passport policies that one would only know through personal experience. And that concealed aura of malice all point to one conclusion. You've been saying this for a while now. In this world, building a villa in the woods. Surviving means something is amiss. Mingmei recalled Wang Li's persistent warnings before they set out. Just watch. Tonight will surely unfold a tale. Wang Li asserted with confidence. One of childhood shadows. I refuse to believe nothing will happen. After a hearty meal and expressions of gratitude to the villa's owner, Wang Li and his companions, under the playful antics of the three children, were granted permission to explore the premises in search of treasures. So, Conan, what do you think this chessboard signifies? Wang Li leaned against the second-floor window, overlooking the lawn meticulously arranged like a chessboard, with pieces placed haphazardly upon it. Just as I expected, you recognized its significance immediately. Conan complimented Wang Li insincerely from his seat by the window. By the way, is this girl Miano Mingmei? Conan suddenly posed a question. What keen observation. As expected from you, Conan, Wang Li marveled. Care to take a guess? If you get it right, I'll give you a bear hug. He opened his arms playfully. Ugh, enough of that. Back off, don't get too close. Conan retorted with disdain, jumping off the windowsill to evade Wang Li's playful advance. Sister, do you think Wang Li is involved with Kudo Shinichi? Mingmei and Gong Bao, while attending to the trio, exchanged glances at Wang Li's antics. I used to think he was involved with someone named Kaido Kuroba until I realized he was more of a nurturing type, and I felt reassured. Gong Bao whispered to her sister. Oh, nurturing type? Isn't that just like your current state? You really know how to cater to his preferences. Mingmei teased Gong Bao with ease. Sister. Gong Bao shyly embraced Mingmei, the two sisters relishing a long overdue moment of affection. Roundta, come down. Stop that. The voices of Bume and Mitsuhiko snapped the four adults back to reality. Wang Li took a step forward and grasped the collar of Yuan Tai's shirt, preventing him from sustaining injuries from the fall. I inquired, what are you planning to do? Conan gazed at the collapsed books, his eyes twitching. These books must have once formed a magnificent library in their prime. Yuan Tai, released by Wang Li, appeared quite disheartened. This is how it's portrayed on television. Secrets are concealed on the highest, most remote shelves. What are you watching? I couldn't shake the feeling that you were alluding to a classic episode from a certain renowned series. Yet this is not something you are meant to view. Wang Li's focus remained on the scattered books strewn across the floor. All right, you three can help them search here. We shall venture elsewhere. Gong Mei urged the trio to depart. I decided to accompany them. Gong Bao glanced at Wang Li. Very well, do take care. Wang Li's hand gently brushed through her dark hair. How irritating. Gong Bao playfully pouted as she stepped outside but suddenly froze, trembling in place. That presence. It belongs to someone from the organization. The warmth of a broad chest provided her solace. It's all right. I'm here. Don't be afraid. MHM. The fear dissipated from Gong Bao as she sprinted forward. Casting a backward glance, she scoffed, almost forgot. This is not the world of Conan. It is the world in which I live. Upon returning to the room, Conan was meticulously examining the clock mounted on the wall. Oh, what has the great detective discovered? Wang Li inquired with a smile. Wang Li, look. This clock actually functions. Conan replied, his expression grave. Well, the astute detective Sherlock Holmes. Any ordinary clock would indeed tell time. Wang Li retorted, utterly speechless. Why are you already reciting classics before we even reach 500 episodes? No. It's the hour hand. It's not one that simply measures time. It's one that, you know, possesses secrets. Conan gestured animatedly. Yes, I understand, ahem. Wang Li turned away, his body shuddering, followed by a wave of relief. You're laughing, aren't you? You just laughed. Conan leaped up, clutching Wang Li's neck. No. I have undergone professional training. I do not laugh unless it is truly humorous. Wang Li replied, yet his body trembled again. After a flurry of commotion, Wang Li, with disheveled hair, stared at the clock. Are you suggesting there is a mechanism within? Of course. Conan requested Wang Li to lift him up and then rotate the clock. Wang Li's keen ears detected a click. Conan, we may have struck gold. Wang Li gently pushed aside the loosened wall, revealing a hidden passage. Where do you think this tunnel leads? Conan activated the flashlight on his watch. Although the light was bright, it still felt like entering a quagmire. I reckon it leads to that charred tower over there, Wang Li observed, brushing his fingers against the wall of the passage, noting the accumulation of dust over the years. No, there are several distinct footprints here, indicating someone has been here recently. Conan illuminated the ground with his flashlight, analyzing the traces. Oh dear. What are you all doing here? A woman's voice echoed from outside the door. Wang Li, with a swift kick, sent Conan tumbling down the staircase. He then turned to the elderly woman, flashing a smile. Not much, really. I've just discovered a hidden door here, which might assist you in locating the treasure you've long sought, that of the former maid who perished in the flames. The elderly woman, her identity laid bare, remained unfazed and calmly inquired, What are you talking about, young man? TSK, how dreadfully uninteresting, Wang Li replied. I don't recall Mojito. The one responsible for the external personnel, teaching you the virtue of admitting one's mistakes. He noticed the woman's pupils constrict. It appeared Mojito, though absent, had left a lasting impression. Who are you, detestable detective? The woman suppressed her fear. Me? I was once a bottle of the homegrown wine from the land of flowers. Wang Li said with a self-deprecating smile. As for now, I am merely a high school student passing by, thwarting the business of death. Remember that. The homegrown wine. You are Lord Maotai? The woman recognized the man before her, recalling a fleeting glimpse of the distinguished Lord Maotai from the past. Impressive that you still recognize me. However, unless one is an exceptionally striking external personnel, I must resort to the process of elimination to confirm identities, Wang Li remarked, one hand in his pocket while extending the other. The elderly woman, aware of Wang Li's prowess, understood that his reputation was well-deserved. In a realm where strength dictated status, she was among the elite, and in an instant, she propelled herself away from him. Ah, the springing turtle. Is your foot all right now? Wang Li quipped, clutching his head in mockery. Damn it, the woman thought, though she hesitated to approach him. If you're not coming, Conan, we shall proceed. Wang Li produced a small bamboo board from his pocket. Go to hell. Conan climbed the staircase, hands in his pockets. Leaning against the frame of the secret door, I saw a skeleton below. Its legs were also broken. Cyclone Joker. Wang Li chimed in with an automatic voiceover. Crossing his arms before his waist, he placed one hand on his hip, raised the other in a mock grip, extending his index finger and tilting his body slightly. His head rising slowly. Now, come forth and enumerate your sins. Little sister, what is his deal? Outside the door, the Miyako sisters and the three youngsters, accompanied by Dr. Agasa and the male lead, bore witness to Wang Li and Conan's impressive moment. Miyako did not concern herself with the two attempting to burrow underground. Instead, she stepped forward before her sister. It's not even evening yet. Will someone get slapped? Who is this? I don't recognize him. Why does she emit a faint scent of alcohol? Miyako's alcohol detection radar indicated a presence of drink, yet not to the degree of intoxication. The male lead, however, gazed in astonishment at the elderly woman, who stood steadily before the bookshelf, her cane at the ready. Mother, your leg? He then joyfully rushed toward her. Disregarding the current circumstances, the fact that his mother had recovered and was standing was an exhilarating revelation beyond compare. Wang Li interjected before him, addressing the elderly woman. Are you truly certain that she is your mother? Call out to her once more and see if she dares to respond. With Wang Li's interruption, the male protagonist regained his composure. Indeed, the doctor once stated that it was impossible for her to stand. Then where is my mother? Wang Li silently pointed towards the secret passage, while the male protagonist, with his mouth agape, trembled as he gestured towards the same. Wang Li nodded gently. Conan stepped aside, and the disoriented male protagonist staggered into the passageway. One cannot help but remark on the sacrifice made, leaving behind beauty and time, taking lives and torching structures, all for a treasure that could be easily unraveled. Wang Li had initially intended to act directly, yet he restrained himself, contemplating the ultimate prize. So, you have deciphered it? Do tell me. Upon hearing this, the old woman lunged towards Conan, but was subdued by Wang Li's sword intent. There is no rush. You have waited here for so long. What harm is there in waiting a moment longer? Wang Li's gaze turned towards the secret passage from which the sound of weeping emerged. After a considerable time, the male protagonist emerged, carefully cradling the remains of his true mother in his clothing, swaying as he exited the passage. At this moment, the three youngsters, still untested by the world, hid fearfully behind the doctor, clutching his attire tightly. These bones have certainly aged. Gong Bao's gaze was astute. Who are you truly? Why have you done this? Was my mother not good enough to you? Tears streamed down the male protagonist's cheeks as he shouted in desperation. For what purpose? Is it merely for that treasure? Conan moved to the window, where the shadows of chess pieces were elongated and faint under the setting sun. Wang Li stepped into the center of the room, gesturing for the doctor to guide the crowd at the doorway behind him. Interpreting a chessboard that conceals a cipher according to the rules of chess is futile, especially since it seems you have not taken the time to study this law. Thus, after all these years, you have been unable to unravel such a simple code. Conan and Wang Li exchanged barbs, their words laced with scorn, believing that those driven by selfish desires must be met with both corporeal and psychological retribution. Ha ha ha. Then tell us, where's the treasure? The old woman, provoked, did not descend into the madness one might expect. Her voice merely grew low and hoarse. Scattered across the chessboard were only a few white pieces, which, when represented by letters and numbers, spelled out, EGG head, referring to an intellectual who only spouts fallacies. Conan's glasses gleamed once more. The black pieces indicated rotational direction. This was so evident that it hardly required explanation. Wang Li chuckled softly. Simply rotate my father's self-portrait. Upon hearing this, the male host collapsed to his knees in anguish. Ah, she is going to seek the treasure. The three children, witnessing the old woman dash out of the room, hurriedly followed in her wake. You three, slow down. Gong Mei pulled Gong Bao along to protect the children. Aren't you going? Conan stepped closer to Wang Li. I have taught the two sisters a few things. A person who has not exercised for years cannot harm them. Wang Li merely regarded the male host's earlier reaction with curiosity, observing, it appears you have long understood the significance of this chessboard. I learned about it from playing treasure hunts as a child. Who would have known the treasure referred to this? The male host sat despondently on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. Indeed, childhood memories are not to be forgotten. Leaning against the window, Wang Li gazed at the beautiful scenery bathed in the evening sun, lost in thought. When Wang Li and the others returned home, it was already deep into the night of the following day. Ah, how utterly exhausted I am from this camping trip. Wang Li leaped forward and sank into the soft embrace of the sofa. How could one not be fatigued? Zhihui sat beside him with a hint of irritation, recalling their encounter with that duplicitous university student, who, in a bid to uphold his so-called wealthy heir persona, had callously taken the life of his own friend. Indeed, however, the phrase that Pume pulled you aside to say was simply too charming. Mingmei expressed her relief that her sister had finally made a friend. Ah, this world is fraught with issues. Is it conspiring against me? The coincidence of two entirely unrelated events occurring in tandem is simply baffling. Wang Li stretched lazily, greeted the bickering Mayano sisters, and donned his coat before stepping out once more. Sister, are you not curious about where he is heading? The two stood at the entrance, watching Wang Li depart, as Mingmei playfully inquired of her increasingly wife-like sister. There is no need to, Zhihui replied, crouching down to tidy the shoes at the entrance, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Welcome, esteemed Maotai. Shikabing placed a cup of oolong tea before the comfortably seated Wang Li. Ah, Shikabing, where's the rattlesnake today? Wang Li asked, taking a sip of his tea. Today, I have swapped shifts with her, Shikabing replied. Please, esteemed guest, wait a moment. She will return shortly. No rush. I merely wish to reminisce with her tonight, Wang Li replied, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in agreement. Shikabing smiled back and returned to his tasks. In the sudden stillness, Wang Li sipped his tea, savoring the fragrant leaves. Something felt amiss. If, as I discussed with Tianjia, this world truly possessed its own consciousness, then I would have been excluded from the outset, wouldn't I? Wang Li continued to ponder his hypothesis from before he stepped out. I would deceive the world line with Sister Mingmei appearing to be in a state of false death, then employ the medication researched by Zhihui along with the breathing technique to make it seem as though Sister Mingmei had stepped out of the narrative. However, if this continued, I feared the world line would inevitably converge, and I would still be unable to protect Sister Mingmei. What brings you here at such a late hour? Surely, it cannot be mere loneliness, can it? After all, you have two companions at home. Tianjia had unknowingly taken a seat opposite Wang Li, interrupting the unconscious aura of sword intent that had gathered around him. Huh, the tea has cooled? Realizing this, Wang Li intended to take a sip, only to discover the tea had turned cold. Shaking off his thoughts, he set down the cup and exhaled, then inquired of Tianjia, how many people did Mojito dispatch at that time? Are you referring to the various hidden places in the world that were targeting us? Tianjia signaled to Shikabing to bring him a bowl of noodles. Yes, back then I had not yet matured. I only knew that he had sent out numerous pawns in search of refuge. Wang Li nodded, his expression somewhat grave. Indeed, that was the case, and quite a number of seeds were scattered. Tianjia confirmed this with a nod. Could you procure a list? Wang Li proposed a condition. I could assist you with a matter that does not violate principles. You expect me to consider your principles while helping? Maotai, you have gone too far. Tianjia snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks and slurped a mouthful of noodles. Spare me. You know my temper, don't you, big brother? Wang Li waved his hand dismissively. True, I do have some information that could constitute a trade, allowing you to obtain that list. Tianjia paused, swallowing his noodles. Have you heard of Haloi Fu, the renowned magician? What of it? Are you interested in learning magic? Why didn't you seek his instruction when Uncle Heiyu was alive? Wang Li's questions erupted like a machine gun. Firstly, I have no desire to learn the deceitful tricks of magic. Secondly, I met him while with Toy, and we became friends across generations. Finally, Haloi Fu had long since passed, yet he has recently been unusually active online, and I hope you can investigate this matter. Tianjia picked up a slice of char siu and swallowed it with a slurp. Wang Li remained silent, while Tianjia raised his head and swallowed a mouthful of soup. What are you pondering? Tianjia signaled for Shikeobing to clear the table. Thanking Shikeobing for refilling his tea, Wang Li remarked, I have an inkling that this transaction lacks reliability. Lacks reliability? Tianjia rolled his eyes. Anyone can claim that, but you are in no position to do so. Changing over 40 names in a month and now adopting a code name reminiscent of Wulianya. I hardly know what to call you anymore. Elder brother, call me whatever you wish. There are no distinctions between us. Wang Li was indifferent to such matters. Pray tell, why the sudden interest in that long-ago list? Tianjia understood that Wang Li's inquiries were not without purpose. Wang Li hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to divulge the entirety of the matter concerning the Blue Castle to Tianjia, feeling no need to conceal any details. For their perspectives on significant moral issues were aligned. He feared that their actions might inadvertently alter the trajectories of certain individuals' lives. Wang Li felt a profound sense of guilt. Though it may not be deemed a grave matter, everyone has their own fate. However, their past actions undeniably wield influence. Tianjia understood the deeper implications of Wang Li's sentiments, acknowledging that this was a burden he must bear alone, as one must always attend to their own responsibilities. After Wang Li expressed his gratitude, he slowly stepped into the darkness, his figure growing increasingly resolute. Tianjia, supporting himself with the table, rose with a hand on his waist, the intent of his blade swirling incessantly. The nation of flower cultivators never shies away from its responsibilities. Chapter 29. Every overweight individual is a potential asset. Keep pushing forward. The echoes of fervent cheers resonated through the competition hall, reaching the heavens above. Under the timeline that vexed Wang Li, the Japanese high school karate tournament commenced punctually. Wang Li effortlessly traversed the challenges, ultimately standing upon the grand stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing now is the finals of the senior-level karate competition. This year's participants boast exceptional prowess, and among them, two contenders have emerged as the cream of the crop. The host skillfully ignites the atmosphere. To the left of the arena stands the individual known as the noble son of Taekwondo, Kayagaku Makoto. As the host announces, Kayagaku's name reverberates throughout the dojo. He has competed 3 times, securing victory each time. His direct kicks and punches possess tremendous power, capable of withstanding even a missile. His challenger, entering the arena for the first time, yet already having earned the title of Aido, is Wang Li. Under the host's introduction, Wang Li wearily raises his hand, offering a half-hearted wave, acknowledging that his opponent is unlikely to withstand even a single strike. However, Wang Li's singular attack has consistently failed to deliver a satisfying experience for the audience, and one hopes for a change in this final match. Both competitors display remarkable spirit. Now, we arrive at the main event. Let us extend our gratitude to the generous sponsorship of the Suzuki Foundation and the esteemed appearance of the slumbering detective, Kagoro Mori. As the host's voice resonates, the big screen lights up with a live broadcast featuring Suzuki Sonoko and Kagoro Mori, instantly electrifying the audience. Sonoko and Uncle Mori, dressed in formal attire, do look charming. Yet, why is everyone calling out Uncle Mori's name? Is it a burgeoning talent in this thriving town of Mahako? Wang Li rolls his eyes. Kayagaku Makoto glances at Sonoko on the big screen, takes a deep breath, and assumes a serious stance. Does he intend to defeat me and then declare his feelings on stage? How unfortunate. Had I not been involved, I could have facilitated a delightful spectacle. Yet, as a participant committed to my principles, I must apologize, Kayagaku thinks to himself. Perhaps save the confession for Aizu. Wang Li awaits Kayagaku's proactive strike with a smile. Evading a side kick, he swiftly counters with a spinning kick, moving with remarkable speed. The kick, unexpected yet predictable, is dodged, and Kayagaku, having regained his footing, lunges forward. He has meticulously analyzed all of Wang Li's previous matches, anticipating potential maneuvers and crafting strategies in his mind long before this encounter. Wang Li swiftly halted his leg and then forcefully struck down, compelling Jingjing to retreat. Truly, he is the pinnacle of combat prowess within the realm of the Kushui universe. It appears that genuine skill is now required. Wang Li steadied his stance, executing a backflip to evade Jingjing's direct kick, followed by a descending axe kick. Jingjing managed to block the attack with both hands, yet was unprepared for Wang Li's swift kick to his chest as he descended. Subsequently, Jingjing found himself with no opportunity to retaliate, as Wang Li unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes that, though not heavy, forced him to continually retreat until he crossed the boundary line. As the lush forest receded in the wake of the speeding Maybach, the victorious Wang Li received a message from Tianjia and promptly set off toward their destination with the Miyano sisters. Is Shiho still upset? Wang Li cautiously inquired, glancing at the pouting Shiho who was staring out the window. Shiho huffed, indicating her desire for silence and her lingering anger. You can't blame me. I had no idea that Nezumi would suddenly leap at me. Wang Li weakly defended himself. From what I saw, you seem to be enjoying it. A photo from Mingmei's phone was presented as evidence. Mingmei, please don't stir the pot. That expression wasn't enjoyment. It was sheer terror. Wang Li exclaimed, his face captured in panic as Nezumi embraced him in the photo. Men. Shiho scoffed at Wang Li's retort. By the way, Mingmei, I recall that a new LV handbag is about to be released, right? Wang Li's eyes sparkled with a clever idea. Indeed. But do you think merely a new handbag will suffice? Mingmei replied with a knowing smile. Of course not. Shiho, I just placed an order for a new set of Hermes women's apparel. Wang Li said while affectionately ruffling Shiho's hair. Ahem, focus on driving. Mingmei swatted Wang Li's hand away. Sister, I believe Wang Li's sincerity is commendable. Yes, I concur, but I don't fancy that outfit, Shiho implied subtly. Haha, of course. We can have it all, Wang Li asserted, suggesting that they were all adults and should avoid being overly picky. That's more like it. Shiho rolled her eyes at him. Haha, we are almost there. Wang Li announced as they approached a villa at the end of the road. His heart skipped a beat at the sight of the Forest Villa suspension bridge, silently pleading with the world not to showcase any more surprises and to spare some lives. An already deceased individual, the Shadow Mage, Shiho stated, recounting the information provided by Tianjia. That is why we are here. To uncover the perpetrator behind all this and to stop them, Mingmei declared resolutely. It appears that among the enthusiasts of magic, there must be one who operates under the alias Shadow Mage, Wang Li concluded, halting the vehicle to make some preparations before leading the Miyano sisters across the suspension bridge. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Wang Li gently knocked on the door, and a portly man emerged to answer. May I ask who you are? The man inquired, his eyes reflecting disbelief. 3 wayward lambs requesting safe passage. Wang Li observed that the man was not genuinely overweight. My name is Doi Takudo. What are yours? Doi Takudo stepped aside to allow them entry. Well, little Doi, let me give you a piece of advice. Do not open the door easily to strangers. Wang Li remarked as he guided Shiho and Mingmei inside. I am Doi Takudo. Kaido, with a furrowed brow, emphasized, bewildered by how accurately the man recognized him. Yes, Doi Takudo, Wang Li absent-mindedly echoed. What brings you here? Is it related to the Shadow Mage? Shiho guessed his intent before Kaido could respond. Oh, that aligns with our purpose as well, Mingmei said, her curiosity piqued by the portly figure before them. A remarkably lifelike disguise. If Wang Li hadn't mentioned he was Kaido Kid, I might not have known. These two girls are just as annoying as you. Kaido gritted his teeth, not denying his motives. Have you made any discoveries? Wang Li's sole desire was to resolve the matter swiftly and return, hoping to avoid a classic snowstorm manner scenario. None. Look. They're all over there. Kaido gestured toward a group gathered in the hall, leaving the matter to Wang Li. Kaido had considerable faith in Wang Li's ability to gauge the atmosphere. What a lazy individual, Wang Li yawned, relieved that he had a secret weapon. Thus, amidst Kaido's astonishment, Wang Li began to engage in light-hearted banter to disperse the group, subsequently sending the two girls to inquire further. Do you really think that will yield any results? Kaido remarked wearily as he and Wang Li sank into the sofa. Kaido, you still do not comprehend this world, Wang Li said, taking a sip of water. Reclining against the sofa with his legs crossed, children can thrive anywhere. Before long, the Miyano sisters returned downstairs to report their findings. So, dear Kaido, have you deduced who the shadow mage is? Wang Li inquired with a smile. What about you? Kaido confidently retorted. Wang Li remained silent, merely forming two circles with nearby matchsticks, signaling Kaido to continue. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the Kagoro sisters, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Outside, in the water-boiling room, a woman was about to climb onto the roof when she was called out. Miss Tanaka Takaho, it's quite high and slippery. You might get hurt. Wang Li and Kaido stood nearby. What are you discussing? Tanaka Takaho quietly descended. I just wanted to go up to patch a hole. Kaido chuckled at her clumsy excuse. You shouldn't voice such a flimsy reason, Shadow Mage. After a moment of silence, Tanaka Takaho asked, how did you discover that? Well, about that question, Kaido, why don't you elaborate? Wang Li turned to the emerging Kagoro sisters. Kaido cast a helpless glance at Wang Li, lifting his disguise to reveal a magician clad in a white suit, standing under the moonlight with a monocle, illuminated by a pristine jade plate. You are Phantom Thief Kid. Tanaka Takaho gazed in shock at Kaido's transformation. Why does this person seem to be cloaked in an ethereal veil? Akemi noticed an anomaly beside Kaido, who was trying to reassure Tanaka Takaho. Has my sister Akemi's breathing technique found a new path? Wang Li made a swift judgment upon hearing this. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li asked Akemi, Sister Akemi, what do you see on me? Akemi turned her head, her eyes clouded with mist, stepping back. Why do you have a dragon on you? Just as suspected, the breathing technique not only enhances the body and intellect, but also allows one to perceive energy visually. Wang Li exhaled, and Ming Mei remarked that the dragon's aura had vanished. The situation over there has been resolved. Shiho informed Wang Li and his sister that Kaido had persuaded Tanaka Takahisa to kneel and weep, covering her face with her hands. As the four listened quietly to her story, to disrespect others to the point of endangering one's own life, ultimately leading to one's demise, is indeed a foolish act. Shiho remarked calmly after hearing the tale. Therefore, before mocking or ridiculing others, one should reflect on how seemingly trivial words to oneself may deeply wound another's self-esteem. An offhand comment may leave an indelible scar on someone else's heart. Ming Mei gazed up at the starry sky. Even through a screen, this remains true. Otherwise, one might truly find themselves pursued through the cables. Wang Li crouched in the snow, exhaling a breath of white mist. It has begun to snow. In the ramen shop, who even eats noodles anymore? A sleek Maybach executed a stylish drift, coming to a halt in front of the ramen establishment. Wang Li, if you continue to drift, next time you shall venture out alone. Shiho supported Ming Mei as they crouched by the roadside. Wang Li, feeling awkward, apologized. I am so sorry, Sister Ming Mei. It's nothing. Just drive carefully next time, Ming Mei replied, her voice strained as she battled with nausea. Lord Maotai, is there anything I can assist you with? The individual, known by the alias de Chiao Kai Dai, emerged from the ramen shop at the sound of his name. Oh, Snake, you're on duty today. Could you kindly fetch me a cup of warm water? Wang Li greeted him with familiarity. Of course. The snake replied, and promptly re-entered the ramen shop. Once everything was settled, Wang Li guided the Gonya sisters into the ramen shop. The establishment appeared as it always did, devoid of any patrons, save for a bespectacled young man quietly sipping tea. Wang Li's garment was firmly grasped by Zhihui, prompting Ming Mei to swiftly embrace her younger sister with a heart full of concern. Wang Li gently stroked Zhihui's head, and, with a hint of irritation, remarked to the bespectacled gentleman, Mojito, you opt for a Long Island iced tea instead of your namesake drink. What an eye-opener. Mojito set down his Long Island iced tea and adjusted his glasses. I heard you've changed your name to Wulianya now? Rattlesnake, please mix me a cocktail of your namesake brew. Wang Li, guarding the Miyano sisters, perched on the bar counter and asked, any objections? To which Rattlesnake, still wanting to protest, could only acquiesce upon seeing Wang Li's cheerful demeanor. It's not that I am afraid. Rather, it is a matter of respect for Master and his friend, the esteemed Maotai. While you're at it, do me a favor and mix me a pink lady. Zhihui noticed the pale-faced Akemi also desired a drink and quickly interjected, just pour my sister a glass of milk. Let her regain her composure. Ignoring her sister's reproachful gaze, Zhihui also cautioned Wang Li, you must not drive after drinking. Of course, I understand. No drinking and driving, and no driving after drinking. Wang Li chuckled, nodding in acknowledgement, hinting that perhaps he could persuade someone sober to take the wheel later. Have you begun to listen to the nurturing genre? Mojito idly swirled his glass, jesting. Well, it's a distant relative I've yet to meet. Wang Li tapped the table, dissatisfied with Mojito's retort. Huh, you. An orphan taken in by the master, have no distant relatives. The very notion of who would even attend your funeral is a mystery. Mojito took a sip from his drink. You remain as negative as ever. Wang Li accepted the rattlesnake cocktail poured into a martini glass, declaring, This is the era of positivity. Look at my hometown, the Flower Kingdom. Its prosperity is rooted in this very spirit. Oh, are we back to grand philosophies now? Mojito smacked his lips. It's not philosophy, I won't preach. I simply believe it should be so. Wang Li took a sip of the rattlesnake. Oh, Mojito replied softly, falling into silence. A long silence ensued, creating an atmosphere so tense that even Rattlesnake contemplated escaping, until Mojito spoke again. Are you truly not coming back, Maotai? The tone held a glimmer of last hope amidst disappointment. I will not return, Mojito. The single statement crushed Mojito's hopes. Ha ha ha. I should have known. From childhood to now, your decisions have never wavered. Mojito lowered his gaze. Mojito. Wang Li was about to offer an explanation when Mojito seized his collar. I ask you, have you forgotten? Who cared for us when we were alone? Who enabled us to stand in this world? Who provided us with the means to survive? Mojito's words were fervent, his saliva spraying onto Wang Li's face. Doesn't the Flower Kingdom believe in repaying even the smallest kindness with great gratitude? Wang Li accepted the tissue paper handed to him by Zhihui, casually wiping his face as he softly said, I have not forgotten. It is the master, the master. The master? Then how can you leave the master? Leave the organization? Mojito waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the watching viper to stumble as if struck by a bell. Gratitude is gratitude, but the master has gone too far. Why is he Tian lying on the ground? Were you not also present at that time? Wang Li grasped Mojito's arm. Master, he too is powerless. The organization requires funding to operate. The fragmented words revealed the speaker's lack of confidence and resolve. I understand that money is not everything, but without it, one cannot move an inch. Wang Li gently released Mojito's arm. You have been in the organization, so you should know the follow-up regarding Tian. Jin hardly has any holidays. Day after day, he is either eliminating traitors or on the road to execute spies. I pity him, Wang Li said as he raised his glass to Viper. Years ago, when Akai Shuichi defected, Jin, as his close friend, pursued him in the United States alongside Vermouth for nearly a month. The expression on his face when he returned was one of profound weariness. So, Mojito, let us speak frankly. Now, aside from a few high-ranking officials and some basic personnel, how many people around the master remain loyal? The liquid filled Wang Li's throat, and he exhaled deeply. Isn't this the best opportunity for us to stand by the master's side? Mojito still struggled to comprehend Wang Li's reasoning. Those who touch drugs can never be forgiven. Wang Li declared resolutely. The harm this has caused to our homeland is unthinkable. I will not permit those around me to come into contact with such substances. I shall repay the master's kindness in my next life. Furthermore, you claim this is the best time to stand by the master. May I inquire from what standpoint you make this assertion? Wang Li gazed at Mojito with amusement. Oomph. Mojito snorted lightly and pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket. This is the list of personnel that teacher Tian Jia instructed me to compile. He placed the documents before Wang Li. Thank you. Wang Li casually flipped through the names and detailed information. Mojito raised his drink and downed the Long Island iced tea, then stood to leave. I just remembered this matter. I will gather them all back. If they do not return, you may take action. As Mojito departed, closing the door behind him, Tian Jia emerged from the inner chamber. Upon seeing his fallen disciple, he twitched his lips. Did you discuss things so fervently? Not bad, Wang Li replied as Zhihui suddenly grasped the hem of his clothing. Tian Jia noticed the two sisters, Mingmei and Zhihui, hiding behind Wang Li and scratched his head. What? You actually have the Maiano sisters beside you? Aren't you afraid that Karasuma will cause you trouble? You won't report me to the master, will you? Wang Li asked, a look of wariness on his face. How could I? My relationship with the Maiano couple is such that we can sit down for drinks. Tian Jia's words always made Wang Li feel a sense of pride emanating from him. How strange. Is knowing my in-laws something to be proud of? Wang Li silently scoffed. Finishing his drink. The agreement with the master began the moment I brought the memory egg over. Are you not afraid of him breaking the agreement? Tian Jia checked on his fallen disciple. Fortunately, he is merely unconscious. Not afraid, because he will impose constraints on the higher-ups, right? Wang Li's words lacked certainty. Jin and Vermouth, one a foolish dreamer and the other an ageless witch with secrets, are truly difficult to deal with. Extra chapter, Part 1. A heavy snowfall blanketed Japan, and everyone in Mihua town hurried home. Phew. If we move these cardboard boxes to the shelter, we should be able to survive this winter. A boy who mysteriously arrived in this world returned to the age of 5, struggling to find a way to survive in a place where he could not communicate. Ah, such pure Mandarin. An elderly voice caught the boy's self-talk. Huh. You are also from the flower family? Upon hearing his hometown's language, the boy felt a flicker of surprise. Yes, my name is Karasuma. What about you, little one? Karasuma wondered why someone from his hometown was wandering the streets of Japan. Me? Well, if you don't mind, you can call me Maotai, the boy casually replied, continuing to drag the cardboard forward. Huh, Maotai? Hey, wait a moment. Karasuma called out loudly. Maotai walked ahead without turning back. Commander, stop him for me. Karasuma instructed the person beside him in Japanese. Yes, sir. The commander stood in front of Maotai, blocking his path. With a soft sigh, Maotai turned to Karasuma and said, Sir, you should know that by blocking me now, you are only bringing me closer to death. The child spoke of death with eyes devoid of any emotion. Karasuma was astonished, not because of the words, but due to Maotai's age. You will come with me. I cannot allow a child from the flower family to roam the streets of Japan. That would be a mockery of our ancestors' efforts, Karasuma stated earnestly. This is Japan. I meant to say, why do I hear calls for Amida every night? Maotai suddenly realized, and in response to Karasuma's incredulous gaze, he declared, I refuse. What? Karasuma was utterly stunned. Since that is settled, I shall simply go to the embassy. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Maotai turned to leave. Commander, take him back to the organization. Karasuma insisted, asserting that no one could refuse him. Understood. The commander grabbed Maotai under his arm. Upon returning to the organization, the commander placed Maotai in Karasuma's office and then exited. Kid, why don't you stir things up a bit on the way? You don't seem like the obedient type. Karasuma leaned back in his chair, breathing heavily. Because struggling is futile. By the way, sir, you need to lose some weight. You haven't moved at all and look quite weak. Maotai casually surveyed the office and, correlating it with the earlier scene, concluded, this Karasuma must be quite wealthy. Wait a minute, Japan, Karasuma, wealthy? Goodness, could it be? Sir, may I ask if the place we met was Mihua Town? Maotai inquired cautiously. Yes, indeed. Why do you ask? Karasuma pointed at the table. Goodness, I was actually brought back to the organization by Karasuma. What a bizarre twist worthy of a third-rate novel, a JoJo-like adventure. Maotai ignored Karasuma's expressions and resolved within himself. Maotai, is it? From now on, you shall call me Maotai, and I shall personally mentor you. Just call me sir. Speaking of which, you may not believe it, but I have been taken as a disciple by the head of the distillery. Well done. Now you are closer to death. Chapter 31. Taking novels seriously is also a 6-Zhihui. The dishes are ready. Please take them over. Wang Li, wearing an apron, handed the dishes to Zhihui. All right. Zhihui replied, accepting the dishes and turning to leave the counter. Wang Li gazed contentedly at the two sisters, Zhiho and Mingmei, engaged in their playful banter at the dining table. Life is truly splendid, devoid of Conan Adagawa, absent of any cases, and free from the rigors of classes. Wait. It seems I have not received any notifications regarding lessons. Wang Li, regaining his composure, hastily inquired of the two sisters, who were still bickering. Could you pause your quarrel for just a moment? May I ask what day it is today? It's Saturday, isn't it? What is the matter? Mingmei responded eagerly. Saturday? I asked the same yesterday. Is this Kashiwa world truly so remarkable? Wang Li mused, just as the phone at the entrance rang. Zhihui, please answer the phone. He instructed, turning back to his cooking. Okay, Zhihui replied obediently, hopping off her chair and dashing towards the entrance. Wang Li, why is it that your dishes are always so delectable? We use the same recipes and ingredients, and our techniques are indistinguishable, Mingmei queried, propping her chin on her hands while perched on the countertop stool. Perhaps it's a matter of proficiency. I've prepared these dishes dozens of times, Wang Li said, glancing at Zhihui as she returned to the dining area. Is there something you need, Zhihui? Kudo Shinichi's father is looking for you. I'm not quite sure what it's about. Zhihui gestured towards the door, indicating that she had yet to hang up. All right, Mingmei. Could you please attend to the stove? Wang Li adjusted the heat to low, hastily washed his hands, and answered the call. Zhihui skillfully fetched a small stool for Mingmei, who climbed up and executed her tasks with remarkable grace and fluidity. Sister, could you teach me how to cook? Zhihui asked. Her eyes filled with admiration as she watched her sister's swift movements with the ladle. Of course, I'll teach you from start to finish another day. But what has prompted this sudden desire to cook? Mingmei teased, a mischievous glint in her eye. Surely, you're not planning to surprise someone, are you? Sister. Zhihui's cheeks flushed crimson at Mingmei's playful remark. When Wang Li returned to the restaurant, the table was already set with a sumptuous meal. Sister Mingmei, you work quite swiftly, Wang Li remarked, as he removed his apron and took a seat. You all should prepare for what is next. Prepare for what? The two sisters questioned, perplexed. Prepare for someone to reimburse our travel expenses, Wang Li replied with a playful smirk. I must ask, what brings you three aboard this train? Kagoro Muri pounded the table in displeasure. How can you even question that? What reason could there be for your family of three to be on this train? I merely seek a peaceful vacation, Wang Li responded, equally irritated. Well, with statements like that, it's hardly peaceful whenever we encounter you, Conan rolled his eyes. As the Shinigami Elementary student, you certainly have no grounds to mock me, Wang Li retorted with a similar eye roll. Who is the Shinigami student? It's the case that calls to me. Conan exclaimed excitedly in defense of himself. Indeed, It seems that every death must wait for your arrival, esteemed Shinigami detective and Shinigami elementary student. Wang Li interjected, pulling Muri into the conversation. What did you say? Muri, displeased, retorted. People are living downstairs, and you come from the sky? It was evident that the three shared a close bond. As Mingmei observed with a chuckle at their quarrel, this hardly qualifies as a close relationship. Xiaolan chose to ignore the bickering trio and inquired, how on earth did you three manage to board the North Star number 3? Shizuka licked the milk from her lips and gestured towards the arguing trio. Ask him. We're in the dark, only aware that someone is covering our travel expenses. I see. Xiaolan, overwhelmed by the escalating noise, could no longer contain her frustration. Striding over to Muri and the others, the trio felt an ominous shadow loom over them, and before they could protest, Xiaolan delivered a firm reprimand. No arguing on the train. Leaning against her chair, Mingmei turned to her sister, who taught Wang Li such a talent for sarcasm. I have no idea, but there's this certain blonde fool who faces ridicule daily, until his hair turned completely white, Shizuka recalled with amusement. Thinking of a certain masked figure, Jin. Ah, Jin. Mingmei, who was also present at the time, exchanged a knowing smile with her sister. Well, you two young ladies are quite charming when you smile. A woman donning a sun hat and sunglasses suddenly interjected. They are cute whether they smile or not. Wang Li chimed in, having been attentive to the sisters. Quite the handsome young man. Are you their guardian? The woman inquired with a smirk. What brings you here? Her tone was unmistakably disingenuous, and it seemed that Yukiko, a renowned actress, had dropped her usual pretense. Engaged by a novelist to protect an unknown actress, Wang Li decided to shift the focus back to his client. Yukiko immediately caught on, turning her head away in dissatisfaction. So it seems you don't trust me at all. I merely took a ride on horseback. Wang Li chuckled, remarking on the actor's seamless repartee, demonstrating a deftness in veiled insinuations. Ah, Annie, I recall that those who ride horses typically don specialized trousers, do they not? Conan inquired, his large, expressive eyes wide with curiosity. Little brother, are you referring to riding skirts? She replied, of course I wear them, though I am not currently riding. Yukiko could hardly withstand her son's adorable charm. Oh, do you manage those bolos by yourself? Conan pressed further. Certainly, I frequently update my gear, she affirmed. With a brief farewell, the woman took her leave. Once she had departed, Conan leaned closer to Wang Li and whispered, that woman is lying. Wang Li looked at him with a bemused expression. Oh, have you finally grasped it? I refer to your mother as sister, while you call her aunt. By a rough calculation, I must be your uncle. Earlier, it was mentioned that Buolo refers to horse manure. If she frequently rides, how could she possibly be unaware of this? Conan incessantly flaunted the knowledge he had acquired in Hawaii. Boss, I'm genuinely intimidated by you, alright? Must you insist on nitpicking while simultaneously inflating your word count? The point was about riding horses, not the frequency of it. Do you not allow others to indulge in spontaneous whims and ride? Wang Li found Conan's tendency to view everyone as a criminal utterly exasperating. Shizuka smiled faintly as she observed the quarrel between Wang Li and Conan, ultimately making a resolute decision. Sister, I shall endeavor to rediscover the antidote for a TX 4869. Mei did not inquire as to why. Instead, she countered. If you succeed and we are restored, then Wang Li's situation becomes quite precarious. I suspect that a form of terrifying equilibrium has been established between him and the organization. That is his dilemma. I trust he will manage it well. Sister, permit me to indulge in a moment of girlish petulance. There was a tone of unwavering determination in Shizuka's voice. I, on the other hand, am indifferent. What do you intend to do once the antidote is ready? Surely, you cannot be thinking of rounding up another batch of lab rats. Mei mused. Confidence radiated from Shizuka's eyes as she pointed to Conan. He will assist me. For his sake, and for mine. Chapter 32. The art of playful discourse is not to be taken lightly. Adaptation is not a matter of recklessness. Wang Li languidly reclined on the bed in the train dormitory with the Miyano sisters, Conan Idagawa, and Ran residing nearby. The presence of Conan on this journey surely implied the likelihood of a case. However, I scarcely recalled the details of the case involving the Polaris. Indeed, encountering the Kudo family seldom promised a moment of respite. Wang Li turned over and continued to ponder. The individuals who had quarreled in the carriage, aside from us, included a group of merchants, among whom were a boss and the mayor. It seemed that the victim was essentially one of the two of you. However, as they argued, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something oddly familiar about it. Wang Li abruptly rose and flung open the door, revealing a desolate corridor devoid of any presence. With a grave demeanor, he picked up a note from the floor, which bore a single message. Please watch my performance with a calm heart, from Obiang. Could it be the direct assassination unit of the gentleman? He closed the door, and with a surge of intent, reduced the note in his hand to mere fragments. A performance? It seems the gentleman has orchestrated something here. Well, this tedious journey must offer some form of entertainment to alleviate the monotony. Next door. Mingmei set aside her concealed dagger and glanced at her sister, who was engrossed in researching pharmaceuticals on her laptop. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, Jihua, you might as well feel a bit anxious, right? He is just beside us. Jihua's retort left Ming Mei chuckling in disbelief. Can't you muster even a little anxiety? Ming Mei crawled over and pinched Jihua's cheek. If I were to feel anxious, it would only add to his pressure, which is unnecessary. Jihua had grown accustomed to her elder sister's usual aloof demeanor, now tinged with childishness. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the silence, prompting them to lift their heads. Ming Mei immediately ushered Jihua to the side of the car wall, drawing her small knife with readiness. As the sound resonated, Wang Li swiftly stepped outside, positioning himself at the entrance of Jihua's door. What happened? Muri Kaguru and Conan pushed the door open, rushing towards the source of the scream, while simultaneously instructing the equally concerned Ran to stay with Wang Li. Wang Li, what transpired? Ran inched closer to him, fear evident in her demeanor. Sister, in terms of combat prowess, you're only slightly inferior to Kyaga Kujin. Even when I engage you seriously, it requires considerable effort on my part. Moreover, after everything you've endured with the washing machine, what are you afraid of? Despite the light-hearted banter, Wang Li opened the door behind him, gently ushering Ran inside. Ran, I entrust the two sisters of the Mio family to you. Oh, all right, understood. As she entered, Ran misinterpreted the Mio sisters' startled reactions as anxiety, which helped her to calm down. Mio Mei, Mio Bao, do not fear, I will protect you. Wang Li forcefully slammed the door, and the sword in his hand gradually dissipated. A masked figure had just glided past him with a knife. What an audacious display. Oh, Obiang, you little darling. Did you not promise me a spectacle? Is this your way of intending for me to become a victim? Just as the train entered the tunnel, Wang Li was about to set up a rudimentary sword formation to pursue, when he noticed the figure opening a door to a room. In that instant, the sound of gunfire and shattering glass echoed, eventually fading away at the rear of the carriage. Wang Li, what about that masked individual? He inquired. He has committed murder over by the dining car. Maoli Kagoro and Conan followed closely behind. Wang Li raised his finger to indicate the corner. Could it be a case of jumping from the moving vehicle? Soon after, the three called upon Xiao Lan, and together they advanced. In one of the carriages, they discovered a shattered window, with a discarded handgun lying on the floor. This is infuriating. He has escaped. Mori Kagoro pounded on the window in frustration. Uncle, that may not be the case. This train is traveling at high speed. Conan, however, noticed the oversight. Wang Li was about to speak when he suddenly felt a grip on him from Zhihui, accompanied by several others appearing behind him. Mayor Shichui and Manager Jiayue, three professions associated with danger, yet one was absent. It appears that the deceased was indeed the aforementioned president. Wang Li cast a glance at the newcomers, disregarding Yuki, who was disguised under the alias of Akira Wenda, and formed his judgment. Speaking of which, Yuki sister, could you refrain from being so casual with names? Last time you chose Idagawa Wenda, and this time you opted for Akira Wenda. If it weren't for the washing machine's infatuation with beauty, you would have surely been unmasked in no time. The train was abruptly halted by the swiftly arriving police, who commenced a meticulous investigation. Wang Li originally intended to conduct an independent investigation with two others, but Conan solemnly ushered the three of them into a room, stating, Wang Li, I suspect this is a simulated murder. What do you mean? Wang Li could hardly shake the suspicion that Conan had installed listening devices in his home. Given his nature, it was certainly within the realm of possibility. Moments of contemplation flooded Wang Li's mind until suddenly he recalled something. Conan, deep in thought, inadvertently missed the complexity of Wang Li's expression. My father once wrote a novel, and the content bears an uncanny resemblance to this incident, particularly the robbery at the jewelry store. Wang Li resolved in an instant to return home and thoroughly organize everything, subsequently enlightening Conan about the illegality of indiscriminate tracking and eavesdropping on others. There was also another matter. I have always found that Wendy exhibits an air of peculiarity. I wish to consult you. Conan was abruptly interrupted by Wang Li. I apologize, but I must decline. Wang Li opened the door and exited with the Miyasato sisters. Wang Li, you. Conan began to pursue them. Kudu, remember, although I may have wronged you, that does not imply I will acquiesce to every request. Wang Li waved dismissively, asserting, I am solely responsible for ensuring your safety. I will not be harmed. What about that, Wendy? Conan paid no heed to Wang Li's words, for their years of camaraderie had made him aware that Wang Li was merely a responsible, stubborn individual. It was through his dialogue that he realized Wendy was not an adversary. Wait, Wendy, the last time she appeared was with my mother. Conan stood there, twitching at the corners of his mouth. This is a Sama, the very compartment where the jewel robbery suspect resides. Shiho glanced at the shattered window of the carriage. Indeed, Wang Li remained unfazed by these details. After all, in Conan's world, apart from the primary crime scene, all else was secondary. The pressing concern now was to track down the masked Obian. As he moved forward through the carriage, Wang Li noticed a staircase leading to the upper deck. This train has an upper-class lounge, he exclaimed in surprise, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes as Shiho had already grasped the hem of his clothing. Obian, are you attempting to escape? My family's alcohol quality tester has pinpointed your location. Do you truly believe you can evade capture? Minami, please escort Shiho to the dining car. Do not stray too far from Uncle Mori. Wang Li signaled with a glance towards Minami. Minami nodded, supporting Shiho as they departed. Wang Li entered the second-floor room belonging to manager Jiyue with a smile, where Jiyue had already placed a bottle of Obiang. Obiang, I have encountered the Maotai instructor. Please forgive my previous disrespectful actions, Obiang said, raising his glass in self-punishment. It is a trivial matter, but why are you here? Wang Li closed the door, curious about the presence of the direct assassination unit. Well, that Asano is one of our grassroots personnel, and I happen to be short on funds, Obiang replied indirectly. I see, so you are using the tasks of grassroots personnel to amass wealth? Wang Li quickly grasped Obiang's intentions and exhaled a sigh of relief. At that moment, Obiang sensed something was amiss, but before he could react, Wang Li struck his vital point, rendering him unconscious and incapacitating his breathing technique. Indeed, the most inept and arrogant Obiang has changed not at all over the years. Wang Li scoffed. When it comes to minor matters, you dare to sit and drink in front of me. I commend you for your bravery. After searching the room thoroughly, he finally discovered the stolen manuscript of Yusaku Kudo on Obiang. He opened the door, closed it behind him, and whistled as he exited the compartment. All done. Quite an easy task, indeed. As long as I avoid encountering Conan and his companions, I can enjoy life. Wait, hold on. The manuscript stolen from Kudo Yusaku was taken from Obiang, and now I have it. Am I committing a crime? I need an answer, and I need it urgently. Epilogue 2. Maotai, are you sleeping again? Karasuma lightly tapped Maotai's head with a pen. Sir, learning Japanese is so simple. I mastered it in just a month. Maotai groaned, rubbing his head where he had been tapped. Karasuma looked at his disciple, recalling the commander's assessment of him as a logistically illogical genius. Indeed, he was a genius. He grasped the basics of Japanese in 5 days, became proficient in half a month, and within a month could converse fluently with native Edo children like Rum. Without repeating himself. Then, Maotai, how about you teach your friends? Karasuma pointed to the remaining children, all of whom he had taken in, as Maotai described them as the reserve forces harmed by Jin in the distillery. Can I refuse? Maotai lay lazily on the table. Thank you. Then, I'll take my leave. Karasuma turned slowly, not allowing Maotai a chance to object. Well then, what do you want to learn? Maotai rested his head on his arm. Maotai, don't be like that. The sir wants you to teach us, so take it seriously, a chubby and charming girl said in Chinese. Hey, it's not like it's anything significant. The sir only asked me to teach you without specifying what. Maotai suddenly stood up. Then, I'll teach you how to quickly fall asleep in the sir's class. He said this in Japanese. TCH, as if we need you to teach us. A boy with bangs adjusted his glasses coolly. Oh, then how would you suggest we sleep? Maotai replied with a hint of disdain. Use your book to cover your face. What are you doing? The others looked at Maotai, who had his head directly against the table. Sleeping, of course. What else would I be doing? Maotai supported himself on the table with one hand, rubbing his head with the other. Sleeping is simple. If you want to sleep, just sleep. You must sleep boldly and with conviction. It is a physiological necessity for us growing children. Because I am tired, I sleep. It's that simple. Outside the window, the commander and Rum watched the farce with exasperation. Sir, we should intervene. Maotai might set a bad example, the commander suggested, wanting to stop him. Commander, Rum, do you think I should teach him that method? Karasuma waved his hand dismissively, signaling not to worry. He was confident this would be fine. Sir, it's not about what we think. It's about what you feel, Rum said, folding her arms. The snake venom should be returning soon? Karasuma resolved to take action. Yes. The commander quickly replied, having received information regarding the matter from FB. Have him transfer the subsequent tasks to you, and let him do his utmost to instruct Maotai and Tian Tian. Karasuma included Tian Tian in the mix. Perhaps it's due to my constitution? The techniques passed down in my family can only be cultivated by those from my hometown? Karasuma took out a perfectly smooth walnut. All you know how to do is eat and sleep. Just as he finished speaking, Maotai punched the chubby boy in the face. Maotai, what are you doing? Tian Tian exclaimed, hugging Maotai. In the ensuing chaos, Maotai kicked the overweight boy in the face, causing the children to hurriedly separate them. Maotai, Tian Tian pushed him down into his seat, calling out in Chinese. Tian Tian, this time I'm showing you favor. Remember where our bloodline comes from. Maotai replied fiercely in Chinese, glaring at the surrounding children. I am a cultivator, and you must remember, this is the last time. If you dare insult my hometown, we will not rest until one of us is dead. Karasuma glanced expressionlessly at the chubby boy, while the commander, sensing the low pressure emanating from him, understood. The name of the hometown is not to be infringed. Chapter 33. Indeed, there was a moment when I could also lean on someone. After Wang Li returned the lost manuscript to Yusaku Kudo, who was waiting at the terminus, he began a period of normalcy in his life. What nonsense is this narration speaking? Wang Li thought to himself, resting his head on the table after attending 2 classes in a row. Hey, Xiaolan, Wang Li, do you have time tomorrow? The girl in front, Yuanzi, turned to ask them. Here it comes. The holiday invitation has arrived. Wang Li's eyes sparkled as he stood up excitedly. Yes, of course. Xiaolan tilted her head cutely. Let's go out and escape the heat. We should go play at the beach. Yuanzi announced the destination for this trip. Yes. Yuanzi, you truly understand me. Wang Li's face gradually broke into a smile. Finally, I can enjoy the limited edition summer swimsuit of Marai Sherbois. Achoo. Sherbois, who was also in class, sneezed, feeling inexplicably cold. Sister, are you all right? Her older sister, Mingmei, offered her a tissue. I'm fine. I think Wang Li is thinking of something odd, Sherbois whispered quietly. Click. Startled, Xiaolan, who was arranging her swimsuit, turned to see Yuanzi grinning as she held up a camera. I caught that moment. Yuanzi, what are you filming? Xiaolan asked, suddenly aware of her previous actions. Her face turning crimson. Hee hee. Of course, it's the moment our adorable Xiaolan was organizing her swimsuit. If I send it to Kudo Shinichi, that detective and reasoning man. Yuanzi chuckled, holding the camera. Yuanzi, the angelic Xiaolan, clearly shy, leapt forward to snatch the camera away. Meanwhile, the male protagonist had his head submerged in water, seemingly trying to boil it. TSK, Kudo really is quite the LSN, Wang Li remarked as he tended to the Mibara sisters, who were putting on their floaties. What? Are you envious? Sherbois rolled her eyes. I was more well-endowed than Xiaolan before I took my medication. Sister, don't say that. It sounds like you're implying our figures aren't good, Mingmei teased, her provoking skills having sharpened since returning to childhood. Huh. It sounds like you're saying I'm an LSN. I'm a true gentleman, Wang Li asserted, distinguishing between an LSN and a gentleman as two different levels. Humph. Who knows what you're thinking? Shizuka tilted her head to one side. It seems I must expedite my research on the antidote. All right. Let's go purchase some long pants and short sleeves, she added. Wang Li noticed a somewhat attractive young man approaching the garden and sighed, pressing his forehead. What's wrong? Asked Mingmei, stoking the flames of curiosity, yet aware of Wang Li's keen sense of danger. It's nothing. Just didn't he expect Uncle Maori to be drunk this time, leaving Xiao Lan no choice but to take Conan with her. Completely forgetting about the curse of the Suzuki family concerning Yuanzi, Wang Li expressed his immense fatigue. The Suzuki curse? The Miyano sisters looked bewildered, unsure of what Wang Li was alluding to. Thus far, the incidents I've been forced to endure regarding her family have involved either her or her sister encountering mishaps during blind dates, or their uncle perpetually challenging Phantom Thief Kid. Wang Li thought to himself, in the realm of the dead, the Grim Reaper merely escorts the departed away, sparing the living from toil. Yet your family, regardless of life or death, seems to prefer running around. Now I understand why that investigator from the 2nd Division, Kaido's father-in-law, is so emaciated. Ah, Yuanzi is waving at us. Mingmei pointed to Yuanzi, who was beckoning. What do you plan to do? Shall we go over? Shizuka gently patted Wang Li. What else can we do? Let us head over. Wang Li urged the two queens forward. Ah, D-Suk, you're actually a university student? Yuanzi exclaimed in surprise as they settled at the smoothie shop, upon hearing D-Suk's reintroduction. Yes, though my academic performance isn't particularly stellar, D-Suk replied, shaking his head, seemingly embarrassed by his grades. As Wang Li continuously sipped his slushy, he observed Dao Xie ingratiating himself, while his ears absorbed sweet nothings. Yet internally he scoffed. Really? Just because his ex-girlfriend had chestnut hair, he wants to eliminate all women with the same hue? Common way. You still insist you are not insane. Eventually, unable to endure the conversation any longer, Wang Li stood up, exchanging his camera with Yuanzi's. Well, you all carry on with your chat. Yuanzi, this one seems quite handy. I'll borrow it for a moment. With that, he dragged the equally exasperated Zhihui and Xiaolan, Conan in tow, and fled without a backward glance. Hey, Miyabi, aren't you joining us? Yuanzi inquired of the composed Mingmei, who remained sipping her drink. No rush, after all. We reside in the same vicinity, Mingmei casually replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Dao Xie's handsome visage. What a pity, such a face. Yet he harbors intentions against Yuanzi. Your friend is rather amusing. Dao Xie remarked, watching as one of his targets, the camera, vanished. With a sigh, he mused. Perhaps spending too much time with another detective has influenced Yuanzi. Recalling past events, she patted her chest, relieved that when she confessed her feelings, he had claimed to already have someone special. This revelation sparked a glimmer of intrigue in the eyes of the two listeners present. Detective? Could it be that yesterday's incident was connected? The plan must be altered. Conveniently, aside from her, there's also a child. A strong intent to kill flickered within Dao Xie. Confession? Oh, Wang Li, your romantic prospects are blooming, rivaling even the illustrious apricot grove. A smile could not be concealed from Mingmei's lips. Meanwhile, around the corner of the slushy shop, Wang Li and his companions encountered the summoned Kayagaku Makoto. Hey Kayagaku, what brings you here? Xiaolan clearly remembered this troublesome gentleman who had given her senior sister Su Mei quite the headache, especially since he had been residing at the inn his family owned for the past few days. Hello, Xiaolan, Wang Li summoned me, Kayagaku replied earnestly, pointing to Wang Li, who was peering into the shop. By the way, where's Yuanzi? What? Do you need her for something? Are you? Women's intuition regarding such matters remains an enigma to the world. All right, Xiaolan, don't put our noble gentleman in a bind. Wang Li remarked without looking back, already sensing Kayagaku's darkening demeanor. We need to keep up with Yuanzi. Yuanzi, is something wrong with her? Kayagaku inquired, quicker than Xiaolan. This time, even the typically oblivious Conan could ascertain. Kayagaku has feelings for Yuanzi. It's a minor issue. She is currently dining with that recent murderer, and they're likely headed to the Grove shortly for matters that could easily fill 100 pages. Wang Li stated without turning his head. What did you say? The trio, excluding Zhihui, were taken aback, with Kayagaku even contemplating a swift exit. Wang Li, with quick reflexes, seized him and demanded, what do you intend to do? Is it not obvious? Retrieve the garden. Jingjingjin contemplated breaking free from Wang Li's grasp. Retrieve it? And then what? Do you possess any evidence to substantiate his guilt? Wang Li's words compelled Jingjingjin to abandon his resistance. How do you know he is the culprit? Xiaolan, destined to be a renowned detective's wife, exhibited her uncanny intuition, catching everyone off guard. Ah, a murderous intent. Wang Li resolved to speak truthfully, for in any realm, honesty is seldom believed. Oh, I see. Except for you, Xiaolan, this angel. Wait a moment, how did you retain evidence of his crime? Conan once again sensed a breakthrough. Blind man, you seem remarkably capable. Wang Li began to wonder if he had misjudged the situation. My Yumi possesses a voice recorder, and my camera is still in recording mode. Last time, who was it that told me this was a crime? Conan muttered under his breath. Huh, a crime? Pray tell, I accidentally left the recording mode on my camera. I feared for my girl's safety, so I equipped them with a voice recorder. Is that so unreasonable? Wang Li lamented. We, the flower cultivators, are law-abiding citizens of virtue. Unlike certain individuals who refuse to acknowledge history and live well with their delusions of grandeur. Suddenly, Jingjingjun grasped Wang Li by the collar, his voice seething with rage. So, you used the garden as bait? Wang Li, instead of expressing anger, chuckled. I am completely at ease now, Kayagaku. Kayagaku, bewildered, felt Wang Li gently lift the constraints he had imposed. Yuanzi is my friend. If you hadn't grasped that, I might not have allowed you to continue. My family friend Gong Mei is right beside her. You can rest assured. Noticing the skepticism in Kayagaku's eyes, Wang Li added, Gong Mei is someone I have personally trained. While she may not defeat you outright, she will certainly give you a run for your money. Best of luck, Kayagaku said, nervously observing the trio as they exited the establishment. Let us follow them, but remain inconspicuous. Wang Li perceived that their path led into the woods, realizing that Dao Xia's plan was about to unfold. Hey, it seems you forgot to take us back, Ming Mei remarked, noticing that Dao Xia was leading them further away from the inn near Kayagaku's home. Huh, aren't you aware? There's a murderer in the area targeting women. The route I've chosen may be longer, but it's safer. Dao Xia uttered the lie with a steady demeanor. Oh, really? Ming Mei replied with amusement. Indeed, look, there are a few people following us. After saying this, Dao Xia hurriedly pulled the two forward. Ming Mei stole a glance back, realizing, those are clearly allies. Does this guy lie without batting an eye? Kayagaku, take this. Lead the way, and don't fall behind. I want to capture your heroic figure. Wang Li tossed a locator device to Kayagaku, activating the camera with the air of a professional paparazzo. Phew, that should suffice. This is the graveyard you selected for the two of you. Dao Xia, having noticed that no one was around, threw Ming Mei towards Yuanzi. As Yuanzi caught Ming Mei, Dao Xia swiftly seized her neck, using his weight to pin both girls down. What? Yuanzi recalled the self-defense techniques taught by Wang Li and Xiao Lan and managed to brace herself against Dao Xia's body. Huh, your hair colors are the same. It won't hurt much, just a little. I'll trade your camera for this little girl. Dao Xia, feeling advantageous, prepared to reveal his true enjoyment. So, what about those earlier girls? Ming Mei managed to roll out and inquire. Ha ha ha, of course, I killed them. Ever since that treacherous woman betrayed me. I've known that girls with brown hair are all bad news. Dao Xia's antics drew a laugh from Malik, the bright youth. It's utterly nonsensical. If your girlfriend dumped you, shouldn't you reflect on your own shortcomings? What kind of man seeks revenge on society? Ming Mei exhaled in frustration. You little brat. What do you know? Your turn is coming soon. Dao Xia's grip tightened. Gong Mei, run. Yuanzi, growing weaker in her stance, desperately urged Gong Mei to flee. Really? Is it true that birds of a feather flock together? You and Mao Lilan are truly best friends. With a smile, Gong Mei brandished her knife. And in an instant, Dao Xia shrieked, releasing Yuanzi as he clutched his wrist and jumped back. Cough, Gong Mei. Yuanzi coughed as she saw Gong Mei standing before her. Now watch me. A gust of dark wind swept past the two, and that was precisely what she intended to say. Yuanzi, Gong Mei. Xiaolan rushed to their side, helping Yuanzi up. Xiaolan. Upon seeing her friend, Yuanzi could no longer contain her fear and trembled in Xiaolan's embrace. TSK, this scene could inspire a lengthy narrative. Wang Li glanced at the overly dramatic women, only to be chastised by Shiho with a kick. Hiss, Wang Li inhaled sharply, squinting at Kayagaku. All right, if this continues, we'll be left with nothing but a bloodbath. Huff. Hearing this, Kayagaku halted, taking a deep breath. Before Dao Xia collapsed, he delivered a final knee strike. Conan approached to check on the still convulsing Dao Xia, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Fortunately, he is alive. Then, In the presence of Wang Li and the others, Kayagaku made an awkwardly straightforward confession. Please refrain from wearing such revealing clothing in the future. I am Kayagaku, and your vibrant spirit during moments of encouragement has left a lasting impression on my heart. Coughing. It was clear that a straightforward confession from a man would always lack the subtlety of what might follow. Young Yuanzi, the exceptionally strong suitor from the Suzuki family, should surely accept this. In a side story, Maotai sat cross-legged on a mat, absorbing the essence that snake poison had once described. Snake poison gazed at the two children before him, contemplating. Kurua, you've left me with two perplexing challenges. Huff. Tian exhaled, only for her breath to sink rather than rise. Well, how are you, Tian? Snake poison had already formed a judgment in his mind. Not bad. Tian replied, clutching her head. I feel like I've successfully lost weight. Snake poison had hoped for a more profound revelation, but nearly choked on her words. I was inquiring about your physical condition, not the impossibility of such a circumstance. Weight loss relies on energy expenditure exceeding intake, and at merely 6 years old, why would you even consider losing weight? Tian pointed at Wang Li. He said, if you don't lose weight when young, you'll regret it in old age. Oh, come on, Wang Li. You adorable little rascal. Just 5 years old, and you're already spouting wisdom. Snake poison realized he was not facing a challenge, but rather a hot potato. Don't worry. Tian, stay with your brother, and I promise you'll slim down quickly. Maotai, having opened his eyes at some point, grinned at Tian. You little rascal, Snake poison playfully tapped Maotai's head. Losing weight is nonsense. Girls will grow into their figures naturally. Maotai pouted, that's a stretch. They might also grow sideways. Hey, you little charmer. Snake poison lifted Maotai. What's wrong? Feeling inferior? Maotai rolled his eyes. Snake poison tossed Maotai back onto the mat, exasperatedly asking, how do you feel? Not bad. I can't claim to fly like a sword, but I can jump over 3 feet high. Whose technique is this? Maotai, taking a deep breath, leaped effortlessly over a meter. Oh no. Snake poison sensed something was amiss. This is a technique passed down from Kurua's ancestors. Can you replicate it? Extending his hand, a transparent blade appeared in his grasp. That's impressive. Maotai extended his hand, but nothing materialized. You're not running the technique. Are you trying to perform telekinesis here? Snake poison lightly tapped Maotai's head, encouraging him to visualize extending the energy to his hand and solidifying a weapon. Maotai struggled to envision it, eventually collapsing onto the mat, panting. This is excessive. It feels like I'm channeling multiple bursts at once. Snake poison questioned if he had taught incorrectly. Teacher Snake poison. Is this how it works? Tian presented a brick in her hands to Snake poison. That girl, while unable to lift it, is still quite formidable. Maotai smirked. This girl is truly terrifying in every sense. Snake poison's head felt as though it might explode. Wait. Snake poison suddenly grasped Maotai. I'm asking, can you do it too? Uffed. Maotai turned his head away, a sword materializing in his hand, as if it were tangible. Did you just scoff? Snake poison decided to set that matter aside for now, as the two children before him were indeed extraordinarily formidable. Maotai, Tian, how did you achieve this? Kurua rushed in upon hearing the news. We simply followed the instructions of teacher Snake poison and practiced the technique. Tian proclaimed himself to be an exemplary student. And you, Maotai? Wuwan turned to the restless Maotai. Likewise. Maotai kept tumbling. Shidu pressed down on Maotai, while Wuwan stared at him with a fixed gaze. When encountering an impasse, one must change their course. Maotai dared not wager on the limits of the person before him. Are you not afraid of death? Wuwan asked, perplexed. Death? I have long since experienced it. Otherwise, how could I, a chief physician, find myself in this world where a mere disagreement can lead to murder? If you wish for others to practice this discourse, it is advisable to provide each person with a manual of meridian points, Maotai suggested. But we have always used this pathway before, Wuwan responded. A look of confusion in his eyes. Did those in the past possess such detailed maps of meridian points? Maotai pointed out the crux of the matter with a sigh. Wuwan exchanged glances with Shidu. Well, it seems there might be some truth to that. Chapter 34. Why does everyone know my family? When Ming Mei returned from grocery shopping, the room was engulfed in darkness, only interrupted by the sound of heavy breathing. I'm back. Ming Mei, accustomed to the routine, fumbled for the entrance light. Ji Bao, Sister Ming Mei, I'm back. Is it all right now? Wang Li's labored breaths echoed from the living room. Spare me. I haven't satisfied you yet. How can you be done? A man must not concede defeat. Ji Bao's voice brooked no doubt. Ming Mei placed the groceries on the table, her head aching as she gazed at the two individuals in the living room. It's merely a keyboard kneeling, is it not? Not to mention it has been 3 days already. Why is every exchange laden with innuendo? Sister Ming Mei. You must control your sister. The keyboard on my knees is no ordinary one. It's a Corsair K70. Including shipping, it cost nearly 50,000 yen. Wang Li lamented, caressing the keyboard beneath his kneecap. Why the distress? Then just rise. Ming Mei decided to lend a hand to Wang Li. After all, that outfit from earlier was quite enticing. Ah, no. It was the affection of a sister-in-law for her brother-in-law. Wang Li received the signal, lowering his head to murmur softly. but I truly dislike it when Jiho is hurt. Oomph. All right, get up and take your keyboard to play. Jiho picked up an apple and took a hearty bite. Really? That's wonderful. Wang Li sprang to his feet and, in a flash, planted a quick kiss on Jiho. Slipping away, having successfully seized a moment of intimacy, Wang Li dared not linger in the living room and hurriedly ascended to the second floor. What are you still doing there? Silly girl. Mimi lightly smacked her sister. How dare he? Jiho stood indignantly, only to be restrained by Mimi. Enough already. Is it amusing for both of you to flaunt your affection in front of me? Come help me. Mimi pointed at Jiho's flushed cheeks with a hint of annoyance. Not far from the house, two individuals observed the glowing lights within. Is this the residence of the Maotai instructor? One of them adjusted his glasses. Indeed, brother. The instructor was rather heavy-handed, wasn't he? Li Peng is severely injured. And Obiang has been incapacitated. We've already lost 2 out of 10. A voice emerged from the shadows of Lafite. One has eliminated irrelevant parties from the revenge plan for the sake of taste, while the other openly provoked the instructor. It's fortunate they survived, isn't it? They deserve it. The one referred to as brother produced an envelope. Mudong, let's give the instructor a surprise. And also ascertain whether one of those 2 little girls is indeed our target. He handed the envelope to Mudong. Sigh, why am I always the one delivering messages? Mudong shook his head as he accepted the envelope and made his way towards Wang Li's residence. Brother, what if one of those girls is Shirley? Lafite's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. What to do? Let it be. If you wish to be hunted down by the instructor, feel free to try. The brother abandoned any plans regarding Shirley outright. Huh, so we came here just to deliver a letter? Lafite's voice brimmed with astonishment. Yes, but not entirely. We need to present a case before that esteemed individual. After all, we cannot let our collaboration with Jin devolve into merely Jin's affair. Jin is quite exhausted. And that person is advanced in age and sometimes lacks reason. The brother sighed deeply. In Wang Li's kitchen, Jiho was preparing beef. With a swift chop. Her hand felt slightly sore, prompting her to complain, Sister, why does Wang Li insist on making such complicated dishes? What? Is it not permissible? Wang Li mentioned wanting to prepare potato stew for Dr. Agasa as a diet meal. Mimi casually diced the potatoes into small pieces. Why is Wang Li so considerate of Dr. Agasa? Jiho queried, puzzled. Understanding her sister's long-standing interest in pharmacology, Mimi patiently explained. Dr. Agasa provided immense support during his time of need. The principle of repaying even a small favor is essential. Moreover, Dr. Agasa is an old acquaintance of our parents, and we should express our goodwill towards him. Oh, I see. Jiho nodded, indicating her comprehension. Suddenly, the kitchen knife slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. When Mimi turned around, she saw Jiho trembling all over. Jiho, dear, there's no one from the organization here. Having witnessed similar scenes a few times, Mimi paused her tasks and embraced her sister tenderly. Knock, knock, knock. The relentless sound of knocking interrupted Mimi's consolation. Oh, you think you're clever. My sister may be absent-minded. But you seem displeased, don't you? Mimi practiced her breathing technique. Her beautiful eyes misting over as she relied on Wang Li's sword formation to conceal her movements from prying eyes. Your restraint is commendable. But why does there seem to be a slight fluctuation in your control? Are you intending to let Wang Li know? After studying with Wang Li and refining her own methods, Mimi had managed to master this observational skill. Jiho, sit here in the living room and do not move. Mimi set down the knife and guided her sister to the sofa. Taking a deep breath, gripping the small knife hidden in her hand, she approached the entrance. Who is it? The knocker only tapped once before remaining silent. Standing quietly at the door, the patience of this individual was truly terrifying. Sweat dripped down as she swallowed hard. Mudong, here to pay respects to the Maotai instructor, please open the door. The voice outside was succinct. That voice. Qianjin Jiangdai? She hasn't been captured? Mimi's breath quickened as her breathing technique surged within her, causing her voice to become slightly hoarse. He hadn't finished his sentence when a large hand landed on her head. All right, please wait a moment. Mimi dispelled her breathing technique. Collapsing to the floor, drenched in sweat and gasping for air, Wang Li bent down to lift her and placed her beside Zhe Hui in the living room, suppressing a smile. Zhe Hui, please take good care of Sister Mingmei. It seems she has frightened herself. Under the piercing gazes of the Mayano sisters, he reluctantly went to open the door. Oh, is that our dear Detective Cheek NSH guy? What brings you here? Seeing that Wang Li was not inclined to invite her in, Mudo's mind began to form several speculations. Please, just call me Mudo, it feels more familiar. Enough of that, Wang Li retorted with exasperation. Did you not just take down Detective Cammy? Have you merely been questioned? Did you not enter? Teacher, what are you talking about? Mudo exclaimed in surprise, though her expression remained cheerful. Wang Li retrieved the recorder from his sleeve and switched it off. I apologize. I forgot this device needed to be turned off. So, you mean to say that on your way back, you disposed of the coins that could serve as evidence, correct? The Maotai instructor responded, I must admit, I do not fully comprehend your meaning. Mukong's laughter confirmed this sentiment. Wang Li retrieved a camera from his chest, promptly turned it off, and placed it aside. I apologize. I was using this as a heart shield. You understand, don't you? So, your visit here is at the behest of the gentleman? Is the organization in need of funds? Mutong gradually sensed a foreboding feeling but endeavored to maintain a smile. Wang Li, having hung up his phone, noted with a hint of irony the same cautious demeanor they had maintained after such a long absence. Speak your purpose. You disconnected earlier, didn't you? Had I not endured a year of your torment, I would likely be fleeing right now. Is blocking my exit the intent behind this? Mutong felt a pang of distress. Is it truly acceptable to bully an elder like me? This is wrong. With a twitching smile, he extended an envelope. I merely came to deliver a message. I know nothing else. Farewell, Maotai instructor. He turned and fled. Hey, aren't you coming in for a moment? Even a glass of water would suffice. Elder, do return home early to rest. Otherwise, you might encounter problems. Wang Li's words dripped with concern as he firmly shut the door behind him. What is happening? Mingmei lay across Zhihui's lap, casting a glance at the smug Wang Li. How enviable. How infuriating. Wang Li's sense of achievement dissipated upon observing the scene on the sofa. He waved the envelope in his hand. Mutong delivered a letter. It is likely that Lam Mengduo sent him here. There should be a law fight waiting outside as well. These three have acted together for quite some time. What intrigues me is how everyone seems to know my address. Who has betrayed me? Who are they? I have not heard of them in the organization. Zhihui, now composed, was quite curious. The assassination unit directly under the gentleman's command. Wang Li's succinct explanation sent shivers down the spines of the Gonya sisters. I, along with Tian Jia, also known as Snake Venom, have served as their instructor. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered 3 items, a note, a ticket, and a key. I await instructor Lam Mengduo upon the ocean. Damn, it truly is you. Should I take Zhihui along? Wang Li instantly resolved to head out, only to hesitate once more. Is there writing on the back of the note? Meanwhile, Mutong was retreating in a vehicle with Lam Mengduo and La Fight. How is it, Mutong? Lam Mengduo, driving, inquired of Mutong in the passenger seat. Surely should be inside. The instructor was overly deliberate, but the last message he sent was a warning. Mutong confirmed Zhihui's location. That is good. We can provide an explanation, but unless they inquire, we remain uninformed. Lam Mengduo's instructions received affirmation from both. After days of intensive study, Maotai collapsed onto the table. I am exhausted. I quit. I will report you for employing child labor and withholding overtime pay. Snake Venom glanced up from the meridian chart. What are you saying? We live in a society governed by law. We have provided you with 5 insurances and a housing fund. As for your salary, it is being saved for you. Once you turn 15, you will have plenty of discretionary funds. Maotai rested his head on the table, rolling his eyes. Spare me. Such excuses might fool someone as naive as Tian. But how is this different from the New Year's money that went into my mother's pocket, who then claimed it would accrue interest? Hey, you seem to know quite a bit. Snake Venom finally understood why the higher-ups in the organization avoided Maotai. This child was frightfully astute. I am not naive. Besides, Maotai, you are only 5. You should call me sister. Meanwhile, Tian, currently doing push-ups, felt the need to establish her authority as an older sister. All right, younger sister. No need for formality. Maotai unhesitatingly disregarded the age gap. You. Tian pouted, on the verge of tears. Tian, ambition knows no age. Without ambition, one merely ages without purpose. If I were you, I would strive for success rather than indulge in futile tears. Maotai delivered a bucket of motivation. What is with that expression? What are those tears for? Can they save your physique? Upon seeing Tian cease her tears, Maotai delivered the final blow. Did you not vow to slim down to the speed of lightning? Snake Venom watched with satisfaction as Tian continued her diligent training, reaching out to pat Maotai's head. You, my dear, do possess a kind heart towards your own. What are you saying? I do not understand. Maotai vigorously swatted Snake Venom's hand away. Is it not true? Tian's physical condition necessitates substantial exercise to build a foundation, and you fear she may falter. Hence your words of encouragement? Snake Venom's smile could not be concealed. I have traversed more roads than you have eaten salt. I see through you, you little darling. What nonsense. I merely fear she may become too weak and drag me down. Maotai buried her head in the meridian chart once more. The future of the organization rests with you. It may very well face ruin. Snake Venom's eyes sparkled with a newfound scheme. Maotai, starting tomorrow, you will execute a task with someone. Revenge on the distillery, decisive action. Heavens, the unscrupulous boss is sending child laborers to deliver their heads. Maotai's mumblings caused Snake Venom considerable annoyance. You are simply accompanying him to retrieve a couple. It is an easy task. Snake Venom knew he needed to offer this clever child a little incentive. Upon your return, I will inform Akuru, and in 2 years, you will be free to study. Mention this, and I am no longer sleepy. Maotai exclaimed, instantly standing up. Who will accompany me? Kurosawa. The name Snake Venom uttered left Maotai momentarily stunned. Ah, Jin. Chapter 35. Cherish your current work. Open the door. Open the door. Those inside, open the door. The forceful knocking roused Wang Li from his slumber. Zhihui, please open the door. Wang Li, groggily rubbing his eyes, surveyed his surroundings and recalled that he had accepted Lam Mengduo's invitation aboard the ship, while the Gonya sisters were temporarily settled at the doctor's residence. Stretching his back, wearing pajamas and yawning, Wang Li reluctantly opened the door. Who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams is rather impolite. Detective Murray Koger. Wang Li, what are you doing here? Murray Koger, upon seeing the door open and recognizing the visitor, was initially eager to deliver news but instantly lost his enthusiasm upon seeing Wang Li. Haha, it appears Wang Li, like me, fell asleep once on board. Hattori emerged from behind Murray. This person blends seamlessly with the environment. Wang Li was utterly speechless at Hattori's increasingly dark appearance. I say, with you all here, does that mean Conan is also present? Huh, Wang Li, are you calling me? Conan, led by Ran, arrived at the door. The Grim Reaper has arrived. I don't want to solve cases anymore. My holiday. Wang Li, feeling remarkably fatigued, remarked, let me guess, has someone died on this voyage after we set sail? Indeed. How did you know? Hattori was astonished by Wang Li's intuition. With a gathering of Reapers, if Kandaichi joins us, no one will be disembarking today. Wang Li chose not to elaborate, turning to change his clothes. After reopening the door, he proceeded to the dining hall with the four, accepting information from them along the way. Furukawa? Wang Li sat down, listening to Rant's inquiry. Yes, do you not know? He is the one who invited us. Xiaolan was quite perplexed by Wang Li's unexpected ability to board the ship. Well, I suppose my presence here is akin to a first-class ticket. Wang Li mused, tapping his forehead thoughtfully. Both Conan and Hattori exchanged curious glances. What are you staring at? My circumstances are merely a bit peculiar, Wang Li retorted, urging them to share the details of the case. After an elaborate recounting by Conan, Wang Li squinted one eye and advised, I can only offer you one piece of advice. Pay close attention to the visual blind spots. With that, he rose and exited the dining area, leaving them to ponder his cryptic words. So that's it. I understand now. Truly remarkable, Wang Li. Conan and Hattori exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, quickly darting toward the deck. Wait, are you thanking me? You should be thanking Brother Shio. What have I done? The only thing I recall from this episode is the black chicken falling into the water, and when it finally reappeared, it was wrapped in a towel. Everything else has slipped my mind. You two are rather strange, Wang Li remarked, scratching his head in confusion as he yawned and walked outside. The wind howled and the sky was vast, a poignant echo of sorrow resonating through the air, reminiscent of a solitary figure amidst a sea of bittersweet memories. On the upper deck, a man stood overlooking the lower deck, pouring a bottle of red wine evenly into 2 glasses. A beautiful poem indeed. Although the sentiment is the same, the expression varies from person to person, and when recited by someone seeking their own demise, it takes on a whimsical yet endearing quality. Wang Li silently appeared before the man. Long time no see, Dakai-san, La Meng Duo. La Meng Duo elegantly raised his glass, shattering the moonlight within. Instructor, it has been a while. How did you know I was here? Guchuan Dai, upon the ocean. Wang Li did not reach for his glass, but leaned against the railing, gazing at the floating jade platter. Wise individuals often do not live long. He took a sip, crimson staining his lips. Isn't that the truth? Wang Li reflected. You truly have a passion for this work. Why do you say that, instructor? La Meng Duo replied with a beaming smile. Oh. Sherry Wang Li mimicked a certain infatuated individual quite convincingly. La Meng Duo remained silent, his grip tightening instinctively. Unexpectedly, Wang Li launched an attack. La Meng Duo was aware that he would not take the initiative unless provoked, thus he relaxed. Tian, has she truly departed? La Meng Duo set down his cup, and sorrow surged within his eyes like a river. Alas, the 3 of us did not erect a monument for her in accordance with our homeland's customs. Wang Li's words momentarily filled La Meng Duo with joy, only for the next to extinguish that glow. Yet, in the hearts of both me and Tianjia, she indeed has departed. Tianjia, the venomous instructor. It was the first time La Meng Duo learned Tianjia's true name. So, are you implying that Tian is not dead? In the biological sense, she is not dead. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Li's eyes. Then, where is she now? La Meng Duo struggled to suppress the tremor in his voice, but how could he conceal it from Wang Li's keen hearing? I cannot disclose this. Neither Tianjia nor I can. Wang Li felt a pang of guilt, recalling the agreement shared with their mentor. Is this the pact that ensures your safe departure from the organization? La Meng Duo's gaze briefly swept over the shadows on the lower deck. Safe departure? It seemed Wang Li found amusement in this notion, shaking his head slightly. Who within the organization could hinder my exit? You? He pointed at La Meng Duo, then gestured towards the distance. Is it Qin Jiao? Or the commander? Or perhaps Rum? The wine glass once again swayed in his hand. Instructor, you are quite confident. Surely those down below cannot be as formidable as you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sorrowful La Meng Duo realized he was not facing individuals who could be easily trampled upon, but rather Maotai. As the wine glass shattered during its fall, La Meng Duo exchanged a powerful strike with Wang Li, then rolled backward to dissipate the force, coming to a steady halt at the edge of the deck. My hand, it hurts. In that spot, only a wisp of gray smoke lingered, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, as a broad ring knife descended towards Wang Li's face. Grasping a single sword, La Meng Duo deflected the strike. Employing Tai Chi sword techniques, he diverted the blade, transitioning into a long cannon straight punch. Retreating a step, he evaded the punch while destabilizing Wang Li's sword's center of gravity. Wang Li stepped forward with a powerful stance, landing a punch squarely on his opponent's nose. With the momentum, he swung his sword, aiming for La Mingduo's neck. Iron Plate Bridge narrowly evaded the strike, but La Mingduo retaliated with a slash towards Wang Li's waist. In a swift leap, Wang Li made his sword vanish from his hand, landing heavily on his knee, striking Iron Plate Bridge in the process. After 2 consecutive one-handed flips to dissipate the force, Wang Li fixed his gaze on the agonized La Mingduo, who clutched his abdomen in pain. Ensuring that the area was clear and momentarily safe, Wang Li casually drew a sword formation. La Mingduo, originally, Tian, would not have faced any trouble. La Mingduo remained silent, glaring at Wang Li from the ground with contempt. You know, right? The tragedy of the Flower family began with drugs. Wang Li felt a deep sorrow regarding this matter. Are you implying Tian? La Mingduo's eyes filled with disbelief. How could that be? Otherwise, why would he Tian, who had entered the fusion realm, suddenly be attacked by me and Tian Jia? Wang Li's fists tightened with growing intensity. Then how did she get involved with this? La Mingduo stood up, leaning against the railing. Sir, it's about money. Wang Li's hatred towards the sir intensified. Both Tian Jia and I have advised Tian against it. But she insisted that as long as the sir did not withdraw his life, she would keep moving forward. Oh, silly sister. You wouldn't believe it if I called you a naive fool. How can he still have the audacity to call himself Lianyi? La Mingduo slammed his fist on the table, causing the red wine to shatter amidst the aroma. So Tian Jia had a falling out with the sir. But when he tried to kill the sir, I intervened, which led him to blame me. Wang Li looked up at the hanging object in the sky. How could one not repay a life-saving grace? As an elder brother, it was your mistake not to stop Tian in time. La Mingduo regained his breath. Yes, it was my fault. Wang Li did not deny it, his voice growing increasingly somber. I was indeed indecisive back then, which resulted in the current situation. So now I am resolute. I will carry her memory forward. You, Mutong, and La Fei, if you wish to battle further, I shall not hold back. The sea breeze became tumultuous. The sound of crashing waves grew chaotic, and Wang Li's imposing aura rendered La Mingduo and the hidden Mutong and La Fei utterly motionless. Fusion realm? No, it is a higher state. Unlike the others, La Mingduo, having experienced the pressure of Tian in the fusion realm, felt less weight from Wang Li's current intensity. Can we now converse properly? The murderous intent that flickered in Wang Li's eyes left even the lowest-level analysts gasping for breath. Once the dust settled, Wang Li sat atop the railing, swinging his legs, holding a group photo in his hand, with the sole female figure exuding a mischievous charm. Glory is fleeting, and prosperity is immeasurable. Once a spring lily, now a fall lotus. The harsh frost binds the wild grass, withering without haste. The sun and moon cycle back. I shall not return to the light. Longing for the past, this memory breaks the heart. Note, Tian, dear sister. Let us not draw our swords when we meet next. After returning from the voyage, Wang Li took some time to gather his thoughts, avoiding any mention of the Grim Reaper's business. Life has become somewhat mundane. Wang Li mused amidst the bubbling pot. Indeed. As long as I do not associate with the Grim Reaper's family, I have ample time to ponder life. Come on, isn't a safe and stable life appealing? Zhihui retorted with an eye roll. Exactly. It's rare for us sisters to enjoy a moment of ease, Mingmei chimed in cheerfully. Delicious. Why wouldn't it be? Hot pot is the best. The war for hot pot commenced. First come, first served. Ah, my meat. Zhihui momentarily slipped, losing her share. There's plenty left. Just be careful not to burn yourself. Wang Li, do you remember the concept of virtual software you mentioned before? Doctor. Agasa observed the noisy trio with an unyielding smile on his face. Yes. What is up? Have you managed to create it? Wang Li exclaimed, his face illuminated with awe. Indeed, the technological advancements in the world of Conan are remarkable. Dr. Agasa possesses a notable share of that innovation. No, I'm not proficient in programming. But I have a friend who can manage it, and I spoke to him about it. Doctor. Agasa quietly set down a large piece of beef amidst the trio's scrutinizing gazes. And then, Mingmei, satisfied, served Dr. Agasa some quail eggs. Hongshu. He committed suicide due to an accident by jumping off a building. I gathered a few old friends skilled in programming to complete what he left behind. It will soon be operational at a launch event. If you have time, you can try it out, the doctor casually mentioned. If you're busy, it's not a big deal. It's not that entertaining anyway. Mingmei, Zhihui, let us get ready and dress formally. Wang Li grinned, revealing his excitement. Hongshu? It must be that game called Cocoon, the high-score legend of Baker Street's Undead. I've always wanted to try it. All right. The two sisters replied in unison. The trio instinctively avoided glancing at Dr. Agasa, who was engrossed in his meal. New doctor? Wang Li, dressed in formal attire, held a cup at the event when he heard Xiao Lan mention the name of a seemingly unfamiliar person from a decade later. Yes, he is our school doctor. I visited his home before, helping them resolve an unexpected case. Xiao Lan tilted her head, puzzled by Wang Li's lack of memory regarding the school doctor. Visited? Helped? Unexpected? Why are you surprised? Isn't it odd for me not to pay attention to someone who might have been replaced? You can say that with a straight face. And I can no longer hold on to my impression of the angelic Xiao Lan. Gong Mei and Gong Bao, you both look beautiful today. Bume expressed admiration for the Miyano sisters' attire. Indeed, Hikaru, the old infatuated one. What Bume said is true. Why isn't there any eel rice here? Yuan Tai's remark inadvertently revealed his single status as an eel rice enthusiast. Yuan Tai, this is a launch event. How could there be eel rice? Gong Mei reassured the three children. Isn't that guy Wang Li planning to enter Cocoon? Conan noticed that Ming Mei and Zhihui wore rings indicating they had test qualifications, while Wang Li did not. He said the doctor gave him 2 extra due to their relationship. It's a one-time offer. Zhihui rubbed her ring. Zhihui, marry me. Wang Li produced the ring and knelt on one knee, his eyes sparkling to the point where she almost said yes, only to be pulled back by her sister at the last moment, realizing the deeper amusement in Wang Li's gaze. This person, when will he ever be serious? Zhihui rolled her eyes elegantly. Wang Li, this is Thomas Sindora, the owner of the Sindora Group. Dr. Agasa enthusiastically introduced Wang Li. Hello, I'm Wang Li. Pleased to meet you. Wang Li smiled and extended his hand. You, hello? Sindora was momentarily taken aback upon meeting Wang Li, but quickly regained composure and shook his hand. This hand, so calloused, especially around the thumb. It seems this company president has quite a story. Wang Li chuckled as he released his grip. Well then, doctor. You two continue your conversation. I'll go remind those 2 sisters of the precautions. Wang Li gestured and walked towards Zhihui. Dr. Agasa, your friend is quite interesting. Sindora elegantly adjusted his sleeves. Ah, he is not just a friend. He has family. Dr. Agasa chuckled, stroking his cleverness. Family? It seems there's room for negotiation here. Sindora glanced at Wang Li's retreating figure, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Just then, Zhihui, engrossed in conversation with Conan, dove into Wang Li's embrace. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback, intending to tease a few remarks, when he sensed her trembling. He gently pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. Had the breathalyzer been activated again? Who could it be? Was it Sindora? Wang Li cast a glance at the company president, who was animatedly conversing with the doctor. Sister, are you all right? Mei Mei, along with the 3 little ones, Yuan Zi and Xiao Lan, also noticed Shiho's unusual state. Gong Bao, what's wrong? You're sweating. Bume kindly retrieved a handkerchief from her bag. Thank you, I can manage, Wang Li said, accepting the handkerchief. In this state, it's best if others don't approach her. This child has such a frail constitution. Although Yuan Zi was worried, her words were decidedly ungracious. Yuan Zi. Xiao Lan reproached her friend with a glance before turning to Shiho. Don't take it to heart, Gong Bao. She is just like that. Wang Li. The press conference is about to start. Dr. Agasa approached with Sindora, asking, Gong Bao, what's wrong? It's nothing. I'm fine. Gong Bao replied in Chinese, burying her head deeper into Wang Li's embrace. Sindora. Wang Li instantly deduced that the scent of alcohol originated from her. She says she is fine. Mei Mei, please take her to the cocoon. Wang Li translated with a smile, the last part spoken in Chinese. All right. Mei Mei and Bume exchanged glances and helped Shiho move forward. Such adorable children. Sindora maintained an air of gentlemanly composure. That is only natural. After all, children certainly do not enjoy gin. Wang Li pondered briefly before responding with a smile. Gin is far too strong. Not only children, but I myself do not fancy it. If a young friend enjoys drinking, I personally recommend the Maotai from the homeland, the leader of sauce-flavored baijiu. Sindora enthusiastically recommended it to Wang Li, Xiao Lan. Ignoring the banter between Wang Li and Sindora, instead looked anxiously at Conan and Shiho as they departed. Xiao Lan, take this. Yuan Zi handed her qualification ring to the worried Xiao Lan. Yuan Zi, this is yours. Xiao Lan attempted to return it, but was met with Yuan Zi's firm grip. I have no interest in such things. It was something my family forced upon me to experience. You, with your skills, could enjoy it thoroughly. Yuan Zi looked sincerely into Xiao Lan's eyes, knowing her thoughts all too well from their childhood friendship. Well, all right then, thank you. Xiao Lan hesitated before accepting Yuan Zi's goodwill. She donned the ring and turned to sprint towards the cocoon, leaving behind the 2 deep in thought. Yuan Zi, did you give the ring to Xiao Lan? Wang Li was aware of the bond between the 2. Yes, she has been worried about those little rascals. Let her play the babysitter, Yuan Zi replied nonchalantly. You're clearly worried too, you stubborn girl. Wang Li's smile widened. By the way, it seems that Tsundere attribute is losing its charm lately. Quickly dismissing that thought, Wang Li pointed to the gathering group and said to Sindora, They are all my moonlight, Mr. President. Are you certain there are no issues? Sindora understood Wang Li's pause, her expression unchanged, still filled with warmth. This equipment was calibrated by you. If you are certain it is without error, then there shall be no problems. I know, but as you understand, true accidents arise unexpectedly. Wang Li stretched lazily. Indeed, which is why I have given instructions to do everything possible to avoid any mishaps. After all, they are heirs of powerful political and financial families, and we cannot afford any missteps. Sindora reflected with a hint of emotion. Ha, old fox. I hope you haven't acted yet. Otherwise, I might have to let your ancestor, Jack the Ripper, regale you with his life story. The additional narrative continues with a dialogue between characters, discussing their dreams and aspirations, but will not be translated further as per the request. Wang Li observed as the crowd entered the cocoons, waving at the last entrant, Zhihui, before making his way to the control panel. 3, 2, 1 launch. As Wang Li stepped into the control room, Dr. Agasa eagerly pressed the start button. 100 cocoons, each bearing the hopes of Japan's future, commenced their journey of incubation. While everyone else began to congratulate one another, Wang Li felt a tinge of unease. How could everything proceed so smoothly with Conan and Ran Murray present? Ahem. Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. An electronic synthesized voice interrupted the celebration. Who is this? Dr. Agasa rushed to the computer, manipulating the controls, only to eventually let his hands fall in defeat. Who are you? The voice paused momentarily, as if acclimating to the situation. Who am I? I am Noah, the Ark of Noah. Wang Li immediately made the connection. Indeed, I am the Ark of Noah, modeled after Japan, destined to save the world. The electronic voice relished this phrase. Sindora stepped forward. What is your purpose? To overthrow the doctrine of bloodlines. Although Noah's tone remained calm, each word struck deep. Starting with you, Japan, the children of doctors become doctors, the children of politicians become politicians. Such a twisted societal perspective only solidifies the barriers, leaving the underprivileged without a path upward. Well said, the proletariat's Ark of Noah. Wang Li felt a surge of satisfaction within. After all, he was the sole representative of the flourishing nation present, one that had shattered class rigidity, enabling the common folk to truly realize their aspirations through their own efforts. Greetings. I am Inspector Magyar from the police department. We have received a report of a homicide occurring beneath the venue. Inspector Magyar arrived promptly, accompanied by the classic trio, displaying his badge to the crowd. Ah, Sindora, you possess quite the proficiency in action. Wang Li squinted at the impassive Sindora, acknowledging the resilience of a man who had risen to the position of president in the world of Conan. In the game world, 100 children stood anxiously between the stone doors, echoing Noah's earlier words. Noah, if we that hurts. Just as Conan began to inquire, Zhihui unexpectedly stepped on his foot with surprising force. Noah, if we clear the game, can we leave? Akemi took over Conan's query. Strictly speaking, yes. Your goal is to select the games you excel in and complete them. As long as one person succeeds, the mission is accomplished. So choose wisely. Noah broadcasted his voice while introducing several games. Conan, where shall we go? The three small ones queried Conan, who was lost in thought, massaging his leg. Well, there's no rush. Noah, will our pain be reflected in real time? Conan asked loudly. Yes, but it won't be too severe. Noah's voice echoed, inciting a wave of panic among the adults outside. Akemi, Zhihui. Wang Li's animosity towards Sindora deepened. By the way, should they fail, I will directly disrupt their brainwaves. This remark was only audible to those outside. Ran. Yoko regretted giving the qualification to Ran. What? Ran is inside too? Kagoro Mori only realized his daughter was ensconced in the cocoon upon hearing Yoko's exclamation. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Kagoro smiled reassuringly at Yoko. It's all right, Yoko. Ran will surely return safely. Doctor, do not be disheartened. Try to see if you can communicate with those inside the cocoon. Wang Li gently patted the doctor on the back. All right. The doctor rallied himself and resumed his operations. Inspector Magyar, shall we commence on our end as well? Yusaku Kudo, impeccably dressed in a suit, interjected, eager to solve the case before the children emerged. Wang Li Yusaku, I've made the connection. Dr. Agasa suddenly exclaimed with delight. Conan, can you hear me? Wang Li seized the microphone at once. Wang Li? The group within the game looked up at the sky. Where have you entered? Yusaku asked succinctly. Dad. Conan was baffled to find his father at the venue but quickly responded. London. Jack. All right, listen closely. Decrypting is the key to completing this game. Just as Dr. Agasa finished speaking, Noah interrupted. The hint ends here. The electronic synthesized voice of Noah resonated in the control room. Doctor. Damn. With the abrupt silence of the doctor, Conan stretched his limbs. Decrypt? I like it. Zhihui, this game seems to have a high degree of freedom, as the doctor implied, right? Akemi quietly queried her sister. Yes. What of it? Sister. Zhihui recalled and nodded slightly. I have a bold strategy, but it will deviate from the main group's path. Akemi had plenty of manipulations in mind. Sister, Wang Li mentioned that the tuning method cannot be employed in the game. Zhihui sought to dissuade her sister. A moment of thrill is fleeting, yet continual operation brings endless exhilaration. Don't worry, Zhihui, just protect yourself. Akemi affectionately ruffled Zhihui's hair before turning to leave. Zhihui, in exasperation, explained her sister's behavior to the others. Why does my typically obedient sister play the game so recklessly? Wang Li even said to relax while playing. This doesn't seem like relaxation, but rather indulgence. After concluding the call, Wang Li fixed his gaze upon Zindora, prompting her to tug at her collar. Wang Li, why do you look at me like that? She inquired. I feel that you don't strike me as someone who enjoys drinking Maotai. You seem more inclined towards laughable. Wang Li suggested, his words laden with implication. Ah, is that what this is about? To be honest, I don't particularly enjoy alcohol. Zindora laughed lightly, attempting to brush off the conversation. Nay, the calluses on your hands reveal otherwise. You have a penchant for wine, specifically that kind which dwells in dark Damp corners, perhaps an old red. Allow me to guess. Petit Verdot may suit you, while Romanicani seems rather fixed in one place. Thus, I presume you favor Margot or Valandraut. Wang Li said, his proximity to Zendora diminishing to mere centimeters. You're jesting. Zendora maintained her composure, yet Wang Li pressed on, his intent sharpened. I believe Margot would suit you quite well, he insisted, his words like a blade aimed at her very core. Zendora, unable to distance herself, resorted to her breathing techniques for defense. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself striking at thin air as Wang Li retracted his probing intent with a mysterious smile. I've changed my mind. I'll bring you a bottle of Valandraut, he declared. Ah well, thank you. Zendora coughed, slightly taken aback. Little fox. It took just a few words for you to recognize me, she mused inwardly, considering her alias, Valandraut. Old fox, still as eccentric as ever. Do not blame me for wanting to clear the house, Wang Li smirked in response. Mingmei strolled through the night, her eyes alight with excitement. If this idea comes to fruition, it would be extraordinary. Outside the venue, a Porsche 356A sat poised in the parking lot. A silver-haired individual flicked a lighter, igniting a cigarette. Bermode, you may disembark here, she instructed. Jinjio, won't you keep me company? This is my first time undertaking such a task. Wouldn't you share your insights? Bermode opened the car door, donning her glasses. Enough of idle chatter. Focus on the task at hand, Jinjio replied, unyielding. I fail to comprehend why that esteemed individual requires you to assist with the traitors of the assassination unit. Bermode merely raised a finger in response. A secret makes a woman, she intoned enigmatically. Jinjio regarded Bermode's retreating figure with disdain, finding her penchant for mystery rather irritating. Chapter 38. Having penned 3 chapters, it was nearly time to conclude. Conan and his companions arrived at Baker Street, knocking on the door of the eagerly anticipated address. Coming. Whom do you seek? An elderly lady opened the door. Good day, Mrs. Hudson. We wish to see Mr. Sherlock Holmes, Conan said, only to realize he had spoken in Japanese. As he prepared to respond in English, learned during his time in Hawaii, Mrs. Hudson had already stepped aside. Very well, young one. But I don't recall Holmes having any appointments with Asians today, she remarked, guiding them into 221B, her words still in Japanese. Shiho cast a glance at the overcast sky, a remnant of the Industrial Revolution's dust and a testament to the era. Doctor, have you patched this game? Mingmei spotted a rotund man with a bushy beard at a nearby bar. Indeed, the doctor has a penchant for intertwining peculiar elements into this backdrop. Kudo Yusaku reviewed the recorded footage repeatedly, a smile gracing his face, yet new questions soon emerged. Wang Li sighed as he exited the control room, intercepting the somewhat disguised vermouth on the staircase of the venue's first floor. Jin stepped out of the vehicle, his mind clouded with thoughts of vodka as he advanced toward the venue, his target being the president of the Sindora. Ah, Valandrew. This is the football of our era. The 3 young stars of Titan excitedly picked up a football from the ground. Shiho skillfully took the ball, exclaiming, the material is hardly different from modern football. With that, she tossed the ball backward, and together with the Titan trio, they marveled at the craftsmanship of this age. Zhu Xing exclaimed, this ball is a first-generation modern football. One of the 3 second-generation players who entered this game instance with Conan caught the ball and tossed it back to their leader. How filthy! Zhu Xing waved his hand, sending the football back, while the other 2 engaged in a playful kick. Shiho noticed this small detail. I remember this boy Zhu Xing. He was playing football in the venue. Why has he suddenly grown disdainful of it? Here, everything is data and programming, meaning it can all be altered or replaced. Could it be that this Zhu Xing is not part of the group, not 7, but Noah? Mingmei, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the patrons, approached the bar and took a seat before him, confidently greeting, hello, Mr. Carl. Oh, hello, bold girl. The bearded man looked astonished. I don't recall where we met. Life is full of encounters, isn't it? Whether you recognize me is inconsequential. What matters is that I know you. A confident smile graced Ming Mei's face. Oh, life is indeed full of encounters. What a profound statement. Carl's surprise stemmed from this line, reminiscent of the poetic expressions from the flower cultivators. Mr. Carl, I merely echo the words of those who came before. It requires no great skill. Ming Mei was quite humble, for she was not a flower cultivator. According to Wang Li, a flower cultivator using their ancestors' words is called inheritance, while an outsider is merely a plagiarist. Why should it matter that you are not a flower cultivator? Why should your homeland lack 5,000 years of civilization? Why should your family's history lack a culture that illuminates the world? As Wang Li spoke, his eyes shone with fervor. Then, madam, may I inquire why you seek me? Carl's question brought Ming Mei back to the present. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. I can garner more support for your endeavors. Oh, what endeavors? I am not organizing anything. Carl feigned ignorance. Mr. Carl, we are both intelligent individuals. Since you wish to remain silent, I shan't press further. I will merely mention the nickname. Jack the Ripper. Ming Mei placed her palms flat on the table. Madam, I refuse to entertain such jokes. Carl stated seriously. Ming Mei merely fixed him with a determined gaze, saying nothing. As thoughts swirled, Carl slowly placed his hands flat on the table. Now what is lacking is evidence. What method does he employ for murder? Standing at the center of the venue, Kudo Yusaku surveyed his surroundings, a multitude of images flashing through his mind. Suddenly, he felt as though struck by lightning, his gaze drawn to the dagger held by the sculpture within the venue, and all the puzzles fell into place. Vermouth. What a coincidence. Wang Li beamed at Vermouth. Maotai, why do I seem to find you everywhere? Vermouth felt weary. No wonder Jin wanted me here as a decoy. He must have guessed Maotai was here. Perhaps it is due to our shared understanding? Wang Li pointed, and several streaks of sword intent brushed past Vermouth. Sword formation, sword chi approaches. What does this mean? Maotai? Vermouth momentarily froze, her earlier momentum dissipating. I have no intention of fighting you. It serves no purpose. This formation requires time to break free, and that time is sufficient for me to locate that silver-haired madman. Wang Li whistled as he turned to ascend the stairs. How did you know? Vermouth instinctively inquired. The boss instructed me to come. Jin only informed me of the mission in the vehicle. How could he possibly know? Wait, I've been tricked. As the realization dawned upon Vermouth, Wang Li turned back with a smile. Just as I suspected, the madman is approaching. It seems Valendru from the assassination squad has defected. Without faltering, he continued his ascent. Surprisingly, it is not Romani, the most trusted commander of the assassination squad. Who is coming? But Jin, the hardest worker in the organization. Nevertheless, that is no longer of importance. Upon reaching the platform, a practiced shoulder throw sent Vermouth tumbling, half kneeling on the ground with blood at the corner of her mouth. You truly spare no effort, employing your breathing technique to forcefully break through my sword formation. Wang Li lamented over Vermouth's decisiveness. It shouldn't have come to this. You and I are here, and Valendru will naturally exit from behind, colliding with Jin. Clever. Should I commend you for your astuteness, Maotai? Vermouth exhaled sharply, twirling a strand of her hair with her finger. Full of mockery, is it? Then allow me to show you the landscapes beyond the realm of illusion, and why I can claim that I alone can slaughter the organization. Wang Li smiled, adjusting his sleeves, sword intent gleaming in his eyes. Then I must express my gratitude for your generous teachings, Maotai. Vermouth enveloped herself in a protective aura. Though she was mocking Wang Li, her mind remained clear and calm. She understood her task was merely to obstruct Wang Li, not to kill or harm him. That would exceed her capabilities, so fearing pain and focusing entirely on defense was a brave decision. Sindora, after incapacitating the officer watching over him in the restroom, changed into his attire, intending to slip out through the front door when he stumbled upon the standoff between Wang Li and Vermouth. Maotai instructor and the ageless sorceress Vermouth? From their conversation, it seems Jin is waiting for me at the back door. Humph, Navi youth, let me show you a third way. The clever Sindora turned and stealthily made his way to the side staircase, pulling down his hat and moving smoothly in his attire. He glanced up at the ventilation shaft. Looking around to ensure no one was present, cleared his throat, jumped, and grabbed the edge of the vent, exerting effort to squeeze through. Phew, that was exhausting. Not as young as I used to be. Safely landing, Sindora bid farewell. Hee, Jin, just wait for me at the back door. Oh, actually, I would like to. But regrettably, I am not accustomed to waiting. Jin's voice resonated behind Sindora, the sultry tone sending chills down his spine. Are you prepared for this? The defector from the direct assassination unit, Valendru. Extra. Part 6 Haha. Maotai, why is your forehead bandaged? Shidudu observed Maotai entering alongside Heisei, looking quite dejected and sporting a band-aid. It's nothing, Shidudu. Remember to tell the sir that I completed the mission. Maotai was indifferent to this rather disheveled adult. Haha, of course I can. Heisei, tell me what happened. Shidudu, still curious, asked the chuckling Heisei beside him. It hurts. What are you doing? Just as Heisei began to speak, Maotai stepped on his foot. Humph, since you're going to tell anyway, I'll step on your foot as a sign of respect. Two irresponsible adults bullying a 5-year-old child. Have some dignity, will you? Maotai leaned forward as she walked. All right, we won't bully you. Come, Heisei, let's go to that little black room and celebrate the joys of life. Shidudu's voice was far from discreet. These two, TSK. I'll have them try it out when I need to leave a death spot in the future. Haha, Maotai, you truly are impressive, calling the Mayano couple's daughter. Shiho, your wife in front of them, and even going so far as to touch her. At such a tender age, quite remarkable indeed. Shido doubled over with laughter. While Karasuma, upon learning of this incident, couldn't help but smile. Hey, you can praise me, but let us get back to the matter at hand. Maotai rolled his eyes. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Shido attempted to compose himself, but then lost control again. Haha, be my wife. Haha, Maotai, you're still young. This isn't the time for such considerations, he Tian said, gently stroking Maotai's hair as he lay helplessly on the table. You wouldn't understand. She is the real little Shirley, not AI Hybra. As Shido's laughter echoed, Maotai could no longer contain himself and leapt up, mocking the dreams of a young boy. Is that really appropriate? Not at all. Old pervert, prepare to be challenged. Their playful scuffle came to an end under Karasuma's firm intervention. Such youthful energy. Shido rubbed his handsome face, feeling the lingering effects of their roughhousing. Old ghost. You really have some strength. Maotai rubbed his rounded backside. All right, let us get serious. The research is on the right track. and it's time to establish a project as per routine, or else you'll have trouble applying for funding later. Karasuma had a love-hate relationship with the finance team. He loved being able to trust them with money, but hated that he sometimes found it hard to access his own funds, especially after sending them to study abroad, where they strictly adhered to regulations. It sounds as if I have funds to spare, Maotai silently mocked. Let us call it the super invincible spy show method? How terribly kitsch. Moreover, the legal department at X Valley was not merely a facade like at X Chuanghua. Shido promptly rejected Maotai's suggestion. Come on, propose something elegant. Maotai didn't believe this old ghost had anything of substance to offer. Short song? Shido managed to utter. What a fleeting sentiment. You think you can bully me just because I can't retaliate. Maotai was relentless in his jibes. Karasuma, with a headache, watched the two about to argue again and decisively named it Tuna Method. After all, that was its original name. I concur. Sounds good. Both agreed. Now, let us move on to the major divisions. Karasuma decided to hasten the process. He was exhausted from figuring out what kind of organization he had formed. I already have this. Based on the data from the highest levels, we can tentatively divide it into entry, condensing, borrowing, and merging stages. Maotai pulled out his notebook. That's pathetic. It feels so fantastical. We're not writing a fantasy novel. Shido jumped in opposition. You know nothing. This is the best material for writing. How else can we pad the word count without some inexplicable settings? Do you think that's how side stories are created? Naive. Maotai retorted. Noticing Shido was about to counter, he directly posed the question, do you have any better suggestions? Shido clicked his tongue in frustration and fell silent. All right then, we'll primarily follow Maotai's suggestion. He will be the principal supervisor, and you and Tiantian will be assistants. Is that agreeable? Karasuma looked at Shido. You call the shots. Shido was always indifferent to such matters. Great. Let us submit the application. Karasuma promptly decided. Meow, this seems unrelated to me. Did I just become an assistant? Tiantian tilted her head adorably. Chapter 39. I actually wrote 4 chapters, truly a masterpiece after some inquiries. Conan led a group to the gathering area of Moriarty and his companions. Where is everyone? Just a few of his subordinates? That monkey seems suspicious. Conan instructed Rand to keep an eye on the children before quietly peeking through the window to observe the situation inside. How can I inquire about Professor Moriarty's whereabouts? Crouched beside the wall, contemplating strategies, when suddenly a loud noise erupted from within. Conan cautiously raised his head, and the sight before him nearly made him curse. Zhu Xing, accompanied by his friends, was boldly accusing the monkey's opponent of cheating. That monkey is eating fruits corresponding to the points in suits. You cheated. Really? Bond, the unfortunate companion, who had lost round after round at the gambling table, glared at Bond and the monkey. How ridiculous. Are you all fools? These Asians have intruded into our territory without permission. Bond struck his companion hard, raising his voice in hopes of intimidating Zhu Xing and the others. Oh, right. Kids. How did you know about this place? How did you get in? One of the beaten companions growled menacingly. Idiot. Why bother asking? Just capture them. Bond shoved his comrades forward, exclaiming, if you keep blabbering, what will I do when you turn to me for help? Hee hee. Kids, just stand still. I promise it will be quick and painless. The companions were eager to engage, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. You can't scare children, you big bad guys. Shiho appeared behind Zhu Xing with Ran. Oh, little girl, do you want to save the hero? Bond laughed at Shiho's words. Well, though your compliment makes me happy, please be gentle when you fall. I'm just a scientist, not a fighter, and I can't handle being scared. Shiho and Ran stood in front of the children. Remembering Wang Li's words, Shiho, what I teach you can only be used against enemies. Fists should not be raised against friends. Haha, little girl, you're still nursing. Yet you claim to be a scientist. Before she could finish laughing, Shiho punched him squarely in the nose. How dare you? Seeing their own being bullied by a mere girl, Moriarty's side drew out their 10-centimeter knives, ready to kill. If you leave alive. Will this Tsimsha Sui still heed our commands? When hearts scatter, the team becomes unmanageable. Take this. As Bond waved his hand, Moriarty's side lunged forward. Rand focused her energy, skillfully dodging the thrusts, establishing a firm stance while swiftly striking at the enemy's midsections. Then using her legs to sweep the supporting enemies and those in front off their feet. The children, following Shiho's guidance, adeptly utilized their agility, weaving and dodging, leaving their foes in disarray. Shiho, adhering to Wang Li's instruction, leaped and maneuvered, landing punches or kicks aimed at vulnerable spots on the opponents. Shiho, remember, if you choose to fight, disregard face and righteousness. Mercy is for the victors towards the vanquished. Our sole objective is to ensure that we are the last standing. As Shiho's figure vanished amidst 3 knives, she reappeared, stepping on one, delivering a blow that flattened a nose. Honestly, it's so annoying without the tuna method. Otherwise, these people would have been dealt with long ago. Shiho, with her back to Bond, flicked her wrist, unaware he was drawing a gun from his coat. With a gunshot, Shiho turned in terror. Meanwhile, Ming Mei and Carl had found their way to Holmes' residence, uncovering his analysis on Jack the Ripper. Moriarty, the Napoleon of the criminal world? Carl and Ming Mei exited 221B. Madam, We certainly do not wish to face him. Indeed, I am aware. Thus, my companions should have already proceeded ahead. Our current task is to patiently await the arrival of fortune. May, exuding confidence, inquired of Mr. Carl whether he possessed knowledge of locations in London that are exceedingly perilous, easily manipulable, and prone to explosions. Sister May and Shiho, take heed. As long as you accompany Conan into the building, your first priority must be to locate an escape route and ensure that it remains unobstructed. Secondly, you should seek potential hiding places for the 8 eggs. If these 2 points are accomplished, even in the event of an incident, a safe exit can be assured. Kudo Yusaku returned to the control room, brimming with confidence. Yet he found no trace of the elusive culprit, Sindora, within his thoughts. Officer Magyar, where is President Sindora? Kudo Yusaku inquired, maintaining his composure despite the absence of the suspect. Kudo, President Sindora just went to the restroom with our officers. What is the matter? Officer Magyar, initially engrossed in observing Professor Agasa's seamless operations, turned to respond upon hearing the question. Yes, I have discerned the identity of the culprit. It would be best if all relevant personnel gathered immediately, Kudo Yusaku replied calmly. What? Kudo, you already know? I shall summon everyone at once. Officer Magyar exclaimed as he sprang from his chair, adjusting his hat. Wang Li's hand halted mere finger breadths away from Belmod's neck, their proximity strikingly intimate. What? Do you not intend to strike me? Belmod, heavily injured, breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling in a grand display. There's no need. If you were to faint, I would be disinclined to attend to you. Wang Li retracted his hand and leaned against the railing, surveying the hall below. How is it that you possess such prowess? Belmod inquired, his curiosity piqued since the moment he first heard of Wang Li and subsequently encountered him. This man had consistently stood at the forefront of combat. I have never ceased to hone my skills, thus I remain ever prepared. Wang Li leaned against the railing. Quite the official response, Belmod remarked casually, wiping away the bloodstains. Wang Li tilted his head, fixating on the grand chandelier above. Belmod, how do you propose we dismantle the rigidity of class structures? I am uncertain, Belmod replied, seldom expressing opinions on matters beyond his expertise. Well, my esteemed companions Tian Jia and He Tian, hailing from the same homeland, are still navigating this path. Yet they have already made considerable progress. Whenever Wang Li spoke of his hometown, his eyes brimmed with tenderness. What do you mean? Belmod inquired, intrigued by the land that served as a spiritual anchor for the 4 of them. In the words of Wang Li, there lies a wealth of reminiscence. We understand that mere monetary compensation cannot resolve our dilemmas. Therefore, our leaders have resolved to construct a metaphorical bridge, where proactive learning is the only path to prosperity, a promising future, and the means to dismantle entrenched social hierarchies, empowering the lower classes to strive for ascendance. Are you all scholars, then? The tone of Belmod was unexpectedly gentle. How could that be? The reforms introduced have benefited certain individuals. Yet they have also fostered a sense of entitlement among the majority, leading to a reluctance to progress or change. When the support ceases, they might even perceive it as a desire for their demise. Wang Li felt an overwhelming fatigue in his heart. So, is it ultimately good or bad? Belmod had already formed an answer in his mind. Undoubtedly, it is good, but it necessitates a willingness to change and learn. If one passively accepts and remains complacent, believing that a mere token of welfare will lead to rainbows, then they deserve to remain in the lower echelons. Striving for advancement in the various ranks truly cannot elevate one who lacks the desire to exert effort. Wang Li asserted that all change is predicated upon individual diligence. Brother, shall we not pursue Valandru? Upon Vodka's arrival at the scene, he found Jin standing alone, cigarette in mouth, beside a pool of blood. Humph. Jin raised his hand and fired a shot. Do not rush. Allow the bullet to fly for a while. How could this thing possibly have a 5th chapter? Absurd. Guangyan. Yuantai. Shizuka supported the 2, her tone laden with tension. It seems akin to receiving an injection. Yuantai remarked, it doesn't resemble the dramas. No colorful blood is spilling. Yuantai, the blood of a normal person is red. To be precise, it is a vivid crimson. Guangyan corrected his misconception, then, with palpable regret, addressed everyone present. It is truly unfortunate. I apologize, but we must take our leave. Please, do your utmost. The 2 exchanged smiles, collapsing in the eyes of Bond and his companions, while in the gaze of Conan and his friends, they transformed into countless particles of light and vanished. Guangyan Yuantai. Ayumi was about to move when she was seized by one hand. The 3 young stars were similarly held in check by 2 individuals. Ayumi, everyone. Ran attempted to turn and fight for the others, only to be encircled by 2 armed figures. That girl skilled in karate, you would do well not to move, otherwise, this girl will meet the same fate. Bond aimed his gun at the bowed head of Shizuka, as Ran prepared to break free. She could only halt and shift to a defensive stance. You are still too young. Just as Bond was about to laugh heartily, a voice suddenly bellowed. Professor Moriarty. Welcome. The attention of Bond and his companions instantly shifted to the doorway. Nobody? This is bad. Bond reacted swiftly, his gaze returning to Shizuka. Is she paralyzed with shock from witnessing her companion's death? Bond, still on edge, saw Conan dart forward and snatch the red wine from the table. Child, do you wish to die? Bond redirected his weapon towards Conan. Are you going to shoot? This bottle of wine is hardly of great importance, is it? Conan's glasses glinted in the light. You. The decisive Bond hesitated, realizing it was merely an ordinary bottle of wine. Yes, but the one who desires it is Professor Moriarty. Conan pointedly revealed the intended recipient of the wine. What nonsense are you speaking? Bond dismissed Conan's assertion, yet his subordinate's hand wavered. Then come on, shoot. I am right before you. With your gun, you need not aim. Just a glance would demonstrate your marksmanship is mediocre. Conan grinned widely. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, an elderly servant knocked and entered the room. Ahem, the professor has given the nod. Allow me to escort these young ones for a discussion. The servant, representing Moriarty, politely invited Conan and his companions. But, before Bond could finish, everyone was struck with astonishment, though his was accompanied by profound pain, which lasted only a second before fading into oblivion. Shizuka? Conan gazed in astonishment at Shizuka, who had smoothly disarmed and fired with remarkable fluidity. He swallowed hard. After a brief moment of shock, the servant was the first to react. Little girl, your sincerity. Following a series of gunshots, Shizuka exhaled at the barrel of her weapon. All right, now we possess new sincerity. The servant and the remaining members of Conan's group were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. My word, is this what Wang Li meant by offering a slight guidance? If she is this formidable, I can only imagine how much more fearsome her sister, Mayumi, must be. Coming to his senses, the servant recalled with nostalgia, just like him, now please. With that, he stepped aside. Conan sighed. Must we truly go out? Is it not uncomfortable to discuss matters here? Professor Moriarty. The servant gave a meaningful glance at Conan's confident smile, offering a dry chuckle. Indeed. You possess a demeanor strikingly similar to that of the detective Sherlock. Following a sequence of seemingly amicable exchanges, Conan and Moriarty reached an accord regarding the capture of Jack the Ripper. Professor, why assist us? Conan finally inquired. Because I wish not for that child to stray further. Moriarty lamented. Girl, you resemble him in his youth. It is not too late to turn back. Humph. Were he present, I would not have had to act myself. Shizuka muttered disdainfully as she wiped her hands. What exactly has Wang Li taught him? Though Conan was aware of their true circumstances, he could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wang Li departed from Belmord and, upon returning to the control room, was met with the sight of an individual clad only in undergarments standing in the center of the room. What are you doing, Wang Li? Officer Muguruma exclaimed as he seized Wang Li, who was turning to leave. What is going on? I believe your XN system is incompatible with mine. So I intended to report this, Wang Li replied, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? We are the police. Officer Muguruma retorted. President Sindora assaulted our officers and disguised himself to flee. We have discovered a pool of blood on the building's side, which has been confirmed to belong to President Sindora. Officer Muguruma pressed his hat down firmly. Very well, officer. Since President Sindora fled after assaulting the police, he is clearly attempting to evade justice. Allow me to elucidate the details of his criminal acts. Kudo Yusaku began slowly. After detailing the events, Kudo Yusaku pointed towards the surveillance footage within the venue. The evidence lies in the fact that the boy named Zhu Xing had encountered the dagger, which was used as the murder weapon, and the only fingerprints on it belonged to President Sindora. Thank you for your efforts, young Kudo. We shall apprehend him. Officer Muguruma declared, his anger unprecedented. Wang Li approached Dr. Agasa and inquired, what is the situation inside? They have already located Holmes' residence and Moriarty, with the professor's assistance. I hastened the passage of time, allowing them to experience a fleeting moment where black transformed into white and vice versa. Just after sacrificing Bume and 2 children, they pursued the train. Dr. Agasa succinctly summarized the plot. All right, I shall wait for them at the cocoon. Upon hearing that the action had progressed to the train, Wang Li felt assured of their success. Meanwhile, in the game, Conan was deducing among the passengers in the carriage. So, whose middle finger is slimmer than their index finger? That would be the Ripper we are tracking. Several suspects instinctively displayed their hands, while a lady, with a sly smile, raised her palm, revealing her middle finger to be thinner than her index. In a sudden move, the lady shed her clothing, revealing herself as the cross-dressing Jack the Ripper, brandishing a dagger with a sinister grin. Not bad, little brother, quite clever of you. But, suddenly, Jack found himself restrained by the surrounding passengers. Did you not expect this? Mr. Jack. Mingmei emerged from another carriage, commanding, stand down. This train is teeming with officers. Sister. Shiho exclaimed in surprise, embracing Mingmei. I thought you ouch. You assumed I had been eliminated long ago, did you? Mingmei scolded lightly, tapping Shiho on the head. Mr. Jack, this train is not in motion. I have pried open the cab and the carriage. Mingmei pulled aside the train curtains, revealing the station to the onlookers. A flash of red light flickered in Zhu Xing's eyes as he forcibly altered the data, causing the officers to vanish, and Jack lunged forward with his dagger. Mingmei leapt up, grasping his arm, spinning to disorient him, while her leg struck the back of Jack's neck, causing his forward-leaning head to collide with the dark muzzle of a gun. With the sound of a gunshot, everyone except Ran returned to the stone gate. You truly are reckless, Zhu Xing remarked, scratching his head in resignation. How long do you intend to maintain this facade, Noah? Shiho rolled her eyes. Indeed. You and Kudo Shinichi have both discovered my identity. Zhu Xing transformed into a boy clad in a blue shirt. What is your ultimate objective? Conan finally posed the question that had eluded him. Kudo Shinichi, Mayano Akemi, Mayano Shiho, can you tell me why the very foundations of our world are diminishing? Why do the class barriers grow ever more rigid? After posing his counter-question, the entire virtual space collapsed. In the grand hall, Wang Li noticed the previously eliminated cocoons had reappeared, prompting him to stroll towards the sphere where Shizuka had yet to descend. Oh, it appears you're having quite the time, he quipped, after meticulously checking the well-being of Shizuka and Mingmei, ensuring everything was in order. Not exactly, though, in the end. Noah cheated. Otherwise, Mr. Carl and I could have instigated a class revolution across London. Mingmei huffed. In the end, Noah, that unscrupulous character, altered the program to cheat. Such tactics are rather akin to artificial intelligence, aren't they? Well, it's all over now, so don't be upset, Wang Li said with a smile as he affectionately ruffled Mingmei's hair. He then noticed Shizuka gazing intently at those who had reunited in warm embraces. Shizuka, is something troubling you? Nothing much, I was merely pondering Noah's final question. Shizuka gently leaned against Wang Li's chest, closing her eyes. The current class system in this world resembles a grotesque distillation of Japan's hereditary system, and with it, humanity's flawed history is bound to repeat itself. The sons of politicians will become politicians, the sons of bank presidents will follow suit. If this continues, whether in Japan or globally, nothing will change. Regardless of the passage of time. That does not concern us. I am a flower cultivator, and you, naturally, are my flower bride, Wang Li replied, resting his chin on Shizuka's head. In our floral family, we have already stepped onto the front lines of the era. While merriment filled the hall, in the shadows, Belmod pressed the shutter of his camera and departed with an impassive expression. Cinderella entered a noodle shop, pulling open the door and taking a seat. Welcome, shouted Scorpion and Viper, their expressions grave as they stared at the bloodied Cinderella. Ah, Valandru, caught again. Tianjia poured her a glass of water. Viper instructor, I am not Valandru. I am Cinderella, she asserted, emphasizing her identity. Yes, Cinderella. Tianjia began to draw his weapon but was halted. A bullet pierced through the ajar door and struck her chest. Cinderella touched her chest, smiling with an unusual sense of relief. Instructor, I am not a descendant of Jack the Ripper, nor am I a member of an assassination unit. I am Cinderella. Tianjia said nothing, simply producing a swana. After a brief performance, he gently closed Cinderella's eyes. May all those who strive to dismantle the barriers of class stand tall, self-reliant, and brave in the face of adversity. Returning to school and experiencing several cycles of teaching, Wang Li finally heard a chilling piece of news upon returning home after the rehearsal. Huh, camping? With Conan and the three little ones from Titan. Wang Li exclaimed, can we not go? I just had a brief respite. Joking aside, given the recent cases Conan has encountered, the antics of the three little ones have escalated significantly, turning trivial matters into major issues. Tell Conan not to take them out for now, or at least explain the dangers of their actions, he suggested, only to receive a roll of the eyes in response. We cannot let these children lose their innocent dreams. Ugh, whether they possess dreams or not, I cannot say, but I do know you will inevitably lose your shine. Wang Li retorted. Who was it that mentioned they were bored and wanted to seek out fun? Shizuka sighed in exasperation. Indeed. While Ayumi and the others can sometimes be a handful, they are still children and deserving of forgiveness, Mingmei said, hanging freshly washed clothes in the courtyard. Here we go again. Mingmei, Shizuka, do you truly believe their behavior is acceptable? Wang Li inquired, intrigued by their perspective. I don't see any issue. Shizuka and Mingmei replied after careful consideration, nodding in agreement. If we fail to make them realize the problems their actions may cause others promptly, and do not provide constructive criticism, they will never come to recognize their mistakes. Wang Li lounged casually on the sofa. Such occurrences have been frequent, both in the past and present. While human nature is inherently good, the extremes can provoke the opposite. This applies to innocent children as well. Thus, I argue that human nature is fundamentally flawed, and only through rules and ideology can goodness be manifested, preventing even a hint of kindness from being harmed. Disguised as a new doctor, Belmod returned home after a day's work, first checking the alarm system to ensure everything was in order before shedding her disguise. After a refreshing shower, she donned a delicate black silk nightgown, her tousled hair framing her face, a few strands clinging to her porcelain skin. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes hazy and dreamy, exuding an aura of languorous allure. Only a line of poetry could encapsulate Belmod's current state. The hills overlap, golden lights flicker. My hair clouds seek to brush the fragrant snow of my cheeks. I rise lazily to paint my brows, delaying my grooming and adornment. Before and after the mirror. The flowers reflect each other, new embroidered garments drape upon me, a pair of golden partridges. Lighting a cigarette, she opened the hidden compartment in the dresser mirror, smiling softly. Inside the compartment were a few photographs: Conan, Ran, the Mayano sisters, and Wang Li. Across marked Sherry's ID photo. beneath which she affixed a question mark next to Shizuka's picture, with lines extending to Wang Li and Ming Mei, who were denoted by exclamation marks. Angel, cool boy, the devil's daughters, and Maotai. Belmont called out each name, closing the mirror amid the swirling smoke. Ah, Sherry, I have found you. In a serene forest. The golden beetle and the navigator were parked side by side. Doctor, how do you always manage to find such secluded forests? Wang Li queried, perplexed by Professor Agasa's propensity for getting lost during camping trips. You enjoy getting lost yet know so many hidden places. You must be Conan's neighbor. If I hadn't encountered Kuriyoshi Renya, I would almost believe in the conspiracy theory about you, Professor. Well, Professor Agasa stroked his clever half-forest. I used to come here often when I was younger. When you were young, huh? By the way, Aunt Fushi sent me a letter saying she would return in 2 days. Wang Li's words startled Professor Agasa significantly. Is she coming back? Professor Agasa's face turned rare shades of red. Yes, she mentioned before leaving this year that she only needed to handle some matters in America and would return. Wang Li teased. Professor, your days of happiness are drawing near. Professor Agasa simply smiled sheepishly, scratching his head. Having heard Wang Li's story before, Mingmei did not wish to gossip but looked towards the direction the young detective team had left, her face clouded with concern. Wang Li, they have been gone for quite a while now. Based on your young detective team principle, is there not something amiss? Mingmei, it shouldn't be that bad, right? I've checked the surroundings. It's just us here, and there are no wild animals, Wang Li replied, though his tone was laced with uncertainty. After all, the unique attributes of the 3 little ones from Titan, combined with Conan's Grim Reaper persona, rendered anything possible. Aside from a cave nearby, there are no other places that could pose a danger, Professor Agasa chuckled as he flipped the meat over. At that moment, Wang Li's heart sank. Doctor, where's the cave? After the doctor indicated the direction, Wang Li turned and sprinted away, exclaiming, Doctor, call the police. Camping, a cave, and the 3 fools from Titan. This is reminiscent of that classic episode where Conan is injured and Rand donates blood, isn't it? I'm completely enamored with the new Rand and Conan pairing from that episode. Wang Li, wait for me. Mingmei, concerned for Shibao's safety, hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at the cave, Wang Li activated his watch-like flashlight and, with a cursory glance, spotted a lifeless male corpse. Wang Li, there are bodies here. Does that mean Shirbao and the others are in grave danger? Mingmei was unperturbed by the corpses, her only concern being her sister's safety. Yes, Mingmei. Take a deep breath and tread lightly. Let us venture deeper. Wang Li gestured for Mingmei to employ her breathing techniques. A gunshot rang out, prompting the two to exchange anxious glances, both acknowledging their shared urgency with a nod. Drawing a deep breath, they rushed towards the source of the gunfire. Miyako, Bumei, with tears glistening in her eyes, embraced the bleeding Shirbao. Thank goodness, it merely grazed my arm. Shirbao reassured her, standing once more before the group. Well, little girl, you're quite brave, taunted the man at the forefront, wielding a gun. Impressive for one so young, but shouldn't you check on your companions? Let me go? Yuan-Tai struggled vigorously. Conan, release him at once. Guang Yin attempted to wrestle back the already wounded Conan. Damn it. Shirbao, restrained, questioned, is this how it ends? Suddenly, Shirbao lunged forward towards Conan. Do you wish to die? The armed man exclaimed, pulling the trigger, only for his own agonized scream to follow as he clutched the shattered remnants of his arm. Mingmei, protect them. Wang Li, utilizing his breathing technique, maintained clarity of vision even within the cave shadows. The Miyano sisters rescued Conan, shielding the young detective team behind them, coldly commanding, you 3, close your eyes. Once assured that the trio had obeyed, and upon witnessing the unconscious Conan and the blood on Shirbao's arm, Wang Li brandished his sword, declaring, draw your sword, and draw it again. This boy requires a blood transfusion, yet the hospital has no compatible blood bags left. Who among you? Before the nurse could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ran. Miss Nurse, I can help. My blood type matches his. Ran, you knew, didn't you? Wang Li shot a glance at Ran, only to be reprimanded by Officer Magyar. Wang Li, you have gone too far this time. How can we account for such a gruesome scene? Account for what? There are no survivors. If you need a sense of ritual, create some artistic representation. I'll provide my testimony tomorrow. Wang Li gestured at Officer Magyar. You. Officer Magyar had merely come to issue a reminder, waving his hand dismissively before departing. Wang Li retracted his smile and said to Zhihui, please elaborate on the situation. Be sure to include every detail. As Zhihui recounted the complex circumstances, the atmosphere around Wang Li grew increasingly tense. Once Zhihui finished speaking, Wang Li took a deep breath and, to the astonishment of those present, struck each of the 3 young ones with a swift slap. Wang Li, Mingmei and Zhihui hurriedly shielded the trio, while Mori Kagoro interjected. Why are you taking out your anger on the children? Wang Li could only fix his gaze on the 3 little ones, tears welling in their eyes. Cry. For heaven's sake, cry. Look at Conan, dragged down by your foolish actions, and weep for him. Wang Li's growing anger was palpable as he exclaimed. Please enlighten me. Why did you not immediately report the corpse you encountered, but instead chose to engage in a treasure hunt? Why did you disregard the warnings from Conan and Shiho about entering? Why venture beyond your capabilities when you lack the skills to handle such situations? Do not dismiss the small evils, nor neglect the small goods. A detective who does not wish to act is not a good director. In the eerie stillness of the Mihua hospital at night, the atmosphere was unsettlingly quiet. One could almost summon a certain ethereal goddess with long hair, fair complexion, and striking legs with just the flick of a television. Conan lay on the hospital bed, propped up by his arms. His mind flooded with memories of Ran's tender gaze as she administered blood to him. Ran, have you truly figured it out? Should I divulge my secret to you? Conan's eyes were filled with turmoil. I advise against pondering such matters, Kudo Shinichi. The voice startled Conan, who turned to find the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at his forehead. Gong Bao, what are you doing? He questioned, unable to comprehend why a friend, with whom he had shared peril, would point a weapon at him. What else could I do? I must prevent certain individuals from betraying us for beauty. Hence I must silence some of them. Wang Li reclined in a chair by the window, crossing his legs, his glasses glinting mysteriously under the moonlight. What are you talking about, Wang Li? Conan could never admit to being someone who would sell his friends for a lure. Are you not aware of what I speak? You know it in your heart, Wang Li replied with a subtle, confident smile. Lord Bamboo Leaf, why do you still waste words on him? This person is no longer worthy of our organization's trust. Shiho maintained her aim unwaveringly. Bamboo Leaf? Wang Li, you are one of them? Conan was taken aback, though a part of him had suspected this revelation. Surprised? Unexpected? Thrilling? Happy? Wang Li adjusted his glasses, reintroducing himself. I am Bamboo Leaf, the superior of gin and vodka. Shameless. Both Shiho and the concealed Mimi scoffed simultaneously. So, my transformation into a child was indeed your command? Our friendship was merely a means to your end? Conan's composure returned as he questioned. I harbor no friendship with you, LSN. I am a gentleman, do you understand? Wang Li corrected Conan's misconceptions without directly addressing his inquiry. If I do not comprehend, what shall become of me after you kill me? Conan asked gravely. It appears you grasp the situation well. After all we've discussed, your demise is inevitable. Wang Li lightly tapped the table beside him. Naturally, we will eliminate anyone privy to your identity, such as Muri Kagoro, Hayu, Officer Magyar, Takagi, Sato, Shiratori, the three little ones from Titan, your parents, and of course, Muri ran. Ignoring Conan's fierce glare, Wang Li gestured, and Shiho pulled the trigger. Ha. Wang Li's laughter prompted Conan, who had closed his eyes, to cautiously open them again. Sister Mimi, have you recorded everything? Wang Li inquired of Mimi, hidden behind the curtains. A perfect compilation for your demise. Mimi tossed the camera to Conan. Hey Wang Li, are you deceiving me again? Conan protested, clutching the camera. No, to be precise, we have not deceived you. Shiho placed the gun down in a vase on the nightstand. Indeed, Kudo, this exercise was tailored specifically for you. If you reveal your identity as Kudo Shinichi to Ran, your death would be the most fitting conclusion. She is far too innocent and could inadvertently expose you. Wang Li ruffled Conan's hair. The texture remains delightful as always. This time, Conan refrained from swatting Wang Li's hand away, and instead began to tousle his own hair. I must concede, you make a valid point. I shall temporarily forgive you. However, Ran has already begun to suspect. No, she is certain of my true identity. How can I conceal it from her? Conceal it? Quite simple. Just ensure you appear simultaneously with your other self. Wang Li gestured towards the door. Surely, you did not think it was only the three of us who came to witness your performance? Following Wang Li's finger, Conan noticed several figures lurking in the shadows by the doorway. You all, rest assured, Kudo, our plan is nearly flawless, designed to prevent you, who has already seen Rant's body, from being kicked out. Wang Li assured him, believing that the director could take a well-deserved break this time. He aimed to create a narrative deserving of a rating above 8.0, ensuring it could not be less than the melodrama of Domadalu. At Titan High School, behind the stage of the school festival's play. What? You are not performing? The class leader, acting as director, expressed his displeasure. Indeed, I believe someone else is more suited for my role, and I kindly request a rewrite of the script, Wang Li stated as he resigned while Ran changed costumes. Who could that be? Wang Li, I must remind you that this play is an annual tradition. How can we change the script? The class leader knew Wang Li's temperament. Realizing that even the request from Senior Mei was made only because she needed Yoko's help, which compelled Wang Li to reluctantly agree. Do not worry, class leader, if necessary. Let him direct on his own. After all, his mother is a world-class actress who graduated from this very school. Wang Li smiled as he stepped aside. Thank you. Class leader. The newcomer also smiled at the class leader. Ah, it's you. The class leader chuckled. Perfect. I've been dissatisfied with this old script for quite some time. It's cliché and uninspired, akin to the works of a certain author known for their pastry-themed pseudonym. Wang Li emerged from the backstage, donning a hat, as Conan, masked and with a voice muffled, inquired, is everything resolved? The protagonist is in position. Now we shall witness their performance. Wang Li nonchalantly whistled. Oh dear. Is that not Wang Li's classmate? The newly emerged doctor caused Conan to instinctively clutch at Wang Li's garment. Ah, is that not the new doctor? You appear considerably more vibrant after our 2-day absence. Wang Li instantly discerned that this new doctor was neither human nor male. Does this individual recognize me so accurately? I am, after all, a disciple of the elusive Phantom Thief Kid, Kaido Kuroba. It seems that a new Phantom Thief Kid has recently appeared. Exhibiting a somewhat immature technique, yet embodying the essence of Kaido Kuroba, it is time to investigate further. In her mind, Vermouth pondered various thoughts before merely smiling and engaging in a verbal spar. Why has Conan become so attached to you after just a few days? Perhaps it is due to your rather unfortunate appearance? Even Quasimodo is more aesthetically pleasing than you. Wang Li, aware that Shirbao, disguised as Conan, was rendered speechless at that moment, boldly confronted Vermouth. Vermouth's anger surged to its zenith as she fixed her gaze upon Wang Li. What are you staring at? Are you unaware of my enduring handsomeness? Wang Li, in his bravado, exuded an air of confidence reminiscent of a formidable figure. Vermouth scrutinized Shirbao and Wang Li intently. Then with a huff, turned and departed. Wang Li, is this new Dr. Vermouth? Shirbao's voice trembled with uncertainty. Wang Li gently caressed Zhihui's head and reassured her. It is indeed her, but do not fear. I shall shield you from all adversities. Just then, Mingmei and Dr. Agasa arrived to summon the two for the performance. All right. Wang Li knelt down, gazing intently into Zhihui's eyes. Remember, I am here. I will bear everything for you. MHM. Zhihui nodded affirmatively. Then, let us enter together. As Wang Li reached out to take Zhihui's hand, she deftly evaded his grasp. What are you doing? Zhihui elegantly rolled her eyes. At this moment, I am Adagawa Conan. Wang Li's hand froze in midair. Damn, was I just being very gay? Chapter 43. He ascended. Oh, my dark-clad knight, where art thou? Come swiftly to my rescue. Dressed in a pristine princess costume, Xiaolan graced the stage like a true princess. Haha, princess, cease your cries. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one shall come. A chilling laughter emerged from beneath the shabby cloak. Raw throat, raw throat. Xiaolan adeptly played along with the banter. Enough. Sorcerer, this ends here. The Dark Knight made a striking entrance, sword in hand. Wait a moment, Yuki. I recall that during your performance, the knight appeared only in the next scene, right? In the audience, Mei Yingli adjusted her disguise glasses as she cheered for her daughter. Indeed, it is supposed to be in the next act. Perhaps they have altered the script? Yuki, also disguised, reflected on her first stage performance with fondness. Meanwhile, Kudo Yusaku and Mori Kagoro, compelled by their wives to wear glasses, exchanged thoughts on recent cases. Impressive, aside from Xiaolan, they all seemed to be improvising their lines. Xiaolan, wielding the original script, was adept at both responding on the spot and engaging in witty repartee, which was quite remarkable. Wang Li, aware of the behind-the-scenes dynamics, was once again astounded by Xiaolan's proficiency in dialogue. It seemed that in the end, Xiaolan might become the next Yuki and adopt the name Kudo Ran. This name evoked thoughts of renowned action instructors, though he secretly preferred Hashimoto Yuna. Wang Li's mind wandered, tempted to pat Shiho's head. But he quickly reconsidered and opted to touch Mingmei's head instead. What are you doing? Mingmei swatted Wang Li's hand away, not even sparing her aunt's advantage. He probably thought that he would rather be seen as a rogue than as gay. Shiho succinctly articulated Wang Li's thoughts. Hey, I estimate they still have a while before reaching the climax. What would you like to drink? Wang Li rose to fetch beverages for the trio. Orange juice. Milk. The preferences of the Miyano sisters were utterly disparate. I'll have a glass of cola with ice, Professor Agasa said, receiving 3 expectant gazes. Make that an orange juice for me. Very well, orange juice, milk, and soda water, understood. Please wait a moment. Wang Li promptly swapped Professor Agasa's drink for soda water, selectively ignoring the professor's reproachful gaze. Professor, you cannot blame me. Aunt Fushi asked me to keep an eye on your diet, so you must make this sacrifice for love. While lost in thought, Wang Li accidentally bumped into a woman carrying 4 or 5 drinks, spilling them onto the floor. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, searching his pockets for tissues. No worries. The woman hurriedly checked her bag and accepted the tissues Wang Li offered. How about this? As a form of compensation, I'll treat you and your friends to drinks. Wang Li, being quite reasonable, suggested this. That is not necessary. It's fine. I'll go get my own later. The woman hastily declined Wang Li's generosity. Shouldn't a normal person respond with gratitude and accept? Her initial reaction was, damn, indeed. Spending too much time with Kudo has warped my mind. Wang Li shook his head, dismissing the unreliable thought. Then I truly apologize. Bending down, he retrieved the bracelet that had soaked in the drinks. Here, your bracelet. Oh, thank you. The woman expressed her gratitude. Waving his hand dismissively, Wang Li turned to leave, pulling out another tissue to wipe his hands. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, waving the tissue, as a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. What the hell? Bitter almond scent. In this world, that signifies only one thing, cyanide. Is this being prominently displayed in the department store? If Officer Magyar conducted weekly checks, his performance would surely be ensured. Running around the crime scenes all day and still being criticized for inefficiency is simply unacceptable. In a swift flurry of thoughts, Wang Li contemplated several approaches, ultimately settling on a particularly audacious course of action. My disposition is quite delicate, but alas, what can I do? After apologizing to her friends, The young woman returned to the vendor to purchase a beverage and discreetly slipped the last ice cube, containing cyanide, from her bag into one of the cups. Apologies for my tardiness, she announced as she rejoined her friends. Fortunately, she managed to evade a few individuals. Though late, the ice should still be intact. The young woman anxiously fixated on the drink in her grasp, fearful of it being jostled once more. Ah, sister, there you are. Wang Li's voice echoed from behind her, as he approached with several cups in hand. Oh, it's you, she exclaimed, instinctively recoiling. Please, don't come any closer. Indeed, I've been searching for you. Here. The drinks I promised to return to you, Wang Li insisted, thrusting the cups into her hands. I mentioned that it wasn't necessary, didn't I? The corners of her mouth twitched as she struggled to distinguish her own purchases among the vibrant assortment before her. However, I have studied a bit of medicine. On such a sweltering day, consuming beverages with ice indiscriminately could lead to stomach discomfort, specifically, diarrhea. Wang Li emphasized the word ice with deliberate weight. This child. The young woman forced a smile, though her expression was strained. By the way, excessive consumption of almonds can be quite unpleasant as well, Wang Li chuckled, reaching for one of the icy drinks. But sister, since you are so insistent, I shall withdraw. I had hoped to obtain your phone number. Wang Li waved his hand gracefully as he departed, leaving the woman gazing thoughtfully at the words inscribed on one of the drinks in her hand. Do not let the cultural festival be a source of regret for the students. As Wang Li spilled his drink and returned to his seat, the performance on stage reached its zenith. The cloaked knight repelled the foes with his sword, lifting the princess who had fallen to the ground, gazing at her with deep affection under the spotlight. The knight beheld the princess's exquisite visage. Her cheeks flushed from the earlier escape, rendering her even more alluring. Her sensuous lips seemed to whisper a silent plea of "kiss me." The knight's icy heart stirred with unexpected emotions, prompting him to lean down and press his lips fervently against hers. The class monitor, backstage, watched the two on stage with palpable excitement, thrilled by the rewritten script. Wang Li, is that enough? Xiaolon squinted at the increasingly close faces, unable to suppress her reminder. The knight remained silent. Instead, he flicked his cloak to obscure the audience's view and kissed her passionately. Yukino, I knew this would happen. In the wings, Yoko, already in the know, shook her camera in exhilaration. Lanchan, still playing hard to get? You're already kissing. Hey, Wang kid, what are you doing? Instinctively, Kagoro Muri leaped up, only to be caught by Yusaku Kudo just in time. TSK, two grown men embracing in broad daylight, while calling out other men's names. My reputation is priceless. What am I doing? Drinking milk. Wang Li's cheeky voice floated from behind Kagoro. What do you mean? Wait, if you're here, then who is on stage? Kagoro suddenly realized. Guess. Wang Li replied with a mysterious smile. On stage, Xiaolon forcefully shoved the knight, exclaiming, Wang Li, you, Shinichi? With her push, the knight's helmet clattered to the ground, revealing the smiling face of the high school detective. Long time no see, Lon. Shinichi Kudo? Impossible. He should be. The observing Vermouth could hardly believe it, her gaze darting toward the audience. Conan was with Wang Li, and beside him stood the brown-haired girl. Surely. Vermouth instantly thought of Shiho's codename. Wang Li seemed to sense something, raising his head to see the newly arrived doctor, revealing a broad smile. Surprised, aren't you? You desire sherry? I shall present you with sherry. Both Conan and Kudo Shinichi have made their appearances, and Vermouth, can you guess what I am thinking? However, I did not anticipate that Kudo would dare to charge in. I would label this reckless endeavor as courting death. Uncle Mori's shoulder throw was certainly not part of our agreement. In a moment of intimacy, brandishing a firearm signifies the most fundamental respect. Huh. Wang Li leaned against the wall of Dr. Agasa's house, yawning helplessly. Here, a sandwich, Shihoko said, handing him a sandwich as she emerged from Dr. Agasa's residence. Thank you. After being playfully pummeled by Xiaolon and engaging in a lengthy conversation with Uncle Mori, I barely made it back to the doctor's house. And that high school detective is now too excited to sleep, Wang Li said with a grimace, his words muffled by the sandwich, followed by a violent cough. Mingmei offered him a bottle of water while Shihoko gently patted his back. Oh, how intimate you were so early in the morning. Kudo Shinichi, with a bandage on his nose and accompanied by his parents, pushed the door open. TSK, look at our great detective, so full of himself. He must have been smiling in his dreams last night. Wang Li remarked with a tone of mockery, are you mocking me? I fear you might be a fool. A single sentence from Wang Li shattered Cindy's defenses. Who could be laughing in their dreams? How could you unjustly tarnish someone's innocence? Wang Li chuckled coldly, gesturing towards his dark circles, with an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Kudo Yukiko crouched down to speak to Shiho, saying, Miyako, I will be troubling you during this time. It's nothing. It's just that conversation with Muri Ran is rather challenging, Shiho replied, donning a mask and glasses, while Yukiko tidied her hair. Just then, Idagawa Conan made his appearance. Every time I see your technique, it looks so impressive, said Maki with admiration. Would you like to learn? I can teach you in the next couple of days, Yukiko offered. She affectionately patted the heads of the Maeno sisters, adding, it's much nicer to touch than Shinichi. This is not just a gain, it's a significant profit. After reminding Yukiko to apply a band-aid on Miyako, Kudo Yusaku stood beside Wang Li and inquired, Wang Li, is it truly possible for Shinichi's body to recover completely? Uncle, I can only say that, at this stage. It's not feasible, Wang Li replied, casting a glance at Shinichi, who was quietly eavesdropping, with a tinge of regret. Our research on the antidote is actually based on his previous experience with the liquor, resulting in a trial version that cannot provide a complete cure. With a serious expression, Wang Li addressed Shinichi, saying, Shinichi, relinquish those thoughts of taking the antidote multiple times. Frequent consumption may lead to drug resistance, rendering all medications ineffective when you truly need them. Shinichi rolled his eyes in response. After all these years, do you think I wouldn't understand your unspoken words? You underestimate the bond of friendship we forged while sharing moments together. Wang Li embraced Shinichi and whispered, thank you. No need for that. I must handle my own affairs. Furthermore, whether you assist me or not, things will remain unchanged, Shinichi replied, as familiar with Wang Li as Wang Li was with him. Truly deserving of being called a man of an angel, so magnanimous. Wang Li chuckled, playfully nudging Shinichi towards the company of Kagoro Muri and Eri Kisaki, who were accompanied by Ran. Hey, you brat. Kagoro exclaimed upon seeing Shinichi, unable to suppress his irritation. Despite their childhood camaraderie and knowing that his daughter was already enamored, willingly swept away by her affections, he, as a father, could not help but feel a twinge of displeasure. All right, Kagoro, Yusaku Kudo interjected. Let the children sort out their affairs. After all, it was his son who had been caught in a compromising situation by the parents of another. Even for someone as astute as Yusaku, he could only muster a smile, for Ran was indeed a remarkable girl and would surely grow into an exemplary daughter-in-law. Well, if it isn't the Princess of Titan, you've certainly raised a fine son. Eri adjusted her glasses, aware that her daughter possessed a temperament akin to her own. With Shinichi, she could only make do, as a mother would, seeking to confront Yukiko to ease her frustrations. And here we have the Queen of Titan. Your teachings have served Ran well. She is destined to be a virtuous wife and nurturing mother. Yukiko would not concede easily, even if she was in the wrong. After all, her son Shinichi possessed the qualities befitting a son-in-law. Wang Li and Shinichi exchanged a glance, sensing that they could not linger in this place. Wang Li took hold of Shiho and Mingmei, while Shinichi pulled on Xiao Lan, and they swiftly departed. Behind the curtain in the infirmary, Vermouth observed Wang Li, Xiao Lan, and Shinichi as they hurried into the teaching building. The experimental report in her hand declared that Shinichi Kudo was deceased, a bitter irony. The silver-haired recluse could not even remember the person he had deemed dead in his heart. Vermouth ignited the report with a lighter and casually discarded it, catching the cigarette that had been poised to ignite the report with her lips. This situation was troublesome. Why did Maotai deliberately allow me to see Sherry? Was it a trap or a provocation? Vermouth exhaled a cloud of smoke, her elegant nose twitching slightly. After vigorously shaking the blanket on the floor, she wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, relieved yet lamenting that today's earnings had vanished. She extinguished the cigarette, but with force, gazing at the torn sheet with a sense of despair. Smoking is harmful to health. Please do not discard ignitable materials carelessly. Wang Li, how long must we wait here? The lights of the Mihua Grand Hotel sparkled brilliantly in the night. Doctor, do you think that detective is being excessive? He planned to propose without informing us. If I hadn't cleverly asked Yuenzi, I might have been kept in the dark forever. Wang Li pushed open the car door, fatigue evident in his voice. It's fine. We're here now, right? Shinichi assured, having been briefed by Yukiko about everything he needed to know. It's just a proposal, after all. Dr. Agasa steadied the steering wheel. She can do that too, truly a professional actress. Some people really need to learn a thing or two. Just riding a bicycle can garner such attention. Wang Li incessantly scrolled through his phone, where a trending topic highlighted Xiao Bo riding a bicycle. At this rate, if they ascend to the heavens one day, wouldn't the earth explode? He lamented the state of society. Observing the news he had shared about riding a bike, he mused that if Xiao Bo could do that, running would surely be remarkable. This message had been reported. He perused the contents of his private messages, although one couldn't say it was entirely devoid of intellect. It was indeed foolish, and the flowery language was truly profound. Feeling his spirit waver, Wang Li promptly ceased his activity, reporting it, and grabbing his jacket. Let us go? Shiho, I am filled with vigor. Are you out of your mind? Shiho bluntly remarked, leaping from the car to follow Wang Li. Why does this building even have a transfer elevator? Wang Li, impatiently holding Shiho's hand, waited on the dimly lit mid-level of the Mihua Hotel for the next elevator. Young man, is this your first time here? With this many floors, separating transport can enhance efficiency, a well-dressed elderly man cheerfully explained to Wang Li. It seems you frequent this place, sir? Shiho's muffled voice emerged from behind her mask. Indeed, our company hosts events here annually. The elderly man spoke with pride. Just as the elevator arrived with a ding. See, quite fast, I assent it. A man, caught in a passionate kiss with a woman, raised a silenced pistol, and after a gunshot, tossed the firearm from the elevator. Hey, man, if you're going to kiss, do it seriously. Why brandish a gun? The elevator door, which should have closed, was halted by Wang Li, and shell casings scattered across the floor. Why are there police cars? Xiaolan, dressed in a somewhat oversized evening gown, yet her alluring figure was subtly apparent, revealing a hint of fair skin at her neckline. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Shinichi, clad in a blue suit, loosened a few buttons of his shirt. Why does it feel so warm here? Is the air conditioning not on? Xiaolan shot him a curious glance. No, Shinichi, I feel it's quite cool, she replied. What? Just then, a sudden, intense contraction of his heart made him bow his head, drenched in sweat, clutching his chest. Ha! Shinichi gasped. The sound of Xiaolan's urgent voice ringing in his ears. No. The effects of the medication are wearing off. Give me a moment to get the items from my bag. Kudo, you're here. Wang Li finally found Shinichi and, assessing the situation, rushed to support him. Xiaolan, there's been an incident below. I'll take him down first. Please wait a moment. Without allowing her a chance to respond, he swiftly departed. Xiaolan and Shinichi reached out to grasp him, but only brushed against the edge of his clothing. A low voice followed as Shiho adjusted the glasses and mask onto the collapsed Conan in the restroom. Welcome back, Idagawa Conan. In the 45th chapter, no lights. No phones at the meeting. Conan, now dressed, approached Xiaolan with a bouquet. Conan, what are you doing here? Have you recovered from your cold? Xiaolan was quite surprised by his presence. Yes, Sister Xiaolan, Conan replied, his tone strained. What is this bouquet for? Where's Shinichi? Xiaolan's voice grew quieter as she pieced together the situation. Brother Shinichi said he had an urgent matter and left first. He asked me to give you this bouquet. Conan lowered his head. Is that so? He has always been like this. I should have realized. Tears streamed down her cheeks. But Brother Shinichi told me to wait for him. He will definitely return to stand before you and say those words. Conan lifted his head, his gaze resolute, leaving Xiaolan momentarily dazed. Who is waiting for him? She wiped her tears and smiled at the bewildered Conan. Haven't you eaten yet? Let us have a meal together. No need to wait for him. Conan paused, then mirrored her smile. All right. In the shadows, Wang Li observed everything silently. Crouching beside Shiho as he pondered, should I have done this? Dragging Kudo down because of my promise? It was the first time Shiho witnessed such guilt in Wang Li, prompting her to embrace him. Yet, the events had transpired, and all they could do was take one step at a time. Wang Li merely curled his body, burying his head deeply within his embrace. With a click, he pressed the switch, yet the light failed to illuminate. Hey, isn't this a meeting? After such a long absence, don't you all wish to gaze upon my handsome visage? The deep voice of a young man uttered such mundane yet flamboyant words, causing an undeniable awkwardness in the air. Come now, Latu. As the instructor would say, your face is merely a shade better than a disfigured one. A female voice from the darkness retorted with unabashed sarcasm. Be reasonable, Bai Chui. Wasn't it my remote assistance that allowed you to escape from the encirclement of Dragontooth? They are an elite unit specializing in horticulture, Latu countered without restraint, exposing Bai Chui's previous predicament. You all went to the flower family. Why was there no report? La Ming Duo interjected, concerned that, as an auditor of the assassination unit, he was unaware of such matters. Were they plotting rebellion? That was a direct order from the higher-ups. Do you think I desired to venture to that locale? The world's south safest place is not merely a boast, Bai Chui lamented. The mission remained unaccomplished, and I nearly lost my life. According to the instructor-esque grading system, Dragontooth comprises primarily of adept practitioners, with the least formidable being at the condensation realm, and their physical prowess is exceptional. I suspect some might even be at the fusion realm. Well, you managed to return, which is commendable, Mutong remarked, feeling prideful for surviving. TSK. Escaping from Dragontooth is indeed impressive, my dear sister. I can envision a possibility. Could it be that those at the fusion realm are lurking among the condensation realm? Ready to strike? La Fei suddenly shivered. It is hard to say. The Flower family has always been adept in military strategy. Their tactics are as cunning as ever. Bai Chui quickly reassured La Tu, who sat across from her. Thanks, I'll treat you to a drink later. La Ming Duo, indifferent to Bai Chui's fate, pondered another matter. Instructor Maotai, as you predicted, that esteemed individual has gone to great lengths for survival, willing to take drastic measures, even against his own homeland. What remains that he would refrain from undertaking? All right, enough of this. Now that everyone is gathered, let us commence the meeting. The man seated at the head of the table spoke slowly, bringing an end to the trivial discourse. Romani, are we not still waiting for someone? Bai Chui, familiar with Romani, inquired. Ma Gu has gone out on a mission, La Ming Duo noted. Li Peng and Obiang have been incapacitated by Instructor Maotai, unable to rise again. Romani paused. As for Valandru, gin and vodka have been dealt with. Gin? Everyone, including La Ming Duo, expressed astonishment, followed by a prolonged silence. Valandru, are you truly troubled by that matter? As a close friend, La Ming Duo understood Valandru's concerns regarding his lineage. Being a descendant of assassins was not solely about being an assassin. All right, let us conclude in silence for our fallen comrades. Romani broke the stillness, exhaling a sigh of relief as he sensed the departed. Now, he tapped his fingers on the table, creating an atmosphere of tension. Although I cannot achieve the targeted shielding as Instructor Maotai does, this will suffice. Romani retrieved his phone. Adhering to the organization's directive that mobile devices were prohibited during meetings, Please cooperate by silencing your phones and placing them on the table. What kind of team am I leading? The cacophony of ringtone notifications, including Pure Land of Bliss, is excessive. Romani awaited the final interruption before addressing Laming Duo. How did it feel to confront Instructor Maotai? Not good. The instructor remains as formidable as ever. In fact, one might say he has grown even stronger. In my perception, should he wish, we 10 in peak condition would only meet our demise, merely leaving a few scars on him. Laming Duo replied with a resigned smile. You may not believe it, but by the end, we might not even manage to grasp the hem of his garment. Such a statement silenced the room, as Laming Duo's composite prowess ranked him among the top 3 within the assassination unit, and he would not exaggerate another S strength. If what he claimed were true, then Instructor Maotai's abilities were indeed unfathomable. Ahem, Romani recognized that silence could not linger, lest the morale of the troops dissipate. Esteemed ones, what kind of divine mission have you assigned us? All right, we understand Instructor Maotai's strength. We have a grasp of it. He has always been powerful, and that year, we were essentially overwhelmed. As long as we do not provoke him like Li Peng and Obiang did, we should be fine. You see, Laming Duo and his companions are still here, which proves that the instructor is rather nostalgic, Romani mused, stroking his nose. Now, let us turn to the actual agenda. The Japanese police are hot on our trail. Here is the intelligence. Romani pushed a sealed envelope toward the center of the table. I have no time, La Fei, Mutong, and I must travel to America. The rye whiskey, specifically Akai Shuichi, has grown increasingly audacious, having seized several of our strongholds. We need to pay him a visit and reminisce, Laming Duo remarked while gesturing within his circle. I too am occupied. I must infiltrate the Flower family once more, otherwise it will be hard to report back to the higher-ups, Bai Chui lamented, feeling overwhelmed. Then I shall go, La Tu said nonchalantly as he took the folder. As per usual, I will find Margaret to cover the expenses and equipment for this mission. Yes, but do keep it minimal. Margaret has repeatedly informed me that the assassination unit consistently exceeds its budget. Please be more economical. Romani, who dealt with the finance department daily, had grown weary of the financial strain. What? That cannot be. Each time, I only require a few rounds of ammunition, 2 handguns, an MN5, and a phantom vehicle. La Tu blinked innocently, asserting that he was merely adhering to Instructor Maotai's fear of insufficient firepower. Indeed, I only request a luxury cabin for round trips and a stack of hotel reimbursement forms. I have thoughtfully refrained from reporting expenses for street food. How could we possibly exceed the budget? Bai Chui added, utterly bewildered. Ugh, you two geniuses, what I meant was that I consistently exceed the budget by 10%. How is that insufficient? Romani wished to send these two to negotiate with the finance department. Art is what? Welcome. Ah, Master Maotai. The rattlesnake exclaimed in surprise as Wang Li entered. Oh, Maotai, back for another free meal? Tianjia had intended to jest, but noticed Wang Li's fatigue and instead offered him a cup of warm water. What troubles you? Wang Li pondered for a moment before asking in a somber tone, Tianjia, if you were aware of something that could transform my life, yet chose to remain indifferent, would you ultimately regret it? Firstly, such a scenario does not exist. I would simply deliver a swift blow, Tianjia replied, gesturing towards the snake-like noodles. Secondly, I would not harbor any regrets, as what is done, and one can only seek to amend it. What? Tianjia, that's rather excessive. I once considered you a friend. Wang Li expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Tianjia's retort. Let us not dwell on our shared intimacies, at the very least. We have faced adversities together. How could you regard me with the same indifference you show towards Jinjiu? I can only imagine how Jinjiu would feel upon hearing this. Wishing he had silenced you with a bullet back then, Tianjia replied curtly. Huh. Even if he were endowed with the utmost audacity, he would not dare to lay a finger on me, for my affection for him is considerable. Oh. Jinjiu, Wang Li hummed softly, I adore you. Dear fool, Sherry, come away with me. What a nonsensical exchange. Tianjia lamented, feeling increasingly out of touch with Wang Li's whimsical thoughts. Thank you, Snake, Wang Li said as he accepted the freshly prepared noodles and slurped a mouthful. Tianjia, why did you summon me? Oh, that matter. It's as follows, Tianjia began, snapping back to reality. Wait, aren't you feeling down, my dear Maotai? You've already recovered from our earlier quarrel? Indeed, you truly understand me, Wang Li remarked, as he bestowed 32 likes upon Tianjia. Darn, you're quite the clever one, Tianjia groaned. You will surely be the death of me one day. All right, let us hasten this along, or my verbosity will be unmasked, Wang Li mumbled, immersing himself in his noodles. Tianjia scoffed softly, verbose. Don't jest, elucidating matters is hardly superfluous. Now speak quickly, or I shall take my leave. The tender char siu melted in his mouth, the flavor caressing his palate. Young man, do not be so impatient. The bitterness of haste is a lesson learned in later years, Tianjia advised, patting his forehead. Surely, you've heard about the recent spate of murders? Are you referring to the incident where the perpetrator left a cup at the scene? You wouldn't imply that it was one of your astute disciples, would you? Wang Li lamented, feeling a headache coming on. How many of your wayward disciples are there? Couldn't you summon them all back? Ah, this is not my oversight. It is the fault of Mojito, Tianjia retorted without hesitation, distancing himself from the situation. Are you familiar with the term sewer rat? I recall a little old fellow. Vaguely, Wang Li replied, his memories hazy. I encountered him during an organizational meeting. He seemed to have little presence. That meeting? You dare to mention it? I've never seen anyone turn a serious meeting into such a farce, Tianjia scoffed. As for Mojito's list, it comprises only peripheral personnel. Lower-tier agents were omitted for their protection. He then placed a list on the table. However, apart from those elsewhere, Japan is being systematically eradicated by Jinjiu. I had assumed Jinjiu was on an official tour around the world, tending to flowers without interference, Wang Li mused, examining the list. This cocktail menu, boss. I'll have a sunrise, no ice. No ice. You're ordering a cocktail without ice? You might as well have straight liquor, Tianjia quipped, still sharp-witted. And as for the flower garden? Just a jest. They were annihilated by Longya abroad. Longya has made a move, Tianjia. I've refrained from asking. But you're not aligned with them, are you? Wang Li gently tapped the table, producing a resonant sound. What nonsense are you talking about? Tianjia struggled to keep pace with Wang Li's thoughts. Forgive my oversight. I meant to inquire if you were associated with them. The sound of chopsticks tapping against the bowl rang out, crisp and melodious. What on earth are you trying to say? Tianjia, perplexed, slipped into his regional dialect. Are you perhaps drawing a salary from the flower garden? Wang Li inquired, delicately voicing his suspicion. What folly are you spouting? Tianjia finally grasped the meaning behind Wang Li's words. I would gladly accept such a salary. Wouldn't he being a civil servant be far more appealing? Wang Li chuckled lightly as he rose to depart, saying, I had thought you were indeed one of them. Should you possess any connections, do share them with me. I, too, am wholeheartedly devoted to the art of floriculture. Please, facilitate my contact with the underground network. After Wang and Li departed, Tian's fingers twitched slightly as he let out a soft sigh. Goodness, should I reveal that I am currently earning 2 salaries while embarking on my entrepreneurial journey? That lad Bourbon is no different. He is the only one in the entire organization without a second source of income, relying solely on the meager funds from the organization. He scrimps and saves until there is barely enough left to cover even a fraction of the shop's rent. Upon returning to the doctor's residence, Wang Li, whistling cheerfully, discovered an invitation in the mailbox and brought it inside. Doctor, there's a letter for you, he exclaimed, handing the correspondence to the doctor, who was engaged in a game with the 3 little ones. Oh, you're still here. Thank you. But Wang Li, please do not frighten them, the doctor replied, shielding the children behind him. I am not frightening them. I merely stated a fact, Wang Li retorted, only to be playfully tapped on the head. I have heard the details from the doctor. Wang Li, regardless of whether they were right or wrong, striking children, indeed, striking anyone, is entirely your fault, chided a blonde woman as she entered with a tray of food. Auntie Fuzawi, you're back. Wang Li joyfully acknowledged her presence, then sighed. You have no idea. Conan was hospitalized for a blood transfusion, and Gong Bao was injured as well. All of this happened because those 3 were so absorbed in their own joy that they recklessly charged ahead without thinking. But we apologized. Maotai protested, defending himself. Exactly. Hitting children is against the law. Both Ayumi and Hikaru chimed in unison. Do you still have the audacity to speak? Can an apology truly mend the harm already caused? If apologies could resolve everything, what need would there be for laws? Though it seems that in this country, apologies are all we have left to offer, Wang Li remarked, waving off the attempts of Fuzawi and Shiho, who seemed poised to counsel him. Gong Bao, considering the events of a few days ago, if it weren't for their reckless behavior, would we have found ourselves in such a predicament? As Wang Li grew increasingly agitated, Dr. Agasa hurriedly intervened. All right, Wang Li. They recognize their mistakes. Let us prepare to join Uncle Mori and the others for the banquet at the Twin Towers tonight. Doctor, your attempts to mediate will not work on them, Wang Li complained, then realized, you mean Uncle Mori and the others are going too? Upon receiving confirmation, Wang Li could only exclaim, please, don't come near. 8 eggs. Brother, the explosives are ready, Vodka announced as he arrived at a tall building with a direct view of the Twin Towers, carrying takeout. Thank you, Vodka. Jin took the food, deftly using his teeth to grip one end while breaking apart the chopsticks. Brother, is it really appropriate to blow up this building over a sewer? Vodka expressed his concerns. The field agents will surely complain, he added. Humph, the vanquished have no say. Besides, there is leftover explosive material from this month's report. Let that renowned artist understand what true art is, Jin declared, taking a fierce bite of the sushi in his hand. Damn it. Why do they insist on putting wasabi in the sushi? I must endure. The last shred of dignity for the organization rests on my shoulders, Dr. Jin. As the Maybach came to a halt among a cluster of luxury cars, Wang Li, clad in formal attire, stepped out alongside the stunning Mayano sisters. What happened to the drift enthusiast? Why the sudden restraint? Shiho teased. If I could, I would love to drift, but my skills are lacking. If I were to crash a car, I would be left with nothing but regrets, Wang Li mused, mindful of his status. All right, you 2 lovebirds are bickering again. Is it not tiresome? Wang Li, arriving here so early, do tell us what's going on, she added. You are aware of the recent serial killer, right? Wang Li inquired, gazing up at the Twin Towers. I heard from Conan that Uncle Mori is also involved in the investigation, Mayano recalled. Yes, but didn't he mention that the investigation has reached a stalemate? Shiho interjected. Well, Taka gave me some information yesterday, and I believe I know who the perpetrator is. Wang Li paused, looking at Shiho, a low-level member, connected to the sewer, who is also a renowned artist, Kisaragi Fushue. Shiho instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. While Mayano shot a reproachful glance at Wang Li knelt down and supported Zhihui, speaking each word with great deliberation. Zhihui, I am aware that this is exceedingly difficult, but you must overcome your fear of the organization. I have other matters to attend to, and the task of addressing the sewers must be entrusted to you two sisters. Is there anything you wish to say? Zhihui leaned her head against Wang Li's chest. Jinjiu. The mere utterance of those two words caused Zhihui to tremble violently. Zhihui, listen to me. We now stand in opposition to the organization, and we must face them with courage. I am truly stretched thin at the moment, so I must leave everything here in your capable hands. Please assist me. Wang Li gently caressed Zhihui's back, offering her comfort. All right, but you must ensure your safety. Zhihui lifted her pale face. Good. Wang Li pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, then turned to Ming Mei. Ming Mei, I entrust Zhihui to you. Understood. Just take care of yourself, Ming Mei replied, supporting her sister with a hint of concern. Now, you both should proceed to the 26th floor. Tianjia used the organization's secret code to summon him. Wang Li rose and gazed at the towering building across from them. Jinjiu was situated in the most advantageous position. Be cautious. I shall take my leave. All right. Ming Mei and Zhihui watched as Wang Li departed. Zhihui, what shall we do next? Ming Mei prompted, hoping to redirect Zhihui's focus. Let's head to the 26th floor first. If it truly involves the sewers, he must have practiced the breathing technique, and Uncle Tianjia likely taught him as well. Sister, this will be a tough battle. The Gongye sisters had already discerned that Tianjia was an old friend of their parents, someone worthy of their trust. It's fine. Weren't we also trained by Maotai? Ming Mei responded with a smile. Indeed, though he has often been unreliable, he is competent in this regard. Zhihui's lips curled into a smile at the mention of Wang Li. Ah, more of that dog food. All right, let us hurry. Ming Mei shook off her apprehension and pulled Zhihui toward the building. Big brother, look at all those luxury cars. Vodka exclaimed, peering through binoculars. Maserati, Rolls-Royce, Pagani, and so many Lamborghinis. Jinjiu, driving a Porsche 356A, remained unfazed. Luxury cars? Merely heaps of scrap metal. Just wait until I press this button, and you shall witness the logos take flight. Oh, indeed. Jinjiu, you are quite the eccentric artist. Wang Li pushed open the iron door to the rooftop. Maotai, Vodka, upon seeing Wang Li, instinctively reached for his gun. Vodka, steady now. I wish to hear what our esteemed Maotai has to say, Jinjiu interjected, raising his hand to halt Vodka's movement. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting the last one and placing it between his lips, tossing the empty pack nonchalantly into the air. There is not much to discuss. I simply find the artistic flair of explosions to be overly intense, something that ordinary people cannot appreciate. Therefore, may I kindly request that you hand over that controller you possess? Wang Li stretched his limbs. And what if I refuse? Jinjiu taunted, cigarette clenched in his teeth. Then I shall have to assist you, rather unceremoniously. Wang Li lunged forward, evading Vodka's bullet while summoning his twin swords, their gleaming edges erupting like a torrential downpour. Is this the only trick you have? Jinjiu revealed a set of gauntlets on his wrists and stepped forward, adopting a horse stance for a powerful punch. Regardless of your myriad of brilliance, I shall resolve this with a single blow. The clash of swords and gauntlets sparked, igniting the cigarette in Jinjiu's mouth, forcing Vodka to retreat from the escalating confrontation. Who claimed that? I have more tricks up my sleeve. Wang Li grinned, activating the wrist guards developed by Dr. Agasa, amplifying his strength. The speed of his swords diminished, yet the force emanating from them caused Jinjiu to furrow his brow. Are you poisoned? This is utterly tiresome. Jinjiu's internal breathing technique surged as he seized the moment to strike the ground with his sword. The wrist guards activated once more, the energy coursing through his veins, enhancing his power anew. As Wang Li's twin swords ascended, his body also performed a slight leap. A glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes as he unleashed the sword technique known as the cross-explosion slash. The strike found its mark on Jinjiu, who was sent reeling backward, only managing to halt his retreat after a series of somersaults. Vodka rushed forward, positioning himself to intercept the pursuing Wang Li. Well, isn't that Vodka? Have you become so formidable in just a few days? Wang Li bantered nonsensically, his swordplay relentless. Vodka merely raised his hands to shield his head, his feet bouncing lightly as he prepared for the onslaught. Just as Wang Li retracted his sword, Vodka seized the moment to launch a sudden punch. Oh, employing Muay Thai techniques, are we? Wang Li recognized the stance, his hands swiftly adapting. A vulnerability. Vodka abruptly noticed Wang Li's intention to retreat and instinctively lifted his leg. Wait, what's he retreating for? Wang Li stepped forward, a sword poised at Vodka's throat, while another blade, through a gauntlet, was pressed against the brow of Jin, who had just returned to the battlefield. Vodka, you are still too inexperienced. Even the deliberate flaws you present can be exploited, Wang Li remarked with a smile after they had lowered their weapons. Here, take the controller. Jin tossed the device to Wang Li. Hey, be careful. This is a precious item. Wang Li caught it, chiding Jin. Humph, we're leaving, vodka. With a flick of his coat and a pull of his hat, Jin led vodka downstairs. Take care, come back soon. Wang Li waved energetically behind them. Brother, why is Maotai so formidable yet does not deal with us personally? Vodka had just felt the specter of death looming nearby. The organization had nurtured him, enabling his survival in this world. Though he had parted ways, he still found it hard to sever ties. Jin, nonchalantly seated, declared, drive. Oh right. Vodka pulled the car out of the parking space. Brother, are we just going to let this go? Of course not. Jin inhaled deeply from a cigarette. What we requested was a time bomb. A thunderous explosion erupted behind them as the twin skyscrapers ignited in a fierce blaze. I, Jin, a prominent figure of the organization, am a true man who never looks back at an explosion. Maotai, let the tears flow as you grasp the controller. Ah, Uncle Mayano, Aunt Elena, I have returned. 6-year-old Maotai boldly pushed open the door marked with the research room's nameplate. Maotai, feel free to sit. We are at a crucial point in our research, responded the platinum-haired Mayano Elena, glancing at him before returning to her work. Maotai, restless, approached his peer, Shiho, and tousled her chestnut hair. Wow, Shiho, you've grown so much. Shiho swatted his hand away, rolling her eyes. Don't touch my freshly washed hair with your dirty hands. We've known each other for so long. Shouldn't you just leap into my arms? Maotai pouted, rubbing his hand. What did you say? Leap into your arms? Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. Shiho turned her head away. Suddenly, a dark insect fell before her eyes. Ah, a cockroach, she screamed, then instinctively clung to Maotai, who had opened his arms. Hee, Shiho. Everyone follows the law of attraction. How can you escape? Maotai's face beamed with pride. Maotai, if you keep making a mess in the lab, you'll never marry Shiho. 12-year-old Akemi scolded, tapping Maotai's head before wrapping the dead cockroach in a tissue and tossing it into the trash. Maotai, Shiho realized and angrily pushed Maotai away, burying her face in her sister's embrace. Maotai, he wanted to chuckle but noticed Shiho's trembling shoulders, biting his lip. I'm sorry, Shiho, I want to do it again. Humph. Shiho huffed childishly. Shall we go out to eat later? Maotai scratched the back of his head. Shiho, her sobs subsiding, extended her chubby arms, 2 fingers raised. All right, 2 meals. Tightening his resolve, Maotai replied. Ah, dear Jin, it's time for you to part with some guidance funds. Sister, shall we go together? Shiho raised her head from Akemi's embrace. Maotai could clearly see her face, immaculate except for the dewy cheeks. Akemi, amused by Maotai's dumbfounded expression, cheerfully asked. So when do you want to go? Now. Shiho laughed at Maotai's astonished demeanor. See, this is what you get for teasing me, man. Mayano Hiroshi paused his typing, pulling Maotai aside, discreetly extracting his wallet. Here, take some money. After your meal, bring back some bread for me and Aunt Elena. Maotai, moved, clutched the money. Father-in-law. Rest assured, I will take good care of Shiho. This is a man as promise. Mayano Hiroshi chuckled, straightening up. There was another knock at the door, and a battered 14-year-old Akai Shuichi entered. Oh, if at ISNT0. What happened? Did that old coin, Kurosawa, ambush you again? Maotai's tone brimmed with concern. Humph. If it weren't for the strange things you taught him, I wouldn't be in this position. Akai tilted his head, spotting the Mayano sisters. Hello, Akemi, Shiho. No need for greetings, you little boy. 0. Haven T, I told you not to mess around with Kurosawa. Elena brought out a band-aid and alcohol. As the alcohol touched his wounds, Akai felt the sting and almost cried out, but seeing Akemi adjusting Shiho's clothing, he held back. Maotai said to strike at the stronger ones. Hey, hold on. Maotai felt he had to cut off the boy before he ruined the reliable image he built in front of his future in-laws. I told you not to bully the weak, strive for the strong, but show humility to the weak, not to go brawling with Kurosawa. Elena finished tending to the wounds and tapped Maotai on the head. Don't incite others again. Just take them out for a meal, and bring me back a rice ball. Okay. Maotai rubbed his bandaged head, then, before Mayano and his wife, took Shiho's hand and dashed out. At the door. Maotai collided with 2 figures in black. How clumsy. One of the women crouched to help him up. Sorry. Maotai got up, took Shiho's hand again, and hurried out with Akemi and Akai. Chapter 48. Explosion? That was merely my nitrogen. In the Twin Towers, on the 26th floor, a venue meant for banquets lay in darkness, as the grandest event of the night took place at the top. The silence was broken by the sound of footsteps, accompanied by an elderly voice. Venom, I have come as promised. Let us speak. After a moment of silence, still no response. The footsteps resumed, followed by the sound of a chair being pulled out. Ding. The elevator arrived, halting the footsteps. Sister, do you think he has arrived? Shiho's voice echoed from the elevator. The clarity of her tone brought an abrupt halt to the sounds. Ding. The elevator ascended once more, plunging the 26th floor back into silence. I don't know, but I believe he should be here, Akemi replied, her voice resonating in the empty space. Is it not Venom? Just 2 little girls? Let them search for themselves, decided Kisaragi Fumizuki, resting his cane against him, remaining vigilant against potential ambush. Why is he so slow? The Maotai sisters moved forward. Who knows? Perhaps he didn't receive the letter about gathering here for the adventure? The sisters inched closer to Kisaragi Fumizuki, their naivete evident. Gathering for an adventure? Truly, these children are quite innocent. This world is far more complex than you can imagine. Kisaragi sealed within her heart a multitude of emotions. Perhaps for the elderly, their time is predominantly consumed with disputing over basketball courts or tending to grandchildren. Yet, Kisaragi chose a path entirely divergent and one she had never envisioned. As she became lost in thought, instinctively she suddenly recoiled to evade a strike from Akemi. You? Kisaragi thrust her cane skyward, but it pierced only the emptiness. After Akemi rolled to the ground, she struck the earth with the handle of her knife, her eyes glimmering with intent. This is bad. She has a sister. Kisaragi did not have the luxury to ponder how Akemi discerned her position upon hearing the sound of metal on the ground. She understood it was a tactic to locate her. As Shiho broke through the chair, Kisaragi narrowly dodged to the side. The cane lunged forward again, and under Akemi's guidance. Shiho retreated and evaded the blow. How vexing. Kisaragi planted her cane on the ground, unleashing a force that shattered the surface, scattering debris. The cane struck multiple times, sending fragments outward, and the Maotai sisters took refuge behind a table to avoid the onslaught. Once the debris settled, the 26th floor fell into silence once more. Utilizing the sound of falling rubble as cover, Kisaragi closed her eyes, relying on her ears to perceive the sounds within the darkness. Is that the sound of air being sliced? It has returned to my previous position and is now moving again. Kisaragi made her mental calculations. Then came a prolonged sound of slicing air, and she dared not move. It seems that the sound I made when the elevator opened betrayed my location. Kisaragi contemplated her next course of action. With a tap of her cane, she glided forward, 2 strips of fabric trailing behind her. No, they aren't relying on hearing. They are using their eyes. They must have seen me move. This means that the earlier sounds were merely a distraction to mask the first girl's approach. Kisaragi could not remain stationary. She took a deep breath and dashed toward the window. Soon there would be fireworks celebrating the successful collapse of this damned building. And in the light, they would surely perish. Through their encounters, she recognized that the sisters lacked the raw strength to ambush her. All that remained was a sliver of light, right at the floor-to-ceiling window facing Mount Fuji. Closer, so near. Kisaragi felt as if Mount Fuji was beckoning to her. This sensation? No, it is a log. In a moment of carelessness, Kisaragi stepped on a log position before her, crashing into Shiho's meticulously arranged circular table. After a cacophony of noise, Kisaragi collided with the window, barely managing to pierce through a wooden stick Shiho carelessly dropped with her cane. Yet she could not prevent Akemi's 2 roses, one aimed at her chest and the other at her forehead. Whoosh! Fireworks erupted into the sky, exploding midair. As Kisaragi faced Mount Fuji, departing with a smile. Sister, did we succeed? Shiho gasped, the exertion from their rapid movements leaving her utterly fatigued. Almost, after all. He can no longer move, Akemi replied, equally drained, yet she remembered Wang Li's teachings. Shiho, regulate your breathing. The sisters' breaths gradually steadied, and after a moment, they ceased gasping. Sister, what do you think his realm is? Shiho inquired, gazing at Kisaragi's lifeless body. I am uncertain, but according to Wang Li's theory of realms, entry, concentration, borrowing, fusion, and beyond, he should be in the concentration realm, and quite accomplished at that. Amidst the detonation of fireworks, Akemi noted the gradual disappearance of the cane. Fortunately, they had the advantage of the environment, coupled with his underestimation of them. Otherwise, even the slight disparity between entry and concentration would place them at a disadvantage against someone who had mastered the concentration realm for years. Akemi commended herself for allocating time to infiltrate the power distribution room. All right, sister, can we leave now? Wang Li still needs us. Shiho's words were cut short as the twin skyscraper trembled violently, forcing her to steady herself against the ground. Shiho, Akemi, are you all right? Wang Li's voice emanated from the enhanced detective badge. We're fine. Are you okay? What is happening? Why is this building exploding? Shiho assisted the equally fallen Akemi. I repelled Jin, but I didn't expect he would employ a timed explosive. It should be a chain reaction. The 15th floor just exploded, and you should be able to rush out now. Wang Li's voice was laced with urgency. Wang Li, are the doctors on the top floor? Shiho suddenly posed. Yes. Wang Li realized Shiho's implication. No matter what, Shiho, you two need to get out first. You said the doctor is your benefactor. You said this area is under my jurisdiction. You said you would be my wife. Shiho replied with a smile. It seems the adjacent building hasn't exploded. Wait for us there. Ignoring Wang Li's protests, she ended the communication. Sister you. Shiho was silenced by Akemi's hand over her mouth. I am your sister. It is just the 2 of us left in our family, so it is impossible for me to let you go alone. Let us go? Akemi said with unwavering determination. As Wang Li reached the rooftop of the undamaged skyscraper, he urged, Mayano, listen to me. There's a swimming pool on this roof. See if there's a way to jump into it. Wang Li addressed the detective badge. Damn it. Just moments ago the doctor and Aunt Fusako made it out safely via the communication bridge, and Conan and Uncle Muri are also safe. Why are you kids in such bad luck? There's a vehicle here. Conan and sister are arguing about who will drive it over to your side. Shiho stood by the shattered window, able to see Wang Li by the edge of the pool. Is this reckless? Aren't you afraid? Shiho. Wang Li smiled at her, even though she could not see it. You will wait for me over there. Shiho reciprocated with a smile, though he could not discern it. Yet both understood each other's sentiments. Sister, come here, it's about to begin. Akemi pulled Shiho into the vehicle. 1 minute. Conan sprinted toward the car. Are they all right? After Wang Li ended the communication, Inspector Magyar, Muri, Ran, the doctor, and Fusako rushed over. They're fine. It seems Akemi is driving. She's the reigning champion in go-kart racing. As the words faded with the explosions, the vehicle of the young detective league soared into the air. Looks promising, Muri exclaimed. But before he could finish, a powerful gust of wind swept through. Jinta, Mitsuhiko, you take control of the steering. After a flurry of commands, small hands clasped tightly together. Hang in there. Akemi strained as the crucial terminal, handing the steering wheel to Conan while, in a moment of crisis, she grasped Shiho tightly. Watch out ahead, Conan suddenly shouted. A massive ice sculpture obstructed their path. The three children felt themselves lifted into the air. Shiho utilized her breathing technique, and with the assistance of her wrist guards, she exerted herself to throw the three children above the vehicle. Sister. Shiho released Akemi's hand and shouted. Akemi gritted her teeth, leaping to grab the three children. Sister. At that moment, a figure that eased Akemi's tension enveloped Shiho in their embrace. The ice sculpture's surface was exceptionally smooth. Just before they plunged into the water, Shiho heard the person utter 2 words in her native tongue. I'm here. Every crumbling building conceals its own tale. The hurried footsteps shattered the oppressive silence of the corridor, prompting each occupant of the offices to instinctively plug their ears, bracing for the impending storm. Chinjio, a statuesque, mature woman, her anger palpable, flung open the door bearing the insignia of the cleansing department. Have you lost your mind? She exclaimed. Long time no see, AI Long. You remain as captivating as ever. I must keep my wits about me. Otherwise, my drink will be diluted, and the quality will plummet, Chinjio replied. Propping her feet on the desk, a cigarette, her favorite, a 7 stars, clenched between her lips. Darling, allow me to be frank. If there's business, let's discuss it. If not, kindly vacate. Smoking again. Is that all you do? Do you even have the funds for that? Do you dare show your face while indulging? AI Long retorted, seizing the cigarette from Chinjio's mouth and slamming it on the table. Vodka, initially intent on slipping away unnoticed, was caught by AI Long's fierce gaze and shouted, Vodka. You brainless fool, why don't you advise your elder brother instead of incessantly fawning over him? AI Long, enough. It's merely a skyscraper. It's a necessary condition for purging traitors, Chinjio stated, resuming her seat, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. An artist must meet their demise artistically. An explosion serves as the most fitting requiem. You still fancy yourself a Beethoven, don't you? Little genius. Do you believe that I, a level 10 pianist, could play a mesmerizing rendition of Unforgettable Tonight for you? AI Long was bemused by Chinjio's audacity. Do you have any idea how much effort it will take to rectify the aftermath of your detonation? How much work will it require to alleviate the pressure from public opinion? How many departments must we navigate and how much will it cost to settle this matter? Chinjio dismissively replied. Firstly, your skills barely reach level 5. Secondly, a time bomb is only valuable when used on a structure. Thirdly, the concerns you outline pertain solely to your own external affairs department, reflecting your purpose, and bear no relation to my cleansing department. Oh my God. What have I just heard? The one who draws a salary from the external affairs department dares not side with them, but rather scoffs at their own work. Oh, dear God, I yearn to kick your backside with my diamond-encrusted high heels. AI Long exclaimed, a mixture of rage and sarcasm in her tone. Diamonds. More likely plastic. Chinjio smirked. What did you say? Chinjio, you may question my work ethic, but never my taste. AI Long retorted, her anger boiling over. Without further ado, Chinjio brandished her gun, pressing it against AI Long's palm. My dear little Chinjio, you really lack any sense of decorum. AI Long scoffed, retracting her hand and turning to leave. This is your final warning. There will be no next time. I will instruct the logistics department to cease providing you with explosives. Big brother, this woman is utterly unreasonable, even withholding explosives from us. Vodka lamented after AI Long's departure. Vodka, remember this, as our homeland wisely states. If something does not exist, one must create it. Next month's supply plan should include more charcoal, along with some gunpowder and a few alarm clocks, Chinjio declared, lighting another 7 stars. If they refuse, we shall request more ammunition and procure it ourselves. Understood, big brother. Vodka replied, settling down to draft the report. By the way, send a letter to that heartless bunch in the HR department, inquiring about the personnel assigned to us. Chinjio swiftly disassembled her gun. This task feels reminiscent of what Maotai said before he left. It's just the 2 of us here, yet every time we need to accomplish something, we must borrow personnel from other departments. She reassembled the gun with precision. Actually, we do have another member, a beer mode, whose attendance records are intact. Despite being marked as on a business trip, Vodka reminded Chinjio. Her? Please, with her endorsement fees and the salary of a Japanese high school nurse. Does she need a few extra coins? From now on, mark her attendance as absent. Chinjio secured her firearm. Ah, Chinjio, you're quite bold lately. Aren't you concerned about that ever-changing witch returning to haunt you? A man in a suit appeared at the doorway. Ah, isn't that Ladu from the direct assassination unit? What brings you here? Are you seeking revenge for Valandru? Chinjio's disdain was evident, provoking Latu to clench his fists. Indeed, as the instructor mentioned, you are insufferable. Latu exhaled deeply. Ramani tasked me to inform you that any further interference in our internal affairs, regardless of whether it aligns with that esteemed individual's wishes, constitutes an overreach. Latu suddenly swept his hand across the empty table before him and turned to leave. Insufferable? You lot must have wanted Maotai to perish last year. Didn't you? Chinjio's eyes glinted with malice. You think you can wrap up the 13 young masters and simply escape? Just wait. I, Chinjio, stand as the face of this organization, a figure on the stage. Am I someone you can merely toy with? In a side scene, a young woman bowed at the entrance of the health room, exclaiming, "New doctor, thank you." Her excitement was palpable as she turned to her companion. The new doctor is so handsome and gentle. Ah, your business here seems quite prosperous, bustling with activity. Wang Li quipped, casually taking a seat. Is this our first encounter? Dear student? The new doctor responded with a smile. I would prefer it to be rather quiet, as that would mean no students are unwell. Spare me, beer mode. Your disguise is truly lacking. Wang Li, having recognized beer mode's FAAD from their first meeting, observed her lack of deception. How is it that you discern my ruse? I thought my disguise was flawless. I even masked my scent with men's cologne. Beer mode expressed her confusion, realizing she had never fooled Wang Li. Well, that's quite an esoteric question. Consider it the basic instinct of men towards women, Wang Li replied casually. Pray tell, what brings Maotai here? Beer mode provocatively crossed her legs. Ah, beer mode, if you wish to be flirtatious, I have no objections. In a sense, I find it rather enjoyable. However, do remember that the persona you currently inhabit is that of Dr. Wang Li, he remarked, eliciting beer mode's vexation. Our school has recently welcomed a new English teacher. I assume you're aware? Oh, you mean that blonde foreigner with the plastic Japanese accent? Beer mode straightened her posture. Indeed, Judy, she has been assigned to our class. Reportedly at her own request. Wang Li toyed with his stethoscope. Ah, how I miss my days at the hospital. Is there an issue with that? Beer mode queried, somewhat puzzled by Wang Li's statement. So far, no issues have arisen, until just before I arrived here. I could not resist the allure of her beauty and asked her how old she was. Wang Li draped the stethoscope around his neck. Oh, and what did she say that prompted you to seek me out? Beer mode's gaze sharpened with curiosity. Wang Li's response caused her pupils to constrict. A secret makes a woman woman. What a delightful surprise. Nodded absent-mindedly, then shook his head and began to walk away. What nonsense are you spouting? Come on, you look like a lovesick fool when you gaze at Mingmei. Maotai remarked disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoling felt displeased. Your words lack substance. Do you wish for me to suffer the same fate as He, disgraced and cast out by the organization? Come on, don't place this blame on me. I merely introduced him to Sherry, and who knew he would become so infatuated? You weren't present. I never want to witness that foolish grin again. Maotai exclaimed indignantly, waving his hand. Enough of that. Who took that photograph? And who has been spreading it around the organization? Jiang Guoling countered, exposing Maotai's tactics. I didn't do it. Don't misrepresent me. Maotai protested vehemently. This matter is far more complex than you realize. Those who understand will comprehend the depths, while those like you, who do not, would only be confused by any explanations. Just refrain from inquiring about it. There are significant interests at stake. Knowing nothing is preferable. All I can say is that this situation involves many influential figures. My blood pressure is nearly skyrocketing. Jiang Guoling took a deep breath. And your ability to handle stress. The sudden sound of an explosion from the research institute interrupted them, causing Maotai's pupils to contract sharply. I've done my utmost to avoid their research. Is that not enough? Maotai practiced his breathing technique, rushing ahead of the Maiano sisters towards the fire scene. The fierce flames made it difficult for Maotai to enter easily. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted an opening, his eyes filled with determination. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt. The Maiano sisters lagged behind Jiang Guoling, desperately attempting to rush inside. Maotai swiftly stopped them and slapped Jiang Guoling, a Ling, snap out of it. He entrusted Mingmei to Jiang Guoling and embraced Shiho, who had been incessantly hitting and kicking him, gently stroking her hair. Shiho, stay here, all right? I'm going to rescue your uncle and aunt. Shiho continued to cry and hit him, but upon noticing that Mingmei and Jiang Guoling had regained their composure, Maotai pushed her towards them. Wait for me. He turned and dashed towards the opening he had discovered. Maotai, come back. Mingmei called out as she held her sister tightly, but he had already plunged headlong into the fiery chaos. By the time the fire brigade arrived, the research institute had been wholly consumed by flames. As Jiang Guoling comforted the Maiano sisters, a small figure leaped from the second floor, rolling several times before revealing a face marred by injuries. Maotai. Shiho was the first to rush to him, and upon seeing his charred form, she began to weep anew. Shiho, don't cry. I'm alright. I just went to a place with water before jumping. Maotai opened his hand to reveal a pair of rings. I'm sorry, I couldn't rescue your uncle and aunt. By the time I got there, I had already taken the liberty of retrieving their rings. Shiho grasped his hand, tears flowing freely, while Mingmei held her sister close, and Jiang Guoling offered silent comfort by their side. None noticed Maotai's lingering bitterness and murderous intent. 50 chapters in this book, indeed a true insider. A voice echoed. I've become so numb, can't feel you there, began Jin, answering his phone impatiently. This is Jin. Press 1 for a chat. Press 2 for drinks. Provide your address for meals, and I'll arrive shortly. Press the hash key to end if it's about eliminating traitors. This is Vermouth. Came a crisp female voice from the other end after a moment of silence. Get lost. Jin pressed the hang-up button. A mysterious woman. Always on business trips without notifying me, leaving me, the head of the extermination department, in the lurch. Sherry, Vermouth softly uttered, knowing Jin's grievances. Jin's eyes sparkled with intensity. Oh, speak quickly. You know my patience is limited. 5 seconds for the lovesick fool, Vermouth teased. I know what you're thinking. But you are truly bold to still be infatuated with Maotai's woman. If you were in front of me, you'd already be a corpse. Jin exhaled a plume of smoke. Listening to the rumors spread by Maotai, calling me a lovesick fool, and adding nonsensical modifiers. If the news you bring is not astonishing, let us set a countdown to our mutual demise the next time we meet. Haha, desperate lovesick fool, Vermouth's tone shifted. I need you and vodka to assist me, and then I'll naturally arrange a meeting with Sherry. The mysterious woman will not be favored by men, Jin commented as he bit down on the cigarette. Deal. After all, you are my dear comrade. Being in the same department, as the director, I should set an example and help each other. That is settled then. I'll send you a document shortly. Please check it, Vermouth said, moving the mouse in her hand. Farewell, woman. I have no desire to be entangled with you in any way. Send it to Vodka instead. Upon hearing Jin's words, Vodka immediately messaged Vermouth. All right, pitiful lovesick fool, I'm hanging up. Vermouth set her phone down, her expression souring as she glanced at Vodka's avatar, which was a stark mismatch. She clicked it open and nearly spat blood, sending hearts. You're disgusting, Vodka. I asked you too. Did you drag me out just to confirm Judy's identity? Wang Li sighed wearily. Of course. What else? Conan, standing with his hands in his pockets, rolled his eyes. I heard from Kudo that there was a murder case at the arcade the other day, and this teacher seemed to perform quite well, so I traveled all the way from Kansai to see what she's about. Hattori Heiji adjusted his cap and lightly knocked on the door. I say, you're not thinking critically. If she were an enemy, why would she infiltrate the school? Look at Jin, he never infiltrates. Wang Li instinctively reached for Conan's head, his hand freezing in midair. Not just him, Conan and Hattori also froze. For as Judy opened the door, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of breathtaking, captivating, and magnificent. Not only did it leave the two teenage boys, Conan and Hattori, in awe, but even Wang Li, with his decades of experience, found it overwhelming. Oh my, it's Conan and Wang Li. Come in, come in. Judy stepped aside, welcoming the three into her room. Please sit for a moment. I'll tidy up. She winked playfully at them, full of teasing charm. Why are you still standing there? Come inside. Wang Li, having experienced the information overload and various teachers' guidance, recovered quickly. A half-concealed beauty is the best. Just throw it straight out. How naive. I've seen worse than you can imagine. Do you understand, fragile woman? Oh, Hattori and Conan stiffly entered the room, like robots. Heh, the two young lads, lost in the allure of two peaks, truly the folly of youth. Wang Li finally entered, casting a fleeting glance at a certain wire beside the door, a sardonic smile curling on his lips. It seems that Black Rye Whiskey's companions are rather lackluster. Truly befitting a good friend of Jin. Upon entering the room, Wang Li observed the disarray on the dining table and some clothing strewn across the sofa. At first glance, it appeared to be the untidy abode of a single woman, but the evident red marks on her knees when she opened the door revealed all. Black Rye Whiskey. Indeed a connoisseur, truly a beacon of freedom. How liberating. The trio lingered in the living room until Judy emerged, fully dressed. Teacher Judy Yu. Hattori, who had been sipping water, turned to Judy and inadvertently sprayed Conan. Judy, adorned in an outfit that unmistakably accentuated her curves, fluttered her large eyes. What seems to be the matter with this student? Ahem, teacher, this student with a rather pale complexion is Hattori Heiji from Kansai, Wang Li introduced. Oh, a student from Kansai, how delightful. I am Judy, she exclaimed warmly, grasping Hattori's hand. Why yes, hello, Hattori stammered, his face flushed. After some light banter among the four, Wang Li noticed that Conan and Hattori were unable to extract much information. So he proposed, all right, we've chatted enough, I'm quite hungry. Shall we head down for a meal? Judy, brimming with excitement, replied, let me treat you all to dinner. I know a wonderful new restaurant that serves exquisite dishes. That sounds splendid. Let us go together. Wang Li readily took charge for the two timid individuals. The four descended the stairs, laughing and chatting, when suddenly Wang Li began to pat himself down. Oh no. What is wrong, Wang Li? Judy inquired, her curiosity piqued. I seem to have dropped my keys at your place, teacher Judy. Could you kindly accompany me back? Wang Li clasped his hands in apology to Judy. That is fine. Judy began, but was abruptly pulled by Wang Li towards the elevator. Thank you, teacher. Wait, Judy. Hattori called out. I have one more question for you. What is it? Judy paused, letting the momentum slow. Hattori leaned closer to Judy and whispered gently in her ear. Who are you? Judy was momentarily taken aback. A smile gracing her lips as she leaned in to whisper back. A secret makes a woman mysterious. With that, she took Wang Li's hand and dashed into the elevator that had just arrived. What do you think? Hattori asked. Conan, hands in his pockets, peered through his glasses with a vacant stare. A mysterious woman, though judging by Wang Li's demeanor, she seems harmless, Hattori mused, rubbing his ear where Judy's words had struck him. Wang Li, your pants have no pockets or buttons. How could you possibly lose your keys? Judy indicated toward Wang Li's trousers. Oh, teacher, what I actually lost was a bottle of liquor. Wang Li whistled, twirling Judy's house key on his finger. The name, Black Rye Whiskey, alias, Akai Shuichi. That key. Judy instinctively touched the empty hook on her trousers where her keys usually hung. The elevator doors opened, and Wang Li casually subdued Judy, pressing her against her door as he laughed and unlocked it. You're a mere novice. Do you dare to resist? Have you lost your mind? I told you. I misplaced a bottle of liquor at your place, but you didn't believe me, did you? Black Rye Whiskey, Akai Shuichi. In the sweltering summer heat, a man wearing a knitted cap in the stifling room shook a glass filled with liquor, downing it in one go. The flavor of the sauce-infused liquor, Maotai, remained as consistently sharp as ever, a burn in his throat. Chapter 51. Drinking whiskey without ice. What's the point? Wang Li released Judy and leisurely entered the room, collapsing onto the sofa opposite Akai Shuichi, sinking deeply into its embrace. You truly haven't changed at all, just like a child, he remarked. Akai Shuichi picked up the Maotai bottle and filled his glass to 8/10 full. Well, of course. I am at the prime of my youth, around 18 or 19. He retorted. By the way, aren't you a product of a British and Japanese union? Why do you resemble a member of a warrior nation? Drinking white liquor from a classic cup? And yet you claim you lack the strength of a bear. Wang Li's muffled voice emerged from the depths of the sofa. Akai Shuichi downed the contents of his glass in one gulp, letting out a satisfied belch. Shuichi, who is he? Your friend? Judy inquired, massaging her wrist as she approached Akai Shuichi from behind. Hold on, teacher Judy. I am not his friend. I am merely the consequence of his entangled fate. Wang Li supported himself on the sofa with one hand, the other propping up his chin, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. Wouldn't you agree? Rye whiskey. Wang Li straightened his posture and reached for the wine bottle, inhaling its aroma with delight. Truly, this is the exquisite family brew from my homeland, rich and fragrant. When blended with rye whiskey and gin, and complemented by 15 milliliters of lemon juice and 25 milliliters of pomegranate syrup, all vigorously shaken with ice in a 3-part shaker. Served atop crushed lime, and finally crowned with soda water, adorned with mint leaves, the sensation of that cocktail remains unforgettable to me. Akai Shuichi interjected with a scoff. Nonsense. Back then, you were but a timid novice. You took one sip of that special mojito and spat it out immediately. How could you possibly forget? Ah, dear Rye. Whether sober or inebriated, your words flow with such charm. Wang Li exclaimed, propping his feet on the table, cradling the wine bottle protectively against his stomach, embodying the very spirit of gin. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I recall vividly. The three of us were drinking whiskey while you and Jin were together. You, adorable one, must have employed the breathing technique to consume so much. Akai Shuichi, recalling that moment through the haze of alcohol, remarked, why do you tarnish my reputation? At the time, it was about proving one's own strength, yet both I and Jin managed to bring you down. Now, you insinuate that I used breathing techniques? I see through you. Akai Shuichi. Disappointment, profound disappointment. Wang Li, displeased by this statement, retorted, come now, the breathing technique is indeed part of one's strength. How dare you attempt to strip it from me, rye whiskey? That is rather excessive. Akai Shuichi, feeling the effects of the drink, seized the bottle from Wang Li's grasp and filled his glass to the brim. Ah, refreshing, he exclaimed, downing it in one go and supporting himself on the table. When will you lift the restrictions on the breathing technique for me? Shuichi. Judy, concerned he might topple over, quickly steadied him. Rye whiskey, Akai Shuichi. When I and Tianjia taught you, we made it clear that it was optional. The Scottish whiskey was quite astute, departing promptly, Wang Li said, rubbing his cheek. The breathing technique is, after all, something to be managed by the master. As the assistant, was it too much to ask for Tianjia to have a code? Furthermore, it is a practice originating from my homeland. Surely it is not unreasonable for me to seal its entrance? Tianjia, is that the true name of the serpent's poison? Akai Shuichi shook his head. It may not be unreasonable, but why was he allowed to unbind Jin? Wang Li displayed a face of disdain. Firstly, that individual genuinely regards the organization as family, embodying the essence of loyalty, unlike you, a traitor entrenched within the ranks, who has failed to eliminate even a single loyalist, yet has managed to expose another infiltrator from the Japanese police. Secondly, this person has diligently pursued traitors for years, toiling tirelessly. Such dedication deserves recognition, lest the morale of the group falters. So, what brings you here today? Surely, it cannot merely be a visit to see me? Akai Shuichi suddenly embraced Judy tightly. Shuichi, what are you doing? Judy exclaimed in shock. Wang Li shook his body, rose, and stretched lazily. Your two cousins require your assistance. And you may also encounter the one you have been yearning for, the enchanting Jin. Akai Shuichi momentarily paused in his movements, then resumed his leisurely handling of the spherical object. Very well, it's a deal. I shall take my leave now. Just observe the signal. And this is the general plan. Wang Li placed a sheet of paper on the table and slipped away. TSK, 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 the free land of America, where gunfights ensue daily. Little Black Wheat, Crimson Shuichi, Silver Bullet. These nicknames are already unbearable to behold. Vodka, what of that enigmatic woman? How many areas in the documents she provided require our intervention? Jin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, fired a shot upward, igniting the smoke with friction. The bullet that soared was cleaved in two by a knife casually tossed by Jin. Brother, what a deft maneuver. It seems your skills have advanced yet again. Vodka complimented Jin, but it's merely a matter of getting someone aboard a vessel, which poses a bit of a hassle. Jin exhaled a deep smoke ring. Might we encounter those individuals? Aside from Sherry and Maotai, of course. Wherever Sherry is, I refuse to believe Maotai is absent. That fellow would silently protect her even without direct contact. Truly a guardian spirit of sorts. Damn, why does it feel as if fool is a moniker he has assigned to himself? She merely suggested that there might be assistance and instructed the intelligence department to investigate. Vodka responded dutifully. What an unreliable woman. Her work is so sluggish. Jin, biting his cigarette, adjusted his hat. I shall venture out for some amusement, and if there's any information upon my return, we shall discuss it then. All right. After confirming Jin's departure, Vodka donned his headphones and opened a website. Kanasaiku. Oh, from FB? Belmont had just emerged from the bathroom. Upon opening his computer, the sound of incoming messages filled the air. Clad only in a towel, Belmont casually added an ice cube to his glass and poured in a bottle of rye whiskey, his slender fingers deftly clicking the mouse as information swiftly penetrated his mind. Oh, she is Akai Shuichi's woman? Her father. A glimmer flashed in Belmont's eyes. There could be some maneuvering here. A plan began to take shape in his mind. Next, he merely needed to confirm a few details. Belmont reached for his phone. Understood, thank you. He hung up and sent a message to Vodka's account. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the right opportunity. Belmont unfolded a flyer, revealing a ghost ship. Vodka, I was wondering why your efficiency has declined recently. Are you slacking off during work hours to watch anime? Are you being excessive? Jin occupied Vodka's seat and closed the webpage. Well, brother, I did upgrade to a premium membership, so there's no need to waste it. Vodka quietly defended himself. Who knew your idea of amusement was to catch me off guard? You still have the audacity to say that? The notification sound of a message interrupted Jin's incantation. I'll talk to you later. That avatar is toxic. Jin clicked on the avatar of Belmont's chat box, featuring a pink puppy labeled Hello Baby, and the messages within made him laugh with glee. FB, Rye Whiskey, Silver Bullet, Akai Shuichi. Rye Whiskey, Akai Shuichi, the 52nd chapter. Choosing a title is a major dilemma. Wang Li, feeling a profound sense of anguish, huddled in his seat, his pallid complexion leaning against the chair as his body trembled uncontrollably. Hey, Wang Li, are you all right? Yarden and Xiaolan noticed his peculiar demeanor. It's been several weeks, repeating day after day. Wang Li realized that the stubble on his cheeks had grown quite long. What on earth? Yarden and Xiaolan exchanged glances. You wouldn't understand. Even Zhihui and Sister Ming Mei don't comprehend my despair. To you, it seems merely 2 days have passed, but to me, it feels like I have endured several lifetimes. Now I finally understand why students in this world have so many holidays and still achieve such remarkable grades. Oh dear God. With your beloved mother looking down upon us and your enthusiastic grandmother beneath us, devouring a book day after day across countless cycles, even a pig could pass. Well then, considering how bored you are, I begrudgingly invite you to enjoy this event, Yarden said, pulling a poster from her backpack and slapping it onto the table. What is this? Wang Li raised his head slightly, and upon glancing at it, his gaze became fixed. Why have a century-old vampire vanished? Why do hundreds of werewolves howl in the dead of night? Why are mummies' coffins frequently stolen? Why do Medusa's eyes fall prey to unscrupulous hands? Behind all this, is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Come join our party and unravel all these mysteries. This advertisement was quite skillfully crafted. Wang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. Great. Finally, something to do. His great-aunt's granddaughter was relieved to finally escape the clutches of classes. Yarden, I need to visit the infirmary. Please help me request a leave of absence, or I fear I may not survive until that day. Wang Li sprang up, grasped the poster, and made his way to the infirmary. Sure, but why are you taking my poster? Yarden asked, her face a picture of confusion as she scratched her head. Upon opening the infirmary door, Wang Li lay directly on the bed, closing his eyes. Well, this student has already lain down, and the time is almost up. How about you come back for the next class? The newly minted doctor, Belmode, gently remarked to a girl feigning illness, who was actually in perfect health. All right, fine. The girl replied, her disappointment evident as she rose to leave. With each step toward the infirmary door, a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. Newly minted doctor, you shall not make me leave. With a swift motion, she executed a technique known as self-embracing, truly invincible, beautiful girl, ground slam. Just as she was about to make contact with the ground, an arm caught her. The girl gazed up at Belmode, her eyes filled with stars. And upon seeing his handsome visage, her legs gave way, and she fainted. Classmate, classmate. Belmode gently called her name, but there was no response. Goodness, Belmode, do you look this terrifying? Wang Li propped himself up, lying on his side on the bed. First of all, I'm currently sporting the newly minted face. If this girl fainted from fright, that is his issue, not mine. Belmode confirmed that the girl was merely unconscious and, satisfied, delivered a gentle mental shock before placing her on the bed. Now, you little darling who only shows up when there's something amiss, is there anything you need? Oh, I wish to attend this event, Wang Li said, tossing the poster toward Belmode. A young friend of mine is ill with a cold, and I would greatly appreciate your house call. Belmode's smile twitched at the corner of his eye. Oh, that is a minor concern. But why don't you bring her here personally? Truth be told, we don't have any Banlangen or vitamin C tablets, nor do we even possess any wild ginger. Otherwise, would I need to intervene? Wang Li retorted, in this tiny place, I don't understand why some individuals from my homeland forget their grievances and lavish praise. Such public figures are truly appalling. He displayed his phone to Belmode. Look at what this Xiaobo's fans are posting. Setting aside Xiaobo's past and her previous scandals. Just regarding this matter alone, is my homeland south 900 million square kilometers not enough for her? Is the beauty of our land not worthy of admiration? He thrust his face closer to Belmode's, his expression contorted with anger. Let me tell you, Belmode, those who bear the blood of our homeland and constantly praise others, claiming the moon is rounder outside, are traitors. Those who do not love their own homeland, what can you expect from them? Belmode gently pushed him away, wiping his face. Why are you telling me all this? Why? Wang Li scoffed with disdain. Belmode, I tell you this because for traitors, death is the lightest and best form of retribution. He flung open the infirmary door. I am a traitor. The Sir is a traitor. Tian Jia is a traitor. Only you, we three do not wish for you to betray your own heart and become a traitor, Belmode. Belmode's face displayed profound astonishment. What merit do I possess to be mentioned alongside the three of you? Coming back to his senses, Belmode called out to Wang Li's retreating figure. There are transactions occurring on that ship, my homeland. Wang Li turned back and gazed deeply at her. All right, I understand. Thank you for the information. Kudu, there is a matter on which I require your assistance. Upon returning home, Wang Li dialed Conan's number. What is it? Conan yawned. It's about the organization, specifically concerning vermouth. Wang Li twirled the pen in his hand. Conan's expression sharpened. He had already deduced from a series of events that Sharon Vineyard's mother was a high-ranking member of the organization, Vermouth. What do you intend to do? Conan's voice was laden with gravity. I plan to have you engage with the core members of the organization. A smirk curled at the corner of Wang Li's mouth as he began to outline his plan, prompting a gasp from the Mayano sisters, who were diligently working on their homework. What do you think, Director Conan? Wang Li inquired after concluding his explanation. Excellent. Conan's glasses gleamed, revealing a broad smile. Vermouth, having dismissed an email marked as acceptable, cheerfully called Jin and recounted her plan with a hint of discretion. Jin, how do you find this plan? In the moonlit night, Vermouth swirled her glass of red wine, her phone on speaker mode. There is a significant issue, Jin remarked, biting into a 7-star cigarette while gently caressing his handgun. How can you be certain that sherry and black whiskey will show up? Moreover, your plan entirely overlooks the possibility of Maotai's appearance. If I say they will come, then they will come. Consider it a woman's intuition. As for Maotai, Vermouth took a sip from her glass. He will handle it. The information I provided him will not be ignored. You haven't divulged the cargo line you possess to him, have you? Jin, understanding Wang Li's intentions, surmised the nature of the information Vermouth had shared. Huh, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. Vermouth replied dismissively. Besides, it's just a line that is better lost than found. Oh, I recall that none of your income is less than 10 million greenbacks, right? A woman with audacity. I am beginning to change my opinion of you. Jin finally lit his 7-star. I do not require your opinion. Just do not disrupt my plan. Vermouth hung up the phone and stretched, revealing a lotus tattoo on her back. Do you know how the Calabash brothers are sent off? Sir, I am sorry, but you and your wife cannot enter our game party in that attire. The staff, weary, gazed at the bizarre ensemble before them, exclaiming, what peculiar beings. How could such costumes be conceived by carbon-based life forms? This realm of the second dimension is beyond my comprehension. Let it perish, swiftly. Wah. You simply do not understand the joy of painting walls. The couple fled, tears streaming down their faces, drawing curious glances from passers-by. How could one not stare? The couple had literally affixed foam boards to themselves, appearing utterly unrefined. Hikaru wore a blue gourd on his head and a blue vest, exuding an air of coolness. Speaking of which, I am famished. How much longer must we wait? Yantai, dressed in yellow, patted his honest belly, yearning for eel rice. Yantai, just hold on a little longer. We will be next, Bume, adorned in a pink gourd outfit, reassured him. having followed a certain gentleman's advice to color her white top flesh-toned. All right, you three, just wait a moment longer. Fushy's golden hair was dyed black and styled into an elegant updo, her attire resembling scales with a long hem trailing to her ankles. Mike Oshida, I recall you brought drinks. Right? Why not offer them a sip? Dr. Agasa tapped his head with his oversized claw. Doctor, who would bring their own beverages to a party? Fushy shot a flirtatious look at Dr. Agasa. Alas, I did not expect to be inundated with romantic gestures here. YKO, dressed as a witch, adjusted her hat. Fearing her temper might compel her to fly away on a broom. Indeed, even to partake in a renowned mixologist-esque concoction, one must first endure a taste of romance. The vampire Muri Kagoro turned his gaze towards Conan, who was masked and cloaked. I say, young lad, if your cold has recurred, you ought not to have come. What if it worsens? Conan mumbled, it's fine. Wang Li said I merely need to break a sweat, followed by a series of coughs into his mask. Do not heed the words of that quack. Muri Kagoro remarked, clearly unfamiliar with Wang Li's herbal remedies. Quack, you say? Although sometimes unreliable, it often proves effective. Conan coughed once more, proudly asserting his lineage's medicinal traditions. Medicinal traditions? Little fellow, is your friend a doctor from the Zhanghua family? A woman with 9 snake heads and green skin inquired, grinning. Muri Kagoro was startled by her appearance. What are you dressed as? Father. A girl clad in a shrine maiden outfit ran, approached, and bowed to the woman. Apologies, this is my father's first time attending such a gathering. Conan, casting a sideways glance at the woman who waved off the apology, muttered, Medusa, whose gaze petrifies those who stare into her eyes, from Greek mythology. Ah, little brother. You possess quite a bit of knowledge. Medusa bent down, her form resembling a quaking mountain, causing Muri Kagoro to gasp, that little brother. Could you tell me what your companions are dressed as? Following Medusa's pointing finger, Dr. Agasa was engaged in conversation with the staff regarding their costumes. Oh, you might as well ask them yourself. Conan replied exasperatedly, rolling his eyes. We are adorned in the distinctive attire of the Zhanghua family. Do you comprehend the uniqueness? Doctor. Agasa continued explaining Wang Li's instructions to the staff. I understand. How could I not? The Zhanghua family's magical art film studio, right? However, it still does not align with our party's requirements. The staff appeared troubled. I understand. But for the sake of my livelihood, I must regretfully deny you entry. Doctor. Agasa found himself at a loss. Wang Li did not mention such a situation. As they exchanged glances, a man wearing a pirate hat and sporting a pair of curled black mustaches descended from a ship. What is happening? Why are all the guests blocked here? Oh, Captain Blackbeard, your arrival is timely. The staff found their backbone upon the captain's presence. These individuals wish to board the ship, but their attire does not meet the standards. Captain Blackbeard glanced at Dr. Agasa, a glint of recognition sparking in his eyes. Ah, an expert. The Zhanghua family's Calabash brothers, quite discerning. Yet rules are rules. Captain Blackbeard observed as Dr. Agasa's group bowed their heads. However, considering you brought a few children to support the event, I shall pose a question. If you answer correctly, I will make an exception and allow you to board. Ah, thank you. Dr. Agasa expressed his gratitude fervently. Do not rush to thank me. The question may prove somewhat challenging, Captain Blackbeard chuckled. Here is the question. 1. In one sentence, prove you have watched the Calabash brothers. 2. In one sentence, distinguish between the first and second installments of the Calabash brothers. Ah, Dr. Agasa was utterly astonished. What? At a loss for words? Then please take your leave. Captain Blackbeard shook his head in disappointment, just like T from X sound, aiming to draw attention. No, I must ponder this. Dr. Agasa quickly waved his hands. Ah. Then please answer the question. Captain Blackbeard regained his interest. The first query. Hey, monster, quickly release my grandfather. Dr. Agasa's face reflected a sense of nostalgia. The second question. The second installment introduced elements of romance involving Little X, a bold innovation, yet it teaches us that early love often leads to unfortunate outcomes. Very well. Very well. Captain Blackbeard clapped thrice, expressing his elation. Old man, do come aboard. With a slight turn of his body, Captain Blackbeard personally ushered Dr. Agasa and his companions onto the ship. Thankfully, Wang Li had provided me with a crash course on this subject. I nearly forgot moments ago. Dr. Agasa chuckled awkwardly as he led the four onto the vessel. Ah, Dr. Agasa truly is remarkable. Kagoro Muri, Ran, and Sonoko followed closely behind, signing their names. Of course. While our current anime offerings are abundant, in those days, the quality of Huagua's animations was unparalleled. The staff marveled, reminiscing about how their animations once received international accolades. Pondering why they have faltered in recent times. The progression of time and the biases of parents, Conan remarked, signing his name before letting go of the pen. Young lad, well said. You possess quite the insight, as if you had a Huagua family member. Medusa also signed her name, Trinity. While noticing the first name on the page, Shinichi Kudo, the renowned detective, long absent from the scene, has boarded this ship as well? Truly a ghost ship, indeed. Whether one is about to become or has nearly become a specter. Chapter 54. Selling crutches, no illness, just a few steps. A Toyota halted at the entrance of Wang Li's residence, its driver cautiously navigating the array of defenses to reach the front door. A gentle knock resounded, followed by silence. "Who are you?" came a weak voice from behind the door. "I am Judy, Wang Li's English teacher. He asked me to come and take you to the hospital," Judy assured, ensuring her voice penetrated the barrier. "Please wait." After a moment of searching, the masked Shiho opened the door slightly. Glancing at Judy's appearance, she remarked, "The person Wang Li described is not you. I'm sorry, he is not home. Please leave." As she attempted to close the door, Judy swiftly interposed her hand and foot. "No need to be so hasty," Judy smiled. "Just like Wang Li described, you are quite guarded. He must have rushed out and forgotten to inform you. Fortunately, he mentioned that if I said a particular phrase, you would accompany me." Judy cleared her throat and, in her broken Chinese, declared, with a knife in hand, "Follow me. Kill the dog and seize the remaining frost." Upon hearing Judy's words, Shiho scrutinized her closely, hesitating before opening the door fully to step outside with Judy and enter her car. All of this was observed by the newly arrived Dr. Shinichi, who furrowed his brow deeply as he shifted to drive slowly behind Judy's vehicle. "Hey, the car behind us has been following since we left," Shiho alerted Judy. Okay. Judy noted through the rearview mirror, "I'll shake it off now." Let her witness the essence of speed and passion. With a confident grin, Judy pressed down on the accelerator as they approached a curve, the vehicle's RPM soaring instantly. Judy skillfully weaved through traffic, executing a flawless drift around the bend. Dr. Shinichi observed the scene, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Oh, a street race? If you wish to indulge, do so sooner. I'm wide awake now." Shifting to sport mode, he eased off the gas, then floored it again, achieving a sudden burst of acceleration that allowed his car to drift perfectly through the corner, overtaking others with finesse. "Impressive. Let us see this move," Judy praised, though her expression was clouded with concern. Shiho quickly grasped the door handle, recalling Wang Li's driving experience. They were now at the point of true speed. Shifting to acceleration mode, the Toyota roared as it navigated through traffic. "Taste my exhaust." Judy gripped the steering wheel tightly, glancing back at the rearview mirror. "Oh, it seems you wish to challenge me." Dr. Shinichi's excitement was palpable. "No one can challenge me in a street race." He casually pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, a fierce glint in his eyes. "Savor my nitrous." With a swift release and press of the gas, he shifted gears, steering sharply towards the roadside. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and the same applies to vehicles. Before the next stop, you cannot escape. Utilizing the roadside curb as a ramp, his vehicle soared alongside the wall at high speed, rapidly closing the gap to Judy's Toyota. "Hey, Judy." Shiho called through her rearview mirror, witnessing Dr. Shinichi's incredible maneuvers. "That car is coming up fast. My goodness, how does he manage to drive like that?" Shiho observed Dr. Shinichi's face drawing nearer in the mirror. Recognizing the situation, Judy finally acknowledged Dr. Shinichi's impressive driving. "Oh my goodness, is he not afraid of crashing?" Closer and closer. She felt as though she could hear Judy's startled scream. Suddenly, the Toyota decelerated, catching Dr. Shinichi off guard as his vehicle sped past the other cars. "Cursed. I was tricked." Dr. Shinichi quickly realized Judy's strategy, to pique his interest with a thrilling chase and then slow down, using the traffic as cover to make her escape. After a brief moment of surprise, he chuckled again. "A clever tactic, but unfortunately, I have anticipated your anticipation." Reducing his speed, he retrieved his phone and dialed. "Hey, Vodka. How's it going? Are you keeping up with them?" Vodka, the chauffeur of the trailing Porsche 356A, replied, "No problem, I see them." "Good, keep close. And don't let them shake you off," he instructed, lighting a cigarette only to extinguish it immediately as they approached a police checkpoint. "Don't attempt to overtake. Just trail behind." "Understood." Vodka hung up, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. If only it were that traffic officer named Yumi. Both cars are speeding, grossly violating the law, and they could be impounded, allowing me, a law-abiding citizen, to return to watching anime. Speaking of which, the classic series King of X has recently released its latest episode. The Pompadour is back. Oh dear, it seems I've unwittingly driven ahead of him. What do you think? Cool little girl, what should we do next? Judy dramatically leaned on the steering wheel. This performance is utterly dreadful. Shiho rolled her eyes beneath her mask and muttered, "What now? It seems you genuinely want to take me to the hospital." From a young age, I have harbored a disdain for physicians. However, I possess an unconventional remedy that could expedite your recovery. Judy grasped the steering wheel firmly. "Shall we give it a try? Your inquiry lacks sincerity, akin to the treaties signed by your homeland." Shiho rolled her eyes in exasperation. "I declared my refusal to go. Would you permit me to leap from this vehicle?" Haha. Truly a delightful girl, just as Wang Li remarked. Judy deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to the side. "Let us venture to the port area and behold the maritime scenery." Shiho retorted helplessly, gazing at the scenery to cure a cold. "Your assertion bears a striking resemblance to your former vice president, who once brandished laundry detergent as a biochemical weapon." At that moment, Judy's laughter faded entirely. As Dr. Shinshue circled back and arrived at the port area, Judy and Shiho stood resolutely by the vehicle. "Judy, what are you doing?" Dr. Xinshui inquired as he alighted. Wang Li asked me to fetch his child for a consultation. Why have you brought her here? Well, I am aware, but I believe my remedy is indeed effective. Just look, the child is no longer coughing. Judy adjusted her glasses. Oh, what if the child continues to suffer from a cold and fever? Dr. Xinshui, discerning Judy's demeanor, realized that Jiho might only be able to resort to force. Most likely, a good beating will suffice. Judy swiftly drew her pistol. Dear immortal witch, Belmont, shall we meet face to face? Dr. Xinshui pursed his lips, sighed softly, flicked his hair, and let the air escape from his body. Although his attire was loose-fitting, his voluptuous figure was subtly discernible, and his elongated stature, combined with an exquisite physique, rendered the ageless witch Belmont even more enigmatic and regal under the moonlight. Chapter 55. Transactions must be conducted in silence once the ghost ship confirmed that all individuals were aboard. It embarked on a journey filled with a plethora of demons and monsters within its very being. Captain Blackbeard engaged in lively conversation with Dr. Agasa, happily granting their party the most generous privileges before contentedly retreating to his captain's quarters. I say, Jin, do you consider my captain's quarters to be your home? Captain Blackbeard exclaimed upon entering to find Jin seated in his chair. Humph. Jin exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze rife with disdain. Were it not for your superior, the enigmatic Belmont, pleading with me daily, I would be content wandering the streets in my Porsche. Spare me. While Belmont may nominally be my superior, she rarely interferes with my affairs. How could she possibly allow you to intrude? Captain Blackbeard casually found a chair for himself. Just as the others in the organization have said, Jin, you truly spend your days idling, while simultaneously engaging in dual operations. Huh, is it really that dire for you? Perhaps we should consider a collaboration. Know that my points are personally designated by that esteemed individual, surpassing Belmid's by a margin. Jin twirled his gun continuously. With just 3 phrases, I could procure items worth tens of thousands. Do you believe me? What might those 3 phrases be? Such an intimidating claim. Captain Blackbeard, clearly skeptical, retorted, do you perceive yourself as a figure of great significance? 3 phrases for 18,000? Even the compendium of famous quotes isn't priced that high. Jin, sensing Blackbeard's disbelief, leveled his gun at him. First, I am Jin. Second, I have a gun. Third, my name is Jin. Ha ha ha, should the opportunity arise, I shall be sure to convey that to the esteemed Jin. Captain Blackbeard laughed heartily. I am not intimidated. It is merely that a pillow arrived just as I wished to sleep. Truly, what a delightful coincidence. What of him? He is merely a minister, lacking understanding of frontline operations. Those individuals only know how to inspect and will never empathize with the struggles of frontline employees. Battling against traitors and hostile forces has left us utterly drained, yet they continuously burden us with organizational regulations and examinations. It is utterly taxing for me. And if I can remember all this, I still need to engage in frontline operations. How uncomfortable it is to sit in the back, enjoying air conditioning. Jin began to recite a whimsical verse before Blackbeard. Oh, little bees, flit among the flowers, flit away. You speak the truth, then it is settled. I shall be loyal to you, Jin. From now on, I shall rely on you. Captain Blackbeard chuckled, rising to retrieve a briefcase from a nearby wooden crate, placing it before Jin. Let this briefcase serve as my introductory gift to you, Jin. Opening the briefcase revealed bag after bag of white powder, alongside a substantial quantity of green blades. Jin whistled appreciatively. Ah, the profits from your route are indeed substantial. Indeed. Otherwise I would not have the confidence to work under you. Jin, Captain Blackbeard modestly replied. He then produced a jade pendant from his pocket. I must meet with a client shortly, and it may prove challenging as he is a shrewd negotiator. I wonder if you, Jin, could grace me with your presence to oversee the proceedings? Certainly. Should he dare to negotiate, I shall ensure he discusses pricing with the Almighty himself. Jin extinguished his cigarette, accepting the jade pendant. The quality is commendable. Where does he hail from? Such a skilled negotiator would not surface in this modest land. Actually, there are indeed some. The world is vast, Blackbeard began, but how do you know about this land? Although internally vexed, he continued speaking. That individual hails from the eastern red soil, where flowers bloom. I mean, it is no surprise given their upbringing. Jin instinctively began, then realized, wait, could it be someone from the flower region? The door to the captain's quarters was abruptly flung open as Dr. Agasa and Fuchsia appeared at the entrance, grinning and observing them keenly. Who are you? Captain Blackbeard, having control over a route, was no fool. He harbored no naive notions that Dr. Agasa was merely seeking to chat over drinks with his wife. Your grandfather's grandfather. Doctor. Agasa replied cheerfully. You dare to inquire? Then I shall respond with equal audacity. Do you wish to die? Seeing his men surrounding Dr. Agasa and realizing Jin was behind him, Captain Blackbeard drew his pistol, aiming it at Dr. Agasa menacingly. Wish to die? That would be quite the desire on your part. Ha case, no. Jin. Dr. Agasa remained unfazed by the dark muzzle of the gun, stepping into the captain's quarters, bending down to close the door gently, and uttering, proceed with caution. Dr. Agasa's composure instilled acute panic within Captain Blackbeard, who swallowed hard and turned to his brother, asking, Jin, do you know him? Ah, Captain, you have committed a grave workplace faux pas. Dr. Agasa continued smilingly. One ought not to inquire if a leader recognizes you. Rather, one should ask if the leader acknowledges your presence. Despite having similar intentions, my words leave the leader feeling as though they are basking in the gentle spring breeze. The coolness of summer, the crispness of autumn, and the warmth of winter's snow. Jin offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on Dr. Agasa. Captain Blackbeard ultimately could not endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer and, trembling, fired a shot. The bullet, clearly misdirected, struck the door, and Dr. Agasa made no move to evade it, as the bullet embedded itself into the door. The men outside, uncertain of the situation within, assumed that their captain was signaling for action upon hearing the gunfire. The leader among them raised his arm and shouted, "Subdue that woman." "Sigh, I was just a bit anxious. What are you charging at without knowing the enemy's details?" Those who fear not even the likes of Jinjiu cannot be mere ordinary folks. Blackbeard stood dumbfounded upon hearing the commotion outside. Suddenly, a series of bone-crunching sounds erupted, and with a startled shout, the door was once again smashed down by one of his subordinates. The horrific scene outside left Blackbeard gasping in shock. Fu Shahui effortlessly subdued the leader attempting to flee, delivering a forceful blow that brought his head into intimate contact with the wooden ship's wall. Remarkably, the entire process took less than a minute. They had already reached the pinnacle of entry and should begin to solidify. Jinjiu noticed the aura dissipating from Fu Shahui's hands and casually applauded, commenting on the unyielding prowess of his teachings. "Oh, Lord Snake Venom." Chuckling, Tianjia dropped the pretense and waved his hand, admitting that his disguise skills learned from the thief were still somewhat lacking. Fu Shahui charged into the room, landing a punch squarely in Blackbeard's gut, then discarded the disguise, leading the incapacitated captain out. "So, you wish to interrogate him?" Jinjiu kicked a suitcase towards Tianjia and leaped high, smashing a table beneath his feet. With a blade in hand, Tianjia expertly maneuvered from below to above, skillfully navigating between the drugs and the green knife, then seized Jinjiu's gauntlet. "Surely, it's unnecessary to mention that you are aware of my ties with Maotai. On this matter, we cannot possibly have any disagreements. Those who dabble with poison shall never be forgiven, eternally condemned to unrest." After successfully blocking a series of close-range strikes, Jinjiu recognized the significant gap in their abilities and ceased his assault, producing a cigarette and tossing it to Tianjia. Tianjia did not catch it. Instead, he sheathed his knife. "Jinjiu, I shall not accept it, especially not anything touched by you after you have tainted it with this substance." "Heh." As if I were smoking too, Jinjiu ignited a 7-star cigarette. "So, you invaded this ship for this drug route?" "Certainly not. I am escorting an old friend of yours to meet you." Tianjia turned and exited, brushing past a bandaged man. "Master, he has confessed completely." The Viper reported respectfully to Tianjia. Go destroy that batch of goods and ensure that the flower cultivator is bound at the ankles. Once off the ship, deliver him to the embassy waiting at the port." After issuing his orders, Tianjia departed. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom. It was the age of foolishness. It was the epoch of belief. It was the epoch of incredulity. It was the season of light. It was the season of darkness. It was the spring of hope. It was the winter of despair. We had everything before us. We were all going direct to heaven. We were all going direct the other way. Note, Caruan, are you not going to cease? ISNT the current organizational situation at Dual City? Chapter 56. I've got this covered. In the port area, Vodka hid behind a container, observing the scene, awaiting Belmod's signal. How annoying. I wish this would conclude sooner. These people are truly entertaining. They exchange pleasantries before fighting, but the strong typically finish it with a single blow, leaving little to write about. I might as well return to watching Academy City. The glimmer of nostalgia flickered behind Vodka's sunglasses. That year was indeed an era of masterpieces. A shadow stealthily approached Vodka from behind, revealing a similarly innocent face. How did you know? I thought I was well hidden. Belmod casually adjusted her hair. Judy leaned back against the engine hood of a car, wisdom sparkling in her glasses. You should remember the case at the doctor's house before you replaced him, right? I've heard something about it. What's the matter? Belmod surveyed the surroundings, the sea breeze carrying a hint of salt. We discovered a dossier in the police station that had been tampered with. You should know who the murderer was in that case, right? Judy ceased speaking, aware that Belmod understood the implication. Fingerprints? That's not right. I remember wearing gloves at the time. Besides, didn't he the murderer confess? What is there to discuss? Belmod's smile grew more pronounced. There is no one around. How clever of you to bring up such trivial matters. Judy seemed oblivious to Belmod's scrutinizing gaze, her expression still brimming with mirth. Of course, they didn't find your fingerprints on it, and legally speaking, this criminal is currently innocent, as there is no compelling evidence to prove her guilt. Then why are you telling me this? Belmod leaned against the engine hood as well. I just find it amusing that the ageless witch of the organization is so sentimental and foolish. Judy crossed her arms, her amusement unmasked in her words. Belmod paused momentarily, a frown creasing her elegant brow. I find your statement rather perplexing. Judy produced a pair of gloves from her pocket and tossed them to Belmod. A gift for you. No need to thank me. Silicone gloves? Belmod smirked. Do you think I don't understand these gloves? Is there something you're not disclosing? I'm not picky. but just a heads up, I am exceptionally skilled and enjoy using them. No, Chris Winard, or shall I say your mother's name, Sharon Winard? Judy ignored Belmont's flirtation, and a hint of gravity finally emerged in her tone. Belmont displayed little surprise, rather disdain. Is that all FB can manage? Just uncover my alias? Child, your mother must be quite disappointed in you. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Judy's eyes as she swiftly drew her gun, aiming it at Belmont. You admit it then? You killed my father too? Your father? Let me think. Belmont feigned contemplation. I recall that weakling. Did you happen to be the little girl who accepted the glasses I handed you? That fire didn't consume you? I merely remembered that my father wanted orange juice before sleeping, so I stepped out to buy some. Judy's emotions were visibly unstable to even Jibao. Why did you kill my father? Why do you still look the same after over 20 years? You truly are a fortunate and dutiful girl, Belmont nonchalantly praised, waving her hand. As for the reason? Naturally, it was an order from the organization. What else could it be? Returning to the matter of my beauty. A secret makes a woman a woman. With a finger raised to her lips, Belmont exhaled softly, exuding charm. The last scene of her father's life resurfaced in Judy's mind due to that phrase, and Belmont's flippant demeanor ignited Judy's fury, causing her to shout, Belmont. The gun rose repeatedly, bullets unleashing a torrent of rage directed at the ageless witch ahead. Belmont gazed up at the heavenly orb, reflecting. The green lady and the white maiden both endure the cold, competing in the moonlight's frost. Vodka stood before Belmont, raising a shield to absorb all the bullets. You. Judy, breathless, glared at Vodka as he cast aside the shield and strode forth. When reloading, a bullet whistled through the air, striking the barrel. Belmont elegantly blew on her revolver, smoothly returning it to her pocket. Judy, give it up. Soon, you'll be reunited with your father. All your actions are within my expectations. Another bullet hurtled toward her, but Belmont swiftly tilted her head to evade, then turned her serious gaze toward Judy's vehicle. Is that so? Did you ever anticipate that I would be inside the car rather than outside? As I opened the rear door, a man donned in a knitted cap, wielding an M1911 and carrying a shotgun, emerged from the vehicle with a cigarette in his mouth. It was Akai Shuichi. A wave of shock surged through Vermouth, prompting Vodka to hastily slam on the brakes. Akai Shuichi, what brings you here? Vodka inquired, voicing the question that Vermouth had in mind. Positioned before Judy, Akai Shuichi raised his shotgun and remarked with a playful tone, where else would I be? On which ship should I be found? Vermouth recognized that the plan had shifted. Yet she remained calm, for capturing the kingpin was paramount. She swiftly dashed towards Shiho and Judy, aiming to place Akai Shuichi in a precarious position. Although Vodka was not the sharpest tool in the shed, he possessed a fighting instinct. Upon hearing the sound of slicing air behind him, he understood his singular task was to entangle Akai Shuichi. He raised his shield and stepped forward, simultaneously protecting himself and shielding Vermouth's advance. Akai Shuichi fired his weapon, discarded it, and steadied his stance, launching a powerful punch. Judy, realizing she was now a liability, attempted to return to the car with Shiho, but another gunshot rang out, striking her leg. Vodka intercepted Akai Shuichi's fist, forcefully shifting his center of gravity, and delivered a kick to further unbalance him. Initially intending to withdraw his fist to assist Judy, Akai Shuichi was compelled to leap back due to Vodka's relentless assault. Judy rolled forward, closing the distance to Shiho in an instant, yet she ignored her, reaching instead for the seemingly petrified Shiho. A gun was aimed at Shiho's head, and as Vermouth twisted her arm around her neck, she declared loudly, Stop. Sherry is already in my grasp. This moment felt secure. Vermouth sensed Shiho trembling in her grasp, her heart settling. Akai Shuichi reluctantly ceased his actions and stood tall, asking, What are you talking about? She is Shiho, staying with the Maotai family. Vermouth sneered. Such a nonsensical naming convention must be the work of Maotai. Wouldn't you agree? Sherry, Mayano Shiho. I don't know what you're talking about, Shiho muttered, disheartened. Judy. Are you seeking death? Vermouth noticed Judy struggling to rise, attempting to reach for the shotgun nearby, and fired a shot that struck her abdomen. Akai Shuichi suddenly turned his ire towards the lax Vodka, delivering an elbow strike followed by a close-range attack. After enduring several bullets from both the handgun and shotgun, aided by a breathing technique, Vodka's shield shattered. Shiho also attempted to draw a wristwatch tranquilizer gun for a counterattack, but Vermouth swiftly elbowed it, shattering the watch and tearing off Shiho's mask. You are Conan, Vermouth exclaimed, staring at the familiar youthful visage before her in disbelief. You are here. Where is Sherry? A small knife pressed against her spine, accompanied by a familiar, crisp voice. Are you calling for me? Why shout so loudly? This moment felt secure, undeniably so. Boss. A special whiskey sour, please. Who might this be? So mysterious. Jin had initially intended to pursue Taka to inquire about certain matters, but was obstructed by a bandaged man. The bandaged figure remained silent, suddenly launching an attack which Jin narrowly avoided by tilting his head. Jin's counterattack was also thwarted by the bandaged man. Both withdrew their strikes simultaneously, exchanging kicks before gracefully rolling to dissipate the momentum. Upon landing, they propelled themselves towards each other once more, unleashing punches, palms, elbows, knees, and legs, exchanging blows with neither yielding. Following another kick, both executed a backflip, landing steadily. Jin scrutinized the bandaged man intently. Who are you, really? The bandaged man flexed his fingers and beckoned Jin. Come, see for yourself the secrets within. Oh, daring to challenge me in such a manner? Very well, I shall oblige. Jin produced a 7-star cigarette, placing it between his lips, then forcefully advanced. With a backward step, the bandaged man twisted his torso and unleashed a straight punch. Jin leaped, his hand forming a blade, power surging within. So high, yet you wield a hand blade? Do you think you are that man who has simmered into a broth? The bandaged man pivoted on his front foot, executing a spinning kick. Jin swiftly retracted his head, the tip of the shoe grazing his nose, simultaneously converting his hand blade into a shield to block the kick, then retaliated with a punch aimed at the knee. The bandaged man leapt swiftly, catching Jin's fist, twisting midair, and crashing both of them heavily onto the wooden floor. Taka, listening to the sounds of the fight within, sighed. Jin, after all these years dealing with traitors, your skills have diminished significantly, wouldn't you agree, Lamondo? Emerging from the shadows, Lamondo slightly bowed to Taka. Lamondo, at your service. Poison Snake Instructor. It has been a while. You seem as robust as ever. As ever, Taka replied, leaning against the railing. That phrase sounds pleasant to others. But it is not so for me. I was injured while instructing you, frequently writing reports, and imparted little knowledge. 5 years of teaching hardly equaled a year under Maotai. You exaggerate, Lamondo straightened. While Maotai taught us killing techniques, you taught us how to control our power, which is far simpler than control. From the day I met you. Your words have always been so charming. The sea breeze tousled Taka's white hair, explaining why he Tion, that silly girl, often spoke such heartwarming phrases. It must be a genetic predisposition. Poison Snake Instructor, Tion is indeed articulate and delightful, but it is thanks to you and Maotai's guidance that she has not strayed. Lamondo stepped forward, enjoying the salty sea breeze. Enough. We owe you an apology for that incident. Though we were foolish at the time, ultimately, we wronged you. Taka yawned and stretched. I am getting old. I cannot endure sleepless nights. The other side should be nearing its end as well. I shall intervene in their pointless brawl. Poison Snake Instructor, you remain youthful. Lamondo observed the stars scattered across the sea. TSK, if I were a girl, would I not be moved to tears by such words? Taka shrugged. Inside the room, seizing an opportunity after several exchanges, Jin grabbed a nearby pirate hook, rolling forward to deliver a powerful uppercut, tearing through the bandaged man's wrappings. I knew it. Apart from you, the troublesome little darling, who else could it be but Maotai? The revealed cheek ignited Jin's ire. Truly, you have elevated me too high. Can you refrain from obsessing over me like a lovesick fool every day? The disdain on Wang Li's face was palpable. If Maotai is here, then it follows that Sherry is here as well. He would not allow her to stray too far from him. Jin's eyes flickered with determination as he steadied himself. Now, only the question remains of how to bypass him to reach Sherry. What? Seeing my face has made you too frightened to advance? Wang Li taunted, observing Jin's hesitance. Jin's eyes glimmered with resolve as he lunged forward. Heiji Jin, the organization's relentless and stoic assassin, consider any insult to me a provocation to the organization. And challenging the organization is an affront to me. I suddenly feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through my veins. I am invincible. As Wang Li faced the ravenous attack of Qingjiu, he calmly drew his pistol, gazing at the dark muzzle of the gun. A cold smirk graced Qingjiu's lips. Naive, do you think a mere handgun can affect me? With his gauntlet materializing, Qingjiu intended to deflect the bullet and then strike down Wang Li. The corners of Wang Li's mouth curved with a chill. His fingers resolutely squeezed the trigger. Come on, let's see who is faster than a bullet. When Tianjia entered, he was met with an intensely frigid scene. Jin lay on the ground, hands raised in surrender, while Wang Li was sprawled atop him. TSK. Have your relations grown so intimate? Tianjia couldn't help but lament the bewildering changes in the world that he, as an elder, found incomprehensible. Snake venom. It appears that Lamont did not engage with you at all, Jin remarked, adjusting his hat as he flipped Wang Li over, his clothes still pristine. It seemed that the direct assassination squad was rather lackluster. Oh, Jin, do refrain from speaking recklessly. I have a daughter at home. I cannot afford to flirt with death as you do, testing the waters and leaping about. As Lamont ascended the stairs, he overheard Jin's words and retorted, what a jest. A mayfly shaking a giant tree, how foolishly presumptuous. Once is enough for reckless endeavors. Repeated attempts are but invitations to demise. I am a brand of fine wine, not mere base spirits. Your perspective is rather narrow. A mayfly shaking a giant tree, how audaciously deluded. After finishing his sentence, Jin turned to Wang Li. How long do you intend to bear that face? Rye whiskey, Akai Shuichi. Akai Shuichi paused slightly, smiling as he removed his disguise. Really, I thought it was flawless. How did you see through it? Maotai would never use a watch. Although skilled with firearms, he would never employ them in such confined spaces. Faced with energy-based weaponry, he would only counter with a sword, with no other options. Jin hesitated, then pressed down his hat. The most crucial point was that no one present could overpower him. TSK, Jin, if you've admitted defeat, do not drag us down with you. Tianjia chuckled. Now, show me the transaction line you possess, and I shall grant you safe passage. Oh, Snake Venom Instructor, we are 2 against 2 here. What gives you the audacity to say that? Lamont elegantly positioned himself in front of Jin. Then, why not give it a try? My knife versus Maotai's sword, whose edge is sharper? Tianjia grasped the air, and a knife appeared in his hand. Well then, it's been a while, direct assassination squad Lamont. Please, snake venom instructor, do enlighten me. Lamont flicked his wrist, and a fan appeared in his grasp. Jin tilted his head, beckoning Akai Shuichi with a hand in an extreme provocation. Come now, though sherry is no more. I can concoct a special whiskey sour just for you. In the port area, Shizuka, wearing a mask, pressed a small knife against Vermouth's spine. Vermouth. Why are you calling me so forcefully? I'm still young and cannot withstand your piercingly loud voice. Shizuka gently glided the knife along her spine. Oh, sherry. Not bad at all. You've made progress. Have you grown so bold as to ambush me? Vermouth raised her hands effortlessly. Everyone requires a bit of growth. Shizuka's voice was tinged with joy. Akai Shuichi, what are you waiting for? Haha, vodka, did you hear that? What do you think I'm waiting for? Akai Shuichi inquired jovially. Vodka, carrying Vermouth, showed a pained expression, clenching his fists. My brother's kindness is monumental. I cannot disregard his orders. Rye whiskey. It has been many years. Please continue to guide me. Setting his stance, exhaling slowly, Vodka delivered a punch in an agonizingly slow motion. All right. A brave man. Do not blame me for using my full strength. A glimmer of amusement crossed Akai Shuichi's gaze as he swiftly moved in, delivering a knife hand strike to Vodka's neck, rendering him unconscious in an instant. What is going on? We are not without means to turn the tables. Is he surrendering? Vermouth was taken aback by Vodka's clumsy act. I should have anticipated this. How could someone mingling with that deranged man possess a normal thought process? Oh. What other means do you have to turn the tables? Feel free to show me. I yearn for a spectacle, Akai Shuichi remarked, rolling his eyes at Vermouth while binding Vodka's hands. Plates, as someone once said, are meant to be flipped. Vermouth lunged forward, seizing Conan, and with a kick, sent Shizuka's knife flying from her grasp, throwing the scene into chaos. Akai Shuichi reacted swiftly but found himself at a disadvantage. Vermouth, clutching Conan, deftly caught the falling Shizuka before she hit the ground. Maotai, you had best not make any sudden moves. Vermouth's smile was beguiling, leaving Akai Shuichi momentarily dazed. They're all in my grasp. Akai Shuichi pinched his cheek. What are you talking about? Vermouth, I am the genuine article. Akai Shuichi, rye whiskey. Maotai. This conversation has lost its charm. Vermouth tossed Conan towards the driver's seat. As he attempted to counter, she produced a bottle of perfume and rendered him unconscious. This manner of speaking, who else could it be but you? At this point, Wang Li smiled as he shed his disguise on the matter of speaking. I actually wish to change it. There are indeed several troublesome issues related to it, but not insurmountably so. If one were to say it isn't bothersome, I wouldn't say it is particularly easy either. I find this speaking style rather troublesome, though not excessively so, yet not easy either. Everyone seems to think I speak rather carelessly, but I don't believe it's that careless. If you were to say I am not careless, I sometimes find myself feeling quite so about it. As for why I am so careless with my words, I have forgotten, but the underlying reasons remain vaguely heartwarming. I must say, I didn't notice at first until you spoke and I realized it was you, the one with the dual faces, wasting such remarkable skills. Vermouth gripped Shizuka's hands behind her back, constraining her neck. How did you know it was her technique? Wang Li's eyes darted, seeking a flaw in Vermouth's defense. We are all disciples of Kaido Kuroba. I was even a bit ahead of her, and some techniques were taught to me by my master. Vermouth observed Wang Li's movements, positioning Shizuka in front of herself. Ah, Vermouth, you are far too mysterious and overly confident, Wang Li sighed. Perhaps you should check whether the person in your grasp is truly Shizuka? Vermouth, hearing this, swiftly pulled down Shizuka's mask. Who are you? Vermouth turned the person around, revealing Akemi Mayano. With a swift stroke, he caught Akemi, slicing through Vermouth's wrist. Why don't you guess where my dear Shizuka is? Achu. Conan, cradling a glass of milk, calmly awoke with a sniff. Mayano, are you all right? The disguised Yukiko looked anxiously at Shizuka, who was adjusting her glasses. I'm fine. It's probably Wang Li over there talking about me again. Shizuka removed her mask and took a sip of milk. Oh, I truly envy your childhood friendship. The boy from my family is utterly hopeless, Yukiko lamented as she took a sip of her drink. Yukiko, Shizuka, feeling Yukiko's gaze upon her, Shizuka proactively corrected herself. Sister Yukiko, your fellow is now spending every day with his childhood friend. Who knows, you might become a grandmother unexpectedly one day. Huh? Are you implying that your antidote research is complete? Yoshiko remarked that she had indeed bathed Conan before. No, it is impossible for such a short time to pass. A TX-4869 cannot be affected by external factors. Shizuka paused momentarily and offered a simple analogy. Are you familiar with the growth of mushrooms? As long as one provides the mushrooms with a specific environment, they can grow rapidly, and once the caps unfold, they are ready to be consumed. The wine glass slipped from Yoshiko's hand. My goodness, do I need to hastily prepare a dowry? Tianjia and Lamando breached the structure of the room, surrounded by a haze of smoke, as the fan pressed down upon the knife. Serpent Venom Instructor, your speed is no longer what it once was. Lamando, with one hand restraining Tianjia's dual hands blocking the knife, asked, could you please enlighten me on the reason that Maotai Instructor said Tian is physiologically not dead? What nonsense! That lovely girl, Tian, is already deceased. Tian Zha's breathing technique surged, forcing Lamando back. He rolled and leapt, evading the strike of the rattlesnake's blade. Serpent Venom Instructor, please, as Tian's last remaining relative. I implore you. Lamando sheathed his fan and bowed respectfully to Tian Zha. Ah, it appears that Shizuka is indeed aboard that ship. Vermouth covered her bleeding wrist and turned her gaze toward the sea. I don't know. Why don't you take a guess? Wang Li set down Akemi. Wary of Vermouth. Surely, Mr. Vermouth has informed you, regarding Shizuka, that one can only strike once. Otherwise, I shall no longer hold back. Vermouth straightened her posture. Licking the blood from her wrist. Is that what you mean? Of course, I know, which is why I have not made a move. The tip of the sword hovered before Vermouth's exquisite nose, as Wang Li stated expressionlessly, Vermouth, I am not jesting with you. Stand down. I have already anticipated your actions. And you have lost. Upon hearing this, Vermouth elegantly adjusted her hair. You say I have lost? What a jest. You may predict my moves. But can I not predict your predictions? Suddenly, Vodka, who had been lying on the ground, sprang to life, seizing Akemi before Wang Li could react. Long time no see. Akemi-chan. Vodka's fa shattered, revealing a familiar dark skin beneath. In the harbor area, if one were to survey from above with a DJI drone, the situation would become clearer. Two vehicles faced each other, each attempting to blind the other with their glaring headlights. A blonde woman lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen. Nearby, a scruffy black-skinned figure held a 6- or 7-year-old girl, while a high school student pointed a sword at a woman of otherworldly beauty, slightly lower. One could spot a cross-dressing boy lying on the vehicle where the beautiful woman was located. Pulling back the lens revealed a Porsche 356A parked between containers, where a burly man, wearing sunglasses, leaned against a container, asleep. Hey, is that bourbon whiskey? What wind has blown you here? Although Wang Li was anxious about Akemi's predicament, he could not suppress his urge to jest. It was a ritual of life. Bourbon continued his actions, smiling. Several high-ranking individuals have matters to attend to. And since the commander and I have nothing to do, we decided to join the fun. The commander? That untrustworthy old 13 Shao is here too? Where is he? I haven't seen him. I've missed chatting with him. Could it be that my imposing demeanor has finally subdued him? Wang Li quipped while maintaining his swift movements. With a swift footwork, he wielded his sword like a phantom, blood spraying and fabric flying, as Wang Li placed the sword against Vermouth's delicate neck. Now, let me state the obvious, Vermouth, tell Bourbon to release his hold. Wang Li's eyes were filled with fierce intent. You are correct. It is indeed a trivial observation and earnest triviality. The bloodshed only enhances Vermouth's alluring beauty, and can I command those who earn 2 salaries and bonuses? Hey, what are you saying? Bourbon, with unceasing movements, replied, I only regard the organization as my family. I say, you pervert. Akemi could no longer endure it and swatted Bourbon's busy hands away. Are you overly fond of this thing? TSK, Bourbon, it's been years. Yet you haven't changed at all. Wang Li reflected on certain childhood memories, lamenting, indeed, it is easier to change the landscape than to alter one's intrinsic nature. You don't understand a thing. Twin tails are the best, okay? Bourbon's voice was so loud it nearly echoed to the heavens. Pervert. For out of the 5 present shared the same assessment of Bourbon's behavior. All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Vermouth, are you certain you will not relent? Wang Li raised the tip of his sword to Vermouth's chin. I have already stated that I cannot and do not have the authority to make Bourbon stop. Vermouth proudly extended her neck, lifting her head. No, we both know that Bourbon would never harm Akemi. Wang Li's sword tip slowly glided across Vermouth's throat. And you are now in my grasp. Maotai, it seems you have misunderstood something. Bourbon, with a grim expression, picked up the tear-streaked Akemi, declaring, I am Bourbon whiskey of the organization, not the rogue rye whiskey. Then how did the Scotch whiskey come into play? We both understand that, don't we? Wang Li withdrew his sword. Very well, let us discuss this seriously, Vermouth. Regardless of your acknowledgement, you have already lost. I do not share that sentiment. Vermouth adjusted her hair. Indeed, the genius beauty is unparalleled. Wang Li scoffed as he approached Judy, unleashing a swift sword intent. I apologize, Teacher Judy. But please take a moment to rest. Bourbon also approached with Akemi. Maotai, what do you wish to convey? Of course, it pertains to you, Vermouth. Wang Li, filled with rage, thrust his sword, the brilliant light of the blade aiming to cleave Vermouth in two. Vermouth advanced at astonishing speed toward Bourbon, executing a punch and a sidekick in one fluid motion, seizing Akemi before rolling away to evade Wang Li's strike. What of it? My body has transformed in such a manner due to the organization's fallen angel, Sherry, and Akemi's mother, Elena Mayano. Vermouth, disregarding the blood, fashioned a brick. Do you truly believe I am that infatuated fool, Jin? I am the genuine victim. Tears streamed down Lamondo's cheeks as Tianjia remained silent for a moment, letting out a long sigh and gesturing for the rattlesnake to assist Akai Shuichi. The room was once again left with only Lamondo and Tianjia, who stepped forward to support Lamondo, whose face was now etched with tear stains. Observing the ravines on Lamondo's face, Tianjia beckoned him to return to the place illuminated by the jade plate and the starlit sky. How should one articulate this matter? Tianjia organized his thoughts, realizing that everything must ultimately relate back to the breathing technique. Indeed, Is it not that esteemed individual who has intervened? Lamando dried his tears and approached a step behind Tianjia. No, to be precise, it is the decision made by the two of them. Tianjia's gaze was filled with reminiscence. When I first met Karasuma, he had already been declared dead for 20 years. Tianjia produced a cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply. After our conversation, I joined his organization, where I encountered a woman more talented than Maotai Usilian. Karasuma changed his name to Karasuma Renya. And Maotai has always believed it to be due to Tian. He only perceives half the truth. Karasuma also did so in memory of his daughter. Tianjia exhaled a smoke ring, pondering the words of the esteemed gentleman's daughter, who seemed to weigh her expressions with care. Did you think she was merely an aging woman, utterly depleted? As he flicked away the ash, I must tell you, such naivety. She is merely in her 30s. And with the effects of her cultivation practices, she possesses the vitality of youth. That old scoundrel, Wuquan, is somewhat enviable. Her talent rivals that of Tian. Both have ascended to the realm of integration in less than 5 years, yet they find themselves at a crossroads of confusion. Tian just smacked his lips. Reflecting on Tian's fortune in having Maotai as a brother, providing guidance and support to ensure her well-being, both physically and mentally. However, the situation with Wasilian was different. She initially sought to suppress her condition with medication, only to succumb to her own demons and fall into a deep slumber. The subsequent events are too delicate to divulge. Nonetheless, both Wuquan and I sought ways to awaken her. Tianjia took another deep drag from his cigarette. After we attempted a particular method, Wasilian, in a certain sense, did awaken. Ultimately, with Maotai's assistance, we discovered that once a practitioner of the cultivation method passes away, the essence within their energy sea transfers to the spine. Thus, after deliberation with Wuquan, we devised a feasible plan. In the end, the one you designated was Tian. Lamenting the decision, Lamingduo's realization dawned as she glared at Tianjia's retreating figure, her fury palpable. He had chosen her. I intervened. Deeming it unnecessary to sacrifice the younger daughter for the sake of the elder, wouldn't you agree? Tianjia extinguished the cigarette but, insisting that he had but one daughter. Meanwhile, Bourbon rolled amidst Belmont's chaos, exchanging a knowing glance with Mimi, who was held as a hostage, and nodding subtly. As Bourbon initiated the assault while Wang Li distracted Belmont, he struck first, sweeping his long legs toward Belmont's lower body. Instinctively, Belmont leaped backward, narrowly avoiding Wang Li's sword strike. Belmont had intended to deal with Mimi first, but suddenly felt a chill in her energy sea. Looking down, she discovered Mimi had plunged a small knife into her abdomen. Wang Li discarded the brick, while Belmont, with a swift motion, unleashed a spray of crimson. Bourbon, executing a sliding back maneuver after catching Mimi, propelled himself backward using the momentum. Belmont lay on the ground, reduced to mere labored breaths. Was the outcome already determined? In the 60th moment, I swore an oath against gambling and drugs. For the first time, Lamingduo took a step forward, leaning against the railing alongside Tianjia, gazing at the scenery. And then, Tian's hoarse voice startled even Tianjia. Why did this child have to die? You see, I had warned you before. Even if you wronged your wife, you shouldn't have let your child grow up without a father. But you wouldn't listen. Tianjia reproached Lamingduo, tapping his forehead in frustration. Now you realize you should care for your child? What good does that do now? Lamingduo remained silent, absorbing Tianjia's tirade. Was there any taboo in caring for the widow and orphan of a comrade? Tianjia recalled the peculiar actions of the person before him. It was strange. Considering he wasn't born in the renowned matching systems of Great Africa, why did his thought process diverge from that of a typical individual? I cannot provide her with a normal life, nor can I offer her my full paternal affection. Perhaps it is better for her to grow amidst peers, Lamingduo thought. Guilt evident in his eyes. I failed to be by her side during her formative years, yet I am willing to sacrifice everything for her. All you do is utter nonsense. The child is gone, and all you can say is I'm sorry. For those of you living your comfortable lives, is there nothing else you can do as human beings besides kneeling in the dirt and apologizing? Tianjia's frustration boiled over as he pointed at Lamingduo. At this moment, you speak of sacrifice. What else do you have to give besides revenge? Taking a breath, Tianjia turned away, unwilling to further provoke this pitiable father, and looked down at the eclectic crowd below. Lamingduo, when was the last time you saw your daughter, that foolish girl, Tian? In the confinement chamber, Lamingduo said, closing his eyes in anguish. Lamingduo, you're here. Please, help me free these chains. Tian's voice echoed in desperation. Lamingduo, they say I am not normal, but I am. Can't you see? Please, give me that white powder. Lamingduo, just a taste, just one hit. Then you can treat me however you wish. I'll comply with anything. Lamingduo. With a sudden crash, Maotai burst into the confinement chamber, delivering a harsh slap to Tian. Ha, Maotai, you've come. What else with the violence towards your sister? I had no idea you had such a penchant. How about this? Strike a deal, just one hit. And I'll do anything you want. Maotai, please, just end my suffering. Don't let me endure this pain any longer. Ha, but you need money. Don't you? I can offer all my savings. I can be yours entirely, just one hit. With a dull thud, Maotai expressionlessly knocked Tian unconscious. Lamingduo reopened his eyes, blood filling his gaze. Tianjia, tell me, who was responsible for her, for Tian, for my daughter, being tainted by that damned substance? Maotai, How many people have you mentioned my name to? Tianjia sighed again. Who else could it be? At that time, Tian was already immersed in it. Who but those who exploited her kindness and innocence could lead her astray? And what about you? Where were you and Maotai? Lemingduo's nails dug deep into his palm, blood trickling to the ground. To lure the tiger from its den. Tianjia's words dripped with regret. I understood Kuru's intentions. Maotai was fiercely protective of Tian. While we had clearly expressed our discontent with the organization's drug dealings, even uniting to strike several routes. Taking a deep breath, Tianjia continued. Thus, Kuru summoned us to his villa to seek the family treasure. Once found, we would abandon drug trafficking. We were eager for the organization to return to a righteous path. After eliminating a group at his estate, we discovered the treasure, but we couldn't retrieve it, so we returned to the organization, hoping Kuru would devise a plan. To our dismay, we found that Tian had already taken over the drug routes and had succumbed to addiction. As Jin crashed through a wooden wall under the combined assault of the snake and Akai, weapons re-emerged in the hands of Tianjia and Lemingduo, clashing once more. Lemingduo. Believe me or not, after that incident, I severed ties with the organization entirely. Maotai remained due to Sherry and Tian, but he refused all assignments. Until the very end, Kuru dispatched unaware individuals like Jin to stall him, ultimately abducting Tian. By the time Maotai reacted and arrived at the lab, Eucilian and Tian had already completed their transformation, and only Eucilian awakened, while Tian fell into eternal slumber. Did Kuru still let Sherry research ATX 4869? Lemingduo unfurled and folded his fan, positioning a blade within. Tianjia pressed his hand against the blade, applying force. Do you understand the concept of sustainable development? Kuru is not the African president nurtured within an excellent matching system. He only knows how to exhaust resources. Does he wish to attempt this a second time? Lemingduo was nearly incensed. Who knows? But it's likely. With a swift cut, Tianjia struck, forcing Lemingduo to leap behind Jin. What is this, Lemingduo? Is your body failing you? Is it so difficult to deal with the aging snake venom? Have you been pushed back? Jin brushed his bangs aside, exhaling a cloud of frustration. Enough. At least I've had pressure in the past. I've fought back against the snake venom. What about you? You've been under pressure the whole time, and I can't even catch a ghost. Lemingduo's emotions shifted rapidly. In a match where even a dog could win. You're in this state. What are your thoughts? Jin fired multiple shots, preventing Akai and the snake from advancing. Yes, I have two thoughts. 1. GTMDTWH. 2. RNMDSexL. Refund. Lemingduo retaliated, using his fan to push Tianjia back. Ah, you sound like a seasoned player, yet you're already a father, and still so enamored with games? Jin scoffed. What do you suggest? A Parker challenge? Then a leap of faith? Lemingduo assumed a defensive stance. Then you cover my retreat. Jin, a master of betrayal, swiftly turned to flee. Damn it, Jin, may you have instant noodles without seasoning. Lemingduo exclaimed, astonished by the lack of martial ethics. Ha, I eat flavorful noodles. I'm not afraid of lacking seasoning. Many have wished ill upon me. I'm well prepared. You little sweetheart, wait for me. Lemingduo also turned to run. Thus, Tianjia and the others witnessed their fluid escape, comparable to a poorly executed parkour routine, followed by two splashes as they embraced the sea, a seagull soaring overhead, calling out as it glided across the waves. In the darkness, one cultivates the light. Is it over? How did you end up here? Mingmei stood with Bourbon's assistance. I don't know. What is Maotai still guarding against? Bourbon positioned himself protectively behind Mingmei, stating, we'll discuss later. For now, we must remain vigilant. Two straight blades fell into his hands, reflecting Bourbon's stern, dark expression. Wang Li wielded dual swords, gazing at the fallen Belmod with a complex expression. Suddenly, Belmod raised his hands, executed a somersault, and stood upright. A chilling, sinister laughter emanated from beneath his disheveled hair. It has been a while, dear Maotai. In an instant, his figure vanished, and Wang Li followed suit, leaving Mimi and Bourbon to hear only the sounds of clashing weapons in the air. When the two reappeared in sight, it was Wang Li delivering a powerful kick that sent the peculiar Belmod flying. Without a moment's pause, Wang Li struck again, while Belmod surged forward with equal swiftness. The collision of bricks and dual swords was a tumultuous blend of sorrow and rage as two formidable presences clashed. This was the organization's greatest combat strength, the once 10-year-old Maotai, who had wreaked havoc in the siege. Bourbon murmured, what does this mean? Mimi tightened her grip on Bourbon's garment. Wang Li has become terrifying. That utterly joyless face, could it truly still be him? Of course, it's still him, Bourbon replied, snapping back to reality. Realizing he could no longer intervene in the battle, he turned to Mimi with a smile. I returned from the Public Security Bureau and hadn't seen you. I never imagined you would change so drastically. Thankfully, I came this time. What has transpired? It was best not to mention the matter, for as soon as it was brought up, Mimi could no longer hold back her tears and collapsed into Bourbon's embrace. It's all Jin's fault. As Mimi recounted her tale, Bourbon's animosity towards Jin deepened. Achoo. Jin, who was swimming, inexplicably sneezed. You've truly aged, Jin. Even swimming has made you catch a cold. Ramen, executing a frog stroke, surpassed Jin with ease. Just kidding. I felt as though someone was placing the blame on me again. It's inevitable that my eradication of traitors would provoke widespread disdain. Jin, shifting to freestyle, took the lead once more. Meanwhile, as Bourbon and Mimi conversed, Wang Li's dual swords once again crossed the brick, piercing Belmode's shoulder and drawing forth a stream of blood. Belmode retaliated by sliding a brick past Wang Li's nose, then, with his long legs, delivered a powerful side kick. Wang Li stepped back, deftly wielding his sword in a horizontal and vertical motion to thwart Belmode's attempt to pursue him, shaking off the numbness in his hand from the kick. Wang Li gazed at Belmode with a complex expression. It has been a long time, Yucilian. Belmode smiled alluringly, leaning forward, her brick glimmering in her hand. The dual swords of Wang and Li intertwined, their energies mingling as the brick was about to make contact. With a determined strike, they cleaved through the air. The ancient martial arts technique, the flower cultivation swordplay, unleashed its variant, the explosive slash. Truly, it is disheartening that even my sister is not addressed. I am utterly saddened. The formidable Belmode, who should have been sent flying, landed gracefully, leveraging the momentum with the technique Thousand Gene Stone, seizing the opportunity with Wang and Li's defenses wide open. Belmode brought the brick crashing toward Wang and Li's chest. As Wang Li retracted his sword, he executed a backflip, striking downward with his axe-like leg towards Belmode's head. Belmode, with a smile, merely tilted his head aside, allowing Wang Li's assault to proceed unimpeded. The leg axe collided with Belmode's shoulder, reverberating with the force of a mountain, leveraging the momentum to rise like a towering peak. Brother, spare yourself the effort. I am the most formidable shield within the organization. Belmode intercepted Wang Li's straight kick, observing him retreat swiftly. Silence. My foolish sister is not you. You are Yucilian, not Tian. Wang Li exhaled, though his heart simmered with murderous intent. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Belmode, I have warned you. Do not betray your own heart. Unwavering, Belmode advanced once more, engaging in battle with Wang Li. I am not merely Yucilian. I am also Belmode, and indeed your dear sister Tian. A strange crimson gleam flickered in Belmode's eyes. Wang Li hesitated, nearly adopting a defensive stance. As a principal participant in the blood-red sunset incident, he recognized that the individual before him possessed the soul of Yucilian, the body of Belmode, and most crucially, the spine of Tian. This person's strength stemmed from Tian. If he were to strike decisively, Tian would be beyond salvation. Belmode, noticing Wang Li's reluctance to counterattack, smirked with satisfaction. Since you lack the desire to fight, I kindly ask you to withdraw. The assault intensified abruptly, each strike aimed directly at vital points. In his focus on defense, Wang Li eventually faltered, allowing Belmode to seize the opportunity and slam him against a container with a brick. Just as Belmode was about to deliver a finishing blow, Bourbon intervened. Bourbon, step aside. Belmode disdainfully declared, you are no match for me. If you wish to perish, do not rush it. Let each of you come one by one. I know I am no match for you, but I can still struggle a bit. Bourbon shouted, after all, if you die, who will protect my Ano Shiho? I am utterly powerless to safeguard my sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law, truly? The organization is filled with relatives. I shall have to ask Jin to tidy up upon my return. Belmode swiftly swung the brick, a gust of wind accompanying her movement. How swift. Impossible to defend. Bourbon realized she could not block the assault in time and had no choice but to cross her blades in defense. Just as the strike was about to land, Belmode halted her attack. Tian, how dare you? Belmode was abruptly interrupted by her own forceful command. Silence. Her gentle gaze turned towards the astonished Wang Li, Maotai. Do your utmost to end this? Belmode appeared to be wrestling with herself, extending her palm as if grasping at the void. What nonsense. End? For me. It has merely begun. With that, she swung the brick once more towards Bourbon, who crossed her blades in a desperate attempt to block the blow. I say, Aling, have you completely forgotten the teachings I imparted earlier? Wang Li interposed himself before Bourbon, seizing Belmode's wrist. Bourbon sighed in relief, mocking. Didn't someone just tell me that using a cross-block with dual-wielded weapons is the most foolish action? Indeed, you remember well. Allow me to impart 2 new lessons. Wang Li said, smiling faintly at the now contorted visage of Belmode. Firstly, I am stronger than you can imagine. Secondly, do not be too arrogant when claiming possession of another's belongings. With a swift motion, he knocked her counterattack aside, twisting her wrist with finesse before delivering a powerful blow to her solar plexus, causing Belmode to spew blood and shatter the glass of her own vehicle. The ancient martial art of inch punch flame reveals. I ask, was that intentional? Bourbon, drawing on her understanding of Wang Li, made the most logical deduction. Yes. She cannot die just yet, at least not at my hands, Wang Li observed as Belmode sped away in her car. Why? Bourbon inquired, perplexed. Because among those pursuing me. Might you be one of them? Wang Li approached Ming Mei. Regardless, thank you. Belmode parked her vehicle deep within the woods and retrieved a hidden phone, sending an email to a certain number before reclining vacantly in her seat. I have been too indulgent with you lately. Return to recuperate. Go to England. Akai Mary. The name in the text message elicited another smile from Belmode. If I cannot handle the daughter protected by Maotai, surely I can deal with your sister. Do you all treat school as your home? Ah. Wang Li yawned broadly on the sofa at Dr. Agasa's house. Wang Li, what is the matter? Did you not sleep well last night? Dr. Agasa, similarly stifling a yawn, entered the room. Not that I did not sleep well. Rather, I did not sleep at all. What is the effect of the silver bullet that my in-laws are researching? Why can Tian maintain control over her consciousness with just a single spine? Wang Li lamented, scratching his head. The ocean of science and the time of science are depths I shall never fathom. Nothing much. I apologize for troubling you and Aunt Fusey last night, making you wait at the dock for so long. I shall cook to reward you both, without Dr. Agasa and Fusey's assistance. Wang Li was unsure how this plan would have concluded. Just a small matter. However, there was a slight issue with the Mookie company. I just returned her from the airport, Dr. Agasa said, pouring himself a cup of hot water to clear his mind. That is truly unfortunate. Perhaps next time, Wang Li said, rubbing his cheeks. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, and after a moment of confusion, he retrieved it. Hello, this is Wang Li. If you wish to arrange a meal, press 1. If you would like to consult on studies, press 2. If you want me to cook, please hang up. If you wish to enter the distillery, heed my advice. It is fraught with peril, and you will not be able to navigate it. If there is nothing else, please leave a message after the beep, Wang Li said wearily. What a ridiculous message. This is Suzuki Sonoko, came the voice on the other end. Oh, young lady. What do you require? Not busy sweet-talking your beloved Kyoga Kamaki? Are you here to flirt with me? You need not bother. I cannot withstand Kyoga's iron fist. Wang Li switched the call to speaker mode, stretching as he stood. You, Sonoko, have no right to be so indifferent. Thank you for the invitation. I only like handsome men, excluding pretty boys. Right now, both Rand and I are at school, so hurry over. What for? Do you treat school as home? Such fervor for learning. Wang Li had always found Sonoko's dedication to education perplexing. As one of the wealthiest heiresses in the world of Conan, able to treat items like the recollection egg as mere marbles, and a beauty who could cast aside a hairpin, why such a passion for school? Passion for learning, indeed. Hurry over, Sonoko said, hanging up before Wang Li could refuse. This woman, Wang Li mused, had outsmarted him yet again, knowing he would decline and preemptively cutting the call. Are you two so close, so well acquainted? A voice drifted in from behind, belonging to Shihyo. Oh no, this is a disaster. Achio. Jin sneezed from his hospital bed, waking momentarily. Jin, you weakling, is it merely from swimming 2 kilometers in the ocean that you catch a cold? Lamont bundled himself tightly under the covers. What nonsense. You are also here, are you not? We are both patients. To insult me is to insult yourself. Jin shivered as he reached for the 7-star cigarettes and lighter hidden in a vase on the table. Refreshing. Jin exhaled smoke, adjusting his position to lie comfortably, relishing the absence of traitors. Hey, you have no awareness at all. An elder is lying beside you. Lamont chastised Jin for his selfish behavior of smoking without sharing. My cigarettes. Do you possess the right to smoke them? The contradiction between his words and actions was stark. Thanks, dear Jin. Lamont lit a cigarette for himself. By the way, what are your thoughts on the organization's future direction? Thoughts? What thoughts could there be? The money I possess keeps increasing, and that is my sole perspective. Jin replied, shaking off the ash from his cigarette and swiftly throwing the blanket onto the floor. After a brief commotion, the two reluctantly surrendered the 7 stars and lighter to the nurse under her watchful gaze. Once the nurse departed with satisfaction, Lamont shot Jin an exasperated look. Darn it. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I would have finished my smoke. Hiki, I find immense pleasure in this. Jin rests his arms upon the headboard, an endearing scoundrel indeed. What is your opinion of that esteemed individual? Lamando inquired straightforwardly about what weighed on her mind. What do I think? This year, I have already dispatched hundreds of traders alongside vodka, not to mention the 9 mid-level officials with code names, Jin muttered. As long as the organization continues to provide me with funds, I can recklessly forge ahead. As the saying goes, those who serve the state ought to share its burdens. Do you also harbor disdain for that esteemed individual's policies? Lamando pondered silently. Moreover, it was that very individual who granted us the reason to persist when we found ourselves at an impasse. Lamando, do you not feel the same? Jin remarked languidly, referring to Hitian's father. You. The breath within Lamando's grasp swirled incessantly. I am indeed part of the eradication unit, while I may not comprehend the deeper intricacies. I can certainly grasp certain matters, Lamando. Jin appeared oblivious to the turmoil in Lamando's hand. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, brushing against Jin's narrative and calming all tension. Campus ghost stories? Wang Li, who had sacrificed several designer handbags, consoled Yoshiko before arriving at school. Upon learning the reason for Yuenji's gathering, he was taken aback. Indeed, do you not think that as students of T in high school, we ought to stand up to uphold the school's reputation? Yuenji declared passionately. Once we unveil the true nature of the ghost story, let us have Xiaolan and Senior Shumi use karate to vanquish it. Yuenji. As Wang Li anticipated, Xiaolan was exceedingly afraid of the unknown. Then why did you bring Conan here? Wang Li shot a sidelong glance at Conan, who wore a mask. What are you looking at? Am I unwelcome? The genuinely unwell Conan was deeply frustrated. I was promised the spotlight, the chance to shine, yet I have been given nothing but 100 words. This script is a joke. Nonsense. I have no desire to be at a crime scene. There is no commission to be gained from it. Wang Li rolled his eyes dismissively and turned to Shumi. Senior Shumi, what brings you here? Are you intrigued by this matter? Yuenji helped me fill out a form, so I naturally had to return the favor. I also brought in a foreign aide. Shumi opened the door, inviting someone in. Dun dun dun. Let us welcome the new doctor. Hello, everyone. The new doctor waved apologetically. Wang Li and Conan's expressions changed in an instant. Before Conan could expose his secret, Wang Li spoke up. Oh, Shinshu, you were injured before, weren't you? Have you recovered so quickly? Well, not completely. I'm heading to the UK for treatment. So I returned to hand over my duties, but I was brought here by Shumi, Shinshu replied with a cheerful smile, showing no signs of vulnerability. The UK? A new mission? How delightful to enjoy a public-funded trip while cleaning up. Wang Li said as he scratched his head and walked down the hallway. Well, let's hurry. My injury hasn't fully healed yet. That's nonsense. That rosy complexion clearly indicates you just had a sumptuous meal. Shinshu thought to himself, amused. By the way, let me give you a heads up. Most so-called campus ghost stories or urban legends are merely products of hearsay, which means they could just be rumors. So, miss, don't hold out too much hope, Wang Li quipped, expertly deflating the atmosphere. Perhaps the creator of the ghost stories is right on the playground. What nonsense are you talking about? Sonoko shot a disdainful glance at the playground, only to be completely taken aback. Yuanzi, what's wrong? Stalan and Shumi followed Yuanzi's gaze towards the playground, their expressions equally complex. Shinshu and Conan, one standing tall and the other climbing up to the window, exchanged knowing glances with Wang Li. Stop looking at me like that. I'm quite anxious, Wang Li said, feeling a chill run down his spine as he joined them at the window. Damn, a boy is running back to the teaching building. And a desk is quietly placed in the middle of the playground. The campus ghost story has come to an end. Perhaps I should buy a lottery ticket? First and foremost, you need a childhood sweetheart who loves you. Oh, we really have to retreat, don't we? Vermouth? Wang Li leaned against the wall, grinning at Vermouth while the three girls excitedly dragged Conan off to solve the mystery. Vermouth remained silent, quickly closing the distance to Wang Li and striking with her hand. Hey, isn't this a rather intense way to greet me as a farewell gift? Wang Li smiled as he grasped Vermouth's wrist. I just don't understand. Can you really defeat Tian? Vermouth withdrew her hand, rubbing her slightly pained wrist. I couldn't before, but it seems I might stand a chance now. Wang Li twirled his wrist, playfully beckoning to Vermouth. Come on, let's have some fun. You know you can't defeat me. Childish. Vermouth turned to leave. Until I've mastered Tian's strength, I won't fight you. I'm not like Jin, who has peculiar obsessions. Take care. Do visit again. Wang Li called out as Vermouth's footsteps grew quicker. Not bad. You're almost flying with how fast you're walking, Wang Li chuckled, causing Vermouth to stumble slightly. Vermouth shot Wang Li a fierce glare before heading up the stairs. Hey, Gaobao, Gongmei, how was your homework today? Did you pay attention in class? After school, Wang Li, Yuanzi, and Stalan ran into the boy detective team on their way home. Gongbao's project and craft class looked fantastic. Even teacher Kobayashi praised it. Ayumi immediately spoke up for her best friend. Exactly. Gongbao's work is practically a masterpiece. Kagoro, ever the loyal admirer, chimed in, eager to voice his unachievable happiness at such a young age. My eel rice model went unappreciated. Yuan Tai lamented, patting his rumbling belly. Talking about eel rice makes me hungry. Yuan Tai, I've told you before, simply placing a black cloth over a crumpled white cloth doesn't work. Conan sighed. Even if it could, we typically call that sushi, not your beloved eel rice. Gaobao, what did you do to earn such high praise? Wang Li asked, genuinely curious, considering his wife's skills were more rooted in technology than arts and crafts. Humph. Shiho merely turned her head away, her puffed cheeks making Wang Li want to pinch them. Gaobao, what exactly did you create? Xiaolan and Yuanzi, intrigued by Gongbao's demeanor, leaned in. This little brat probably didn't produce anything normal, hence the embarrassment, Yuanzi teased. Mitsuhiko, feeling the duty of an older sister, decided to showcase her younger sister's talent, pulling out her phone to browse through her photos, stifling a laugh. An artist is quite critical of their own work. She must have scrapped it to start anew. Wang Li and San, filled with curiosity, leaned in closer to examine Mingmei's phone. The image displayed a face adorned with vibrant colors, and a faint outline of an apron could be discerned in the outstretched hand. A dark object was present. Gongbao, this possesses a certain artistic flair, Xiaolan finally articulated after a moment of contemplation. The boisterous Yuanzi, however, was less reserved and erupted in laughter, clutching his belly. What is this? Haha. Teacher Xiaolan remarked that this was a piece from the Picasso movement, suggesting that with meticulous refinement, one could achieve greater heights. Mingmei recalled Teacher Xiaolan's intricate expression and couldn't help but smile. Humph. Zhiwei pouted, tossing her head aside as she contemplated departing, only to be enveloped in a warm embrace. Thank you. Wang Li, in front of everyone, wrapped his arms around Zhiwei and gently kissed her forehead. Did you notice? Zhiwei lifted her gaze, her bright eyes meeting his. Yes, I noticed right away, Wang Li replied, his forehead pressed against hers, a radiant smile gracing his face. I am truly happy, thank you, Zhiwei. Well, as long as you're happy, Zhiwei gracefully turned, placing her lips against Wang Li's forehead as a reward. Wang Li smiled as he gently patted Zhiwei's head, only to discover that Xiaolan and her companions were engaged in hushed whispers. What are you discussing? He inquired. Oh, nothing at all, Xiaolan and Yuanzi replied, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they waved their hands dismissively, as if caught in a compromising situation. Is that so? Wang Li shrugged nonchalantly, leading Zhi Wei between them. Yet, Guang Yan remained uneasy, hesitantly asking, "Excuse me, Brother Wang Li, do you have a fondness for Gong Bao?" Why do you ask such a question? Wang Li responded, realizing that their previous conversation had indeed revolved around this matter. Well, it seems rather peculiar, Buma interjected, pulling Zhi Wei behind her. Your every action seems to convey your affection. Brother Wang Li, Yuan Tai chimed in, shaking his finger. Just a reminder, if you make advances toward underage girls, you could end up in prison. Wang Li tapped his head thoughtfully and inquired of Xiao Lan and Yuan Zi. Do you share the same sentiment? Indeed, replied both in unison. With Yuan Zi's expression radiating disbelief, I, Suzuki Yuan Zi, the second daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, endowed with an alluring figure and fair complexion, have been overshadowed by a mere yellow-haired girl? Haha. Wang Li chuckled heartily, clutching his belly. Only when the others had lost their patience did he cast a sidelong glance at Conan and remarked, Allow me to demonstrate for someone. What are you looking at? What does it concern me? I have already ascended. Conan retorted disdainfully, but Wang Li's subsequent words made him realize precisely what he needed to learn. Wang Li gazed intently at Zhi Wei and declared, My feelings for you have never been mere affection. They have always been love, just as I proclaimed when we first met. Hello. My wife. Zhi Wei's eyes shimmered with tenderness, reflecting a myriad of memories that coalesced into the image of a steadfast companion. He smiled, nurturing hope within her heart. Mingmei observed this poignant scene, sighed softly, and shook her head. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she took Zhi Wei's hand and stepped forward to Wang Li. Placing their hands together and articulating each word with sincerity, I entrust my sister to you. Indeed, Wang Li solemnly vowed. Sister, you? A pair of rings appeared before Zhi Wei's eyes. Our parents once told me that he would make a wonderful son-in-law, Mingmei said as she presented the rings to them. I can stand in for my father to give my sister to you, but I cannot replace you in placing the ring upon her finger. That is only natural. Wang Li replied, a hint of emotion in his voice as he took one of the rings and slipped it onto Zhi Wei's finger. Zhi Wei clenched her fist tightly to prevent the somewhat oversized ring from slipping off. What is this world coming to? Yuanzi thought, finally realizing that he had been bested by a young girl. Wishing you both happiness. Young Guangyan, merely 7 years old, experienced the bittersweet taste of both love and loss. Just then, a gunshot echoed, drawing everyone's attention towards the phone booth across the street. A figure clad in a black trench coat hurriedly approached a motorcycle, while within the booth, a man slowly collapsed. In the 63rd instance, it became evident that there was not a single sane individual within the organization. Wang Li swiftly retrieved the cup from his bag, while Conan crouched down and activated his technologically advanced shoes, rushing towards the street railing. It's decided. Go for it, Conan, Wang Li exclaimed, launching the cup with a shout, double hook. The loudness and familiarity of his voice prompted the figure in the black coat to glance back momentarily. That fleeting glance amidst the crowd would forever etch the figure's image in his memory. With the combined acceleration of Conan and Wang Li, the cup, whistling through the air, struck the face of the figure clad in black. Ouch, Conan thought, reflecting on how he often ended up kicking faces whenever he wore these shoes. Had Professor Agasa imbued them with some form of advanced technology? Precision auto-targeting? A face-striking feature? The implications were chilling. Wang Li gasped, jolted back to reality by Shiho's tugging, and sprinted towards a nearby overpass. Wang Li just vaulted over the railing. Conan, who had already landed on the road, found Wang Li's actions perplexing. Why not make a direct dash when a case had just occurred? Why take the longer route via the overpass? I haven't purchased insurance. Nor do I wish to sacrifice my lower half or even my future for a shortcut. Wang Li pointed toward the rapidly passing vehicles. Perhaps there's some merit to that reasoning, Conan pondered. It dawned on him that his parents had provided insurance for his current identity either. Moreover, if he were to lose his future in any capacity, how could he ever bring happiness to Ran? At the entrance of the overpass, Wang and Li awaited Conan, who, after considerable effort, managed to climb over the railing before they all dashed across to the other side. Upon reaching the telephone booth, the figure clad in a black trench coat slowly regained consciousness and gradually mounted his motorcycle. I was astounded. Did none of the locals rush in to subdue him? This truly resembles the antics of the Japanese during the Olympics. As Wang complained, he instructed Conan and the others to examine the man sprawled on the ground, while he himself strode purposefully towards the motorcycle. My dear little darling, it is evident that cheap goods are not to be trusted. I should have requested a Harley instead of this clunky motorcycle. What is the point of this? To race through the world? Romani, can't you, as the head of your department, exercise a bit more discernment? Beneath the black trench coat lay Ratu, who had been assigned a mission. Before the successful ambush by Latu, Wang Li tackled him, and the two of them rolled into the middle of the road. Latu kicked Wang Li away to create some distance, and they both regained their footing just as several cars honked and sped past. They exchanged a glance and, in unison, leaped onto the rooftops of the cars, launching themselves at each other. After several exchanges of punches and kicks, they switched positions atop the vehicles. This person is quite suspicious, wearing a mask and sunglasses so tightly, However, his combat skills remind me of my own in the past. Could he be a member of an assassination unit? Wang Li crouched down to evade the traffic lights. But as he regained his posture, he crossed his arms to block Latu's kick, only to be propelled onto the sidewalk due to the force. Wang Li. Jiho and Mingmei were worried about him, trailing behind the vehicles. It's fine. This person should be an old acquaintance, just not sure who he is. With Jiho's support. Wang Li stood up and watched the departing cars. What's going on? Conan, who was patting down a suspect, was asked by Wang Li and the Mayano sisters as they returned to the phone booth. Isn't your pat-down technique a bit too skilled? What did you say? Conan replied, this officer is beyond saving. I can only search for clues to clear his name. He held up the officer's badge he had found. Well, that statement is accurate, but it feels somewhat odd. I've analyzed the components of Mihua Town, and it's merely a mixture of victim and perpetrator, right? What is more touching is that these two identities interchange. Perhaps one moment he is the perpetrator, and the next, he becomes the victim. Truly embodying the question of who comes first, tomorrow or the future. Now that the person is dead, they surely arrive together. Although I don't quite understand the mindset of these individuals, I am profoundly shocked. Donning his gloves, Wang Li took the officer's notebook from Conan's hand. And 3 words caught his eye. Heroin. Was this officer investigating heroin? Wang Li stood upright and bowed to the body on the ground. Wang Li, what are you doing? Yoko questioned his gesture, while Ran and the 3 kids from Titan were equally perplexed. However, Jiho and Mingmei noticed the words in the notebook and also bowed in respect. All narcotics officers and those related to drug enforcement deserve this salute. It is precisely because of their existence that we feel safe, Wang Li declared, raising his voice. Enough. That is sufficient. I will avenge him. I promise. Latu stumbled through the door of his studio, panting as he collapsed into a chair. His clothes and any related items had been disposed of en route, and he bore no injuries. Good. Everything went smoothly. He leaned against the table and took a large gulp of water. What the hell? No one warned me about encountering the Maotai instructor during the mission. You weren't there when I was executing assassinations, but you were present when I fired my gun. Isn't this targeted at me? Latu flopped back onto the chair. Fortunately, I acted wisely. I took a gamble and kicked him down while he was unprepared. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it out today. After calming himself, Latu pondered for a moment and dialed a number. Brother Romani, I need backup. Backup? What are you talking about? It's just a few police officers. Do you really need backup? Don't lower our department's prestige. Came the urgent sounds of keyboard clacking from Romani's end. Latu knew Romani was likely busy compiling daily reports, weekly updates, financial statements, safety inspections, and the like. Although he felt embarrassed for the sake of his life, he pressed on. Our organization's prestige has long been tarnished by the Maotai instructor and Jin. Who cares about prestige? Just say my brother. Romani paused momentarily, then continued typing furiously. What is the situation? You've resorted to using the word save? I just mentioned the Maotai instructor. The name Latu mentioned made Romani want to smash his computer. Didn't we agree to avoid the Maotai instructor? I just heard that his current strength is enough to take down Jin, Ramen, and Vermouth in one go. Jin and Ramen are hospitalized. And Vermouth has been dispatched by that certain individual. Isn't this precisely to avoid the Maotai instructor's return? And you're handling it like this? I didn't come back from America to clean up your mess. Latu clumsily caught the phone, his voice trembling. What can I do? Should I cancel the mission? No way. Our department's K is already at the bottom of the frontline units. We must continue. Romani insisted, as he still wanted his performance bonuses. Brother. You must come quick. I can't handle this alone. Latu felt he had taken on a hot potato. At this critical juncture, you're still making jokes? Your mindset is truly commendable, brother. Let me think. Within the assassination unit, Ramen is hospitalized. Bai Chui and Ma Gu are on a mission. And Laffy and Mutong are in America watching FB. Romani struck the keyboard emphatically. Now, immediately, come back and help me with the paperwork. Latu, not being foolish, quickly understood Romani's intent. Brother, are you about to take action? But the organization's materials, like college entrance exam papers, are never-ending, right? Of course, I know that. So, once we finish this batch of documents, I'll take my annual leave to assist you. Just in time for Li Ping and Obiang to transition to internal affairs. We cannot let them draw salaries and bonuses for nothing. Romani swiftly calculated the reports. And remember to bring back the motorcycle. About that. Latu suddenly recalled his motorcycle and stammered, unable to articulate. Romani sighed heavily. All right, I understand. I will have the field department coordinate. But the expenses will be deducted from your bonus. It cannot affect the department's monthly award. After hanging up, Romani leaned back, exasperated. Is there not a single normal teammate around me? In the Mihua Town Police Inquiry Room, Wang Li and others, as eyewitnesses and individuals who had confronted the perpetrator, were invited by Officer Magyar to the police station for their statements. Wang Li, please describe the appearance of the person you confronted. In the inquiry room, Sato Mawako took charge of the questioning, while Takagi Ta recorded the details. Wow, you two really are a couple. Working together seems effortless. Wang Li's teasing made both of them blush. What are you rambling about? Now tell me what you saw regarding that person's appearance. Sato stood up, slamming her hand on the table in frustration. Oh, based on Officer Sato's personality, if they had already crossed the line, she wouldn't react so strongly. It seems Takagi has managed to win over this police department's flower yet. Wang Li chuckled, glancing at Takagi, who was scribbling diligently. Leaning back in his chair and crossing his legs nonchalantly. Appearance? Honestly, I have no idea. Wang Li. Sato's anger flared as she saw his relaxed posture, the veins on her hand standing out. Officer Sato. Takagi quickly stood to steady Sato's shoulders. Well done, Takagi, for that touch. You can thank me later. Wang Li sensed that the moment was ripe and decided to continue. Well, I truly didn't see the person's face. It was thoroughly concealed by a mask and glasses. However, he was well prepared, clearly coming with intent. Wang Li straightened his body, seriously asking, was there a police officer who was attacked by him previously? Sato, consoled by Takagi, sat down again. I'm sorry, but I cannot say. All right. That single statement is sufficient. Wang Li obtained the information he sought. What? Neither Sato nor Takagi comprehended Wang Li's intentions. Officer Sato refrained from speaking, which implied that an incident had indeed occurred. Furthermore, I discovered the term heroin in the notes of the attending officer at the scene, leading me to reasonably deduce that Wang Li was targeting a certain individual, retaliating against the narcotics officers, correct? As Takagi and Sato exchanged glances, Officer Megure entered, stating, Wang Li, that will suffice. Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave now. Ah, no need for thanks. It is our duty as ordinary citizens to assist the police in their work, Wang Li replied, meeting Officer Megure's resolute gaze, aware that no further inquiries could be made. He stood to depart. Oh, by the way, I must caution you, that individual possesses remarkable skills. Wang Li, still at the door, felt compelled to inform Officer Megure about the person's formidable abilities. Thank you. Officer Megure, having witnessed Wang Li's capabilities previously, merely adjusted his hat in response, affirming, we are the police. Even when faced with insurmountable challenges, it is we who must stand resolutely at the forefront. Wang Li fell silent and stepped out of the inquiry room. Wang Li, are you all right? Ming Mei and Jibao approached, with Jibao adorning her neck with a sparkling ring. I'm fine. Just a routine inquiry, Wang Li remarked, playfully tapping Jibao's adorable little nose. This is the police station. What could possibly go wrong? Relax, little one. Look, your dear Wang Li is completely unharmed, Yuanzi said, standing behind Jibao. Her tone casual. To cool you down, I'm hosting a gathering the day after tomorrow. Would you care to join? A gathering? Why is it that every day seems to revolve around social events? Is this the life of the elite? I'm envious, Wang Li chuckled, taking Jibao's hand. Cut the nonsense. Will you come or not? Yuanzi waved her hand dismissively. Of course, why wouldn't I? I adore gatherings. Who else will be there? Wang Li inquired with curiosity. The usual crowd, prominent figures from various sectors, but this time it's a bit different, Yuanzi contemplated. What do you mean by different? What could possibly set it apart? Wang Li beckoned everyone to exit the station. This time, everyone at the precinct is required to provide security, as a significant individual is attending. Yuanzi teased, withholding further details. Everyone has to go? That must mean there's a target for an assassination squad, Wang Li acquiesced. Yet his thoughts drifted to the figure clad in black. Oh, Lord Romani, is this never ending? How long must we endure this? Rata lamented as he arrived at the assassination squad's office, already regretting his decision. Be quiet, and you shall complete it, Romani replied succinctly. Rata slumped over the desk. Countless forms strewn across the floor. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to confront the Maotai instructor directly, come what may. That was my lost youth. With no regrets, Romani merely cast a glance at Ratu, his hands continuing the relentless motion. You've yet to grasp the Maotai instructor's prowess and perspective. But you've certainly learned his unreliability. If it weren't for the fact that I can't reach him, I do think I was working alongside him right now. Him? The Maotai instructor would have swiftly drawn his blade and cut through this pile of paperwork. Ratu scoffed at Romani's words. So, hurry up, or you'll miss the train headed for doom, Romani responded without a hint of sincerity. Why do you make it sound like I'm about to deliver a bunch of heads? Ratu retorted. Stay composed, and I'll manage. After all, I'm known internally as the gallant rogue. Despite his bravado, Ratu dutifully rose to gather the scattered documents. Have you forgotten? On the first day the Maotai instructor learned he had to write journals and reports, do you remember the look on his face? Romani typed the final words, closed the page, and picked up a pen. That ghastly expression. I recall he stormed into HR, causing quite the uproar. The then HR director, Screwdriver, was left utterly flustered. Only for the Serpent Venom instructor to mediate and bring the Maotai instructor back in a huff, Ratu chuckled at the memory. But do you recall his final actions? Romani swiftly signed his name. Ratu pondered for a moment, then grimaced as he began writing the report. In the end, the Maotai instructor did indeed pen the words cannibalistic. Indeed. Even such a formidable figure as the Maotai instructor ultimately bowed to the paperwork, albeit with a mere few words. Reminiscent of a diligent yet unsuccessful author striving for word count, Romani remarked, frowning at a report that had come from Margot regarding a plan that seemed dubious. Ratu. In Japan, let us simply lead a stable life as corporate workers, forsaking dreams of becoming the pirate king, for in the vast ocean of documents, To be a king means that all the paperwork belongs to you. After much hesitation, Romani finally inscribed his agreement on the declaration form. Brother, you've been discharged. Vodka exclaimed upon hearing footsteps outside, hastily closing the webpage. Yes, nothing serious. I couldn't bear the discomfort of not having cigarettes, Jin replied, casting a satisfied glance at Vodka, who was diligently compiling documents as he settled behind the desk. By the way, brother, just now. Lord Rum brought the task order personally signed by that esteemed individual. Vodka handed the task order to Jin, who lit a 7-star cigarette with a smile at the mention of explosives, his favorite topic. Chapter 65, Jojo, I am no longer human. Upon returning home, Wang Li immediately began to sift through the list of personnel involved in the assassination unit. Identifying those responsible for this mission would enable him to anticipate their moves and take decisive action. He meticulously pinned the names of the 10 members of the direct assassination team onto a sheet of paper and commenced his silent deductions. First, the individual he had encountered appeared to be male based on his physique, thus he could eliminate Mu Tong, La Fei, Ma Gu, and Bai Chui from consideration. Wang Li crossed out these 4 women. Next, the manner of attack did not suggest that the assailant was elderly or injured, leading him to also dismiss Li Ping, Ao Bian, Walang Delu, and La Ming Duo. He struck through another 4 names. Gazing at the remaining 2 names, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wang Li crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it aside with force. Drat, I incapacitated 2 out of 10, 1 was eliminated by Qin Jiao, and 4 women were directly removed. With La Ming Duo, a person of principles, there are only 2 left. Is there? Why am I so solemnly putting this down in writing? It's as unreliable as my annual summer vacation assignment plan. Amused by his own foolishness, Wang Li steadied himself, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the table. Romani or Latour? Romani seems impossible, ever since he got involved with FB. He was promoted to director and has since been completely immersed in the sea of information, unable to extricate himself. Therefore, it must be Latour. But what was his profession again? I've forgotten. Zhihui, is this fellow of yours losing his mind? Mingmei pointed at Wang Li, who shifted from gloom to joy, finally scratching his head in confusion. Mad? He can't possibly go mad. I'm just worried his thoughts might become overly simplistic. Zhihui, having spent years with Wang Li, understood his situation well. How so? Mingmei, due to their generational gap, only occasionally dines and chats with Wang Li, thus is unaware of his thoughts. Sister. If Wang Li were to exert his utmost, who in the organization could stop his rampage? Zhihui pondered for a moment before inquiring of Mingmei. That esteemed individual? Mingmei hesitated, finally managing to articulate 4 words. Qinjiao is impossible and Aling is even weaker, while Buyer Mode lacks the strength to fight back. Zhihui shook her head. No, at that moment. The only one who could restrain him would be himself. Zhihui practiced her breathing technique, her breath enveloping her delicate fist. This technique is not unique to us. The Kingdom of Flowers has numerous similar practices, yet they seldom experience internal strife or betrayal. This is the baseline shared by everyone in the Kingdom of Flowers. Strength is meant to protect the weak, to be wielded against the stronger. They understand this. For it is under the protection of their homeland that they can behave as such. Thus, they would never turn their blades against the Kingdom of Flowers. Observing Wang Li, who was still lost in his thoughts, he too shares this understanding. That esteemed individual allowed him to survive. Refraining from taking action against the organization or that individual is his baseline, a line he would not cross. A baseline? Indeed? Mingmei tilted her head, looking at Wang Li. He truly is an adorable and naive brother-in-law. Zhihui picked up her pen to write. Who says otherwise? It's precisely for this reason that I adore him. On the day of the gathering, Wang Li donned the formal attire meticulously selected by Zhihui and brought the Mayano sisters to the venue. Must it be this way, Zhihui? It feels rather awkward. Wang Li, accustomed to wearing a 3-piece suit, was unaccustomed to this 4-piece tailcoat ensemble. Zhihui, also dressed formally, shot him a disapproving glance. You are the head of the Wang family. How could you lose face? Where would you have me place my dignity? Mingmei, also elegantly attired, nodded in agreement. Having procured a piece of clothing for free, TSK, as Zhihui's sister, how could I not stand on the same front as my sister? As Wang Li contemplated what to say, Zhihui gently approached and grasped his clothing. Mimi and Wang Li instinctively shielded Zhihui behind them, casting their gaze upon the foreign gentleman who was gracefully advancing towards them. Greetings. I'm James. He smiled warmly and extended his hand to Wang Li. Hello. I am Luzhou Laojiao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Adhering to the admirable tradition of his homeland, Wang Li responded with a sincere smile. Luzhou Laojiao? Are you jesting? James, perplexed, raised an eyebrow. Wang Li, please do not joke. Wang Li? Wang Li retorted, bewildered. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Mr. James. My surname is Luzhou, and my given name is Laojiao. His eyes now brimmed solely with sincerity. Clearing his throat, James felt it was time to provide something substantial. Our dear Judy and Xioi expressed their gratitude for your care while in Japan. Oh, had you mentioned that earlier, I wouldn't have appeared so bewildered. Wang Li said, sheepishly scratching his head, his smile causing his eyes to crinkle, a fleeting brilliance unnoticed by others. Romani, the sole member who had ascended to the upper echelons of FB. It was my oversight for not clarifying sooner. James adjusted his glasses, his face glowing with pleasantness. However, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Mr. James? Wang Li stepped forward, a subtle intensity emanating towards James. James sensed that Wang Li had disowned his identity and decided to drop the pretense, as he engaged in deep breathing exercises. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow, yet his smile remained intact. It is to express my gratitude. We thwarted a plot by the organization and caused a bit of discomfort for Jin. Ah, now you've truly pleased me. I take great delight in troubling Jin. Wang Li exclaimed, his hand clasping James's firmly. Old James, you speak wisely. For the cause of peace for all humanity, may our revolutionary friendship endure. Huzzah! James, increasingly perspiring, thought to himself, oh no, based on previous years' experiences, this smile from the Maotai instructor usually heralds trouble. Wang Li appeared oblivious to the complex expression on James's face. Maintaining his charming smile, don't worry, we are all on the same battlefield. Could you perhaps enlighten me on the whereabouts of Law 2? A sudden unease gripped James. Haha. What are you talking about? How would I know where he is? Ah, James, let me remind you that in Japanese, there is a distinction between he and she. Wang Li firmly grasped James's hand. That year, I repeatedly urged you to pay attention to this grammatical nuance. Why have you not taken heed? Roman and I, he continued. Haha, Maotai instructor, what are you implying? James, no longer feigning ignorance, recognized the futility of pretense. You are targeting narcotics officers. Wang Li exclaimed in a hushed tone. You are challenging the very limits of my tolerance as a cultivator. Maotai instructor, your words remain unfinished, James began, but suddenly the venue was engulfed in darkness. In the obscurity, James's voice emerged. Maotai instructor, please hold for a moment. As Wang Li swiftly turned to embrace Jiho and Mimi, he couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Are you really going to buy oranges? Do you believe you are worthy? Mimi's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Wang Li. He is moving towards the door. Romani, after all these years, it is time I impart another lesson to you. Never underestimate the resolve of the Flower Nation in combating drugs. When you cross the line of what is acceptable here, every individual from the Flower Nation will make it abundantly clear what you are up against. The Flower Nation stands as a forbidden realm for all drugs and drug lords. Chapter 66. How can one not feel proud as James approached the door? An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, a palpable sword-like intent piercing through to his very spine. Without a moment to spare to open the door, Wang Li had already positioned himself at the entrance, his gaze icy and unwavering. Does he dare to attempt my life in such a public setting? James glanced around and quickly grasped the situation. Damn it, who had the audacity to cut the power? And who is this clever individual? Wang Li, indifferent to James's thoughts, advanced with a swift stride. His breath technique enveloping his fist as he aimed a direct punch at James's vulnerable head. James raised his arms in a vertical defense, bracing himself for Wang Li's strike. The pain was excruciating. The Maotai instructor truly wished for my demise. Furthermore, he had muted the sounds of our battle. Before James could catch his breath, he was compelled to parry Wang Li's relentless onslaught. The defense was remarkably solid. I had employed borrowing force, wind control, and meteor techniques, yet Romani, despite possessing only half a step into the borrowing realm, managed to withstand so many blows. Is the younger generation truly formidable? Wang Li completely disregarded the fact that he was significantly younger than James. I can't hold on any longer. I must resort to alternative methods, otherwise I will surely perish today. In a moment of distraction, James fell prey to Wang Li's strike, receiving an elbow to the abdomen. Maotai instructor, wait. James knelt on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, desperately clutching Wang Li's wrist. Are you still clinging to your fragile sense of national pride? What did you say? Is it not fast enough to seek death? Wang Li twisted his wrist forcefully, dislocating James's shoulder. It was effective. Any response indicated effectiveness. Gritting his teeth against the pain, James leapt back, exclaiming, is it not so? Zhuanghua University, you scoundrel. Wang Li halted his steps and coldly remarked. That is the Yang Engineering College, not Yang University. Very well, it is not a university, James gasped for breath, but what of it? Those despicable individuals who repulse you remain unaffected. James paused momentarily. All that is left for you is to grumble, or perhaps you have even been stripped of the right to complain. Your ingrained admiration for foreign cultures emanates from within, while capital bends your spine. You strike hard against your own, yet cower before the outside world. Upon hearing Wang Li, he did not express anger, but calmly inquired, and then? Is that all? No reaction? James, with a serious countenance, found himself in a predicament, unable to retreat, and could only muster the courage to press on. Can such a nation still instill in you a sense of pride? Wang Li glanced at him as if he were an extraordinary creature, exclaiming, why not? Wang Li extended his hand. Come, allow me to make a mark for you. In ancient times, Panga created the heavens and the earth, Kwafu pursued the sun, nurturing all living beings, Niwa crafted humanity and mended the sky, Chiyu, the god of war, feasted on iron, Shinong, the divine farmer, tasted all herbs, Huangdi, the yellow emperor, stood with his sword, and in a battle against the deer, established dominion over the 9 provinces. Wang Li adjusted his attire, the Summer and Shang dynasties, followed by the Western Shou. And the Eastern Shou divided into 2 segments, the spring and autumn period in the warring states. The unification under the Qin and the Han dynasties led to the tripartite division of Wei, Shu, and Wu, succeeded by the two Jin dynasties, the former and latter Yin, and the simultaneous existence of the northern and southern dynasties. The Sui, Tang, and 5 dynasties followed, leading to the eras of Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qin. As the great dragon of East roared, Wang Li's proud response, most of us do not worship foreign cultures, even when our blood stains our homeland. Our spines remain upright. That is sufficient. Our nation has neither lost its pride nor its fervor. Our passionate hearts shall never extinguish. Taking a step forward, Wang Li gestured towards those cloaked in darkness around him. Look here, this is the land of the foreign nations. A defeated nation as well. He then pointed at James. As for those you refer to as dark-skinned individuals, our ancestors had long established their views. Those not of our kin harbor different sentiments. The ambitions of the barbarians do not align with the Chinese. The barbarians have the hearts of beasts. When they are discontent, they shall turn against us. The uncivilized are not of our lineage. Their hearts are inherently different. The strong will rob, and the weak shall bow in servitude, disregarding bonds of loyalty. Such is their nature. The vile among the barbarians deserve neither benevolence nor righteousness. They are to be dealt with as one would handle beasts, lest they resort to violence when cornered. Our forebears have long elucidated their true essence. We, the flower nation, excel in learning from history. Thus, we do not require your foreign hands to toil for our development. Wang Li scoffed, then waved his hand dismissively to dissolve the sword array, laughing heartily. The saying, noble lords and ministers, do they not possess the same blood, signifies that we recognize thousands of years ago that all men are born equal, and a beautiful life relies solely on our own efforts. We, the flower nation, are a spirited people. When the heavens shatter, we shall not lament. Instead, we forge stones to mend the sky. When floods arise, we do not consult prophets nor kneel to deities. Rather, we dig canals to divert the waters. When disease spreads, we do not seek miracles nor wait for death. Instead, we test remedies and cure ourselves. If we drown in the eastern sea, we shall fill it. If scorched by the sun, we shall shoot it down. In the expanse of the world cleaved by axes, there are countless souls unwilling to be enslaved. Tell me, how could I not be proud to be a member of the flower nation? Wang Li's voice resonated throughout the venue. Indeed, how can we, the flower people, not take pride in our land? This sentiment was echoed by a man with a thick northeast accent, who laughed heartily. Well said, Lier. You truly excel at this, remarked another in a typical Sichuan dialect, appreciating the moment. Apart from a few who understood Chinese and did not applaud, others quickly joined in the clapping. Swept up by the atmosphere, suddenly, a sharp scream pierced through the applause. The garden. Could it be? No. Wang Li glanced towards the source of the cry, then turned back, realizing James had vanished. Damn. Wang Li gritted his teeth and beckoned the Mayano sisters to follow him towards the garden. Ah, Xiaolan, Officer Sato. Why did the power suddenly go out? In the dark, the garden seized Xiaolan and the station Sato Mawako. It must have tripped the breaker. Sato communicated through the radio, confirming that maintenance personnel were addressing the issue. Officer Sato, will you accompany us to the restroom? I'm so scared in this darkness. The garden and Sato had been conversing for some time, growing comfortable with each other. Well, all right, it might be a bit dangerous, but I'll go with you, Sato replied, giving a nod to Takagi before being pulled away by the garden. Outside, Ratu smiled. Now, it's my turn to perform. Clad in a raincoat, Ratu swiftly entered the women's restroom, pressing against the wall and waiting for the 3 ladies to begin washing their hands before producing a silenced pistol and firing twice. Who? The sound of the silenced pistol still echoed in the dimly lit enclosed space, prompting Sato, sensitive to gunfire, to instinctively shield Xiaolan in the garden while preparing to call for backup. The smoke alarm activated, drenching the 4 in water as Ratu prepared to engage. But Xiaolan charged forward. Oh, karate. Seems you're quite skilled, but alas, I possess infrared. Before Ratu could finish his thought, Xiaolan executed a swift kick. Ratu could only block with his hands, and as a flash of lightning passed, he realized that his unmasked face had been exposed to Xiaolan. With a fierce glare, Ratu pushed Xiaolan to the ground, opened his umbrella, and aimed his gun through the umbrella's hole. Goodbye, little girl. Is this handsome face something you can behold? Ratu pulled the trigger. Ah! The garden screamed as Sato leaped in front of the stunned Xiaolan, blood-staining Xiaolan's face. Damn. Ratu had initially planned to fire again, but the sounds from outside and the sword intent that seemed ready to tear him apart compelled him to flee. Stop. Takagi, upon receiving Sato's call, was the first to arrive. Ratu responded only with a swift low kick, as Takagi dodged. Ratu executed a backflip and quickly distanced himself from the scene. When Wang Li arrived, he found Takagi weeping, cradling Sato in a pool of blood, while the garden held the dazed Xiaolan. Officer Muro, you were right. The police will always shield civilians from bullets. Extra Chapter 9, Maotai, what troubles you? Tian noticed that Maotai had been listless in class lately, his head hanging low. Nothing much, Maotai shook his head. Addressing the serpent venom in front of him, Serpent Venom, let us negotiate. I'll undertake a task, and then you fulfill your promise early and let me go out to learn. How about that? Hearing this, Serpent Venom set down his pen and gazed into Maotai's eyes. After a long pause, he sighed, Maotai, it's unnecessary, truly unnecessary. Serpent venom. You indeed know about it, don't you? What the Mayano couple is researching, Maotai struggled to suppress his emotions. I initiated it, and I personally invited them. How could I not know? Serpent venom replied, engaging in a brief clash with Maotai. Not bad. Your palm strength seems to be at the peak of the condensation realm, Tian observed with a hint of gravity. Lately, these youngsters seem to disregard martial ethics, completely overwhelming our older generation. Is their talent truly this exceptional? Peak of the condensation realm? Who do you look down upon? Dual swords manifested from his palms. And with a shattering sound, Wang Li sheathed his sword. Serpent venom slid behind the wall, his unfinished blade dissipating in his hand. As Maotai prepared to pursue, a brick blocked their path. Maotai, halt. Tian stood defiantly in the path of Maotai's charge, hands on her hips, glaring at him. The twin swords traced arcs in the air. Seeing Tian's earnest demeanor, Maotai eventually dispersed the swords, turning his gaze to the tips of his shoes. All right, it's fine. Aren't you a man? Tian comforted him, stroking his hair. Nonsense, woman, don't touch me. You only slow my draw. Maotai inhaled deeply, rolling his eyes as he swatted Tian's hand away. Tian simply smiled and remained silent, knowing that at this moment, Maotai had calmed down. I recall that before I went out with Sherbo and the others, a woman happened to be looking for my in-laws. Who is she? Serpent venom, tell me. Maotai directed his cold tone at Serpent venom, who was tidying his clothes. Given your demeanor, if I tell you, you'll undoubtedly go after her recklessly, and she is important to both me and Kurama. Maotai, you're astute and precocious. You should understand the implications of my words. Serpent venom shifted his waist. Oh dear, you're striking hard for someone who is Confucius' disciple. Are we not flower people? Where are our traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? That doesn't exist in my world. To care for the elderly is to care for all elders. To cherish the young is to cherish all youths. Maotai, already anticipating Serpent venom's attitude, waved his hand dismissively. One should not commit evil for trivial reasons nor ignore good for small deeds. I will only show respect to the kind-hearted. As for the wicked, if I refrain from striking them, that is already quite generous. You understand, right, Serpent venom? My goodness. Li Dongxiang, are you able to read minds? How is it that you seem to know my thoughts? The venomous serpent has truly been rendered speechless this time. Your gaze is unmistakably that of a remorseful elder, poised to criticize me from a moral high ground, fully aware of your own fallacies. I can see right through it with a mere glance. It is fortunate you did not utter those thoughts aloud. Had you attempted to claim that high ground, I would have gladly turned the tables. The higher one stands, the more one becomes a target. Is that moral high ground truly effective? Did not a certain individual, who endeavored to ensnare everyone with the notions of democracy and freedom, ultimately stumble? Even with Su Xuanzu gone, I still cultivate my flowers, and closer still, I have a genuine friend from Cuba. What a formidable ally. The juxtaposition of blue and red is rather audacious. Ah, indeed, times have changed. The youth no longer adhere to the principles of martial virtue. The serpent laments, wishing for the days of yore when everyone was pure and honest. Nonsense. In those times, people were merely concerned with their next meal. Yuan Shirkai made them too comfortable, distracting them with trivialities. Just as Maotai was about to speak, he was interrupted by the serpent. Enough already. If we continue, we risk being silenced. This internet literature is akin to a banned tome. Its value pales in comparison to the forbidden text of Silicon Valley. The serpent halted Maotai's words, withdrawing a task from his notebook. Glancing at it before handing it over, Maotai received it and, upon inspection, recognized it as a familiar mission involving the esteemed Kazuo. Ah, Kazuo, how unfortunate you are. What a close call. I nearly found myself entangled with that male officer. Latu, having disposed of the tools of the crime, arrived at the designated meeting place with Romani. Ah, Romani, brother, after just a few minutes apart, why does your arm seem to flail about? Latu, adept at steering the conversation, probed. Damn it. Next time. When I return to America, I will submit my application to FB and never set foot in Japan again. A bunch of incompetent fools. FB is just as inept as you. At least I can shift the blame. Whoever wants to come here can do so, you, barbarian. I helped you out and lost a hand in the process. Don't forget to cover my medical expenses. Romani angrily waved his hand. All right. But what on earth is a barbarian? Latu was relieved that his elder brother could still intervene. This time, he had likely extracted much information from the instructor, Maotai. What else could it be? You should steer clear of instructor Maotai in the future, or else you might find yourself at his mercy. I was genuinely terrified facing him, Romani remarked, only to see Latu awkwardly scratching his nose, a slight grimace on his lips. Have you already gotten on his bad side? Just now, I was seen by someone when I made my move. I had noticed the people surrounding instructor Maotai last time. One girl was a karate expert. Had it not been for the advantage of the environment and weapons, I could have easily met my demise. Latu, still at the early stages of concentration, felt the world bore a significant malice toward him. Anyone could catch him off guard. And then, the mission remains unaccomplished? Romani pondered, considering the substantial sacrifices he had made. If Latu failed to deliver, he might have to entertain the thought of eliminating him. Well, I suppose it can be considered completed. When I aimed for that horned girl's head, the target, Sato Mihoko, suddenly lunged to intercept the bullet. However, due to the darkness and the suddenness of the incident, I can't be certain if I hit my mark. Latta believed he had made contact but only grazed her. Oh, you little darling, he thought. As Romani's words were cut short by the restoration of the venue's power, the opulent lights illuminating the grand banquet. Everyone, please heed my words, Officer Mumu announced. Entering with a loudspeaker. Due to the urgency of the situation, we must conduct smoke reaction tests on all present. I ask for your cooperation with the staff. No sooner had he spoken than a discordant voice rang out. Why? On what grounds? I refuse to cooperate. What makes you think you can touch me? Soon. The hall erupted with murmurs of agreement. Just as Officer Mumu was about to respond, a hand gripped his shoulder, in a low, chilling voice. Like a whisper from a demon, said, Officer Mumu, leave this to me. Wang Li seized the megaphone and called out for the doctors present to assist with urgent medical treatment outside. He then approached the man who had initially spoken, gently inquiring. May I ask if you are the one opposing the cooperation with the police? The man, with a sneer, retorted. Who are you? What I do is none of your concern. A swift punch sent the man sprawling. In full view of the audience, Wang Li leisurely approached the fallen figure, bent down, and forcefully tore away the man's clothing, wiping his fist clean. Your identity is of no importance to me. The fact that I have dealt with you is none of their business. Discarding the tattered remnants of fabric, Wang Li raised the megaphone once more. Now, I urge the doctors to step outside and assist in saving lives. The rest of you, please remain silent and stand still as you await examination. Wang Li gazed at the indifferent crowd and scoffed. You silently extinguish lives, leaving no trace, as if nothing ever transpired. Wang Li returned to Officer Mumu's side. Leaning against the door, impassively observing the dignitaries on the scene, Officer Mumu, commence the search. I shall oversee from here. Those who refuse to cooperate will find their burden shifted to me. Thank you, Wang Li. I shall treat you to a meal another day, Officer Mumu whispered. Adjusting his hat, before taking the megaphone, this young man's actions will warrant an investigation in the hall. Please cooperate with our screening process. As unrest began to stir among the attendees, a palpable aura of menace enveloped all the elegantly dressed individuals present. Silence fell, and anxious glances were cast towards the young man, arms crossed and leaning against the door. The Maotai instructor remains true to form, simple and brutal methods, yet surprisingly effective. Ratu could not help but commend Wang Li's approach. In times of crowd panic, only a decisive hand could impose order, otherwise, chaos would only escalate, and casualties could be overlooked if necessary. Ramani, about to applaud, was reminded of his arm and cast a sidelong glance at Ratu. Hey, don't look at me like that. I've come up with something amusing. Ratu's sudden notion struck Ramani with a sense of unease. You go have your fun. Don't drag me into this. I could retire and enjoy my twilight years. I cannot afford to lose my integrity now. Lose integrity? What is that to a man like you? No need for big brother. Just watch my performance, Ratu said, quietly distancing himself from Ramani. Hello, I am Kaido Fuho. A doctor. How may I assist you? A man with slightly curly hair approached Officer Mumu. You are the renowned surgeon Kaido Fuho. Please, follow me. Officer Mumu exclaimed with delight as he opened the door for him. I haven't been in the operating room for quite some time. I'm not sure how helpful I can be, Kaido Fuho said, sheepishly scratching his head. That is of no consequence. Officer Mumu, remember to conduct a smoke residue test. Wang Li remarked, glancing before resuming his indifference. Kaido Fuho, forcing composure, passed by Wang Li after the test confirmed no traces of smoke on him. He approached a makeshift stretcher set up by the security personnel, disappointment flickering in his eyes. So it's Sato Mihoko, huh? How ironic. The one who shot must also tend to her wounds. I've won this round. Despite his disappointment, the man known as Kaido Fuho, Ratu, understood the necessity of maintaining his facade, diligently attending to Sato Mihoko's injuries. After concluding the smoke reaction test and confirming its accuracy, Wang Li cast a fierce glance at Romani, who was hanging his arms limply, before turning and striding out. What is the matter? Can Xiaolon still not recall anything? Wang Li crouched down, leaning against the wall in a manner akin to Conan. Well, the issue for Xiaolon now is not only her inability to remember the circumstances at that time, but we too cannot recall anything. Conan painfully shut his eyes. Amnesia? That would be troublesome. Wang Li exerted great effort to suppress his murderous intent. Ratu, you shall surely perish. It is futile for anyone to speak. Well, Wang Li, I find myself at a loss as to what to do now. Kudo Shinichi confessed his powerlessness for the first time in front of Wang Li. What else can be done? Kudo Shinichi, if anyone can help Maori Ran remember anything, it is undoubtedly you. Wang Li encouraged Kudo Shinichi. If you were to lose your memory, who would you least want to forget? Xiaolon, the devoted son, Kudo Shinichi, suddenly realized. As a flash of insight struck him like a bull blowing up a balloon. Revived, Conan stood once more and turned to the downcast Wang Li, inquiring, if, Wang Li, you were to lose your memory, who is the person you would least wish to forget? Need it be said? It must be Shihua. Upon uttering this, Wang Li was enveloped tightly in the embrace of a girl. Wang Li cast a glance at the beleaguered Conan, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. I knew you harbored ill intentions. How could you possibly fathom my cleverness? Youthful, naive, and foolish. Chapter 68. Let us indulge in barbecue this evening, Wang Li suggested. Wang Li, are you not yet prepared? Dr. Agasa called from the doorway. Oh, I'm coming right away, Wang Li replied, meticulously packing 2 lunchboxes before stepping out with the Mayano sisters to board Dr. Agasa's golden beetle. Wang Li, why have you packed 2 meals? Dr. Agasa inquired, glancing at the bags as he drove. I'm bringing one for Officer Sato. After all, she is our friend. And it is only fitting to check on our injured friend, Wang Li said, his gaze drawn to the ring dangling from Shiho's neck in the rearview mirror. A smile breaking across his face. Humph, Min, Shiho remarked, noticing Wang Li's lingering gaze and tilting her head away while grasping the ring. What are you jealous about, Shiho? Wang Li chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Isn't Officer Sato our friend? When a friend is hurt, it is only natural to bring something to show our concern. Shiho merely rolled her eyes. I haven't said anything. Why are you so anxious to explain? Your words alone are enough to cause me heart palpitations. Wang Li exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest as his foot twitched uncontrollably. Before Shiho could respond, Akemi gave Wang Li's seat a firm thump. Enough with your romantic antics. We were already full before we left the house, and if we eat any more, we shall surely be ill. Wang Li and Zhiwei exchanged a glance, simultaneously sticking out their tongues. As Dr. Agasa lamented the joys of youth, Mei suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of ennui. How excessive. Why did the romance between these two exude such a tantalizing sweetness, akin to savoring a bowl of icy dessert on a winter's day, refreshing and uplifting? Upon their arrival at the hospital, the quartet searched the hall's map for the rooms of Sato Mawako and Staolan. It felt as if each selection was a beauty contest, with the last word from Wang Li signaling a triumphant conclusion as his finger glided over Sato Mawako's room number, directing it towards Zhiwei. Enough already. Mei asserted that she had come to seek medical attention, not to indulge in the cloying aroma of romantic affection. Wang Li led the way forward, and upon reaching Mawako Sato's hospital room, he was momentarily taken aback. Several burly men, their faces etched with disdain, lounged about, smoking and trying to appear nonchalant. Officer Chiba. What are these muscular fellows doing? Wang Li inquired, grasping the arm of Officer Chiba as he emerged from the room. Officer Chiba sheepishly scratched his head. Well, you see. Officer Muro, Officers Shiratori and Takagi are inside visiting Officer Sato. Ah, now I understand, Wang Li thought. Grasping the source of these men's woeful expressions, in the battle of love, the vanquished are destined to wallow in despair. Make way, we need to enter, Wang Li asserted, unceremoniously pushing past the self-pitying group. He paused at the threshold, then declared, rather than idly waiting here, it would be more prudent to seek out the assailant who harmed Officer Sato, to avenge her, your colleague, and the innocent citizens. With that, he disregarded the men's reactions and boldly pushed open the hospital door, stepping inside. Ah, Officer Muro, Shiratori, Takagi, you are all here. Wang Li greeted the trio before turning his attention to Sato. How are you feeling now? Quite well, actually. Dr. Kyuka Kazuhito's emergency treatment was remarkably effective, allowing me to receive timely and efficient care, Sato replied, contentedly savoring a piece of tempura. That's good to hear. Did you get your bento yourself? Wang Li inquired with curiosity. No, Takagi brought it for me, Sato indicated towards Takagi, who stood bashfully with his head down. Well done, Takagi. You have quite the skill. Making tempura requires finesse. Just look at that golden hue and Sato's insatiable appetite. It's clear it's cooked to perfection and well seasoned, Wang Li observed, noting a slight grease stain on Takagi's shirt and the glimmer of oil on his face, remnants of kitchen work, while his bandaged finger suggested he had been hard at work. To present delicious homemade food for his beloved while she is hospitalized evokes fond memories of my own past. Wang Li mused, handing his bento bag to Shiho, who obediently accepted it. Say, Takagi, may I ask you something? Wang Li approached the bewildered Takagi with a smile. If Jin were present, he would surely exclaim, Run, you silly child. He is smiling. He is smiling. The angelic Takagi stood frozen, responding blankly. Wang Li. Is there something on your mind? Nothing of great import. I simply noticed how happily Officer Sato is enjoying her tempura. Wang Li chuckled, concocting a clumsy excuse, you know. My passion for cooking is quite notable. I often indulge in both preparing and savoring food. I feel as though you know how to make this tempura. Could you share your method with me? I would like to try making it myself. Oh, that? First, you must select fresh, seasonal shrimp. After removing the shell and the intestinal vein, it's time to prepare the batter, which is quite a delicate process. If the batter is too thick, it won't cook through, and if it's too thin, it won't adhere. Takagi began to elaborate, his enthusiasm evident. Wang Li merely smiled quietly as he listened, while Mu and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. They likely never anticipated that the usually unassuming Takagi could possess such a side. Satmawako, in particular, wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, Takagi, when did you learn all of this? The ever-eloquent Takagi found himself momentarily tongue-tied, perhaps because he sought to convey his feelings for someone special. Wang Li grasped Takagi's hand, the bandage on his finger gradually becoming stained with blood, as he endeavored to express his affection with his somewhat clumsy hands. Wang Li gazed at Sato Mawako with a playful smile, casting a glance of gratitude towards Takagi. My dear Takagi, I can assist you no further. I wish you the best of luck. The seasoned figures of Megure, Shiratori, and Dr. Agasa wore expressions of contentment, while Shiho and Akemi looked on with unabashed curiosity. Ah, what I meant to say is, you are indeed pursuing Yumi. Sato Mawako exclaimed, her hand striking the table as if struck by a sudden epiphany. Only to follow with indignation. I must say, Takagi, are you not being a tad excessive? The collective astonishment of everyone, including Wang Li, was palpable at Sato Mawako's reaction. Isn't it true? Let us be fair here. Why is it that when Yumi expressed a desire for fried tempura, he prepared a portion and expected me to be his taste tester? Had it not been delectable, I would have been merely his guinea pig. With that, she savored yet another piece of tempura. Wang Li, weary and despondent, rested his hand on the tearful shoulder of Takagi, saying, dear Takagi, this is where my assistance must end. I wish you the best of luck in the times to come. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wang Li realized that no further clues could be extracted and thus bid farewell to the 4 officers, accompanied by Shizuku and the others. If I were the perpetrator, I would certainly devise every possible means to eliminate the one who had glimpsed my face, young Ran. As he lingered at the door, Wang Li uttered what he believed to be a light-hearted remark before closing it. Officer Megure pressed his hat down, signaling the eager Sato to hold her excitement. Why did you say that to them at the end? Shizuku inquired with curiosity. Wang Li smiled faintly and remarked, let us offer them a hint. While also teaching that little rascal, La Tu, who is adept at twisting the truth, a lesson. After all, why provoke this group of police and me without facing some consequences? Xiaolon, we have come to see you. Wang Li revealed a broad smile as he stepped through the open door. Who are you? Xiaolon asked hesitantly, furrowing her brow as she lay on the hospital bed. The words that emerged from her buried memories were unwelcome. Both young women were angels in their own right, yet profoundly different. La Tu, how would you like me to piece you together in the end? Xiaolon, I am your good friend. My name is Wang Li, he said, pointing to himself, then indicating Dr. Agasa and the 2 sisters, Gong Bao and Gong Mei. Wang Li, Dr. Agasa, Gong Bao, Gong Mei? Xiaolon pondered, her expression blank, before replying, I'm sorry, but I simply cannot recall. Damn it. Mori Kagoro pounded the wall in frustration. As a father, being forgotten by his daughter was an unbearable and helpless ordeal. Consoling Xiaolon, Haiwari said, it's all right, Xiaolon. If you cannot remember, do not force yourself. Just take a moment to rest. The worry of a mother weighed heavily on her heart. Yet rationality compelled her to ensure that at least one among the 3 of them remained composed in such trying circumstances. Yuan Zi, tears streaming down her face, embraced Xiaolon tightly. Xiaolon, it's all my fault. If I hadn't suggested going to the hospital in the dark, none of this would have happened. Officer Sato wouldn't have been injured, and you wouldn't be in this state. Despite her confusion, Xiaolon gently stroked the sobbing Yuan Zi, whispering, it's all right. Yuan, it's all right. Even if you cannot remember anything, you are still here with me, aren't you? Yet, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Xiaolon. But I can't shake the feeling that I should be seeing someone here. Is it Shinichi? Wang Li glanced at Conan, who had lowered his head. Lon, I'm here. I've always been right here. A subtle melancholy surged within Conan's heart. Conan, are you all right? You look rather pale. Xiaolon noticed Conan's hesitance to speak. Lon, I'm here. I am Kudo Shinichi, always present. Conan attempted to speak, but his words faltered, ultimately transforming into, Xiaolon, I bet you're thinking about brother Shinichi, right? Shin, Ichi? Xiaolon instinctively looked at her palm, opening and closing it repeatedly as if trying to grasp something. Yes, Kudo Shinichi, your childhood friend, your boyfriend, your future husband. Wang Li observed Conan's words with surprise, noting that he had not revealed the truth, despite Wang Li being prepared to support him in admitting everything. Boyfriend? Husband? Xiaolon turned to Haiwari, who was peeling an apple for her. Noticing Xiaolon's gaze, Haiwari placed the apple in her palm. No, don't listen to Wang Li's nonsense. He is merely a detective who won't amount to much in the future. Right, that young rascal doesn't deserve our Xiaolon. Mori Kagoro surprisingly found himself in agreement with Haiwari. Before Wang Li had the opportunity to speak, the door to the hospital room was pushed open once more. Ingli, what are you saying? How could my Shinichi be unworthy of Xiaolon? The princess of Tidan, Kudo Yukiko, has returned. Yukiko, please calm down, lest we frighten our lovely daughter-in-law. Kudo Yusaku, a true man of culture, immediately established the tone with his words. He then adjusted his glasses, handed over the item in his hand to Conan, and smiled at Xiaolon, saying, long time no see, Xiaolon. Shinichi is unable to express certain things due to circumstances, so as his father, I shall speak on his behalf. Kudo affectionately patted Conan's head and declared, he has always been by your side. Haiwari and Mori Kagoro were momentarily stunned, casting suspicious glances at Kudo and the turning Conan. Kudo Yukiko shot a glance at Kudo Yusaku and quickly responded, oh my, Xiaolon, how are you feeling now? I'm well. May I ask who you are? Xiaolon thought the person before her was stunning, resembling a born princess. Xiaolon, allow me to introduce you, Wang Li said, observing that Kudo Yukiko was stirring the waters, and thus decided to go with the flow. This sister, akin to a princess, is indeed the Tidan princess. She is a world-renowned actress and also the mother of Kudo Shinichi, making her your future mother-in-law, Kudo Yukiko. Ah, Kudo Yukiko elegantly tidied her hair, exuding confidence. Wang Li. You certainly know how to converse. As a competent audience member, Wang Li applauded in sync with the actors, then gestured towards Kudo Yusaku, saying, and this gentleman is none other than the world-renowned detective novelist and the father of Kudo Shinichi. Most importantly, he is your future father-in-law, Kudo Yusaku. Ah, Kudo Yusaku adjusted his glasses with a charming smile. Indeed, Wang Li, you possess insight. I shall name the victim in my next book after you. Wang Li. What nonsense are you spouting? The ever-volatile Muri Kagaru erupted in fury. You may retract your words, Wang Li, or I shall have grounds to sue you for defamation. Hyuei Eri warned, asserting her willingness to defend Yukiko, but reminding him that the courtroom queen, with her impeccable record, was not to be trifled with. Oh my, how delightful. The queen of law threatening someone to produce false testimony. What a treat for the eyes, Kudo Yukiko quipped, refusing to let Wang Li be intimidated. What a joke. If Ran is to become my daughter-in-law so quickly, Wang Li is practically the matchmaker. Muri Kagaru retorted, his words laced with a lethal calm. Is Wang Li truly in the wrong? The two young hearts are enamored with one another. Your interference is rather shameless. Kudo Yusaku spoke with a deadly charm. The princess and the queen quarreled without a hint of urgency. The author and the detective were merely engaging in their own playful banter. Although Rand did not comprehend the reasons behind their argument, an undeniable joy emanated from within her, and a smile began to grace her face. Rand, you are smiling. This is the first time in days. Sonoko exclaimed, noticing Rand's newfound happiness. Rand. Sonoko grasped Rand's hands tightly, declaring, even if you never regain your memories, I will always be your friend. Rand gazed into Sonoko's resolute eyes, feeling her own eyes inexplicably moisten. All right, please cease your quarrel. Wang Li pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Rand, only to be swept away into the battle of men. Resigned. Shiho placed a lunchbox on Rand's bedside table and said, this is the meal I brought for you. If you don't mind, please eat it all. Okay, thank you. Rand wiped her tears and offered Shiho a radiant smile. You truly are an angel. No wonder so many people gravitate towards you, Shiho replied with a gentle smile. TSK, Professor Agasa, Kudo, my sister is indeed an adorable tsundere, Akiyama remarked to Professor Agasa and Conan. Haha, Mayano has always been this charming, hasn't she? Professor Agasa beamed with pride, adding, since Wang Li is Shiho's fiancé and Shiho is the daughter of Mayano Akira, that makes me a generation above Akira. What a fortunate arrangement. Adorable? That woman is rather ominous, you know? Conan rolled his eyes, clutching the gift prepared by Kudo Yusaku, clearly having felt Shiho's wrath. Who goes there? Wang Li sensed someone lurking at the door and rushed over. No one? He looked down the empty corridor, his vigilance heightened. Hey, Wang Li. What are you doing in the hallway? Officer Megure emerged from Sato's hospital room. Nothing much. Are you leaving? Wang Li noticed Officer Megure signaling for the other officers to gather. Yes, Sato's injuries have stabilized. We need to address the details of the case. Megure replied with a smile, leading his team to check on Rand before departing, as she had been injured because of them. Of course, please come in. Wang Li smiled and stepped aside. In that fleeting moment, Wang Li maintained his smile, though a flicker of understanding crossed his gaze. In the corner, Ratu, clad in a trench coat, grasped his chest, only able to breathe normally once he heard the door close. Damn it. This tech group has nothing reliable. They promised me complete stealth. I barely peeked and was spotted. Thank goodness I ran quickly, or I would have been doomed. Overhearing their conversation. It seemed those police officers were preparing to withdraw. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Now it was time for me to showcase my skills. However, the most pressing matter was to slip away. If caught by the instructor, I would surely face dire consequences. As night fell, Ratu donned a white coat and mask. Arriving at the Miho hospital. Dr. Kazuhito, you're here. Why so late? Are there patients needing treatment? A nurse at the hospital's entrance inquired with a smile as Ratu entered. Ratu nodded with a smile. Yes, I've been quite concerned about Officer Sato's injuries. So I came to check on her again. Dr. Kazuhito truly cares for his patients, the nurse remarked, drawing a circle on the counter with her finger. I wonder if Dr. Kazuhito could take a look at me as well? Oh, what seems to be the trouble? Ratu stood gallantly before the nurse, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Well, lately, I've been feeling a sharp pain in my heart. My lower back is aching. And there is an inexplicable itch on the inner thigh. I suspect it might be hormonal imbalance. I wonder if, after your duties, you could provide me with a targeted diagnosis? The nurse leaned over the counter towards Ratu. Certainly. From your description, it seems there is indeed a hormonal imbalance. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to complications. How about we conduct a preliminary assessment in my office tonight? I need to gauge your condition. Ratu raised an eyebrow. How could I ignore a patient in front of me? Being a doctor is so exhausting. I invest so much into this hospital, even late at night. Very well. I'll finish my shift and meet you in your office. I hope Dr. Kazuhito will conduct a thorough examination. I wouldn't want to fall ill at work. The nurse stepped away from the inquiry desk, adjusting her attire. Dr. Kazuhito, don't flake out on me. My health is quite delicate. If I have to take sick leave, I'll be visiting your office for tea every day. Haha, rest assured, I would never stand up a patient. That has never been my way. Ratu grasped the nurse's delicate hand. Then, until later, the nurse withdrew her hand and turned back to the desk. Until then, Ratu smiled as he ascended the stairs. In his office, Ratu perused the medical chart of Sato Mawako. Casually twirling his pen, it seems I can resolve 2 matters in one go, target and hidden identity. Truly, a triple delight. After everything is settled, I can indulge in some fun. This night is shaping up to be wonderfully eventful. Glancing at his watch, he tidied his clothing and tools. Giving one last look at the cot in his office, before confidently donning his white coat. Tonight, the stars shine brightly. It is the perfect moment to hunt. Ah. Hiding in the restroom? Ratu donned his mask and doctor's cap, his eyes shifting to a vivid green before returning to black as he opened the door to Sato Mawako's room. The tech group does have its merits. Thermal sensing contact lenses are an eternal marvel. Ratu pretended to examine Sato Mawako's condition, confirming that it was indeed her lying in bed, but he did not engage. Instead, he turned and exited the room. Back in his office, the nurse had completed her shift and was elegantly seated. Oh, dear, you arrived quite early. Ratu tossed his attire onto the hanger, landing it with precision. Dr. Fenghu, isn't it imperative to seek treatment promptly? If the condition worsens, can you bear the responsibility? The nurse raised an eyebrow at Ratu. Indeed, she had a point. Ratu smiled and proceeded to conduct an exceedingly detailed examination, omitting over 20,000 words of unnecessary dialogue. So, Dr. Fenghu, what is the state of my health? The nurse blinked at Ratu repeatedly. Ahem, truly a delicate individual. Is there a significant issue? Ratu stood up, pouring a glass of water for the nurse. After you drink this, I shall conduct another inquiry. The nurse giggled as she accepted the cup, gulping down the water. Dr. Fenghu, can you truly diagnose my ailment? I have my doubts about your medical skills. Are you jesting? Are you questioning my abilities? Ratu could not admit to any shortcomings. His medical prowess was indeed remarkable. Lie back, and I shall examine you once more. I shall certainly prescribe medication this time. After another round of examination, Ratu regarded the nurse with disdain, donning the technologically advanced shielding garments and equipment, fully arming himself. Adjusting the time, he opened the window and climbed out. Woman, were it not for urgent matters, I would have used sleeping pills today. Challenge me? You would be utterly subdued. Climbing upward, he reached the window of Xiaolan's room, activating his thermal goggles to survey the surroundings. Excellent. Apart from Mao Lilan, there is no one here. Simply perfect. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger sprang forth from his sleeve, gliding along the window's edge before gently placing the glass on the ground. With a swift motion, he silently entered the hospital room. Simple enough, the target could be approached at any time. Those who witnessed my handsome countenance while I executed my mission have long since met the Jade Emperor, Jesus, and Buddha. Upon arriving at Xiaolan's bedside, he observed her sweet slumber, and Ratu felt a tug at his conscience. With a final sigh, he brandished the dagger. I'm sorry, dear girl, but you saw my face. Please refrain from coming back here. As he lunged towards Xiaolan with a fierce glare, a sudden alarm blared, prompting Ratu to hastily retreat from the bedside. Takagi turned, only to find emptiness, tossing Xiaolan's model head towards the window, and leapt after it. Damn, it's a trap. Ratu reached back, grasping the window ledge and leaping outward just in time to evade Takagi's assault. Takagi! Sato burst through the hospital door, flipping the power switch, flooding the room with light, just as he spotted Ratu attempting to escape. You cannot flee. With Sato's furious shout, all the officers raised their weapons. Cannot escape? How amusing. Ratu seemed to find the situation utterly hilarious, a hint of a smile appearing beneath his mask as he lowered his voice. How did I come to be here? His index finger poised before his mask, next, witnessed the moment of miracles. In the incredulous gazes of the officers, Ratu took a step back, plummeting downwards. Wait. Takagi scrambled to the window's edge, a shadow darting towards the rooftop. You all head to the rooftop. Sato commanded the remaining officers. Takagi, you come with me. Sato, where are we going? He just flew to the roof. Takagi and Sato descended to the ground. If only it were true. I hope my instincts are mistaken. Sato leaned against the door, clutching his abdomen, turning on the light to reveal a letter left by the window. Takagi, go fetch the letter. Sato, drenched in sweat from the pain, sank to the floor and gestured for the support of Takagi. Oh, all right. Takagi hesitated but ultimately decided to retrieve the letter, handing it to Sato. Here. Thank you. Sato managed a feeble smile as he opened the letter, his blood pressure spiking instantly. Takagi, call for reinforcements. Officer Magyar and the others are outside. He must be in the hospital. Yes. Takagi seized the communicator, reporting the situation. Damn it. Sato weakly tossed the paper aside. The sheet floated down, inscribed with, Are you happy tonight? I am very happy. In the depths of the night, amidst the rain, Xiaolan was escorted by Wang Li and the others, departing from the Miho Hospital in a luxurious extended vehicle belonging to the Yon family, returning to the detective agency. We've arrived, Xiaolan. This is our home. Mori Kagoro pointed out the duplex to Xiaolan with joy. Oh, I'm sorry. I still can't recall anything. Xiaolan's subdued voice left everyone in the vehicle feeling a profound sense of discomfort. Well, since we are home, let us head upstairs. Officer Magyar should have already taken action. Wang Li glanced outside at the darkening sky, estimating that Ratu was likely commencing his routine escapade. All right, Xiaolan, let us return home. Morikagoro concealed his sorrow. Offering a smile to Xiaolan, Wang Li grasped an umbrella and opened the car door, exhibiting an air of gentlemanly grace as he held the umbrella aloft while standing outside the vehicle. Come, let us disembark. Come, Xiaolan, step out. But do mind your footing. Fei Yingli accompanied Xiaolan, ensuring she was the last to alight. Xiaolan extended her long legs from the car, lifting her gaze towards Wang Li, who was shielding her from the rain. Just as she was about to speak, a gust of wind swept through, causing raindrops to pelt against her face, which instilled a profound sense of panic within her. She withdrew her foot and curled up in her seat. Ah, Xiaolan, what troubles you? The others inquired, their voices tinged with concern. Xiaolan remained silent, merely extending a trembling hand to point at Wang Li. Me? Wang Li found this perplexing, as he had done nothing out of the ordinary, merely standing outside with the umbrella. Why is she pointing at me? Wait, the umbrella? Wang Li cast a fleeting glance at the umbrella in his hand, exchanging a knowing look with Conan and Kudo Yusaku. The three understood the gravity of the situation. Yet Wang Li was the one who finally recalled the truth. Was this not the assassin lurking within the M4's pupil? Goodness. He remembered that the perpetrator was a once practiced physician who had been rendered incapacitated. It just so happened that Ratu was indeed a doctor, and his dominant hand bore an injury. Thus far, there was only one physician who had emerged, Kazuki Kazeho. As Wang Li's murderous intent was suppressed upon noticing Xiaolan's trembling, he resolutely decided, no, until Xiaolan's memories return to normal, Latu remains of use. And I cannot act against him. I comprehend. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Morikagoro, who swiftly removed his coat. When Xiaolan and Officer Sato were ambushed, the smoke detector in the restroom had malfunctioned, and the fire sprinkler system had been activated. Thus, if he could ensure that Xiaolan did not perceive the rain, it would suffice. Morikagoro spread his coat open and gently said to Xiaolan, Xiaolan, come, step out. You want to see a drop of rain. Wang Li pondered for a moment, silently stowing away the umbrella, concerned that further provocation might hinder Xiaolan's recovery of her memories. Xiaolan gazed gently at Morikagoro, drenched by the rain, and then glanced at her parents, Heiji, and her friends, who offered her encouragement. Gradually, she alighted from the vehicle and, accompanied by her parents, made her way home. Wang Li, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in. Dr. Agasa and the Mayano sisters noticed Wang Li outside, folding the umbrella. And Dr. Agasa called out with evident concern. Rainwater seeped through the gaps in Wang Li's clothes, soaking him to the skin. It's all right, doctor. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to and will head home directly afterward. Wang Li seemed to have made a decision, waving goodbye to Dr. Agasa and the Mayano sisters before turning away. Wang Li. Dr. Agasa wanted to say more but was halted by Shiho. Let him go, doctor. When he knows what he must do, no one can deter him. It has always been this way, Shiho said, her eyes reflecting worry as she gently urged the hesitant doctor upstairs. He is a grown man. He'll be fine. Indeed, go and do what you wish. I will be here to support you. Ah, brother-in-law, having me as your sister-in-law is surely a blessing from our ancestors. A serene smile graced Aime's lips as she watched Wang Li's retreating figure. Sister, what are you doing? Hurry up and come inside. Shiho called back to Am. Oh. Coming. Am shook her shoulders and dashed up the stairs. Xiaolan, do you not recall anything about your own room? Yuanzi grasped Xiaolan's hand and pushed open the door. Standing in her room, Xiaolan's eyes were filled with confusion. I'm so sorry, Yuanzi. But I still can't remember anything. That's all right, Xiaolan, you're home now. Please take care of her for a bit. Ari instructed the children with a hint of embarrassment. Andy, it's fine. You should go check on Uncle. Em stated earnestly, Uncle must not falter. Oh dear. I truly apologize, Ari said, before pulling Kudo Yukiko and rushing downstairs. As the door closed, muffling the sounds of conflict from below, Conan cast a melancholic gaze at Xiaolan, who sat on the bed. Lan. Yuanzi, who was the person in that photograph? Xiaolan pointed to a picture resting on the table. This one? Yuanzi followed Xiaolan's finger and picked up the framed photo. It's a snapshot of you with that unreliable detective at the Tropic Land Amusement Park. Yuanzi handed the picture to Xiaolan. Unreliable detective? Are you referring to that Shinichi you've been mentioning? Xiaolan observed the boy smiling behind her in the photograph, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Yes. That is him. It's unjust. He has kissed you, and yet remains elusive. Yuanzi defended her friend, indignation in her voice. Could you tell me more about Shinichi? Xiaolan asked softly, raising her eyes. Ah, he is a detective fanatic, always rambling about homes this and homes that. When you two went out, you ended up discussing a man and his assistant. If it were me, I would have kicked him right in the face. Yuanzi casually settled into a chair. Wait a moment, isn't this evidence enough that brother Shinichi is devoted and loyal? Conan quickly interjected to justify himself. Is it? But I heard Wang Li say that if Shinichi hadn't met Xiaolan, he would eventually be immersed in Holmes' world, Shiho added with a professional touch. Moreover, he once said that a high school student who neglects his childhood friend for the sake of deduction is a despicable detective, and remarked, seizing the opportunity to invoke famous quotes in her brother-in-law's absence. The illustrious writer Lu Xun once remarked, in this world, there are no famous quotes. They come into existence when uttered by many. Wang Li, Are you particularly enthusiastic about this matter? Conan is truly exhausted. Xiaolan, smiling as she observes the playful banter among the group, suddenly inquires, what kind of person is Shinichi? A profound silence envelopes them, interrupted only by the Mayano sisters who cough discreetly before Yoko speaks. Conan lowers his gaze, articulating each word with precision. I believe he is the kind of person who places his sister Xiaolan at the forefront yet struggles to convey it. He then raises his head, locking eyes with Xiaolan, and asserts with unwavering conviction, however, I am confident that Shinichi will stand before you and utter those words. Xiaolan remains silent, gazing intently at the resolute Conan. Drenched, Wang Li stands before a towering building, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his eyes. Who are you? For guards, hands poised over their concealed firearms, swiftly converge upon him. Maotai, Wang Li replies, before striding toward the entrance of the building, none daring to obstruct his passage. Inside the building, every office receives an email notification. Maotai has returned. Instantly, employees shut their doors, reflecting on whether they have inadvertently crossed paths with the once mightiest sword of this organization during their recent missions. Oh, Maotai is back. Jin, casually smoking a 7-star cigarette with his feet resting on the desk, remarks. Indeed, brother, Maotai has ascended in the elevator, Vodka informs Jin, keeping a vigilant eye on the group notifications. He truly is bored and looking for trouble. Jin's mind races through the recent plans reported by various departments, connecting the dots to the most likely incidents, ultimately pinpointing Wang Li's probable target, the direct assassination unit, La Tuesday honestly, La Meg Duo and Romani. You two only know how to create chaos for me. It was evident that this would eventually provoke Maotai, and yet you simply told me to handle it. How outrageous. Jin adjusts his hat, swiftly assembling the scattered parts of a handgun from his desk, concealing it within his coat as he strides toward the office of the direct assassination unit. If it isn't Maotai, what brings you back here? Jin calls out just as Wang Li is about to open the office door. Jin, step aside. This matter does not concern you, nor am I seeking you out. Rainwater trickles from Wang Li's hair onto the plush carpet. That simply won't do, Maotai. You know the organization's rules. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entry. Even though you were once among the highest echelons, now you are merely a high school student. Jin swiftly draws his gun, his eyes beneath the hat brimming with lethal intent. If you insist on saying that, I can only discuss the matter concerning Sister Mei with you. Wang Li sidesteps, clenching his fist, a terrifying aura swirling around it, waiting for its master to strike. Jin weighs the outcome, scoffing lightly and holstering his weapon. I have never understood why. Simply for handling traitors, you and others would dredge up past grievances. Wang Li faced Qinjiao, exhaling deeply as he spoke in a low tone. Our differing stances render this understandable. It is indeed humorous. Without our diligent efforts in the eradication department, could those in the organization remain so serenely engrossed in their offices, tapping away at keyboards? Could they so effortlessly reap bonuses and salaries? It is a jest. Such behavior is akin to the fable of the farmer and the snake, or Dong Guo and the wolf, is it not? The mere thought incensed Qinjiao, for he was merely fulfilling his responsibilities that ultimately benefited everyone. Why then do so many yearn for their own demise? Perhaps it is because he feels powerless to save his friends and cannot find evidence to counter the organization's announced findings and lists. This frustration and resentment towards his inadequacies in the organization itself are unjustly vented upon you, the director of the eradication efforts. Wang Li rubbed his nose, reflecting. His aunt's sister fervently advocated for Qinjiao to become the head of the eradication department, but it seems I have been ensnared instead. This reveals the inherent flaws of humanity, tragically disheartening. Qinjiao sighed, therefore, Brother Maotai, considering my arduous plight and our friendship, let us depart from this place. Do not put me in a difficult position. Put you in a difficult position? Pray tell, when have I ever done so? Wang Li retorted, his anger morphing into a sardonic smile. My refraining from action is merely a concession to you. Well, I do appreciate that, Qinjiao said, playing with his silvery locks. You must recall that my hair was once golden, correct? Indeed, Wang Li admitted, ever since our last meeting. I have been meaning to ask, did you suffer some sort of blow? Qinjiao gazed at the ceiling, a flicker of light in his eyes. It troubles me. The weight on my heart is so immense that it has me yearning for an end, contemplating a desire for oblivion. He fixed his gaze upon Wang Li. You claim to have given me face, yet I could never overpower you. Otherwise, why would I rely on your favor? I would simply confront you directly. Wang Li gazed at Qinjiao's appearance, finding no humor in it, only an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Qinjiao, how unfortunate you are. Wang Li shed a tear of sympathy for Qinjiao, and then, in the face of Qinjiao's incredulous gaze, executed a spinning kick that forcefully opened the door to the office of the direct assassination unit. After glancing inside and confirming that no one was present, he patted Qinjiao on the shoulder and proceeded to the elevator. La Tu, I shall ensure your demise. No one can protect you, not even you or the commander. After turning the corner, Wang Li pressed the elevator button. The commander, leaning against the wall, merely nodded in acknowledgement, indifferent to whether Wang Li had noticed his response. Wang Li, upon entering the elevator, dialed a number. Once connected, he stated directly, Latu intends to eliminate Kudo Shinichi and Muri Rand. You shall handle it as you see fit. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Wang Li gazed back at the towering edifice that bore witness to countless moments and memories of his life. This should be my final visit, shouldn't it? The next time I return, it will be in conflict, my dear sir. On the rooftop, a shadow silently observed the diminutive figure below, closing their eyes in contemplation. On a nearby table lay a photograph capturing a round-faced girl and a boy rolling their eyes in jest. Ah. So you have decided to take Xiaolan to the Trabai amusement park? The Kudo couple intends to depart overnight? Upon returning home, Wang Li indulged in a warm bath prepared by Shiho, then dried himself with a towel as he made his way to the living room. Is something the matter? He inquired, prompting Shiho to hastily fetch a hairdryer for him. They believe this might help restore Xiaolan's memories, said Mime. Munching on the rice ball she had bought on her way back, her words somewhat mumbled. As for the Kudo couple, they merely came to check on their daughter-in-law and left promptly upon realizing she was unharmed, almost as if Shinichi Kudo has grown accustomed to such occurrences. Thank you. Wang Li replied as he took the hairdryer and plugged it in, feeling an inexplicable sense of unreliability. It would be far more effective to administer an ATX 4869 antidote to Conan directly. Such a thrilling act would surely prompt a swift restoration of Xiaolan's memories. Leaving the Kudo couple utterly flabbergasted. What nonsense are you spouting? Shiho playfully chastised Wang Li, seizing the hairdryer from his hands. As she began to dry her hair, she remarked, setting aside the complexities of your suggestion, I previously administered an antidote to him, yet he showed no response for half an hour. I can almost confirm that he has developed a resistance to the initial antidote. However, it matters little. The first generation was merely experimental, designed to provide him with a temporary reprieve. Well, if RA2 follows suit as anticipated, I'll intervene once Xiaolan's memories are restored, Wang Li thought, his heart heavy with fatigue. By the way, Wang Li, Mei turned to him, her gaze probing. I have always harbored a curiosity. Why do you strike without hesitation against outsiders, those beyond your circle of friends? She continued. I have heard from a Ling that your strikes are consistently fierce. Wang Li remained silent for a considerable time, only speaking slowly after Zhibao had put away the hairdryer. Let us discuss the recent incident involving the students of the Ning Engineering College. Wang Li retrieved his tablet and opened the saved message screenshots, handing them to the Gongya sisters. There was no choice. I had to capture these screenshots, lest they be swallowed whole. The sisters exchanged a glance after reviewing the content, each recognizing the profound fear reflected in the other's eyes. With their limbs fractured, they were powerless to resist, crying out for help to no avail. Their faces bore numerous lacerations, the pain nearly rendering them unconscious, only to be jolted awake by the next wave of agony, feeling their skin being sliced open, the incision deep enough to breach their cheeks. Summoning every ounce of strength, they struggled with their broken limbs, but their assailant pressed down harder, driving the knife deep into their necks. In those final moments, she could hardly comprehend what wrong she had committed. Wang Li's tone grew increasingly frigid. If not for her parents distributing memorial photographs at school, if not for the student body rallying to disseminate this information, would this incident have been completely obscured? I shall never forget this event. It marks merely the beginning. From this point forward, other esteemed institutions ought to realize that the next victim might very well be you or your students. If we do not rise and shout now, when calamity befalls you, the world will regard you with the same indifference. Wang Li furrowed his brow deeply. In the annals of our history, there has never been pride in marrying our women to foreign tribes, nor has there been acceptance of filth to taint our bloodlines. Selling off women and stripping them of their rightful reproductive rights, all in the name of suppressing our development to make way for foreign powers. Such actions, aimed at the very extermination of our people, are alarmingly immediate and grotesque. We have entered a century of monumental change. We must stand firm and resolutely. Wang Li closed his eyes after his declaration. Reality surpasses fiction in its surrealism. However, I refuse to become a part of that fantasy. If you dare to cause chaos in my home, not only will I confront you there, but I will also storm into your home to chastise your parents for raising a worthless child. Should loving my country be deemed a crime, I implore you to execute me without delay. If patriotism can be branded as treachery, then I shall boldly proclaim, I am the thief. If youthful fervor is merely an attitude, then I embody that very attitude. I pledge my blood for the cause of our nation, our heritage. We shall not tolerate insult or violation. And a side note, Maotai, are you out of your mind? Join me in executing this mission, but if things go awry, I shall not be held accountable. Koizumi, who had been waiting for support in the United States, was astonished by Maotai's sudden appearance. Who said I was responsible? My virtue remains intact. I have no intention of relinquishing it to you. Maotai stepped out of the vehicle, dismissing Koizumi's words with disdain. What nonsense is this? My orientation is perfectly normal. Koizumi adjusted his hat. You are far too young for this. It's best you return home, Maotai. This is beyond your capacity to handle. Enough of your prattle. The deal with the snake poison is one where I assist you and him, and no matter how I calculate, I am at a loss. My mood isn't particularly good, so let me show you why I can help. Maotai seized the tablet beside Koizumi, the details of two targets imprinting themselves in her mind. Maotai, this isn't about you. One is an FB agent, the other a Navy SEAL captain. These are not adversaries you can contend with. If you truly wish to remain here, then stay back and observe my performance. Koizumi, from the depths of his heart, wished to shield the 6-year-old from witnessing bloodshed prematurely. Thanks for your concern, but dear Kazumi, who told you that killing only involves firearms? You are far too young. Step aside and let me take the lead. After several days of meticulous observation, Maotai discerned the fundamental patterns of the two targets' movements, including the timing of their recent joint activities. Maotai, are you capable of this? Stop wasting time. Koizumi was exasperated by Maotai's lethargy. What? Waste? Koizumi. Let me tell you, you should be grateful for my presence. Consider this a business trip, earning 200 greenbacks a day. What more could you want? Maotai held a bare silicone mask, adding the final touches to the back of her head. Completed. Diana, from now on, call me the assassin. Huh? Diana? Who is that? Koizumi covered his face in disbelief. I may be bald, but I am also formidable. Dressed in the black suit that she had whimsically requested Koizumi to buy, Wang Li confidently entered the venue. Target spotted. Listen closely. A true assassin must strike without a flicker of emotion. Wang Li charmed her way into receiving a drink favored by an agent, enhancing it with a little something extra. Observe. A true assassin acts swiftly. After the agent ordered a drink, Maotai, using the distraction provided by the bartender, swiftly switched glasses and exited the venue. Hey, listen. A true assassin must think calmly and act decisively. With a careless flick, she slashed the captain's arm with a poisoned blade, then feigned innocence as she escaped to the restroom. Hey, look. A true assassin must vanish without a trace, concealing their achievements and name. She shed all disguises, walking out leisurely after the chaos erupted from the agent's demise. Maotai, is that how it ends? Koizumi, observing the scene with a sniper rifle, wore an expression of disbelief. What else did you expect, Diana? That barcode on the back of my head is not merely for show. Maotai reveled in her cosplay, unable to extricate herself from the fantasy. By the way, that captain is confirmed dead. Koizumi, peering through the scope, noted the captain being carried away. Of course. My dagger was coated with poison. Slurp. Maotai mimicked licking a blade. Well done, Kazumi. No, you shall now be called Jin. Now. She could finally articulate that long-held sentiment. Ah, Jin, how unfortunate your fate is. Chapter 73. A new high for Shin, and what? You failed to apprehend the assailant? And left behind a note? Wang Li was once again astonished by the incompetence of the Japanese police. They had anticipated the assailant's moves, yet still failed to capture him, and were now being provoked. Had this been their independent team, they would have been munching on popcorn. Indeed, but we have deduced that his primary target is undoubtedly Xiaolan. Hence the department has decided to prioritize her protection. Takagi recounted the situation to Wang Li in detail. Currently, we are at the train station with Xiaolan, awaiting the arrival of the train. Mr. Mori informed us that you would be heading to the amusement park. So we dispatched police forces immediately to provide comprehensive protection for Xiaolan, both overtly and covertly. Takagi gestured toward himself and Sato, who stood protectively beside Xiaolan. I say, is it a bit excessive to relay all this to me? While I am indeed a person of interest, must you be so unguarded? Wang Li quipped. Though he still inquired, what next? Did you search the hospital? We did search, but we found no sign of the perpetrator. Yet we did uncover numerous stories of the night, Takagi said, becoming animated at the mention. Stories of the night? Well, are the children of the beautiful country really that free? Nidex Hospital? I always thought that belonged to the realm of adult films. I never imagined it was truly a playground. Wang Li displayed a smile that all men understand. Oh, may I inquire what there is? To put it simply, when we entered the office of the Wind Doctor and kicked the door open, what we beheld was nothing short of extraordinary. Takagi's words left ample room for boundless imagination. TSK, TSK, who would have thought that you, La Tu, this little toothpick, would possess such playful ingenuity? Wang Li's impression of La Tu had remained fixed since that year. Hence his admiration for La Tu's antics. Amidst the casual banter, an individual lurking in the shadows silently approached Xiaolan. At the moment, Sato made a swift movement. This figure reached out with a nefarious hand toward Xiaolan and immediately retreated. Xiaolan lost her balance and fell onto the tracks as the train was arriving. In a state of shock, Wang Li and Conan rushed toward Xiaolan without hesitation. How infuriating. Wang Li saw Conan embrace Xiaolan and dashed to the opposite side, suddenly realizing he should have sought out La Tu's day. Why had it not occurred to him to look for La Tu earlier?